too young. Take the first step and then you have begun. Climbing and reaching, deciding for some higher level. Here it comes, don't you see what's shaping underneath? See the sun rising high above. You know these are the days we love. 'Cause right now we can be anywhere. So why don't we stay a while? 'Cause this night I'll be so paradise. As long as we love just for tonight. We're building an empire. We're building an empire. We're building an empire.
Silence, silence ringing now. Hiding, senses tension abounds. Lights in the dark beckoning. Safe and sound, I'm calling. You're facing the flame, no answer, or it's calling. Push straight through, no day without this. We're growing. There's no stopping us. There's no stopping us. There's no stopping us. Tonight, take out the mantle at your feet. Wake up to your destiny. Sparks in the night draws you in. Lost and found, I'm calling. You're facing the flame, no answers, or it's calling. Push right through, no time without this. We're growing. There's no stopping us. 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 There's no stopping or you're going. There's no stopping tonight.
So in love with procrastination, lacking gusto, no direction. Try so hard to find a distraction. Look around now, look around now. Frozen by indecision, lacking chutzpah, no intention. Waiting round for some kind of reaction. Look around now, look around now. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Make your mind up, make your mind up. Let's go out. I don't know. Let's stay. I don't know. I don't know. Make your mind up, make your mind up. Got bored with meditating. meditation. Don't have the patience for relaxation. Never had a real vacation. Look around now, look around now. Lost interest, found frustration. Raised hopes and in deflation. Can't finish a conversation. Look around now, look around now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. No, no, no. I don't know. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Make your mind up, make your mind up. Let's go. I don't know. Let's say. I don't know. Who can? I don't know. Make your mind up, make your mind up. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. No, no, no. I don't know. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Make your mind up, make your mind up. Let's go. I don't know. Let's sing. I don't know. Who can? I don't know. Make your mind up, make your mind up. I can't feel the sun on my face, but it looks so beautiful. I kiss your lips for the taste, but I can't taste nothing at all. When the turnstiles spin forever and the rain falls to the sky so high. When the whole world is all valleys, what a beautiful world this would be. With the whole world all valleys, just like you, just like me. I can't speak, walking asleep and up with nowhere to go. You stare inside of my eyes. I'm too numb, you won't see my soul. When the carousel's in slow motion and we're puppets in disguise so high. When the whole world is all valleys, what a beautiful world this would be. With the whole world all valleys, just like you, just like me. When you're so sad and you're happy, no more stress, no more anxiety. With the whole world all valleys, just like you, just like me. Falling, flying, colors colliding, can't come down, no. Feeling nothing, slowly fading. Silence screams so loud, so loud. The whole world is on valleys. What a beautiful world this would be. With the whole world on valleys, just like you, just like me. When the whole world is on valleys, what a beautiful world this would be. With the whole world on valleys, just like you, just like me. When you're so sad and you're happy, no more stress, no more anxiety.
It's time for the 1xBet predictions. We're going to take our prediction. We put them in these little envelopes. We're going to put them into the box. And we've got 4 teams remaining. We're all guessing who's actually going to be the champion when all is said and done today. We're not going to open this box until the end of the day. It will be sealed. The process, it's immaculate. It's very official. And at the end of the day, we'll see who actually knows their stuff and who might need to find a new job. So I put my prediction in here. I'm just going to pop that right in the box. A little ballot box action. It was the election in my country not too long ago, so, you know, rocking that thing. Apples, did you vote?
I did vote, and I'm voting again right now, obviously, today.
Hell yeah, we love
But yeah, I'm really excited for the finals today, and I like my pick.
Way to put her on the spot.
I'm glad that you like your pick. If you didn't like your pick, I would be concerned. Mac's trying to hand his pick over.
I apologize.
He wants to make it your problem if he gets it wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
And I respect that. And I've also got Tilda's stashed right here. So all of our analysts have their words on in. Newt, he's taking his pick between him and whatever deity he believes in, and he's going to keep it there. But for now, we're gonna take this box. We're going to put it in a very secure vault. And at the end of the finals, we will find out who's correct, who's got all the bragging rights, who's got all the marbles, who's got the biggest brain, and who, again, might just need a new job. This is the 1xBet predictions. We'll come back at the end of the show.
This is the biggest tournament for female players, and being here is just the dream come true.
Anna, just
Oh my God.
how did she do this? How did she do this?
Good morning, DreamHack, and hello to all of the people that are watching us online. This is the third and final day of ESL Impact here on this stage, and we had 8 teams. Now we are down to 4, and by the end of the day, we'll find out who's taking the trophy, who's taking the title, and who is, most importantly, taking the bragging rights to call themselves the best of the best. Everybody, let's start the show. Welcome to ESL Impact Season 6 Finals.
ESL Impact is brought to you in part by Intel, Qiddiya, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, White Market, the United States Air Force, and Logitech G.
Lights fall in the golden city, fires out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back. Tomorrow we will rise.
Welcome to snowy Stockholm, Sweden, where we start the final day of ESL Impact in 2024. It's the Season 6 finals, it's the playoff of those finals, and we are just moments away from crowning a new champion of ESL Impact. It's playoffs day all the way. The stakes have never been higher. I'm Darth Mike. I'll be taking you through the action here on the desk, and joining me in doing so, we got some champions in their own rights. We got apples, we got Mac. You know, Macintosh is a kind of apple, Mac.
Is it?
Macintosh.
It is indeed.
That is true.
There you
We've
go.
just blown his mind. He did
wow.
not know that. He did not know that before I said that right
Is
now.
it a good apple though?
It's a great apple.
No,
All
kind
apples
of mid.
are great.
Kind of mid, to be
especially-
honest. A little bit soft. But you know what's not mid is you, Mac. You're not soft either. Well, welcome to the stage. How you feeling? Like a Macintosh apple?
Yeah, soft on the inside, probably look good on the outside. Is that what we're going with?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm feeling like that.
What about you, Apples? As the queen of apples, how would you rate a Macintosh?
Macintosh, probably like a C tier, honestly. Green apples are the best tier. Sorry, I apologize.
You told me it was a great apple.
Good apple
it's
taste.
great.
How would you rate the grand final day of ESL Impact, though?
Ooh, S tier, honestly.
Absolute S tier. And I do have to ask you a question. For you, someone who's joined the Impact circuit sort of this year, last year, coming into it, what does Impact mean for you?
It quite literally means so much. Being a woman in esports, it gets a little rough sometimes, and having a platform and also a space where it's so inclusive and everyone's very positive and lifting everyone up. It's amazing, honestly. Impact has made my dreams come true, has honestly skyrocketed me in my career. So I'm very, very thankful to be here.
And for you, Mac, it's our first time hopping on this desk.
Yeah.
What does Impact come to mean for you?
Oh, so far so good. Look, not for me in particular, but everyone I've spoken to, got to talk with a couple of the players last night, catch up with BBN and stuff like that, and it means so much to them just to be able to travel the world, have a safe space to play some high-quality Counter-Strike for the women, and look, you can't argue that it's just not. You can't argue that it's not effective, right?
Yeah.
It's taking people places, it's drawing attention, it's drawing eyes, and it's getting more successful as the seasons roll over.
If you build it, they will come, and we've seen that with so many players, building new rosters, building new legacies. And one legacy that we built as well on this broadcast, we got Newt over in the Newt Nook. Newt, what does Impact mean for you?
For me, it's actually passion, because you get to see it in the faces of the players when the player cams come on. They're screaming, they're shouting, they've got so much passion behind them. The team huddles, there's so much passion. You even get to see it in the crowd, the roar of the crowd, so much passion behind it. And then as well, even behind the cameras, so the camera's looking at me right now, but everybody behind the camera as well, filled with so much passion going into the ESL Impact. Tireless hours, every single event, and they work so damn hard every time. And it's just, it fills me with so much joy to bring Impact in the way that I do things, with some little bit of stats here and there, but it's just, it fills me with so much passion and fulfillment being here to talk with you all, and it's just, ESL Impact is just a great building blocks for the rest of the scene as a whole.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. It's been a good day for passion in Counter-Strike. And two folks who bring a whole lot of passion into their work. We've got our casters. We got James Bardolph and Naori Mizuki. What does Impact mean for you two?
Oh, geez, Mike. I think I have to echo a lot of what Apples was saying. You know, it's so special as a woman in esports to have these spaces and to see what it means to the players and the opportunities that they've had that they probably wouldn't have had otherwise. You know, to give them a chance to really shine in the way that they deserve to, and to be able to, you know, compete at one of the highest levels, to travel the world, to see so much of Counter-Strike from a completely different lens. And it's the same for me. I think that a lot of the opportunities I would have had, I maybe might not have had with ESL Impact. So it's been a wonderful journey. What about you, James?
I think for me, one of the many important things about Impact is that it's for people at home, for budding players, people with a passion for competitive gaming. It's important that they can see people like them playing the game as well. And Impact has given us opportunity to create icons in the game, which you see in some of the clips we have from players from tournaments past, and I'm sure we're going to see some more today as well. And I think that's really important. Just the visibility for people is fantastic. A platform for the people working on the show as well, behind the scenes also. But I think just being seen and inspiring people at home is one of the big things for me.
Yeah, I think that's actually a great thing to call out there, James, is one of the things that's less visible to the audience at home is that behind the scenes, we also have a lot of people getting opportunities that they might not otherwise have. New roles in production, new opportunities, chances to build those skills and careers to then get more involved in the esports community. And that's something that's a little invisible if you're not here in a studio or in the arena, but so very important to building the future of our game. So, we've lost them. They can't respond. That's the best part of being a host, is they don't get any rebuttal. Not that they disagreed with me, but, you know, you never know. Maybe they really hated that take.
I didn't hate it, if that's what you want. I don't think Macintosh hated it either. The apples are with you, okay?
You're with me. All right, the apples and the Macintosh, they're with me. Heku, are you with me? What does Impact mean for you?
Oh, Impact means a lot of things because, I mean, there was like a really long break for, I believe, like for 3 years due to COVID, that there were like no LANs for women. And then they came back in Dallas in 2022, and since then, like, it was not stopping. And I was there from the beginning, And I could see how much influence it had, because in the first tournament, we had so many games that would be like 16-3, like 16-5. Right now, we are getting so many OTs, so many like 3 mappers. So I guess that is kind of be an answer to how much it did like to the scene. When it comes to me, I mean, working in this kind of environment is absolutely amazing. I can actually talk about this all day long. As an interviewer, sometimes it can be hard to, you know, like come to a player and be like, hey, please, can we make an interview? And, you know, like really often they're like, no, I don't want. When it comes to the ladies of Impact, yes, sometimes they might get a bit like nervous due to maybe not having too much experience, but I never get a no. They will be like, oh, interview? Okay, let's go. Never. And it just makes my life easier.
I think it is that, yeah. I mean, it's a beautiful point. It does. I look, as someone who does a lot of the interviewing as well, there's nothing more fun than going out for a really well-prepared interview and then the person says, no, I had a bad game, I don't want to do it. And that's just not something you get here, because I think there is that collective identity of trying to make this the absolute best product that they can, both from all of us, from everyone in production, and from the players. That's so very cool, Haku.
But, Mike, I want to know,
okay,
what kind of apple would I be if I'd be an apple?
What kind of apple would you be? I don't know anything about Latvian apples.
Granny Smith.
Wow.
I think
Granny Smith.
Granny Smith.
Is it
You saying
because
she's
it was
sour?
my
No,
birth
you're
and I
red
got older?
delicious. You're red delicious. Okay.
I'm going
Red
Honey
delicious.
Crisp.
Granny Smith.
I'm going Honey Crisp because you got a lot of
Ooh.
sweetness, but you got a bit of a bite.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, yeah, I do. A bit of a spice.
Thank you, Haku. We'll let you get away to talk to people who are probably more important than us. Now, it's time to talk about something that's much more important than us, and that's skins. Skins equals wins, as I understand it. So, Mac, if I wanted to win, where would I go to get skin?
White Market is your place to purchase and sell all your skins, of course. A little bit of housekeeping. You get up to 40% discount on the CS2 skins in comparison to the Steam market. No hidden fees, 0% for buying skins, so you just have to pay what's on your screen there when you look through the market, find whatever skin you want, choose it, find the rarity, the skin quality, all that stuff. You can shuffle it by many different factors. There's no trading bots. There's also an option to instantly deposit and withdraw without any fees, so that's very damn good. But also, it's integrated with FACEIT, and FACEIT is currently the best place to be playing CS2. Not just that, but watching all the professional games on FACEIT, you have a chance to get skin drops, and then also when you're playing FACEIT, you can use those points to get skins from White Market. So there's plenty of things going for White Market, and it's exactly where you need to be if you want to purchase some of these skins. If you're playing a bit of FACEIT, Apples,
Ooh.
what skin angle would you be going for?
You know, I'm trying to collect like all the print streams and whiteouts right now, so I like crafting on them. Like,
So you like the
some-
white-
I get
the
like
black
the
and white?
OG Envious stickers as well. I like the black and white loadout.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can search the market later and see what you can get.
All right, I'll have
And
to.
indeed. My question for you, too, is how would you rate your own skin quality right now?
It's cold,
Dry.
it's dry, it's crazy here in
Maybe
Stockholm.
like a field tested?
Oh,
Been tested out in that field?
no, well worn at this point.
Well worn.
Yeah, well one's pretty good.
Oish. Well, maybe we're feeling battle scarred by the end of this weekend, but it's time to look back at this weekend, how we've gotten to this point. There have been so many exciting games, so many thrill rides, so many close affairs, really tight from the word jump. The Imperial Valkyries, they've had a smooth road. They've maybe been the only team here that have just cruised on through the top of that bracket, but otherwise, down below, it was a brawl in Group A, wasn't it, Apples?
Absolutely. I feel like Imperial, obviously, they are the champs. That's why they have made their way all the way here. They had their day off yesterday. This Na'Vi game versus FlyQuest. Heartbreaking for FlyQuest. Really, really good for Na'Vi. This playoffs with these two teams are going to be really, really close. But still, FlyQuest took a map off of Na'Vi. That was an entire mirage that Na'Vi just did not really show up as well as they needed to. So it's going to be a bit tricky coming into today.
It is indeed.
Yeah, for me, it was an interesting lower bracket. Look, Fluxo tried their hardest, but Na'Vi finally started to hit their stride in that game yesterday. And I'm really hoping that we get that kind of Na'Vi moving into their game later today. But look, for the rest of Group A, Imperial for me just looking like the complete outliers, just that much above the rest in all the games we saw from them.
And over in Group B, we had FURIA make their way through. I said only Imperial. I was lying. FURIA also made quick work of the best of ones, moved on in very strong fashion. That's why we have our 1 and 2 seed coming on into today. But in the lower bracket, again, quite an interesting affair, especially the rematch, the dates with Destiny between Big Akipa and the Ninjas in pajamas.
Yeah, FURIA, definitely a very, very exciting team to watch, but we didn't get to see them all yesterday, so maybe we'll see something different. But a little heartbreaking for NIP fans. They were going to go out 2-0. They just have a little bit more that they need to work on. Obviously, that Vertigo map was heartbreaking. I said that maybe twice. It was heartbreaking.
Yeah. It was an interesting watch. And look, next time, like there will be a next time for that team.
Oh, yeah.
They're looking good. They're slowly but surely showing exactly what they're capable of, and they're trying to assert themselves towards the top of the scene. Like they made it here to the finals. That's a great start, but you want to be pushing for that top 3, top 2 spot and really go toe-to-toe with some of the other big names.
I mean, they've only been together for, what, 3 months? Vilga here just kind of joining in a little bit later, but she's trying to lead this new squad of new players that haven't been to a final before, so she's trying her best, and she'll be back next time.
She'll be back, perhaps, but it's getting more and more challenging. We've got our 4 playoff finalists here. We've got our playoff teams. We've got their previous experiences. I didn't mention what Impact means to me. I think one of the things that's coolest about the consistent run we've seen from ESL Impact is this, building history, building legacy, right? When we have these conversations about competition, one of the coolest things to watch is legacy, trajectory, history from the squads, and we have that. Imperial Valkyries, of course, looking like champs again and again and again through the entire lifespan of this tournament. But everyone else, we have Na'Vi Javelins getting that experience. We have FURIA getting that experience, 4 semifinal appearances. Big Akipa, though, they haven't been back since season 1. This is a long time waiting for a return.
Yeah, it's been a fair while, and it's a good chance today to show what they're capable of. I feel like, unfortunately, look, they are going to be going up against the team that's been in every semi-finals appearance, which is going to be Imperial. So there's a lot of experience, big stage and high pressure experience on the other side of the game for Big, but this is the perfect opportunity to shut everyone up and prove everyone wrong.
Absolutely. If they are able to take down Imperial Valkyries, that is just, I feel like they have the chance to win it all.
100%. That's going to be the hardest game for them. If they get through here, it's FURIA or Na'Vi, who are arguably, not as good on paper, but we've seen what Na'Vi and FURIA can do. So you really have to show the respect to everyone here in the semis.
It's quite stacked.
It's like a good open RPG. Sometimes you just skip straight to the hardest boss and see if you can take them down, and that's what Big Akipa are going to have to try and do. But let's dive into this matchup. Big Akipa versus the Imperial Valkyries to start off our day. Let's hear from the teams.
It was amazing to go straight to the semis every time. So of course we are very excited. We are still hungry for more trophies, obviously. We don't want to find out how it feels to be losing. We know we prepared really well. We put a lot of hours before this, so we are very confident, and we will take it.
D7 lost, oh my days. You got to be so careful now, but it might not matter. 23 finds one back. Zaz, there's that activation, and 23's found another. She keeps going.
The hunger never goes away. Always want to keep winning.
I feel really happy, to be honest. I just feel like we are ready, where we prepared. We showed really good CS. We practiced a lot together, so we are ready, and I hope we're gonna get the trophy. Of course, it's a strong opponent, but I really think that we might win it.
3-on-3 now. Plenty of time for Big to stabilize. Heads have been spotted, and that is a big shot from Zana.
Back into the second, then pushes forward. Jenny's got the info and gets the kill. Jenny wants even more. Eviscerates FURIA.
I mean, to the opponents, I would say just do your best as we are.
Good luck. That's it.
I mentioned history in Impact coming into this. Well, there's no greater history in the world of women's Counter-Strike than the storyline of our 2 Swedes. Star-crossed Swedes indeed. A duo that has defined a decade of Counter-Strike for these two, playing across different rosters, different teams, different games, and now coming together on opposite sides of the server and having to best each other to make it into that final spot.
This is what you see a lot in in women's Counter-Strike. I feel like the community is so small right now, but still there's like a lot of players, but especially in EU, there's not many teams. I mean, you are just kind of going around playing with everyone that you can, and then maybe you'll match up with them in a final at some point.
And look, so far, they've gone through a few of those teams over time, haven't they?
Yep.
10 to be exact on this graphic, and I'm sure there's some others that just have happened. You know, those are random lands that have been put on through the years. But yeah, these two, of course, going head-to-head today. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. Both of them are very, very far up in terms of the statistics, both heavy lead fraggers for both of their teams. So it is just going to be, you know, head-to-head sisters reunited.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see, right? It feels like in the global game of Counter-Strike, we've seen so many of these young names popping up, taking over, and we've seen that in Impact as well, but it is still these two titans of the scene who hold sway, who have these high ratings, who constantly dominate in the server, and that just feels like such a treat where we have veterans who've been competing for so very long, still showing that they're at the absolute top of their game.
Absolutely, and I feel like you can also go into the way that, like, oh, I'm going to be playing against like one of my best friends that I've known for so long. I'm not going to be like disrespectful for them. Like, there is respect on the server because they just know each other very, very well. So I'm excited for this matchup. I want to see like actually like if they do meet each other very often, if they're playing the same spots or same roles. I mean, they are very, very impactful fraggers, and obviously Max said high rating, so it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
Well, certainly one thing we've seen is that there's no avoiding Zaz on the server, right? She's been
no.
so aggressive.
Yeah.
Let's focus in on Imperial here because this is the team to beat, right? These are the back-to-back. I've run out of backs. Champions of the ESL Impact circuit. They are the team to beat. They are the queens of Impact again and again and again, Mac.
Yeah, and the fact that what makes this work is that not only is Zaz leading incredibly far up, she is the top stat player so far this tournament, but everyone else around her can all have incredible impact on any given day, any given Sunday, and today may be that given Sunday. You got to play early in the day, you got to play later on if you win this one for the grand final, for all the marbles. And it's a great place to start. 23 has been having incredible impact as well. She's been, you know, a marvelous tournament out of her. Anna, another name that needs to be spoken about also. And then even Tori, you know, she's calling, but she's also having crazy performances. I think in that first best of one, she was up there as well.
Yeah.
Everyone, the rifling core of Imperial is so important.
I do want to say it's kind of a shame that we didn't get to see more of them. We didn't get to see them going through the lower bracket like we did back in Dallas. I want to see more of Imperial. They are just such great players, and when they are all on, it looks so easy for them. When they are all like, all right, we are in it. This is our game. This is it. They set the pace. They set the tone, and like their enemies have nothing to answer.
You did say the other day, you said you wanted to see more maps from them. We had that stat the other day where I think they've only lost, was it 6 maps in the last however long.
The entire lifespan of Impact.
So even on this series, right, and that was maps, right? So in this series, they may be dropping a map, but a lot of the time it is just going to be 2-0. So you don't get to see a lot of them.
Yeah.
You really don't. They do it, but you know, it's more about quality, not quantity, shall we say. And I don't think we've talked about Anna enough, so I'm going to make us talk about her a little bit more.
Okay.
She has been the consistent GOAT of Impact, really since the introduction of the tournament, right? Has raised the bar in terms of opping. We've seen her be the consistently highest rated player at event after event after event, finals after finals. Is that going to change here at all?
Oh, absolutely not. That will never change. She is such an amazing player. I remember watching her like 2 years ago. There's no I guess she has not gone down. She's always come up. She's always better. I don't think she ever kind of falters in any way. She's missed a couple shots in those best of ones, but maybe that was just land jitters. You just get a little nervous when you first start. But Imperial, not many jitters, honestly.
I think the thing is, you say she's missed a couple of shots, but in terms of the kill feed and the scoreboard rather, she's still right up there in every single game. So look, some missed opportunities. If that gets cleaned up today, then they have to be worried.
They were calculated missed shots, actually.
We'll dive into the Veto here. Calculated missed shots. I do want to share a word that I got from Anna actually after the Dallas event this year.
Yeah.
Ran into her after the event, and I said, "You're winning again. Are you guys ever going to lose?" And she said, "Banger line. That's for God to decide."
Oh, wow.
Absolute banger line. So just putting that out there. We got the Veto. What should we expect?
I thought we would potentially be going to Inferno, but I see Biggs taking that straight out of the equation straight away. So floating a change in the Veto, maybe pulling something up their sleeve. We got Ancient. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see a Vertigo slide in there now.
I think we will see a Vertigo. Imperial is very good at Vertigo, but it's going to be a Dust 2 pick.
Okay, so we got some AWP action. That'll be exciting.
Oh, yeah.
Keen to see that. So definitely going to get it because it's that second map. No nuke. Looks like, are we going to get Mirage?
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Vertigo.
Mirage.
We are going to get a Mirage. I like that.
Okay, so it is a similar map pool, except I think we got Dust too. I think most of the times these teams have played, it's been a mix of Nuke, Inferno, Mirage. and Ancient. So we're going to get a bit of Dust 2 action today.
Does it surprise you to see the Dust 2 come through, considering Imperial are the heavy favorites, right? Considering that map has a little bit of randomness injected in, and considering that we've seen Big already take a win on that map.
That might be why they wanted to play it. They have some footage to get ready to prepare for after seeing Big play it the other day. And Big, remember that game with Nip, I believe it was? It was 13-11. So there was a... I wouldn't say that the Dust 2 was perfect.
It's fair. It's fair indeed. And to find out a little bit more about how these teams are feeling, Heku has the IGLs.
There are no two other players who have so much history as Giuliano and Zaz. Were you dreading for this moment?
Yes.
You'll have to play against your ex-teammate on the stage.
Yeah, I expected it.
Yeah. And what about you, Julie?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we came second, we knew that it was going to be this matchup. So, I mean, it had to happen. Now our finals, so.
But considering that you've been playing together for so many years, do you think like maybe you know kind of each other and that in some kind of way can help you out or actually hurt you?
Yeah, of course. Like, we are still players, you know. No one is perfect, so of course we all have our weaknesses. But yeah, we'll just see today how it goes.
And what about you, Zaz?
I feel kind of the same actually as Julia. Yes.
All right, then good luck to both of the teams. Then may the best team win.
Might have fibbed a little bit about it being the IGLs, but it is, of course, the veterans, the captains, that the history between those two players, it's just something that is so rare in the world of esports, where our game is just so fast changing. Rarely do things stand the test of time. Rarely do teammates stick together for that kind of length, and now they're playing against each other. Look, there might be rivals in the server, but you can see there's nothing but love between those players.
Absolutely, and I feel like it's also a quality of ESL Impact that the same players do keep on coming back and back and back. We have the same couple of teams in the finals and the semis. I mean, FlyQuest has been the NA pick forever. So everyone keeps coming back. They love it. That's exactly why. They love it.
I think for me, this is going to be an interesting affair, more so because if Giuliano doesn't get off to a red-hot start, then I'm more worried that Big could fall flat. And you don't want to fall flat early, especially going into that first map, which, look, at least they've got the map pick, you know, going into Ancient. It's one that they've prepped. It's one that they've expected to be playing here in the series, and one that they've played multiple times before in the past. I have a feeling it's also, yeah, it's the map that they managed to take off of Imperial during the online regular season, and then they've also managed to take it the Trade It League finals as well. So they've been doing really good work on Ancient, but every map after that is where things could get a little bit difficult.
Yeah, they just have to make sure that they are setting the pace. If Big wants to do this, they have to set the pace against Imperial. They can't let Imperial start to get away with Imperial things, because that's exactly what they do. Once everyone is in the server, when they're on, if Anna's just having an amazing game, it's hard to slow her down. They have to really combat that with their teamwork that we've seen in the past from them.
They do indeed. If you don't force them to respect you, they will dominate. And someone who dominates the numbers, we got Newt in the Newt Nook. What you got for us, Newt?
Well, I want to briefly touch on something that the desk you guys actually brought up earlier on during this weekend, more specifically focusing on Big, and especially the firepower department, because it's looking like they're lacking a little bit of firepower. There is one player that we will be touching on that has the most firepower in the team, but let's take a look at the numbers as to why this could be a big win factor for Big Equipa. So in rounds 1, 96% of these rounds come from multi-kills. This is actually on the higher end of the spectrum, so they do rely a lot on individual performances from Big Equipa to get these rounds across the line. Looking at this I left blank because we're going to talk about this player. So far, 37.5% of the rounds won are multi-kills from this player on the CT side. Big Equipa have really good stats on the CT side purely because of this player. Looking on the T side has been a bit lackluster, but this player here as well has been trying to push the team up, trying to elevate the team on the T side to try to get them across the line. And the one player we're talking about, we touched on it briefly, it's the one, the only, Giuliano. But this is quite scary because there's a lot of pressure on Giuliana. She has to push the numbers because the rest of the team, they haven't really been providing those multi-kills to get the rounds across the board. While all the other teams is kind of spread across the entire team, so it's a lot easier for them to convert these rounds. While on Big Equipa, it's going to be a lot of focus on Giuliana. So that's why she is the big win factor.
The big player to watch. Perhaps. Thank you, Newt. Pressure on the shoulders of Giuliano, but will those shoulders be strong enough to shoulder it? That's the big question. It's time for predictions. Me personally, I'm saying I'm sure they'll be strong enough, but let's be honest, Imperial is just tough to beat. Imperial has been the picture of class through the entire life of the Impact circuit, and I see no reason that's going to change here.
I think there's time for a new top dog in the server, and I'm going to go with Big.
You're going for the upset?
Yeah, I'm going for the upset.
How much confidence?
Going for the upset. We got our Vetos here, and two folks who are going to bring you through this matchup. We're going to bring it all the way in. We got James Bardolph. We got Nari Mizuki. Take it away.
And we also have Big Match Sunday. This is a very delightful series of maps. I know that Zaz thinks these are quite juicy indeed. For a mad fragger like her, this is a great scenario. This landscape, I think, favors Imperial. We speak about how dependable Giuliano will have to be for the team, but I think the likes of Jenny, Paulie, and Letty will have to come to a new level if they are to fight Imperial on these aggressive maps. Starting with the pistol, Big on the T side, moving towards that A bomb site. We've got 3 CTs to deal with, and Anna might just be enough on her own. Trying to get her reload in, she shuts down 3 of them, and suddenly it is that Giuliano and only Giuliano remaining in this pistol. P250, extra range, and she might need it to take these jewels if she's to do anything in this pistol. Start as she means to go on. I was taking pictures of her before the game started. I could see her getting her flicks ready, but even with the pistol, Anna is a savage.
Well, Zaz getting that final kill onto Giuliano. Is that a sign of things to come? I love that little interview that Heku had with them. I love that we highlighted the rivalry, but the sisterhood between these two players. So very exciting to see how the rest of this map is going to shape up. But as you said, Anna with a great kickoff to give Imperial their very first round of the series. Big with no plant means that, oh, it's Tech 9s almost entirely across the board.
Yeah, Ancient is a very favorable map for a Tech 9 execute if you have one, especially into that B bomb site. They get a lot of work done. Moving into mid, they'll have mixed results. Desperation plays through the smoke will be denied. Imperial came to fight. Minimal damage done by Big in this round. And again, with a few more pieces of utility, should it be required later, a buy like that, a half buy if you will, with some Molotovs, can get you into dangerous situations as far as your opponent is concerned. It can make things very uncomfortable. But the early tests will be survived by Imperial. Only 1 frag for the T's, and that will be it. Only 1 frag from 2 rounds is good in the short term for that CT money.
That's a great read from Navi. Listen to me, from Imperial as well. The fact that they take that very aggressive mid control, which is kind of a standard on this map in any event, but the fact that they do it in a round where it looks like Big are looking to get aggressive, looking to get in their faces, and they get stopped before there's even an opportunity for that. The smoke to stall it out, that allows them to get up close and personal with the MP9. A great little, not really a crossfire, but kind of a high-low setup as well, and it makes it impossible for Big to get any value whatsoever. So after forcing into that round, still pistols here. Bit of a gamble, but it doesn't work out for them. And Imperial, with a full bonus, they're going to be singing.
Just making their way into the A-bomb site. Death by paper cuts. MP9's putting in work. A fast eco round is a good eco round. And now the real game begins. Ancient, such an aggressive map. So fascinating to see the CT approach. Of course, it requires personnel and utility junk to be thrown to control mid early, but sometimes you've got to throw a different look at them. Charge through B, for example. We'll see how Imperial choose to approach this. AWP is out early for Anna. And we can see they're all sharp already. Everybody with frags on the CT side. Just Zana and Jenny are in the meantime. Giuliano trying to create space for the squad. No trade. She went fishing, didn't come up with anything. I feel like the other big name on that squad has been Zana. She's been so important for the team. They often live or die by Zana. But again, in my opinion, especially with this Veto, it's going to need a whole team effort to overpower the likes of Imperial. Looking to split this B bomb site now, as Letty is creeping. Paulie trying to find some angles. With only 3 left, that is a big clue. Imperial holding with 3. There'll be sound cues for Zaz as they change their approach on this T side. There's still a fair amount of time left for Big. Tori will reposition. Great dink from Tori. More to be done though, but Letty will get her revenge. Maybe there's a chance at a bomb plant, but 23 is creeping. She is waiting. They're lining up for her. Take her ticket. She will collect. 4 stand at the end of a round for Imperial.
Another beautiful read from Imperial and just great responses to the information that they have across the map as well. I think that Giuliano, she gets aggressive there and I appreciate the idea behind it, but unfortunately there's very little to back it up and she rushes forward to beat the smoke, but her teammate can't follow her. So she kind of dies on an island and as you said, she cannot get traded because the rest of the team is nowhere near her. And that kind of sets the dominoes falling very early on in the round.
Yeah. If you're going to take high risk, early rounds are where you do it. But again, she's got the talent. And here we go. The utility with the Tech 9s allows them to close the distance. But it won't be the first time Imperial have had to deal with this, and deal with it they will. Again, just losing that 1 player. This is a really important detail. They're standing in these rounds with at least 4 people alive, and again, it's just going to make it harder for the T's to chip away at that economy and get them into eco territory. So again, they are growing with power round after round.
The funniest thing about that round, and I mean, obviously it's a bit of a throwaway round, but it's still funny, is that every single one of those kills was blind. Little bit of spray and pray. You know you're up against pistols, and it works out beautifully. Imperial will take that all the way to the bank. Now, Zana has an AWP in her hands, so she's already taken some early chip damage. She's looking to get a little bit of that early information, early kills, but it's going to be Paulie to get the opener.
Finally, an advantage for Big. It's 5-0. Feels like we've just started this game. Imperial have been pressing that fast forward button. But finally, we have a 5-on-4 for Big. Oh, waiting. However, it is Ana to get the best of Zana on this occasion. Just no slouches on this Imperial squad. They run a very tight ship indeed. So with that 5-on-4, nothing doing afterwards. The shadow spotted by Giuliano. Willing to fight on her terms is 23. Shows, disappears, comes back. Headshot. Jenny R will, I was going to say walk to her doom. Eventually she will. Ana's ready for a quick trade. And it is all good in the hood if your hood is Imperial. They are very happy indeed. Nothing but success on this CT side.
And it feels like Imperial letting this through was kind of a power play because the desk mentioned it, Mac mentioned it. This is the map that Big actually beat them on most recently. So they've clearly gone back to the drawing board and they've kind of said, yeah, we'll let you take this map again because we're ready this time. And the fact that they've gone on such a runaway tear so early on in the half, Big have had no answers. They've tried a few different things. They've tried a couple of mid plays. They've tried a couple of A splits. Haven't had too many attempts over towards the B site just yet. I'm sure we'll get a little bit more of that as the half continues. But everywhere they go, everything that they try, it's like Imperial are one step ahead of them. They're so on top of the map, so on top of that early round information, so on top of their rotations and early movement, just to make sure that no matter where Big find themselves, there's someone waiting.
I feel like that was an important fist bump to break the negative body language going into the next round. And as I mentioned before, I'll say it again, Zaz wasn't pleased with this series. She was excited with this series in terms of the Veto and the maps we got. And again, for a player of her caliber who's played so long and has so much game sense and is a mad fragger, it's a very good prospect, these open maps. There's a prospect, oh, okay, they got that kill onto Cat. Now they can start cooking. At a minimum, in the buy rounds, Big needs to get a bomb planted so they can keep the AKs rolling. They have struggled to do that, but there's a bomb plant in this round at the very least. Got 1 of 2 rifles collected. Get that bomb planted. CTs are coming. Again, 23's got almost $15,000 in the bank. They are definitely going to go for this, even if they fail. Don't give Big the free rifles. Try and take as many as you can. Ana playing close with the 5-7, waiting for the smoke to go. Nasty surprises on the other side of it, though. Well, this is dangerous timing. She got it on lock. She does. Running distraction now as 23 starts to come through. The trade is there from Zaz, and now unable run distraction. They know where one of the last two is. Does she hold Zaz? She does. And there's Letty from the back. An unlikely round one by Big. They break the deadlock, but again, is this an indicator of more rounds to be won in this half?
It was a great change of pace as well. We've seen them kind of take a lot of that early attempt at aggression. This time around, while they do manage to get quite close up into the main area, they kind of hold back a little bit. They wait it out. And it's Imperial that end up just kind of running into their crosshairs, and they take full advantage of that. And then again, you kind of slow pace a little bit, you take control. It was an unlikely round, as you said, but it was a much needed round.
And hey, a few more of those in the right place. And maybe there is something to build on here for Big. A difficult start versus the ultimate opponents here in ESL Impact. Again, there was that one round where they had a 5-on-4, and that was their lot for that round, more or less. So we haven't really seen any success in this half yet for Big. I'm not going to count that pistol round. They've got a good spread at present, but we can see that Cat's got a forward position towards A, which is allowing Imperial to have heavy defenses over towards B. A minute on the clock. Poorly gets deleted in mid as Big asks questions of the donut area. And now there's the early warning system for Cat. Dropping the bomb carrier, but Jenny's got an angle. We might see another bomb plant again. At a minimum, they've got to keep planting that bomb. But as a minimum, that won't be enough with the score at 1-6 at the moment. 30 seconds on the clock, more util. This will be a daring flank if Jenny goes for it, and that's a big gamble, doesn't pay off, and that leaves them in a 2 versus 4 post plant. Are the numbers too great? Zana's got a good angle for repicks with the AWP, depending on where the rest are. Smoke is gone. They don't know where Juliana is. Coming in from the back is the bomb planted for her. She's gone for that flank. They'll probably assume she's in donut. The utility's out there almost lining up for her. Close, but not quite. Bombs planted, they can get the AKs out. But it will be a 7-1 scoreline.
I was just going back and looking at the last time that these two teams played this map, and well, it was a 6-6 half. So, you know, after Big win that first round, and I think to myself, all right, well, maybe this is where they bring it back. Maybe we see some similarities, some parallels, but no. Imperial have come into this really wanting to kind of stake their claim. And I think, again, we've spoken a little bit over the weekend over how, you know, a lot of teams are thinking that Na'Vi are going to be the ones that win it this time around, that think that, you know, perhaps this is when Imperial's crown gets knocked off. And it's not the first time that we've come into a finals and we've thought, well, maybe this is the time that Imperial lose it, because other teams have looked so good, and Imperial, they want to make a statement.
There we go. Now they need to hold on to that advantage. There's so much time on the clock, and they've made it even better. 4-on-3 is plenty. They'll be happy with that. They've got enough time for Juliana to hold this angle, because there's urgency here for Imperial, but there's also mad fraggers. Tori again. Jill, but still no slouch with the AK. Makes it a 3-on-3. And Zaz is in a very good position to go exploring. They've got no information towards A. But how long will Big take? They don't know where these CTs are.
I like this call. They're going to eliminate A as a possibility very quickly, but then they're going to be able to retake. They're going to be able to get together, link up, create crossfires. There's such a strong potential for a retake here.
Zainab's already setting herself up for a powerful flank. Good opportunity for 1v1 Jules here, with the choke points and the personnel remaining. A good angle for Zana, though. She needs to focus on one area if she can. Those smokes are so troublesome. Utility working out well. Clock is ticking. She sees the gun. Zaz, the patience. The trigger discipline there. Not distracted by getting tagged with the AWP. Cat and Tori have the defuse kits. Imperial with some util of their own. They're going to force them through the smoke. They've been outmaneuvered now, but can they stop the bomb plant? Is there enough time for Zaz? I think there might be. Oh, she's gone on it again. Oh, I think she might have had it the first time, but the second time around, she's got to run away.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. I actually really loved what they did there. Instead of trying to push the smoke and potentially using that util when they didn't necessarily need to, instead they pulled back. They try to create the pincer from the Jaguar side instead, and then they've got that smoke. They've got those flashes to pop out so they can overrun onto the site. They get those couple of kills, but Zaz not able to pick up the kit in time, and Big do such a good job of just whittling away that clock ever so slightly.
It was the other two that had the kits,
exactly.
wasn't it?
Yeah, she didn't have it on her. And I mean, it's heartbreak in that situation because 2 of your 3 players had one, but the one that survived didn't.
That could be a swing round for Big. We'll see what the economy looks like afterwards. Yeah, fine detail stopping the bomb from being defused there. It was slipping away from them when the CT smokes went up. They've still got a good buy for now, so this is an important round for Big. They must really get every remaining round in this half. And they won't be easy. Well, certainly this one won't. 23, streaming through. No respect whatsoever. Absolutely savage. This team just has too much talent. 4-on-3 Big, fighting back as best they can, but poorly can't find the angles. Ana will trade, and now we need some individual brilliance from Big. 2-on-3, but again, the gambles through the smoke are not going to pay off. Tori is ready. The spatial awareness. She makes no assumptions. That smoke is not a brick wall. She will punish. Sana gets her bell rung, down to 18 HP. Not a chance, though. 1 minute. But these CTs are close enough to Hero, and they're going to get the jump. She is at a big disadvantage here. Here comes the swing. That's a really important round for Imperial to not allow Big back into this half.
You can't talk about that round without talking about 23 there, because she runs down the timer in the beginning of the round. Like, she's racing to get that timing, to be able to catch Big before they have an opportunity to push in anywhere. A flash comes through, she gets the first kill blind, and the second follow-up is a little bit outrageous that she lives long enough to get that. But even though she's traded, she went down bringing 2 with her. And all the information in the world for Imperial. Big's money is now in the toilet.
That's a good flashbang though. Zaz can't find the angle. Entertained by 1. That's some good position and a rifle for Big. They'll need more though. And we've seen Imperial deal with rounds like this. Deal with that kind of chaos attempt where you're all just running, trying to cause mayhem. Again, Big have had strongholds. Sorry, Imperial have had strongholds on this B-bomb site. They've often had 3 people holding things down. They believe in 23, playing that donut position. She's got a lot of utility to slow things down as well. But even if she does, rotation will be long. But look at how she deals with them. Full confidence from everybody on this squad. A 4K for 23. Their comms are so calm as well. I've played with a bunch of them before in Pugs, obviously. Yeah. That wasn't a stand-in. But their comms are so chill. We've often seen, years ago, like in NA, where a situation like that, people get high pitch and so on. They're just chill all the time. Never any panic. Always calm comms.
I love that. I think that, it comes with a certain level of confidence as well. Just to feel like we don't need to panic. It's always recoverable. It's always winnable. But is the same true for Big? This last round is so important. They've already lost Jenny to an HE.
Through the smoke they go. Tori just about gets there first, and these smoke plays are going to leave them with regret, and you wonder if they're just out of ideas. Obviously, they're trying to make something happen in that moment. They're trying to trade frag each other, but it's so brutal, and the scoreline will tell the whole story. 10-2 at halftime. They're going to have to climb the mountain after the break.
Imperial not about to let history repeat itself. They have dominantly taken the first half 10-2. And for Big, well, the uphill battle, the mountain, as James put it, before the end of the half, they're now at the base. And that scale begins now.
Double raid boss for Big. Zana and Juliana with the Julies. Jenny are at B with the util as well. Imperial will set the pace while 23 goes on the hunt. She'll be mounting an investigation to understand the climate. And with her, the only person being seen at present, Zana is basically holding passively mid, close rotation to B. So maybe they are expectant. There's some counter-util from those CTs, but no one holding the site itself. And there's Juliana around the side as the rest of Imperial, Sans 23, make their way into the B bomb site. Big have all the angles, though, for the retake. But again, when these smokes go, it's just one pop in the face. Anja on the floor. Cat Tori 23 remain. Who's going to clutch it this time? If it is to be clutched, Juliana coming through now, fighting back for her squad. And she finds herself alone again, just like the first pistol. 1 versus 2 as they try and mount a crossfire and distraction. 1v1. She doesn't have a kit. She needs Tori to come and peek her. And that's exactly what Tori will do. But as she disappears, the chances of winning this round are disappearing as well. And now it is Tori running rings around Giuliano until she decides that this round is over. It might just be an early bath on Ancient if it keeps going this way.
Such a good hold as well. And Tori, once she realizes that she's got Giuliano off the bomb, all she needs to do is play a little bit of Rigor-Rosie, a little bit of hide and seek, and it's just impossible. And of course, Giuliano chases, tries to get that kill, you know, at the very least, get that extra little bit of cash, if nothing else. But unfortunately, Tori manages to stop her in her tracks. And that is Imperial hitting 11, a devastating result for Big because that pistol was the very, very minimum that they needed to stay in.
Oh, that's an important trade. She's not going to see Paulie coming though. She's already in a strong position. But how far can she go? We've got T's on either side. Imperial set their own pace. Able to escape. Big holding on for now. When you get to this level, this amount of players remaining, even with the rifles, it's such a nervous scenario. You can see them moving shoulder to shoulder into the B bomb site, and Paulie still manages to squeeze out another frag. That is so important for the squad. There's util, there's more than one flash. They've got potential for chain flashes, Big. Deployed one early. Genial will have the last one as they move together. Someone's got to swing. And the others really need to land their shots. This is such an urgent round for Big. There's the pop. 5-7s making their way in, but Anna and 23 are absolutely ready. Nothing doing for Big.
Oh, there was a world, man. An economic reset there would have meant everything. It would have meant guns for them, pistols for Imperial, a potential to chain together some rounds. But now we're on map point. Now we're at the end of the line, and Big put a bit of a spin into that round as well. So coming into this next one, realistically, they're not going to have too much. Obviously, they'll force in as much as they can. They have to, but it's not anywhere near what they would have wanted. 4 MP9s and 1 M4 to try to give themselves one more round, one more chance to live.
The question has often been asked, would you rather lose a game to a landslide or make some kind of a comeback and then lose? And I think maybe the faster round might be preferable. 2 on 4, completely merciless, clinical from Imperial so far. Tori's moving for the information. .23 now, and suddenly it's a 2-on-2, just like that. .21 frags for Tori. Even in a 2-on-4, we talk about them being clinical. Big have barely had a chance to find frags in this game. 35 seconds on the clock. They cut noise, Imperial. Big stick together. Unknowns towards B. They head towards A.
Oh, no.
Little do they know.
Okay, they know a bit more now.
Slowly edging forward. Imperial may be expecting frags to come before a bomb plant. No noise from Big. Oh, that timing is so sublime. They have all the angles they want now. 13-2. It is a one-sided, a lopsided affair. Only Imperial stamping complete authority in the first map of this series.
And it's one of those things because this is where Imperial's experience, not just as a team, but on an individual level, shines so bright. Paulie gets 3 at the start of that round. They set her up perfectly to get that advantage. But even with only 2 players left alive, the perfection, the surgical way that they get through those last few moments of that round enables Imperial to turn a 2 versus 4 into a 1 round, not only a round, but a 1 map as well. Just pure perfection from start to finish from our champions.
Yeah, such a struggle for Big in that one. You wonder if they'll be cold going into the second map with the opportunities they were afforded. Over to Heku.
I have Bubble here by my side, the coach of Imperial. First of all, obviously, congratulations, but I want to ask, because on day 1, you played Ancient, and it was way closer. It was 13-10 against Fluxo. Did you do like some homework to make sure that this Ancient is going to be so dominant?
Not really, we played with confidence, and the thing that it was so close the first game on Ancient, we just struggled a little bit in our clutches, and our communication was kinda, you know,
chaos.
But now it was pretty good.
And what should we expect from the second map? Should be the same, one-sided?
We will see. We have a pretty good preparation, and let's see how it will go.
Then thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
Sasha,
They're
play
probably
what-
freezing.
Go
back. Go vamos, guys. She's alone there. She's alone there.
That's okay. Should be cave. Dead. One more
Nice.
cave.
One more cave.
One cave punch Shrek.
Go fuck her, Anna. Go fuck her, Anna.
I will
Maybe
swing.
1, 2.
Guys, can be red. Can you go back and take red, guys?
Only one. Only one.
I will. Let's clear mid. Yellow. Come. Close mid. I'm picking with you. That's
Nice.
Last
One
one.
kill.
Last was Shrek.
She was 1 hour ago. 1 hour ago.
Come trade. Let me go first. Sorry. Give me space. In the smoke.
Absolute domination. Imperial come out on their opponent's map pick and just rain destruction down upon the server on Ancient.
What a beautiful map from them. Very, very few mistakes from Imperial. And like I said in the pre-show, when they are all on, the switches are flicked and they are just dominant.
Domination is the easiest way to put it. The other thing is, like, one of the 2 rounds that Big managed to win was due to an unfortunate mishap, lack of kit from Zaz, you know, so that could have been a 13-1 affair. It could have been even faster. Imperial showing that they have places to be, and right now that's the grand final.
Don't be a loser. Buy a diffuser.
Buy a diffuser. I mean, it's a sub-half-hour map, right? We just, even in MR12, we do not get that. They were running it down in some rounds and just instantly erasing anything that Big were trying to do.
It was like 6-0 in 7 minutes or something like that. It's just the fact that Imperial, they wanted to fight. They were taking lane control. They were just running it big, not allowing them to get structured, to even get warmed up into the game. And it was an effective strategy. Look at that, 13-2. They're hitting everything, and they're straight onto dust too, where you better believe they're going to be prepped for Big.
I think the craziest thing looking at the scoreboard is, like, Zaz didn't even have to go ham, right? We've had Zaz going ham in the first 2 maps for Imperial to get them into this playoffs.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying she was doing anything wrong. She was certainly still doing great, but just Tori and 23 weren't leaving a lot of room.
Yeah, sometimes, I said this yesterday, but like when you rely on one player on your team to pop off to be able to win, that's not a good team environment. You need to, everyone has to be able to contribute in some way, and obviously we just saw that from Imperial, just playing so well together. They were just throwing things at Big that they couldn't really handle. There were just a lot of control that was happening, a lot of pacing control as well that was just so good from them.
Never let them catch their breath. And certainly one person who was very critical in doing this is our player of the match. That's going to be Tori for this one. Calling it and executing to absolute perfection. 131 ADR.
Wow.
That is disgusting. 100% KAST.
Ridiculous. I think 3 players all had 100% KAST as well. Everyone getting involved, especially everyone over towards that B site. And as you can see in the highlight package, even when they were out of bullets, secondary kills coming through, the spacing, the trade game just wasn't there from Big. And Tori was always in the right place, right time. Also single-handedly winning that second pistol, which secured the map. So not only calling, but getting the job done in an immaculate fashion.
Like just right there, that elbow peek that she was just kind of playing around the smoke, it just shows a higher level of gameplay that Imperial is just so good at. And I don't think I've ever seen better stats for a player of the match. 3-0 in opening duels. Like that is just insane.
Just typifies how the game went for Big. There's one round that I think typifies this very nicely. Mac, you wanted to take this one over to the Telstrator?
Yeah,
full picture?
It's one that we'll have a quick deep dive into. Utility usage was great. It is just going to be a lane crunch coming through for Imperial. If you remember when this one happened, it was just after Zaz unfortunately didn't get the defuse. You lose that round, your economy's not necessarily in the best place. So what do? Maybe you'd sit back, right? Maybe you'd play a bit more passive, allow Big to potentially have more control of the round. No. Imperial, they're not going to do that at all. If we roll the clip, you'll see that 23 is just going to disrespect the Molotov, come through with the great supportive utility. You've got that smoke on the molly. If we pause right here, you'll see that 23 makes way to cut out. You've also got these 2 players over towards the B site, not only throwing the utility, just waiting out that molly. They're going to be coming through and getting the trade game on point. But the fact that 23 from here channels her in a donk, goes for the full lane control, and then if we roll the clip from here, you'll see exactly what happens. You shouldn't be getting 2 there. 23 does, because it's just the confidence gap, the confidence difference, and Zaz and the girls, they're going to be coming through for the nice late trades. Paulie didn't last too long, and I think the round only lasted like 50 seconds, but that is the full picture, and that's exactly how you take lane control on Ancient.
Teaching tape right there. They're going to be able to put that one in their back pockets and say, yeah, every time do it like this. Just, kill everybody.
Yeah.
That works well. I have a tough task for you, Apples. I have a very tough task for you. We're headed to Dust 2. Tell me how Big might do this. Give me some nice things about Big.
Well, they need to take the confidence that all of Imperial has and give it to themselves. I feel like they lacked so much confidence right there. I think right at the end of the map, we saw Giuliano trying to talk to the team and be like, all right, this is what we need to do for Dust 2. They have to just play how they know how to play, because obviously so far it has not quite worked out for them yet. I feel like they're getting stuck in strats. They just haven't had time to really warm up into the server. If they try to make the pacing their own, that's really it, but that's also very hard to do against Imperial, just like we saw. They won a round, 23 just throws something out of the gate, and it does so well for Imperial. So honestly, I feel bad about my pick, but I feel like if they are able to take this map, it's still going to be Imperial in the end.
I think you're dreaming, and I think you're going to have to. I feel like Big, there's not that great of a chance when your confidence being destroyed like that in your map pick. They do have a Dust 2 game. I just don't know if it's going to get up to scratch with Imperial here, because Imperial, if they're shooting exactly like they just shot on Ancient, Dust 2's an aim map.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Dust 2's an aim map. I'll see if I can find a silver lining. Dust 2's a little random. Spawns, maybe they get lucky on some of the spawns, maybe they get some early opportunities, get some confidence flowing. Just win a pistol, and then let everything else flow from there. Big. That's my coaching advice, but there's a reason no one pays me to be a coach. And they do pay me to throw 2 breaks. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it's Dust 2.
Okay, ladies, so we are here in Sweden. We are in Stockholm. We are here for Impact and we are here for CS. But I want to have like a little quiz and I want to check out how good you know, maybe not specifically Sweden, but some of the most famous Swedish people. Because the nervous laughter. I mean, I'm pretty sure like you won't know most of them. You might just like not know. You'll be surprised that they're actually Swedish. But
Okay.
we'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's start with this famous person. Is there a chance you know who this is?
Of course.
We
Should I
know.
say?
Yes.
Avicii, no?
Yes.
Avicii.
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 Yes, yes. Yes, this is Avicii. See, like, you were like a bit worried. No, it's all good. It's
Okay,
all good.
okay.
We're
This is
gonna-
good for
Jenny, like she,
Yeah,
it's
I
her
know this.
style.
This is your music? This is your kind of music?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
this.
All right. Maybe we can continue on this topic because I'm now bringing you this person.
Oh, I know it. And Jenny too.
I know it.
Yes, we
I was talking
we
about
actually
her.
talked about her the other day.
Yes.
She was like, I didn't know she was Swedish. And me and Julie at the same time we said, she looks Swedish.
She does.
Yeah, but
Brother, she
Zara.
does look Swedish.
She does look Swedish, you know? Like
Yeah.
everyone we saw today here at the arena, it looked like her.
Yeah. It's like the blonde hair. It's like the blonde. It's like all of this.
eyes, yeah.
Yes. It's Zara Larsson.
It is Zara Larsson. Yes, it's like another musician. Like you can kind of say like maybe the queen of pop in Sweden, but also
Okay.
like really popular outside Sweden.
Yeah.
Well, then maybe this person that you also see quite often on social media.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh, what
Of
was
course.
his name?
You don't know?
I know who he is.
Full
I'm
name.
not remember the name.
Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Yes.
Oh, Ibrahimovic.
Ibrahimovic.
Well, what does he do?
Football.
Yeah.
He's very good.
He's very good. Yes, he is very good.
Very tall.
Very tall.
Yes, he is.
I think so. Next person on the list.
Oh, she's an actress.
Yes.
But I don't know her name. I just saw a movie with her. I'm very bad
What
with
kind of
names.
movie?
Yeah, I
What
don't
was the
know.
movie?
I'm trying to think. I don't remember.
Like this is actual photo?
Now it tilts me. You know when you know we saw the person.
I don't know. If I look this, like I don't know, yeah, I'm gonna be like full wrong.
Did you watch June? June?
She's the mother.
She's the mother. In
No,
the
I didn't watch.
Yes. She's the mother. Watch Dune. What's her name?
Rebecca Ferguson.
Rebecca.
She's, but yeah, probably you would never say that she's Swedish because
No.
of how
No.
good of an actress she is, like at mimicking like different accents and stuff. So yeah.
She looks cute, but not Swedish because of the hair.
Yeah.
All right, then now we are going to another field.
Black and white.
Black and
means
It means that we're gonna be dumb.
Yeah.
Can you guess what did this person do for a living?
I'm even scared to say. Like imagine I say
You
something
say-
so bad.
You say something
peop-
bad and I say something bad.
I'm gonna get cancelled.
But you know, like if you look at her, because like even
It looks like from books. No.
yes. Because like even like how
I can
she's
read
sitting.
people. Give me your hand.
Yes, she is a writer.
Oh, I'm so smart. That's all I know.
Okay, name. Hannah. Look at her eyes.
She has very
I
kind
don't know.
eyes.
Yeah, she has. But I don't know who is she. But I instantly thought about it, like writing.
Astrid Lindgren.
Ashrit.
I mean, the second name is not.
Ling.
Ling Ling. The
Lindgren.
second name is not real, but the first one, I had no idea.
Yeah. Do you read books? Is like
Yeah.
something like you?
You like.
Yeah, but I used to. I mean, I read English and in
Yeah.
my language too, in Portuguese. But
What kind of books do you prefer?
I mean, I like fantasy books, I really like a lot, and romance, and also like suspense, like thriller.
Let's go for this person. This is another, to everyone's surprise, Swedish person.
Wow.
I like the other people more. I don't know who he is.
Let's try to guess the field. What does he do?
Like, is it esports related or not?
Yes.
I thought the same, but I don't know. But
You're
like,
scared to say it, Jenny.
Yes.
You need to say it.
sorry, I will work on it.
Communication
It looks like
is the key. Communication is the key.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna fuck that, yeah? I know it's not. Because Markelov is not.
No.
Because Markelov is definitely not Swedish.
I don't know.
No.
So imagine. I don't know. Okay, Swedish players. Old Nip and I pick. But it's.
But I don't
Starts
even.
with F.
No, it starts with an H.
H?
Hitton?
Yes, it's Hitton.
Nice, Jenny.
You got a hard one. Yeah,
Nice.
yes, this is
Okay,
a Hitton
nice.
piece. And the
I don't
X.
know.
I'm proud of myself. My dad teach me.
Thank you very much.
We finished.
We're done.
It was so hard at the end.
It was like, oh my god. I hope you enjoyed it.
Oi. Yes.
Well, with the strength of the teams in mind, we'd like you, if possible, I know this might be a little bit controversial with everyone being on different teams, to do a power ranking of everyone here at ESL Impact.
Spicy. I mean, you kind of have to come into these rankings with an ego.
I actually don't know what to expect about this.
Because there's roster changes.
Yes, a lot of roster changes, and I don't know. I really don't know what to expect about K27. It's showing up, and it's a little bit scary for me, to my group. I don't know. It's really different. Oh my god, it's hard.
Is that the same sort of every season then? Because obviously there are a lot of roster changes that happen sort of from season to season.
Yeah.
Is that always a recurring sort of problem where you're not really too sure what to expect from any of the teams, or is there always sort of trends you can find?
This time was bigger changes.
I agree. I think in the past there was teams who had more like consistent players, and like Navi just did a big shakeup.
Yes.
And IP a bit. The IGL changes are big technically because you're changing a whole system. Going from like a team that's been together for a long time to like having to rebuild with new players, I know how long that system takes. So like from that lens, I think like these are good teams, but I do think like they might get tested when they go like different BO3s, or maybe their vetoes don't like pan out well to different teams. So yeah, I'm not sure. Obviously like Imperial is very good, all these teams are very good. I'm not sure where I would rank them. I mean, I would like to not see Imperial at #1 again. In the perfect world, I'd like to see my team there, but yeah, I mean, I'm just excited to play like whoever comes our way.
Yeah, I mean, I've played almost all of these teams, like besides Fluxo and FURIA. I mean, we played you guys last year, but it was one game. We've played in the European scene for so long, so it's really hard to say. Like for me, I think maybe Navi has a slight disadvantage, but maybe also advantage because they have LAN players.
Yes.
But they have also been struggling with the results, even though like on paper their team is really good. So you have no idea what to expect when you get here, right?
I agree with everything too. I think it's not easy to rank these teams.
Yeah.
I am really excited to play because I don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
That's the point. I don't know where I put myself.
Okay, if you would choose one team to play, who would it be?
I like that question.
I would play against you. I never played against you, and I really want to.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Fluxo is a good matchup, but I think Navi would also be a good matchup. Obviously, Imperial's been doing well for a while, so that would probably be the hardest matchup. But I mean, we're already matched up against Fluxo, so I feel like Fluxo or Navi, we could, realistically, I think we could beat like either of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Always, now till forever. Bring on the wild ones. Fortune favors the braver. Wild ones, wild ones. Tomorrow we will rise.
Well then, there's a break for Big, and now they need to reset, get their heads in the game once again, because they were absolutely dominated on that first map. They were expecting something great, and they were just given losses after losses. Just the strength of Imperial on show. We move to another open and exciting map of Dust 2. Again, I think this whole series just favors the style of Imperial, the individual talent that they have on the team. the uphill struggle it will be for Big. They won't be shy on the pistol. 3-player push through B. Jenny's seeing nothing in that mid area. They need to get their skates on. They need to get that rotation in towards that A-bomb site. Poorly Smoke will buy some time. Falling back to abuse the angles of the USPs or rotate with her teammates. Jenny's going to make a play. There's going to be a lot of T's coming her way. That's a good start, though. Look at all the T's streaming in now. Poorly with a flash behind so they can face at the same time. 23 trying to do what she can. Tori and 23 remain now. Maybe some revenge for Giuliano. As the pistols were brutal in the first game, that's a much better start for Big.
It's exactly what they needed to kickstart this map and to maybe give them a little bit of a confidence booster as well. 13-2 is not something you easily bounce back from, but players on Big are pretty seasoned, and of course, Giuliano's a veteran, so would have taken that little bit of a break just to recollect themselves and prepare for the next one. Try to take full advantage of this map, knowing that neither of these two teams have played it that much, and statistically they kind of have even footing. So there's always that chance.
Imperial with a buy like this and Tech9 spells danger. Every time. A team with this level of depth. These aren't free rounds, not even close. Geniard's heading towards B with a smoke. So the waiting game may continue. Imperial showing some presence through mid. See if they can pull a CT away. Doesn't look like it. Letty playing anti-flash, but she can't see much of anything. Jenny's on an island then. She'll get the first and only the first. Now everything changes. There are still flashes, plural, for Imperial. Post-plant having taken the bomb site. And I can't imagine they'll expect 23 in this position. Nasty surprise. Going to be such a painful round for them. Zana walking to her death, essentially. Never make it past the Molotov Imperial fight. They bounce straight back.
That is a shattering round for Big for so many reasons. I mean, it's an economic reset. They lost all of their weapons. They only managed to get 1 kill. Imperial picked up all of their guns, so Imperial's reinvest is going to be minimal. Like, this has flipped the entire first few rounds completely on its head. And now Big Equipe are going to have to really dig deep, because the potential for this to just run away from them is so high right now. So they opt in for a little bit of a force here. Oh, but that aggression just is instantly punished.
While you can't plan for this, this is arguably a better way to start the game from a T point of view.
Yeah.
Because you reset the CT economy immediately, force them into a force buy, which, especially on Dust 2, is probably going to go straight in the bin. And you just get great momentum going. But there's still work to be done. There's a long rotation for that bomb, and maybe Zana can get up to some shenanigans in that mid position. 23 secure the bomb sites already. Anna will entertain in the meantime. She's got the picnic blanket out, the champagne glasses. What is left for Zana and Jenny are? Again, after such brutality, after being victimized in the first map of the series, to start this way is very dejecting indeed. But they give you nothing.
Couple of kills at the bare minimum there, but at this stage, obviously they're going to go straight back into an eco again. So that looks like yet another round, unless they can pull off some similar shenanigans. You know, maybe get spicy with those pistols, get aggressive, do kind of around the world scenario, get in behind Imperial. There's a chance.
No, there isn't. Not against Imperial. There is no chance whatsoever.
It's terrible.
They are not having any of that today. That much is clear. Keep it simple. They know that this is a nothing round for Big. No reason to overcomplicate it. Such a solid team. Oh, she wanted the 5. Only 4 for you, Zaz. I love it.
A little outrageous.
You want outrageous.
And not that they needed it, but the fact that 3 of those kills come with an MP9 as well, just that extra little bit of cash. So now if something does go wrong, for whatever reason, Big are going to have a buy now, there's a chance. There really is a chance this time. So if things do go wrong, they're going to be fine into the next round. They're going to be comfortable. But I say there's a chance. The chances are still very, very slim. Bigger Keeper struggling a little bit on the util in this round. They haven't managed to bring out the AWP yet either, and on Dust 2, you really want to get that out.
So, do Big play a reactive game or a proactive game? Got some shenanigans with a boost on long. And it will be a proactive game, as we can see Letty and Jenny are playing for the information. You can't just allow Imperial to play their game without challenge. You have to make them uncomfortable. Otherwise, your demise is all but guaranteed. Now, if Paulie gets a frag, will she be able to escape? I was going to say, if they could hold a 5v4, that would be fantastic. The trade fraggers are absolutely ready. That makes it a 4-on-3. And now Zaz has been... That was the 3-on-2 actually for Big. Zaz has been dropped by Giuliano. They're trying to hold as best they can. This has become actually quite awkward for Imperial. That gimmick on long seems to have worked out. It's held them in an awkward position. Now, there's money for Imperial. They want this to hurt more if they are to lose this round. Zana will raise the alarm. Giuliano's rotating with no utils to support this Zana. So she'll have to try and deliver. And now they've lost a lot of position. The timing of that molly as well. Oh, this HE could be everything. Under the pharmacy sign, but doesn't give them the medicine that she wanted to. 1 versus 2 then. Jenny R versus 2 very low players. She has spotted 1. But where is the other? Halfway there, collecting the second one as well. An important round for Big. They need some early success by every measure. Such little money for them as well. Even with that victory, we might see shortcomings, but I'm sure they'll save the AWP.
Quite snappy from Jenny there. Very, very well done. And, you know, while we're in that 2 versus 3, and I'm thinking to myself, the only time I'm counting Imperial out if it's like 1v4. Because we've seen them win 2v4s a few times. And it gets dangerously close there. Ana gets a kill with the AWP, evens out those numbers. And I genuinely thought that that HE was going to clean up. And that was going to be at end of the round. But Jenny, a phenomenal performance from her. Great patience, not kind of tunnel visioning on the one player that she did see, but waiting, getting that information, and managing to take out Ana is huge. To then follow it up with that final kill. As you said, a much needed round win for them, and now they'll have an AWP of their own on the board. But as I said, with Imperial having farmed so much money...
It's a good start for Big. One thing that's very hard to deal with when you're playing Imperial is their pacing on the T side. But we'll come back to that as we have a breach of the long position. Giuliano running distraction now, which will mean a free kill for Paulie, and I don't think there's anything else they can do from that. Ana sees the swing, and Letty will take advantage of that in the meantime. This is great from Big. They're being aggressive. They're not respecting. They're not afraid of Imperial, and they must play this way if they are to have a chance against them. Again, through the smoke, a 5-on-2. Can't afford to give these guns up for free. Oh! Got to really try to hold on to every edge you can. Imperial still in control of the bomb. We'll see what they choose to do. Big trying to make the net a little smaller for them. With 2-person setups as well. Zana and Letty can support each other. Now, are they nervous for the save, or are they going to go for it? Because their money might be a little awkward. Tori gets dropped, and Ana will not be long for this world. Big have tied the score. They're definitely in the fight for this second map.
in my head canon, during the map breaks, Giuliano just went to them and said, "Why are you so scared? Why are you afraid? You are incredible. You are good at the game. Just believe it. Have that confidence." And I think that's probably made the world of difference, because now, as you said, we're seeing it. We're seeing them take that space. We're seeing them really get into Imperial's faces and shut them out at every possibility. Even with losing the second round after they'd won the pistol, the economic reset, it was daunting. It was looking like things might just spiral out of control, but they've done so well at bringing things back into their own realm of comfort. But with the timeout now clearly coming through, Imperial have a moment to discuss, a moment to read into all of this aggression and some of these cheeky crossfires that have been set up and figure out, so how do we deal with this? And perhaps now the play is to be a bit more patient and allow Big to take that space and shut them down before they get the chance to get the value.
Two AK-47s in this round. This will be a dangerous one. Love to see Tori with one of those. Said her name so many times over this weekend for Imperial. Such good stats for the squad. This will be quite a standoff then. Do they push through? Indeed, they do. Oh, Giuliano, you've got to deliver on that promise, surely. Out of the smoke like Batman comes Tori. This is a big problem for Big. That's always the problem when you're commentating Big. Say problem. Big all the time. Everything's big with Big. Now, these players have taken a few bullets. They could be collected quickly, but Big are so spread out. And again, you're going to need multi-frags from someone. We're asking a lot of whoever has to engage these players. 40 seconds on the clock, and both teams are on the investigation. Tori having a look. Good timing on that nade. That's such a good angle to catch people rotating through long. The spatial awareness is wonderful. Oh. The timing is brutal for Letty. She had a good angle, but she looked away at the wrong time, and now Zana's got to try and find a place to hide. And hold on to that AWP.
Tori's spidey senses were tingling there. You have to expect that something like that's going to be happening, right? You've got to expect some sort of a flank, some sort of a trying to get in behind and take advantage when your back is turned. And for her, the perfect timing. And unfortunately for Letty, it was the complete opposite. She held that angle for so long. She was ready. And then she started thinking, oh, maybe there's something coming up behind me. Because she knew that Tori was there, especially after getting that kill. So she's like, oh, she might be sneaking up behind me. Turns around. And the timing on it is just so unfortunate. But it's another round for Imperial and another really strong round as well, as they take a lot of these guns into the next round again. So for Big, what on earth becomes the adaptation here? Because it feels like every time they try something new, every time they change the pacing, in the next round, Imperial have an answer.
Have a look at this. Tori coming through the smoke. Tori and Cat causing problems. That's really, really rough. I'm not sure if it was which one caught the frag on Giuliano there, but either way, that was a really important scenario for Big. And by contrast, Imperial are running a much tighter ship. They have a much smaller margin for things to go wrong in scenarios like that. Zaz's turn to entertain as Cat comes to keep her alive. And again, the game sense coming through. Such a problem. Again, there's just no shortage on this Imperial team. Jenny in the clutch then. Bomb being planted on the bomb site. She figures something's up as well, but the clutch will end. It was brief. 23 will deny. And Imperial move to 5. There's money for bigger keeper though.
I saw the vision for Big in that round, but obviously just execution was not allowed. Zaz denies. The runaway train has started to pull away from the station. See if Big can catch up before it gets too far. As you said, a little bit of money here, and obviously an AWP back in Zana's hands. They've had to sacrifice quite a bit into this one. No helmets, lacking in utility. This investment has to pay off.
It's a good start. Zana might need some flicks though. They only get one chance versus Zaz. Oh man, it's brutality from Imperial. Jenny needs a multi-frag as well. The CTs keep arriving in scenarios where one person's just got to catch two, maybe even three players. But Imperial, again, they just run a tight ship. No stowaways where they're going, which seems to be, well, they've got their eyes on the final. Again, it's still early in this game and Big still have chances, but they need to make it uncomfortable for Imperial. And the opposite is true at present.
That's what I was saying is about how every time Big tries something new, it feels like Imperial just have an answer. So here they go for really aggressive long positioning. They've got a few bits of utility to try to set Zana up. But Zana misses those shots. And I mean, it could happen to anyone, but it happened to her and it happened in this round. And it's really unfortunate that that's how it goes. Imperial's utility usage was fantastic. They flash her off. They don't allow her the sightlines or the space to get that control. And being so up close and personal as an AWP, if you're not getting that shot, you're getting overrun. On a position like long where you have no way to run to, you are dying in that situation. So Imperial take full advantage and it works out beautifully.
On their T side, which I would, I think you could compare with Na'Vi Javelins as well.
Yeah.
I think one of the difficult things playing against Imperial or Na'Vi Javelins T side is the pacing they have, where if you're trying to make plays, then they're always ready for it. They're always aware that they could be coming. And Big still were able to find success making those plays, as we saw with the MP9 coming through B-Halls earlier on. They'll desperately try and get that trade, and Juliana will do exactly that. So an advantage for a while. Jenny with the spam. They've had too many nightmares through smoke. They'll have to let her go. They may discover the bomb as well if they continue towards T-Spawn. It's just around the corner from Giuliano. I don't believe that she is aware for the moment, though. But the T's don't know that.
Oh.
There's the AK. This could be a much-needed round for Big. And maybe the CT side is the worst of this half, so any rounds they can scrape could be quite useful, but it is just Giuliano now. Free-for-all deathmatch angles. Molly could be quite useful. Tight shots from Giuliano. 2 HP. That is a crucial round. Again, these numbers, these rounds are so needed for Big right now.
It was a gorgeous flash in mid from Anna to set up Tori to bring those numbers back to a more even kilter. But unfortunately, with Tori eventually going down there, like you said, the AK gets picked up. Giuliano is able to slip away, gets all the way into the T-spawn and holds some beautiful angles. She's got that tiny little bit of utility left just to assist in flushing it out. And she's able to clutch out that round, a round that they realistically wouldn't have come out on top of, but the aggression from them on that pistol round means that they get the necessary kills.
Oh, they were lining up. Giuliano will collect, ready for a third one as well. Glorious frags from a master. 4 on 2. Bomb still in the control of Imperial. Arno with the AWP means danger for Big. This round is not secured just yet. They've got the time to lurk, to creep, to seek angles. Cat's always ready to be an MVP also. A lot of stars on this team, and she is absolutely one of them. Look at this angle clearing from Cat. There she pushed that smoke. It's gone wrong for them so many times, but you still have to make your play. Zana will puncture, and Big stay in the fight.
Keeping themselves afloat just that little bit longer. Another solid one. And finally, the long play works out. Finally, they managed to time that util well. And to be fair, it's great spray control from Giuliano to get that second and then the third as that player pushes through smoke. Lands perfectly. Now, last round in the half. And the question becomes, do we go in tied up? Or will Imperial be able to eke out that 1 round lead? This half could have looked very different if they hadn't reset the econ.
This half might be about survival for Big, and I think 5 rounds might just be enough for them. Early 4-on-5, and Ana's just waiting for the next peak. The rifle support's there as well. Always got to be scared of that rifle support. Trying to swing on Orpa, who's missed the shot. Beautiful smoke from Paulie, smoking long doors from A bomb site, denying 23, who almost got to a peak, which gives them an extra person elsewhere, which they very much need in this scenario. And again, Imperial just holding position, waiting for Big to try and find a way into this round with the 4-on-5, trying to prey on their nerves. This mid to late round, again, so risky to make a play. They want you to make that play.
Tori's position here is so important because she is going to know instantly if and when a rotation comes through, and that's going to give information, much needed information, over to Imperial.
Yeah, as they drop from short, Tori realizes immediately. However, they've waited so long, they still need to make their play, even if they know there are people heading towards lower tunnel. Jenny R gets dropped poorly. They'll go back and say hello. Ana is ready. She has been from the warm-up. Bombs on the floor, 26 seconds. Juliana won't clutch this time because Ana drops another one. Looking for an ace here is the Orpa from Imperial. But it'll be Zaz with the last frag of the half. A 7-5 lead at halftime. Big are not done yet.
I'll take my shot. I guess I got a little secret, a little show and tell to speak, but I'm too shy.
A 7-5 lead at halftime for Imperial. I think that's a win from the big perspective, honestly. I think it's so hard just to survive these T-halves that Imperial throw at you. Maybe Bigger Keeper can play their game now. Pistol round would be a good one, though. However, how much will they invest into this? Giuliano having a look. She's got that P250 to pop heads at distance. Glock is a bit crap, even from this distance to the corner. Now she'll entertain 4 players. She's waiting for that trade frag. She knows what the setup is likely to be, and Zaz will drop her old teammate. In the meantime, though, Big trying to head towards the B bomb site, but Cat says no. Not having any of this. Abusing the distance of that USP, and that leaves Zana versus 5. She has so much to do, making her way into the bomb site, but just delay from that smoke. She doesn't need to find a frag. She just needs to exist at the back there. She did her job, Cat, and 23 will come through for her 6th frag of the game.
Cat was just playing an aim trainer at that point. Beautiful shots. The first 2, 100% accuracy, straight to the dome. Love to see that. And
oh, man.
It's so good.
That's so clean.
Yet another pistol round here. I believe Imperial are 3 for 4 on pistols. Beautiful stuff from them. For Big, with no bomb planted, no cash in the bag, things start to look a little bit stressful.
Oh, even before they get through, still doing mega damage, and 23 just getting those stats once again. Very clean indeed. There's an ace for the statistics tables.
Casually. So many of them with the MP9 as well, so just farming up cash. They're going to have an AWP before they even know what hit them. Before Big knows what hit them. That's the really scary part.
I think Big know what hit them. It's Imperial, round after round. I think the nightmare from the first map will still be in the back of their minds. We got here so quickly. Let's find some success though, Big. Now is the time. They've got the AKs, they've got the util. Have a look at Anna's position already. Pure confidence. I think Imperial may be the personification of confidence at ESL Impact. Great start though, early 5-on-4, that's what you want. Now, with 4 CTs on Dust 2, how do you spread out your forces? You're still in control of long, you haven't been challenged on short yet. Do you read a breach of the mid area? There's Anna, only need to see you once, then you're gone. Giuliano's a big player for the squad as well, but Paulie and Jenny R will rise to the occasion. As we said at the beginning, they need to, the whole team does. So far, so good. Cat dancing with the MP9, potential second frag in here, but she'll be denied. That leaves 23 to decide what to do. Do you go for the clutch? Do you try and save the AWP? $700 in the bank. Not ideal. No kit. Oh, big headshot from Paulie.
Yeah, obviously so low on the cash there because all the money she farmed with the MP9 was invested into the AWP for Anna. And while it does get a kill in that round, unfortunately, they can't really convert that into much more. The problem is that that shot was an equalizer and not a moment of getting yourself an advantage. And then the site becomes completely overrun. Giuliano getting that first kill onto Tori was massive because, well, first and foremost, Tori has been a demon throughout this map, throughout this entire series. So taking her offline is always going to be a huge boon, a feather in your cap, and become a big enabler later on as the round goes on. And as I said, Anna gets that equalizer, but she gets run over. The site gets overrun. And I mean, there's just nothing more that you can do at that point. So well done to Big for maintaining that control, keeping that stability, getting that map control very quickly, very early on, and keeping themselves alive in this game. Now down to a 3-round deficit, and Imperial on the verge of a broken econ.
Yeah, and I think they really need to keep Anna off the AWP. I think she's going to have more impact if she gets one on the CT side than we saw from Big in the first half. And I want to say that could be a determining factor, but any of these Imperial players in isolation are determining factors, potentially. No slouches. Let's see how Big play the clock then. We've got 23 up close on long with a 5-7. Looking for those one shots, playing anti-flash at the moment. Oh, she's so good for that second one. Overperformance from 23. They can't afford scenarios like this. Zaz with the FAMAS as well, looking for the transfer. Feels like advantage Imperial in these situations, even ill-equipped. Again, Cat being such a nuisance. Just squeezing one more frag for the squad. Long range for Zana, and she will be denied. Walking dry, playing anti-eco, basically. Walking dry onto long. Giving the advantages to those 5-7s at those close angles. You can clear that spot with a molly. You can use flashes, but they don't use the util, and they are punished for it.
Anyone else get deja vu from 20 here? She did something really similar on Ancient as well, pushing out a Jaguar, getting those 2 kills early on. Mac did the breakdown of it, but this time she does it with a pistol. It's just so unfair how much value she gets, and Big just don't punish.
She has such a kind face as well. Then you look at what she's done in this series, and it's just like the...
Belies her demonic heart.
It's just complete opposite. Utterly lethal with a mouse and keyboard is 23. Big then with the pistols, racing to that B bomb site, and then Cat's got to decide what she wants to do. Trying to hold the horse for the retake, but that will fail. So perhaps Big will do it the hard way. I don't see Imperial going for this. You don't want to throw the good money after the bad. And they can't actually afford to lose this, lose what they're carrying. They will lose the round.
And they don't want to give the guns away either. Like, not just in terms of not wanting to reinvest, but also if they give... Well, I suppose it doesn't matter at this point. No, it definitely matters. I'm being silly. You don't want to make it that much easier for Big in the next round. So hold on to what you have.
Yeah, you want them to buy their rifles.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that some of this also comes off of a little bit of over-aggression from Imperial, but it's because they haven't been punished. So for so many of these rounds, they take those cheeky angles, they push out, they get aggressive, they just kind of run over Big, and Big let them. This is the first time that we're actually really seeing that get punished. One more rifle handed over. Did they get it? Either way.
It's that peak energy that you want as a squad. I think some of the finest work in that respect is classic Fnatic and JW, just doing whatever you want. Sometimes it goes wrong, but you have to have that space to fail on occasion. Such a great style. And when you've got the talent like this team do, it's a fantastic way to play. So a timeout's called. Teams will discuss the way forward, and there is a way forward for Big. After losing a round, they should rarely lose. They win a round, they should rarely lose and stay in the fight, essentially. Again, they're losing opportunities to make those errors. There isn't so much space anymore with Imperial on 10 rounds. They've survived the problems of rounds like we just saw, but now they need to take control of this game if they want to see a third map. Tori dropped quickly. Oh, 23 in this 5-7. She'll be dropped. Zana and Letty trying to hold on to this area. This is what we want to see from Big. And while there's a lull, I do want to just... Oh, hold on a second. Even if Cat sprays through the smoke, look at the HP on these players. Does she have anything to lose in this scenario? I think we all, well, apart from Big, need her to go for this, just to see what might happen. First bullet wins for many of these players. Tori actually played the Terminator theme when she was firing on those long doors. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Just so you know. When you're trying to do some erratic firing, when someone's trying to jiggle peek you, the Terminator theme is perfect for that. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. People always walk into the bullets.
Huh.
Try it at home.
Let us know how it goes.
Yeah, important round for Big. Cleaned out the money for Imperial. And as you could see how close it was, but they all survived, and that's great.
was really solid long control as well. I saw, obviously, Imperial going for more of a death ball thing, trying to get down long, get in their faces, get up close and personal with the MP9s to try to get max value out of it, because they were able to actually buy up a little bit more thanks to that save in that previous round. So you want to get the full value of what you inevitably did invest into the round. But solid utility plays coming through from Big. They kind of expected that to happen, and they shut it down before it has an opportunity to do anything. And Cat holding onto the MP9, I think, is a good call here, because it's a great opportunity to try to farm up some cash, but not if she gets caught out by Jenny.
This is working. They had a quick spawn towards those doors. They're not going to get caught off by an off-angle 5-7 this time. Now, Letty's in a good position to split, to limit where these players can stand. Can she catch the CTs before this flash goes off? Oh, did she see the head? No. Maybe? Yes. Thought maybe it would have come up on the radar. There's a pop flash play denied then. And Anna will be the last woman standing for Imperial. Oh, she caught another one. That was a lot of dinks to the USP. She's so ready for any opportunity, but Big are on the cusp of something. They got battered on their pick. If you're joining us late, they got absolutely neutralized on their pick of Ancient. Now we reach the pick of Imperial Dust 2, and Big are looking to do it the hard way. They have fought their way, they have clawed their way back into this game. They were looking down and out, but they have certainly come to life on Dust 2.
And this is a great resurgence. I'm so impressed with how Big have managed to keep their mental so strong. But Zana, that shot was a big one. Now that information is given over for free.
Everybody fragging for Big, but we haven't seen those big frags for Zana, ever dependable for Big, and there's still space in the game for her to rise to her peak. Now would be a very good time. Very little utility left for Imperial. What's painful about these scenarios, though, is that you know that Anna is lurking somewhere. And if you open the wrong door, it's a 5-on-4. No counter flashes for the CTs. Now, Big have to decide where they think that third player might be. They're looking through mid doors, and they haven't died, which means Anna is somewhere else. So if they can play against that positioning, maybe the B-split is the play. Zaz has a good angle, though. 23 and Tori coming through as well. And it is lightning from Imperial, but somehow Big are fighting back. A 2-on-3, and they have the bomb site. Letty and Jenny are. Imperial repositioning quickly. Again, they've got no flashes to make their way, and they do have an AWPer, though. Do they dare go for a swing here? Letty showing some shoulder, too close to the door. Jenny on a pistol now versus Tori. Switches for the AK. This is so tense, but she will deliver exactly what Big needs. Score is tied.
Look at the excitement. Oh, the passion. And this is what we were talking about at the beginning of the broadcast as well, what it means to these ladies. And this comeback is everything. I feel like Tori in that moment gets a little bit too bloodthirsty. Obviously, time not quite on her side. She wants to get something done, but as she jumps off the box, falls down, all that movement makes it so difficult to correct, to get some, get a good lineup, readjust, and so easy to wipe her out, to get that clutch. It's a beautiful one from Jenny as well, because it comes after the double pistol kill as well. Really puts that round on her back and secures that tied up scoreline. And as you were saying, I mean, when you think back to map 1 that ended on a 13-2, the fact that we've ended up here at 11-11, map 3 certainly on the cards. Sorry, 10-10.
I think that was a good timeout for Big as well. Just get the adrenaline to calm down a bit. Finally, some success. That's a big clutch as well. People are going to be really happy, but you've got to rein that in and focus on the round to come again. Giuliano's the one you want in that spot. The CT's now streaming out, and this is the carnage that you can't afford to be on the receiving end of. Giuliano trying to survive on 8 HP. The remainder have to try and charge somewhere. Oh, what do? Do you both go onto the side? Does one of you stay towards that short position? Disaster strikes for Big once again. They've got the money to afford it, but that's really not the point. They can't be losing any more rounds here. Cat hopping up with a 5-7 in that short position. Meanwhile, the creep is on, and these smokes, they could mean variance. She just needs that one tap, and that's a wrap. Jenny R flash in the meantime. Cat is dropped, and now we've got a 2v1. Now things are much better. Now they can work together. Now that short player can be the point person, and then Jenny can swing or just take control. They deliver. They're overcoming these problems now. It is night and day from early on Dust 2, and they are in the driving seat finally.
That long play finally gets results as well. We've been waiting for it to kind of get that value that we were hoping for Imperial. They managed to get a few kills there, pick up a couple of guns, and suddenly the game is on in a round that it shouldn't have been. But again, Jenny R has been so instrumental in these last couple of rounds. Her clutches have been massive, and she's backed up by the rest of the team, so it just allows her to have free reign. 20 and 14 at the moment. She's having such a strong game here. And now she's gone.
Yep. That's the Ana problem. She appears, someone dies, and it's almost always not her. CT's able to disengage and fall back into the site. Hold on to that 5-1-4. They don't need the variance. They don't need to take that fight. They understand that quickly. Of course, so much experience on Imperial. Those decisions are snap decisions. The onus is on Big to figure this one out. Again, we look at Zana and impact on that AWP. As you were mentioning earlier, I was looking at everybody except Zana and Giuliano to rise on the team, and Jenny R has certainly done that, but we need more impact from that sniper. And if they can catch one of these CTs, find an opening, force the CTs to decide where they put their personnel when they're lacking at least one player, then maybe there is something to be done. 40 seconds, and they need to decide fast. 23 playing in the pit. Now, Ana's in a position to give her a flash if she needs one. When your sniper's got flashes and she's in that car position, she can offer support to Tori with the gun. Or to 23 with the flash. Good timing from Tori. They have to go through the smoke now. Advantage Imperial. There's that counter flash. Oh, there might be a T-flash, actually. Either way, Giuliano's made her way through, but this is so awkward for Big. All they're doing is basically losing weaponry at this point. Don't make it anywhere close to the site. Just when you thought it was safe to have some confidence, Imperial come back and take it away once again.
Tori being unreasonable there once again. Between Tori and 23 and what these two ladies get away with in so many of these rounds. Like, Ana's a rock. Ana's consistent. She holds an angle, she fires a gun, she gets a kill. Like, that makes sense. But Tori and 20, the way that they're able to play around cover, the ridiculous shots that they're able to get, the multi-frags that they get completely unpunished, so instrumental for Imperial in so many of these rounds.
Ana's in that mid position once again. She only needs one opportunity. She rarely misses. And again, that's such a strong can opener to make it a 5-on-4. Appearing in different positions, so strong in mid. Ana most dependable. These 4-on-5 scenarios for Big are so hard to solve. That early frag is worth its weight in gold for Imperial. They have plenty of util. But we saw in that round prior, we're getting to that 40-second mark, and they haven't really made many inroads. They haven't got a pick. There isn't a weakness for Imperial. And I think once you get to that time on the clock, on Dust 2 versus Imperial, and they've got 5 standing, your percentages to win this round are going down so far. And if they fail here, if they don't plant that bomb, what is their money going to look like? Cat repositions as, waiting for those flashes to come in. The 180 is there. Tori and Cat will get some frags. Again, Cat trying to stay alive, down to the USP, forced away. And maybe there's a chance for Big, but Ana still has angles. Taken away by the smoke. Tori closing the distance. Oh, that is a huge frag for Zana. That's what we wanted. Tori denies the bomb plant, 9 seconds. Can she find the frags? 1v1, Anna through the smoke with the pistol. No fear whatsoever. Match points Imperial.
And that's another devastating round for Big because they had so many opportunities there. Yes, they do lose a player very, very early on. It's what I was saying about Anna, right? She's a rock. She holds an angle, she hits mouse 1, she gets a kill. But then you've got Jenny trying to play like fake, getting a little bit, she's in that short position, firing a few shots, throws a smoke. She's trying to be like, all right, cool, we're still kind of positioning here. The rest of the team's moving over towards the B side, but it's still being heavily held. Despite that, some really well placed utility means that they get in onto the site. The bomb almost gets planted. Things are looking like it's going so well. Zana gets some unreal shots with the AWP. But then she has to reload. She's in a 1 versus 1, pulls out the pistol, ducking, diving, and dodging. And it's impossible to survive when your opponent has already pushed through the smoke and is in your face. Map and series point here for Imperial. A round win here will secure them a spot in the grand final for the 8th time in a row. And will leave Big, once again, the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Here we go, full send. Chance at some chain flashes. Cat has a lot of people coming her way. Zaz charging through as well, trying to keep that pressure up. They've got to take these angles away from Anna. Imperial are all over this bomb site already. They've got multiple incendiaries for the retake as well. And Tori will make it a little bit worse, but Zana will hold her position. 2 on 2. Paulie's got a good angle. Anna versus Paulie and Zana, and she's got the right tool for the job in this 5-7 because they don't have the HP, but Zana will keep Big alive. We are going to overtime.
Ducking and diving there, trying so hard with that pistol. There was actually, I think there was a rifle at her feet, but in that moment, rather just their low HP, tickle them to death. But unfortunately, the fancy footwork means that those shots are just not connecting. Try desperately as she might, she could not maintain that control. It's a great round from Big. The aggression, being able to overrun the site so quickly. And we have our first overtime of the Season 6 finals here at ESL Impact, and it had to be Imperial versus Big.
I would love to see a deciding map of Mirage in this series. Big are fighting so hard. Such a tall order to defeat Imperial for any team, but especially when it's the charge to the final. Jenny Art must have seen an elbow. Anna taking 50. Will she hunt her down though? Now there we go. Okay, 5-on-4 found then. Cat will drop Letty. Anna repositioning, forced away. And this is what we needed from Big. They need to take this real estate away from Imperial. They'll hold on to the long position. The bomb is on short though. Got some presence from Zana as well, cutting off the rotation. She's wondering about lower tunnel. And she'll catch Zaz, but there's more to collect. And Anna wonders if there'll be a flank, but her teammate's there for her. Tori running distraction in the meantime, 4-on-4 retake. There are flashes for Big. They can slow this down a little, but 23 is pretty close already. Flashes towards CT. Do the CT plays, run distraction first. Tori and 23 coming through. 4-on-3. Paulie still alive for now. Giuliano and Paulie now 2-on-2. But it's a big rotation. Giuliano's got horrible positions. And no nades, no mollies. No one's on the bomb though. The jumping frag straight in the face. And Tori's got no time. Giuliano clutching it for the squad. First round goes to Big.
Great positioning from Giuliano, their patience as well. She's not going to allow the pressure to get to her, to peak unnecessarily or too early. She's going to play that time right down to the last second. And the jumping shot that it connects, that she can get the diffuser off of the bomb in that high pressure, high impact moment, means everything in that round. Big played that beautifully, and a valiant attempt from Imperial to bring it back, but with no kit on board, time just was not on their side. A huge factor for them, but Big give themselves a lead, but no, Zana immediately lost to Anna.
Man, you can see the body language at the end of the last round from Zana as well. Like, you can see she's getting into this. She feels like they can win this, but Anna is Anna. And that's a big problem when she's not on your team. Making their way onto this A bomb site, but have got to find some kills here. 23 dropped. Big are getting so aggressive now. They're fighting back and fast. Tori swinging on long, collecting multiple. 2 on 4. We're going to need some big clutches from Big if they are to win this round. It's going to be hard. They are coming from all angles, and now it's Paulie in the clutch, trying to find a way, but the Savages, the Hounds of Justice, come for Imperial, and they shut that round down real quick.
Cannot keep Imperial down. You give them an inch, they take a mile. And there was a moment there where I was like, okay, 23 is down. That's one of the big issues. We're not allowing her to get away with the shenanigans that she has been previously. But then it's Tori from long to get 2. No one's even watching for her. No one even knows that she's there. And she just annihilates 2 of them, brings it into a favorable position. And Imperial clean up after that. Nothing that Big could have done in that moment. Around and around we go, 13 to 13 again. Still opportunities for Big here, but it needs to be cleaner.
Oh, please stop. I'm so scared. We expected the Ana factor on that CT side, and she has delivered on that promise. Christmas is coming early, round after round for Imperial. Zaz trying to hand out presents, and Tori won't be allowed to either. Great round from Big. They need these CT rounds as well. T-side Imperial will be difficult to deal with. Zana coming to life late in the first half of overtime. 20 kills for her now, really getting into this. Nice tap from Giuliano at the end. And Big are in the lead.
Nice, get hyped, Dallas. Dallas, Stockholm.
I don't see no shrimp and grits here.
Hey, look at that. Giuliano's #1 fan in the crowd. Love that. And she has been on form, particularly on this map. Really, really impressive stuff from her. But they need more. They need more. That first half of overtime is done and dusted. 2 more rounds will get it done for Big. And they will take us to map 3. But can they do it? This is the moment to make that magic happen. And I love that they punish the aggression from Imperial. I love that they play that a little bit more patiently, allow Imperial to take that space into mid, because when you're out in the open like that, where do you run to? So as soon as you swing out on that with your teammate, that's it. That's Imperial done and dusted.
There's also steak in Dallas. I don't know if there's shrimp and grits in Dallas.
Oh
I'm not sure it's south enough. I just had to, like, Mike's going to roast me if I don't say something. So, you know, needs to just get that out there.
Fair enough.
The hot link and all that stuff. I don't even know what that is. Anyway, let's focus on this because this is important. 14 to 13 for Big. They move to what I think might be the more difficult side, but Zana has arrived. And look who she's taken out. We've been waiting for her. Such an important name. A talisman for Big, a taliswoman. Early 5-on-4. Do I see a smoke push from the CTs with advantage? Ooh. Doing it the hard way then. Zaz is in fragging mode. She knows exactly where Paulie is. She's in trouble. In the meantime, Cat's gonna get a free one here, surely. 3-on-3. 1 minute on the clock. Bomb heading towards B. No one really in position for Big apart from Zana. Can she get there quick? Ooh. Oh, she knows that there's more targets. Awkward now for Tori if she makes it over. Zana continuing to creep in, and she's dropped Cat, but the bomb hasn't been seen. I don't know if she maybe heard Tori, but she's very much stuck in an awkward place now. She is surrounded by CTs. How does she open the right door? 35 seconds on the clock. Suddenly, Zana is running hot. That's all the info they need, but it's a long rotation for Giuliano. 25 seconds. And Zana's waiting for the cross. Has Tori got the pre-fire? Zana, with 3, shuts them down.
The read and response from Big in that round is fantastic. As soon as they realize that there's not too much happening over towards that A site anymore, they know that they can take a little bit more space. They can push out, they can get in behind Imperial and hobble them, cut them off at the knees. That Achilles heel showing itself. And it's Big now who find themselves on map point.
That is sublime.
6 shots there.
Hats off to that opening frag. Maximum Zana. Now 23, playing the spawn with the AWP. Looking for that early 5-on-4. They're so good for Imperial. But York will be handed back to Ana. Big are in the fight of their lives. And they've got a chance now. 2 chances to take this to Mirage. The way that first map went, it looks so likely, but they have stayed alive. They have fought tooth and nail to get to this point. And now they need to take it over the line. Again, Imperial, that mid-round, just waiting for the CTs to make their plays, catching Letty in that mid position. And that's always a question. When you lose that mid player on the CT side, how do you position each other?
Oh.
Jenny R, thinking she had a chance. Tori tells her otherwise. Now, this timing, 23 and Giuliano in this position. She's been so patient. That was the bomb carrier, and she will win that duel. That was really the only chance at that point to win that round. Zana has to go for it, though. Plenty of money for the next round. 1 versus 4. Well, seems she's gonna chill.
Just a chill gal. Yes.
So Imperial will move to 14. I think she has to go for it here, but
Yeah.
you know, with all the pressure.
There's a moment where you're like, well, it would have been really cool if she'd maybe picked up a rifle and then gone to
No,
make
do
that
it with the
attempt.
AWP. Do it with the AWP. Do it with the AWP.
Style points for sure, but certainly doing it on hard mode in that situation. It's a great recovery in that round for Imperial, and it was a far less explosive round than we'd seen the last few times. They play a little bit more passive, a little bit more patient, and on the other side, it's Big who we've seen they try to take that space, get that early info, but they get punished for it heavily, and Imperial will just kind of waltz away with that lead. 1 more round here to take us into double OT. Imperial, how far will you take this map?
Again, this pacing is just so nervous for the CT squad when Imperial have this kind of pace on their T side. How long does Zana hold this? Have a look at the radar. Look at the creep up short. Got to fall back now. Look how they come around the corner, catching them by surprise. But Zana is in battle sniper mode. She's having none of this. And there's the creep. That's a big frag for Jenny R. She has to hold this position. She really needs to stay alive here, even if it's disengaging, taking an off angle, going deep into CT. Hold on to these advantages. It's Imperial with their backs to the wall now. Maybe expecting a cakewalk after this first map. That 40-second mark, and you can see where they're repositioning. They have isolated the right places. And Big have tools for a retake should it be required. Letty's got to find a frag here. She's got to die on her sword with that molly, I think. She's holding for now. That's a great 2K from Letty, and that might just be enough. Ana in a 1 versus 3 with 15 seconds. The maths do not add up, and surely Big are about to force us to a 3rd one, to a deciding map of Mirage. She knows what she has to do. They will disengage, and that's going to be plenty. All Zana has to do is hide, and Big have somehow fought their way back to a 3rd map. That is an outstanding performance on Dust 2.
This wasn't their map pick. They lost their map pick 13-2, but they come out with a vengeance, absolutely swinging, no holds barred, as they make their way over onto map 3. I said earlier, you know, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, but they've caught the bouquet. They know that it's their turn next, and they do not want to give up that opportunity.
Big have gone through hell to get to this point and forced a third map. Imperial, so strong, so dominant, so much talent. Two-player systems, individual, just everybody's able to take over, but Big come alive and fight back. Excellent work.
All right, Zana, first of all, congratulations, but we gotta pinpoint the fact that you lost your map pick, and right now you managed to win on Dust 2 against Imperial on their map pick. How does it happen?
Well, to be honest, we didn't expect them to pick Dust 2. Actually, I think it went to our favor, them picking Dust 2, because even though we went close against NIP, we prepared this map a lot, and we are confident on it, especially on city side. So I think we just took advantage of our activity in the city side with the rotations, and on T side just keep being aggressive and we play with confidence, and that's how we win.
Well, I see that you kind of have here like a fan club. Do you know these people like that came here like right in the beginning of the day?
Yeah, we actually know them. They're family of Julie, and then it's Letty's boyfriend and my boyfriend too. They came they came from their countries, you know, like my boyfriend from Portugal, Julie's family. They came here to support us, and they've been here since day one, every minute. So it's amazing to have this support.
And this energy is helping you out?
Sorry?
This energy is helping you out?
Yeah, we can hear them. We usually don't hear the people, but we can hear them.
Right, then good luck on the third map.
Thank you.
One elevator. I'm gonna jump mid, guys. Long out, car, let's drum, car. Too long. And city. City dead. Too long still. 3. City dead, car. Both. Go for shot. Long for short. You insane. You are insane. Let's go.
A shock on Dust 2 to keep Imperial from getting too high. Big Akipa come out screaming on D2, making this an entirely different series. Now we're going the distance. Now we've got a game on our hands. Now we've got a big that's come to play.
Yeah, I feel like we were all doubting them after that very terrible loss that they had on Ancient. 13-2 is something very, very hard to come back from, but honestly, Big did it in probably the biggest way that they could. 16-14, almost going to a second overtime. All the vibes are there. Look at them. Look how happy they are.
Yeah, you heard it there as well from Zana. They came in confident. They didn't expect it to be Dust 2, but they did a lot of prep earlier, and the prep went a long way. Those early upper dark pushes that in that first half were looking pretty nasty. It felt like that they were incredibly ready for what Imperial were throwing at them, and today they got the one up, but they need to do it one more time to take the series. That's the big thing, right? Imperial, they still had so many more kills overall for the whole map here on Dust 2, but the rounds were getting won in a different fashion, and Big, they were just, you know, playing the numbers game. They were playing the timer down, which is exactly how they wanted it at the end.
That's how they did it, by hook or by crook. Sometimes you just got to get the rounds. It doesn't matter how they come. And they secured it in the tough way in that OT moment. I mean, that's where the pressure's on, right?
Yeah.
You see an Imperial that maybe took a little bit easy into the map after coming off of that dominant affair on Ancient, you know, let their guard down a bit. They were locked in by the end and still couldn't bring it back.
And you've also got the Zana versus Ana AWP head-to-head as well. These two going crazy. Zana, a bit of a slower start in the series, of course, you know, not really getting much chance to show what she's capable of on Ancient. Ana as well going crazy. But head-to-head, you're looking at that, Zana, crazy impact in that second half, especially in OT, getting into the right position so many times just to continue to just take the numbers away, give Big the advantage, and then eventually win them again.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of how you could see which way the round was going to be going towards the end was like, who's going to get the mid pick? It was either going to be Ana or Zana. And that's kind of how I feel like we started to predict, all right, maybe this is how the round will go. It was the battle of the ops in mid. Kind of that's just how Dust 2 is.
Ain't it just Dust? But it may have been Zana in overtime. But the person who got them to overtime, the person who made this game, an OT game, and made it possible for Big, is our player of the match. That's going to be Jenny R. Phenomenal work in regulation. Did some incredible things to hold the line, to win some tough rounds, and to keep Big in this.
Yeah, there were so many clutch moments that they would not have gotten into that overtime if it wasn't for her. 24 kills, 80% cast, it's just incredible all around. And I would be afraid if I'm Imperial going into the next game. How am I going to shut down this player that just kind of ran circles around us, was able to figure out all these post plans to just end our map for Dust 2?
Yeah, it's so much impact. The highest ADR from the team overall. And then also just dominating mid so many times, getting those refrags even towards the end of the game, playing her life, locking down and making sure that there's no crazy B splits happening. And then, of course, on that T side, just having a good amount of impact, probably not as much as that CT side.
Absolutely.
Look, all I'm saying is at the end of the last map, I said my advice was just win a pistol and see where it goes from there. Maybe I should be a coach. Maybe I should be, because that's exactly how it worked out. We're headed to Mirage now. What are our expectations as we go into Mirage, Mac? I haven't even thought about Mirage. I thought we were getting this done in 2. I think we all thought this was getting done in 2, so I have no idea which way this is going to go. But Mirage has a similar sort of game plan to Dust 2, right? You want that mid control, figure out where you're going from there. And if Big are as prepared for Mirage as what they are for Dust, which you'd expect it, they probably would have expected Mirage to make it into the Veto, you better believe that Imperial could be in trouble.
I feel like Mirage is also a very big aim map as well. It can come down to just that mid battle, just like Max said. But I don't know. I feel like this can go both ways. Just how we saw Big bouncing back in such an incredible way. I'm feeling much better about my pick now for my prediction, and that's all I'm going to say.
A little bit of wind beneath the wings, a little bit of momentum, a little bit of belief, perhaps, that you can, in fact, go toe-to-toe with the back-to-back champs. And as we know in Counter-Strike, a little belief can go a very long way. It's going to take us into Mirage when we come back from this break.
One more thing from me, and that is, I want to get your takes on a real hypothetical of if there was ever a change to the number of maps in the active duty. Like that, I feel like that would add a lot to you guys in terms of prep and pracking, but would that be a good change?
Are you familiar with that? Because I heard that Valorant, like the maps are like always and the agents, so it's very different.
Yeah, they're doing new patches a lot.
Yeah.
Like sometimes they changed the map pool like shortly before an event, add an agent, sometimes it's played, sometimes it's not played. So personally, because we've had events where we were prepping so hard, then suddenly they removed a map like weeks before, a week, 2 weeks before, and we had to play that way.
To play CS2 2 months before an event.
Yeah, middle of season.
I felt that
middle
one
of
before.
season. So I personally didn't like it because I think there's so much prep going in, and especially for big events. And I can imagine for the mixed tournaments where they have tournaments every single week.
Oh yeah, that would be so hard.
You wouldn't have time to prep anything, and I think it would take away a bit of the quality of the performance.
Yeah.
I think it would be a more individually game, not tactical. I really don't like so much. I think if you add some map, I think 7 is a lot of map, and every team has one map is insta battle. So if we bring one more, maybe it could be interesting. But change. Sometimes we play and sometimes we don't play. Some maps I don't think it's going to work very well because we will play more individually. And I think CS I think it's really beautiful because of the tactics and preparing and everything.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait for that to pass.
It's not even their fault.
No, I know. You know she feels so bad like dragging that across.
So I think we all agree that Vertigo is the map that probably has to go next. What would be then, so say if we did go minus Vertigo and plus Overpass and Train, what's the other map we get rid of? What's next on the chopping block after Vertigo?
I think Ancient's kind of boring.
Ooh.
Oh, I really like Ancient.
I like it in some ways and think it's really boring in other ways.
I think Ancient is a really nice map, but it's way too repetitive.
Yeah.
Like you do the same things over and over, and it's
block a chokehold for 5 years.
Yeah.
It's easy. They have to force through it or go like way later, or they have to like fake this and pop somewhere else. Or, I mean, you can get creative, but I feel like it's a boring map.
Yeah. At the same time, I feel like Anubis is still very random how you play. Yeah. I feel like you have to gamble so much on that map. Like you can take map control, but you can easily lose it in a matter of seconds. So for me, I would probably say like Anubis for now, or a remake of Anubis, and minus Ancient.
I think in Brazil we play a lot of Mirage, a lot. We play Pug and 10 maps, 8 is Mirage, so I think I'm a little bit...
Europe is the same.
Yeah,
I'm tired of that map.
Yeah, I completely agree. Mirage, it's what, been 11 years and there's been like no changes except the bench.
Yes, one bench.
The bench changed a lot,
Changed
guys.
a lot.
Don't forget the plays you can make with that bench.
Yes. But I like it. I don't know. Maybe Mirage and I bring Cash back.
Cash would, if you're gonna get rid of Mirage, not the new Cash.
I was gonna say,
make it better.
Yes,
Get rid of all the mold, clean it up a bit.
Yes,
I would like Tuscan back, but I was a big Tuscan fan.
It's a good map.
Did you play the new version of it that they did?
No.
Oh, I think I played them.
No, I didn't play it. It's not good.
Well,
like
it didn't make it into the pool, so they mustn't have, the most confidence.
Neither of them felt like competitive ready to me.
No.
Yes, I agree.
Oh yeah, actually I did, on retake. But yeah, I don't know, for me, like from 1.6, Tuscan was like one of the best maps ever, so I would love to have it back.
New Cobble, no.
No, New Cobble is cursed.
Yes, I don't know.
What is that? I felt like I was like, what is this map? I loaded into it. There's like a coffin on me. I don't know. Maybe it was a Halloween patch, but it was weird.
No, they kept that. That's permanent.
Yeah, I was like, that's gotta be a mistake.
I thought it was a mistake.
Oh, it's a Halloween patch. Like they'll put
It's not for competitive. It's just for fun.
Yeah.
Chew you up and spit you out. You call me up and say, hey babe, are you around? I know you love to hate. That's why you're always looking for another taste. Well, all day, all night, just the very thought of me. Red flags, red lights, but you're going green with envy. You wanna run away, but you cannot escape. So all I gotta say, I really love it when you hate my guts, but you can't get enough. I really love to hate you like you hate me. Your favorite enemy, a nightmare fantasy. I really love to hate you like you hate me. I know you love a toxic thrill, so come and swallow a very bitter pill. We'll crash and burn and have a ball. Go down in flames, the feeling's mutual. Well, all day, all night, just the very thought of me. Red flags, red lights, but you're going green with envy. You wanna run away, but you cannot escape. So all I gotta say, I really love it when you hate my guts, but you can't get enough. I really love to hate you like you hate me. Your favorite enemy, a nightmare fantasy. I really love to hate you like you hate me. I really
ain't holding my breath, but something's gotta give. Settle for nothing less. Gotta go, gotta get. I take it as it is. The game is never ending. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride. So hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. I don't know if you noticed, but I ain't on it. If it don't got that buzz, stay awake, come alive, throw hands up in the sky, and I love it how it was. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride, so hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. Tomorrow we will rise.
Welcome back, Stockholm, and everyone sitting watching at home. We are now diving into map number 3 of our very first semi-final here at the ESL Impact Season 6 Finals. Big have given themselves a stay of execution that they desperately needed. And now as we head into our third map, can they close it out? Can they lock Imperial out of the final for the first time in 8 ESL Impact events?
Giuliano raid boss with the P250. That extra range, those one taps, so important on all of these open maps that we've seen in this series. Imperial have been good on these pistols. Very good indeed. Zaz popped by Jenny. Split of the B bomb site being attempted, it seemed. However, seem to have adjusted their strategy. 23 dropping Jenny R. One advantage then for Imperial, looking for more as Tori finds one in connector. Suddenly, Letty's in a 1 versus 3. Bomb needs to be collected. Letty being surrounded. Anna disengages. She's got some 1v1s, but very awkward indeed. Jumping Glock fire, Glock burst fire won't be enough. And that will be yet another pistol round for Imperial.
And it's a clean enough pistol. You don't really mind too much if you lose a few players in that. But obviously the most crucial part of that is they deny a bomb plant entirely. So Big, of course, going to be a little bit on the back foot coming into this next round. And if we take a look at the history of these two teams on this map, it's always obviously gone in favor of Imperial, but it's always been pretty one-sided. You're looking at kind of 13-5, 13-6 score lines. So for Big, they've got that kind of daunting hanging over their heads.
Operation try and plant the bomb will not be successful on this occasion. Fast Eco round is a great one. That was one of the fastest ones that we have seen so far, which means we get into the rifles even quicker. Bigger keeper, finished strong. Survived very difficult tests on that game of Dust 2. And surely they come into this one hot. We saw some great flashes from Zana towards the end. They'll need to carry on if they are to defeat Imperial. No orbs for either side just yet, but you know they'll be coming. Big with presence in mid. Tori and Zaz ready to challenge. Having a swing through the smoke, but they'll exchange places. Did they hit the tags? Who is going to strike first? Jenny, but it is an instant trade from 23. All over the A bomb site, though, are Big. They've lost much position and personnel, have Imperial, but Tori will even things up, and that might encourage them to go for a retake here. 3-on-3, plenty of util. Cat, the only one with a kit. Air flashes, though. And they have rifles as well. There's the chain flash from Cat as Tori swings the position. Lots of flashes for Big also if they can find angles. We've got Letty on the ramp. Bomb planted, very, very open. Letty can't find a correct angle though. Anna comes in to cover, and there might be a defuse in this. There will be! In plain sight. Stolen away by the CTs. Great cover from Anna. Letty not finding the angle allows them to steal the round with a smoke defuse.
That's beautiful. It's so good from Imperial and for Big. I mean, they start that round so well, and there's chaos. Both teams are trying to play the aggressive smoke game. Both of them are trying to play in the smoke, get in each other's faces, block off those sight lines, take advantage, and it evens itself out. But the fact that it's the ninja defuse in the smoke that just cannot be stopped. Yes, Imperial lose all of their players, but they win the round, and that's what matters.
Warp is out for Anna. AKs are still out for Big. That bomb plant certainly helping. Now, Big managed to drag a lot of CTs into that mid position. Some variance from the smoke. You feel like it might just be a good map for Anna. 5-on-3, CT's re-peeking from all kinds of positions, just not really giving anything to this T side. No space to breathe for Big, and that level of violence that we saw on Ancient rears its ugly head on Mirage once again.
You see how well they play off of each other as well. No woman gets left behind. They make sure that they are constantly in a position to be able to either trade or to allow their teammate to fall back, put down some suppressive fire, potentially get the kill. I don't know, and it works out perfectly. They come through that one. I think they only lost one player in that entire round. So 4 rounds in already. Big back down onto a very rough spend with only 2 rifles to speak of. The rest is going to have to be followed up by some pistols. Tech 9s can do some damage, but how much realistically can you expect to get done?
Consistently taking mid away, but consistently running into Anna the hard way. 3K from Anna. Who needs a scope? 5-on-2. Oh, she's found the 4th as well, but Giuliano will get there just before Anna does. Explosive. Very quickly indeed, but have a look at this. Big fighting back once again. Make it a 2-on-2. I think Cat knows that there's one in jungle. Tori charging through now. There's a trade. Giuliano and Cat. She'll have the sound cues, but not the position, Cat. So Giuliano will have some time to post up on this B-bomb site. Where does she read Cat coming from, though? She's rotated pretty promptly. Giuliano looking towards the short position, but Cat will get the better of her. They were close to their first round there, but they will be denied.
I think it's so easy to let that confidence kind of wash over you. They know they come into that round with a massive advantage. Anna gets 3 kills, and everyone's like, all right, cool. Sit back a little bit, get a little bit comfortable. Cannot do that. Cannot allow that to happen, because Giuliano will return with 3 kills of her own. The first with the pistol to allow her to pick up a rifle, and then she just goes absolutely nuclear. She's then able to get all the way to the other side of the map, get that bomb planted. And unfortunately, she can't win that 1v1, and that would have been beautiful. It would have been a crowning moment for her. But unfortunately, it's snatched away at the final hurdle by Cat, and Imperial will get themselves to 5. And unfortunately, with the fact that that was such a weird force from Big, this round means they're going to have, like, nothing.
Well, it wasn't a full force. It was, I think it was a half buy.
Yeah.
So with the plant, let's see how things are looking.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
It was calculated. The bomb plant was important. It allows them to get that full. Well, they even have money in the hole, actually. So, yeah. Very measured from Big. So maybe like a bomb plant and 2 kills or something like that was a target in that round. I think they overperformed considering what they were carrying. And again, looking for presence in mid, but this time the CTs are changing up their aggression as well. It's a nice combo for Tori. Anna still creeping around that connector area, and later on in the round, she may change up her positions, may go for a spawn-based play towards B or something, but she's had so much mileage in that connector area already. 8 for 2 is Anna. Big positioning and short. Big swing from Giuliano, but no trade from Paulie. Tori holds fast and has collected the bomb also. Geniar and Letty left with a lot to do, but there are so many angles and there's almost no help. Walking the plank at this point is Letty. 1 minute. What are you gonna do?
Save, surely. I don't think there's too much more to be done in this round. She doesn't have control of the bomb. She's not going to be allowed to hold on to the weapon either. Oh, hey, buddy. I hope you're enjoying the Counter-Strike here today.
Our smallest Counter-Strike fan here at Stockholm.
Our biggest Counter... Oh, look at him. Look at him go. We're going to see you on the stage one day, buddy. I can feel it. Maybe not this stage, but a stage.
Beautiful transfer from Tori. So dependable.
From her again.
Hasn't really missed the trick despite all the IGLing. You know, normally see people drop off. Not so for Tori, not at present. Anna now with a new style. It's been a consistent approach in mid from Big. It's been important for them to establish presence. Weren't so successful last time though. Changing up their timing. Great timing on that grenade actually from Imperial. So the opening in mid is important for Big. But the aggression from Imperial is also here, and that's the problem. Anna decides to change her position, and again it's a nasty surprise, and Zaz is so active in this area as well. Nothing is for free on Mirage versus Imperial. And again, I spoke about their prowess on the T side, their pacing and so on, and they have been so mean on the CT side. Back to that difficult scenario for Big. These rounds have been collected so quickly as well, so promptly. Feels like a mirror of Ancient. Heading to that 40-second mark, and Giuliano needs to stay alive for the attempt to come from Big. And she won't be able to do that. Nobody will. Again, it's purely clinical from Imperial. A half glance and you're gone.
Every round turns into a firing gallery for them. It definitely feels like utility usage has been one of the more difficult hurdles for Big here. It feels like they haven't had as much value as what we'd seen on Dust 2, for example, right? Getting those really impactful flashes, being able to swing off of that and get value from it. And you know, once you've burned through that util, you get towards kind of the end of the round, and as the T's with very little left, it becomes that much harder to execute. If you haven't established any sort of position in towards the site, you're going to find it very, very difficult to make your way in. And of course, Imperial will take full advantage of that situation. We really need to see Big getting early control, getting into those sites. We've seen some of these aggressive rounds from them work so well, but they need to change it up because, again, Imperial have an answer. Every time Big pose a question, Imperial have the answer.
With util, they've been able to have some presence in that mid area, Big, but they have been outfoxed by Imperial time and again. The surprise element from Anna is just so good. Such a big factor for Imperial. Jewel in the crown. Big posting up then for an execute. Often see these kinds of tools heading towards the other side of the map. They've got the mollies though. 23 might be in some trouble here. Oh, it'll go past actually. Almost had a crossfire with her teammate, but the Tech 9s will get to work, and Anna's in battle sniper mode again, pre-firing with the 5-7, but she'll get her bell rung by Zana, who finds two, one of them being her own teammate. 2 on 2. Zana's got a orb now. Bomb being planted, and now Zana's in the clutch. 1 versus 2. Does she understand where both these players are? They're both holding AKs, so she might not realize where Tori may be coming from. There she is, but Tori's quicker on that trigger finger, and the clean sheet remains.
so close there in a round that maybe shouldn't have gone their way, but that's what I wanted to see, right? A set exec. It was perfect from start to finish. Util placement was beautiful. They managed to overrun the site. They clear the correct angles, and they're winning those duels. Again, it's up close and personal with the Tech 9s, and it can be a little bit of a coin flip, but they do manage to come out on top of it. Bomb gets planted, and they bring it down to a 1 versus 2 that Zana very nearly clutches. If she manages to land that last bullet, I think it just slightly went astray there. That could very easily have been Big's first round, but in a round where they didn't have terribly much, a bomb plant and 4 kills, you're happy.
Anna getting activated again. She's going for all the frags. I know she's not done yet. Looking for number 4, and there it is. Lightning fast is Anna. 1 bullet, 1 target, no. 1 more kill. 23 will steal it though. But my word, we're not even in the final just yet.
I mean, that's the kind of thing I expect to see on an anti-eco. That is not what I'm expecting to see in a rifle round. And I think for Big, that is a mental crusher. To have Anna just be able to walk up mid like that with a little bit of util and backup from the rest of her team to peek her 1 by 1. Even with that flash, she gets 1 as well. So they think that they're safe. They think they have a chance to take her out. But Anna is inevitable.
17-4-3. You can see why she wins the awards. Charging straight into the A bomb site then. Mid hasn't worked out for them, but going straight in will. But there are open angles for Anna, and we know what that means for the other side. 3-on-3, Zana looking for rotating CTs. She might just find one looking high, but one is low. Zaz will be dropped in connector. Anna and Kat remain. There's a minute 10. No bomb plant pressure. They'll go for it though. She might need to get a reload on before they approach. 2 bullets in the magazine for Anna. Dab hand with a 5-7 as well. 3 to find. Open bomb plant. There is a smoke on her teammate. 1 in sandwich, 1 in shadow, 1 in jungle. Great patience from Paulie. Finding Kat as well, and Big have made it to the scoreboard. The half is almost over, but let's see what they can get from it. What remains?
Certainly better late than never, as we start to potentially see them rake some rounds in. And this is kind of a mirror of what we saw 2 rounds back, when they were on that eco, on that Tech 9 round, when they really got aggressive and exec'd beautifully in on towards the site, playing off of their util. They do the same thing now with guns in their hands, and of course, it works out a whole heck of a lot better. It helps that they were able to isolate Anna away. Can they do that a second time? This time they're gonna angle on the other side of the map, see what they can find there. Oh, they're going for the mid aggression this time. Despite the fact that Anna has owned mid, they're still gonna go for it.
So much mileage for Imperial. Nothing is easy, even with the numbers abuse of that T side. Kat choosing where she engages and delivering, as she always does. Letty now 1 versus 4. No time for mollies. She's got to frag out. She's got to find these headshots, and she's got to find them fast. Every second that ticks means CTs are closer. Oh, the drive-by from Anna with the USP. 10-1 for Imperial. Straight back to business as we go into the last round of the half.
And Imperial says, mid is not for you. Mid is ours. You can't have this consistently, round after round. When Big try to take mid, they get absolutely smacked down. And the really unfortunate part is that mid is obviously such an important part of an exec. You want to go for a split, you have to have some sort of control there. So that leaves them with such limited options. They've got to go for these full A execs that worked previously once, or they've got to try and do apps pops, and that's really difficult as a 5-person stack. So how do you approach this? How do you find the chink in the Imperial armor?
Well, it's not going to be Anna. She roams around the A bomb side as 23 gets dropped on the Palace push. Giuliano dueling top mid and drops Tori, so she'll be able to rotate. Anna down to 8 HP. Eliminated through the smoke. This would be a much needed second round for Big, but it hasn't been one just yet. Zaz creeping through the smoke, and that's exactly what Paulie needs. Kat trapped in the window now. Be careful. Be careful. This round is not secured. She has opportunities for 1v1s, and Letty's only got a Mac 10. She has a defuse Kit Kat. Close, but not quite for Imperial. 2 rounds, then it will be for Big. They have a long road to recovery after this break.
I do my best to be better, but I keep my head above the water. 'Cause all the other fish in the sea can't keep up with me. No, 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 no. Take your best shot, show me what you got. Yeah, stick with it, show that you did it. Anybody could just be a talker. Don't run to me if you can't walk. And I've seen your type before, moving like you've done it all. Just another one or the other. Hey, 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 hey. Take your best shot, show me what you got. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Stick with it, show that you did it. Take your best shot, show me what you got. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Stick with it, show that you did it.
Even with all those smokes on that first half, Anna is 24-5 as we move into the second half. It is do or die for Big, a keeper on the defensive side. And Imperial, I feel like, have often been strongest on their T side. So all the cards are stacked against Big and a comeback. 4 USPs. And a P2000 for Big versus an Imperial who are so dominant on this map of Mirage. In history through ESL Impact as well. Make it 21 for Anna. Cat charging through into that B bomb site now. Spots 2, drops 1. Giuliano and Paulie remain 2 versus 4 for the CTs. Fighting for survival round after round. Giuliano again, the last woman standing for Big. We've been here before, and guess who puts her down? It's Zaz.
10-2 was the exact scoreline that we had at the first half on Ancient a little bit earlier today.
And we all know how that ended, and it felt like Big were really starting to get a good read into how to take that A site, but it took them 8 rounds to figure it out, or 7 rounds. And unfortunately, it was too late at that point. Only 2 rounds under their belt. And having lost that pistol now, it makes things that much worse. But we have seen an economic reset today. It was Imperial that did it, but perhaps Bigger Keeper can do the same.
Again, that pacing from Imperial, just expectation. Won't get a kill this time. Now, there is a decision to be made. Do you go for that trade frag? Either way, Giuliano is in a lot of trouble, and I don't know if the teammates get there in time. They won't, but maybe there's a defense of the bomb site to be made. Some pot shots with the Deagle. Nothing doing, however. Jungle being seized by 23 as Imperial continue their march. More flashes should they be required. And they won't be, just running and gunning. Mac-10s do the job. Match point for Imperial.
Match and series point. Semi-finals on the line here. The Bigger Keeper, after such an exceptional second map where they fought tooth and nail to keep themselves alive in this series and pull at least 1 map under their belt. Now to have it all crumble at the finish line. Again, only MP9s and 1 Deagle, a little bit of utility, but it's all they have to make the magic happen.
Charging through to the A-bomb site. They want this done, and they want this done quickly. Not giving Big time to really com anything properly. Pauly's been spotted and swatted. And what remains of Big may not last so long here. Tori finishing up with the pistol. Just a W key from Imperial from start to finish. Imperial forced their way into the grand final by storm. Lightning fast on Mirage.
A slight kind of stumble, I suppose, on that second map, which was their map pick. It went far closer than what they wanted, but 2 incredibly dominant maps, finishing at 13-2, where Bigger Keeper just did not have a chance. This was Big's second appearance here in the semi-finals at an ESL Impact event, but unfortunately, they're not allowed to take it all the way.
Unbelievable performance from Imperial, and I fear for whoever will join them in that final.
I'm not with you. Close con. Short dead. 1 more short. I'm gonna reach one short. I'm full blind. Think short. It's two. Split. Flashing once.
And I'll be twice. Rocket.
I have right side.
Ракетка.
Fucked.
Default.
I'm fighting him.
Flashing behind you.
Right
Default.
side. Boom.
Nice. Good job.
I'm not with you.
Another command performance, this time on Mirage, now puts Imperial through to our grand final. They have done it again, returning to the place they call home. 1 step closer to that trophy.
Is anyone surprised? I mean, I was
You predicted the other way, so you might be.
I was predicting the other way, but that's because I really liked how Big was playing yesterday, and I feel like they were still able to take a map off of them. But still, the way that they played these 2 maps that they did win, not even letting them get 5 rounds on either of the maps, that's Imperial for you.
That was just crazy. Like, I thought it was going to be much closer after what we saw on Dust 2.
Yeah.
And then we just got Ancient again. Like, it was literally just Ancient again, 10-2 half. Pistol taken by Imperial. Following rounds, they just rushed out A twice over, made it happen as fast as possible, and just tried to fast track their way to the grand final again.
Which we've seen Imperial do time and time again also at Impact Finals. I mean, they've done it to Navi before for the Valencia Finals last year. It's just heartbreaking to see a team that worked so hard on like the second map to still keep themselves in the game, but then they just fall short.
It's a battle. It's an absolute battle all the way, and that's just the reality with this Imperial squad. You can't show weakness, not for a moment. You can't start slow. You can't have a rough go. You can't lose some close rounds, because if you give them an inch, they will run over you for a mile.
Do we use miles here? It's kilometers, I think.
We use miles when I'm on the desk. We got 2 Americans here. What is a kilometer? The real question. Yes, Imperial are our first team to secure their spot in that grand final. The Imperial Valkyries riding on Pegasus is I think that's what Valkyries do. I mean, whatever it is, they flew over the competition.
Hell yeah, they certainly did. And look, big. I think it's a statement that they managed to take Dust, saying, look, we are capable, even on land. You know, they did it online, taking a map a couple of times, and it was ancient, but now they've got that Dust too, and the knowledge to potentially do it again in the future over Imperial, but that is the end of their tournament.
Yeah, I feel like we were looking at the Dust 2 map and we were like, oh, this is definitely going to be an Imperial map. But no, big surprises on there. They played very, very well. But this just means that next tournament, Imperial will come back with a very crazy Dust 2 and just blow Big back out of the water.
Yeah, maybe, could be. To find out what was, we have Heku standing by with 23.
Yeah, because exactly, we need to figure out what exactly happened in this series, because it went to 2-1. The first map probably went all according to plan, and that's the same thing that we can say about the third one. But what happened in between? What happened in Dust 2 on your map pick?
Yeah, as you could see on Ancient, we had a really good game. Everyone was killing, like we were killing every kill we could kill. We did it, and on Dust 2, I felt like we lost some unlucky clutches, or like advantage rounds when we got entries and then we couldn't finish the round, and it felt really close. And then there was one round where we didn't buy kit and we couldn't defuse the bomb and we lost because of that. So it was like a bit miscommunication as well, that no one called that we don't have kit and stuff like that. So I felt like it was just unlucky, you know, like when you have those games when you cannot kill and when you have advantage basically.
But was it hard to maybe like restart going to the third map? Right now with the result, it seems like it didn't have a lot of influence, but was it hard to actually to get to that point, like so that you could just let go of what happened on the second map?
I feel like for us it's very easy to move on from the map if we lost, even if we lost it like with worse score. All our team, like all our players, have a lot of experience. So for us, it's we just forget. Like we switch and we forget about the map that we lost, because we knew it was so close. We could have won it. We were even leading, and we were like, "Fuck it! Like we have the next map. We should just focus on the next, because Mirage is our comfortable map. Like we like it. We practice it a lot. So we just went into it like it was best of one." And as you could see, Anna was crazy.
I mean, talking about crazy, I do want to do like some face it watch with you, because what you did on Ancient, I want to know what exactly happened, maybe like in the beginning of the round, like before actually the round started, like what was being discussed? Was it you who said it? Was it maybe I don't know, like Tori who made the call? Can you click space and then like we're gonna see? Yes. So can you guide us through this?
Basically, we're starting here 3 mid, and it's our like set round. It's either me or Tori run boosting, and as you can see, basically it's from Navi, that round, from Beat. And as you can see, like I'm just, they don't expect me because I'm so fast.
Yeah, you were really fast. You did lose like some HP, but you got 2 kills. You were close to getting another one, like, and you kind of basically you created so much space.
Yeah.
But who exactly made the decision in the beginning of the round that you're gonna be doing this?
Of course, it's Tori.
It's Tori.
Our
She was like,
agile. Yeah.
So she was basically, okay, 23, go kill.
Yeah, basically that.
All right, but now it means that once again, we're gonna see you in the grand final. Which team do you think?
What a surprise.
What a surprise. Like this is already the 8th event, and every time like you were unstoppable. Which team do you think you will face in the grand final this time?
Sorry, I couldn't
Which
hear.
team do you think you're gonna face?
Which team?
Yeah, because it's the Navi or FURIA, and you actually played against both of those teams already in the grand finals.
It's hard to predict because they're both playing good. FURIA is actually showing really good plays, and I feel like they're on shape as well as Navi, so I cannot say. But you know, it would be cool to play against FURIA because our first Dallas we played against FURIA team, so would be cool.
Yeah, you had like a few grand finals against FURIA, against that name. And also, I mean, maybe in some kind of way it's going to be good because there's going to be a European representative and there's going to be a Brazilian representative. Desk, Mike, do you have any questions to our first grand finalist?
I'm sure we do. What do we have, Desk?
What do you have?
Well, I have.
Yeah, you go first. You're on the left.
Well, Heku stole my question, so it makes things a little bit difficult. But you got anything?
Oh, these guys are useless. I've got questions for you, 23. Here's the question I have for you. In these moments where you're running down a team, where you're just absolutely taking command, is there an element of disrespect that comes into it? Not like that you don't respect your opponents, but that it becomes like, all right, we're going to go faster and faster and faster, and you have to prove to us that you could stop this.
You mean if I'm setting the pace, if
When
it's
you're-
going to be faster or?
Yeah, when you're jumping out cave and gunning down 2 outside of B on Ancient, when you're just like, we're 15 seconds in and you've already got 2 kills, is it just like, let's see if they can stop me?
There is some rounds that you feel like the round starts and you feel the confidence that, okay, like if I'm going to do that, I'm going to kill. And in these moments, it's just like by your feeling, basically. You can take it slower, you can take it faster, and it's up to the player most of the time. Unless it's like some set rounds, but set rounds also like, it depends on the person who's running. So when I feel it, I just go for it. If it doesn't work, my teammates will kill.
That's the best way to do it. Full confidence in yourself, full confidence in the teammates. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations on another grand final. Can't wait to see you play in it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Full confidence. If I don't kill them, my teammates will. Isn't that the ideal way to play Counter-Strike? Just full faith in your own abilities, full faith in everyone on the server with you.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been together so long, they've been winning for so long that obviously they're going to have that mentality with each other that, all right, if I don't get this kill, maybe Tori or someone else will be able to pick it up. And that is quite evident in the past games that they've had, that is what happens. That is exactly how it works for Imperial. They are just completely running at full speed and just doing so well.
That they are. And I'll tell you someone who's often picking it up. It's our player of the series. It has to be Anna. It has to be Anna. That last map was just an absolute master class coming on through from the Opper. You really just can't hold a candle to her.
Yeah, she was going insane. The fact, I think she had like, what, 20 kills at half-time or something like that, or on the way to it, if not. She was just going nutso. Like on the orb, I think the amount of orb kills she got was higher than anything. What are you pointing at? What
14 in 3 in opening duels. I think that is a record that we've had for players of the series this entire time. I mean, I think she's been also very, very close to aces, and it'd be like 23 or Tori will like take that ace from her, but that's just kind of how it is. You don't really need an ace if you're Ana. You could just go ahead and be like, all right, let me just get 4 top mid, and then that's all I need to do. My team will pick it up.
I think the most astonishing number there, honestly, is how few deaths she has. She went plus 37 kills to death in the series, and it's not like she's playing this hyper-passive, super savvy role. She's brawling, she's opening, she's getting those fights, and then she's just impossible to bring down.
And then she's re-peaking, and then re-peaking again, and just filled with confidence. It just felt like Big just weren't able to shoot back, weren't able to trade her, and it just goes down to, like, I think as well, something that can be noted is like points where she was fighting at mid. It's all just the layered utility that's coming from the rest of her teammates. So you see there's some players there. You've got 23 who didn't end up getting a lot of kills. Zaz as well, not a lot of kills, but you know that they were the ones throwing that supportive utility and still aiding in a way.
Yeah, and just raw mechanical ability. We'll always switch her pistol if she runs out of shots, if she doesn't want to do something too close. I don't think we ever saw a no scope. She was always just using her op and then, all right, let me switch to my pistol because they're close to it. And that's just comes to show like how much experience she has in the game. It's just incredible for her.
Been the GOAT of Impact for a reason. But now it's time to shift our focus to the other side of this playoff bracket. We got a matchup coming to you on the other side of this break. It's FURIA taking on the Na'Vi Javelins when we come back.
right, ladies, we are here in Sweden, in Stockholm. Obviously, we're here for some CS, but we also want to check out your knowledge about Sweden and more specifically about people from Sweden. Would you say like you know some people from the potentially like from Sweden?
Maybe football players.
Oh, okay. Like we might have like
and Counter-Strike pro players. Of
and
course.
of course.
And a little bit of music, maybe. A little bit.
A little bit of music. Oh, that is a perfect way of starting this whole thing because this is a person from Sweden.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Avicii?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is Avicii. The moment you said music, the moment you said music, I was like, oh, I have the perfect person for this. Okay. Yeah. What is your relationship with music? Do you like really enjoy it? What kind of music do you enjoy?
Yeah. A little bit of everything except like rap. I don't like too much. But a lot of rock, pop, like something like that. Yeah.
I like pop, rap, Polish rap.
So you connect the opposites in a way, because
I think it.
Right? Because this is the next person that they'll have to guess.
Holy moly.
Zara Larsson, maybe?
Yeah. Okay. You know your music. You know your music. Yeah. You can kind of say like she's the Swedish queen of pop. She's like, I mean, she's really popular in Sweden and outside of Sweden. So like, I think even if you're maybe like not really into Swedish music, or it's like even like maybe pop music, you'll still know like a certain amount of. Talking about this is like I'm not like this is like so perfectly aligned.
Of course, Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Easy. Too easy.
Too easy. I mean, when you said like okay, football player, and you said music, I was like, we have those, and the fact that they're actually aligned, yes,
that's good.
It is Zlatan. Do you do any sports, or maybe used to do any kind of sports?
I love football, to watch, to play.
And what about you?
Yeah, I did a lot of sports before, like badminton, dance, like pop, and I did like capoeira. You know what this is?
Yeah, it's like a martial art. It's a martial art that looks like a dance.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. What about this person?
Actor.
Yes.
I have no idea.
I remember her face, but
can you remember the movies that she's been into, like series?
No.
Did you watch the movie? Because if you didn't watch the movie, then it's gonna be hard for me to reference it.
I think I watched, but I don't remember her name.
This is Rebecca Ferguson. She's an actress. Yes. I personally know her like from Dune, but she's been like in a lot of movies. She's been like in all the series. All right. We're gonna go for this one. Can you guess what this person did for a living?
Innovation, I guess. Nobel Prize, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know.
Wow, what's professional?
They all have pictures like this, you know.
Yes. But the thing is, you just said the word like Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
So.
But I don't know.
This is the inventor of the dynamite. This is Nobel. This is the person that the scientist like from Sweden, and the name of the Nobel Prize is because of him. What about the next one? Would you be able to name? Your eyebrows are saying you're like, maybe recognize this person. Any idea from which field he is from?
Not really.
A field that
Presentator, something like that.
It's a field that is very close to both of you. Something like the reason why we are here.
It's commentator?
I mean, probably he got to work as a talent, but that is not the main thing that he is like known for. So this is Heaton. He is an ex-professional player.
Yes.
It
reminds me now.
Yeah, it's like, but he's like an OG of the maybe let's say like the 1.6 scene, like of like the Swedish scene. It's like a long time ago.
I didn't remember.
Yeah. All right. Then we're gonna go for the last one, which is I personally think might be the hardest one. But we should start with who do you think this person might be?
Official person? I
Yes,
don't know.
very
Yeah.
She looks like president.
Very close.
Government something.
Very close, like yes, the government. There's like still a few countries in the world that have the monarchy.
Yeah.
Like Britain is like the most famous one that we know, and Sweden also they also have the monarchy. So this is Princess Victoria.
Nice.
And she is the next one in line to to be the Queen of Sweden.
Ooh.
With this, I want to ask, who do you think is the Queen of CS?
Oh no.
Oh, it's a hard one, I know. Putting you on the spot.
I would say Anna for now.
Anna.
Yeah.
I mean, she got like the #1 title like
a
2
few
years in a
times.
row.
Yeah.
2 years in a row. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was not as stressful as maybe you were worried.
No, it was good.
It was good. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Who would you say are the people you look up to the most from like women's esports generally?
Like role models.
Yeah,
and
role models.
Esports
like,
specifically, like competitive players and stuff.
It doesn't have to be. Whoever you think is a good role model or someone that you look up to.
Yeah.
For me, it's so hard because I came from like the very beginning, like where
You were
everything
the pioneer
started.
and
Yeah,
stuff.
like there was no competitions, I mean, there was maybe SAS, but we joined as soon as I started like compete almost. So for me, it's hard to say. If it would be someone, maybe Anna from DreamHack. Yeah, Anna Nordlander. She works heavy with esports. She used to be a pro way back, like years ago. She stopped like when I started almost. So.
Do you think it's been helpful sort of having that journey with Zaz together and like
Yeah.
going through everything
I
over
think
the
we've-
years?
Yeah, I think we've like pushed each other, you know, we've been each other's like supporter throughout everything.
I think like before my time, it was like, the thing is like, I wasn't aware of like women competing much. Like when I started, like I was a pretty big like rookie just doing matchmake. So I was like very oblivious to like, oh, women can play in tournaments. So I wasn't really like, I didn't have like a big role model at the time through like media or something like that. So I feel like media is typically like where, you know, spotlight, you find role models, stuff like that. But I would guess like pioneers before my time would be more like Potter and Miss Harvey were like very big pioneers who played very well, had a really good track record for their time.
Yeah, that's true. Like they won a lot of ESWCs.
Yeah, they were, I just know they had a really good track record. Besides that, I feel like I actually like, I don't know, like Valkyrie I think is really cool because she's almost like a businesswoman, but she's like in a male-dominated space and she's like really killing it, and it's not competitive esports, but she's still like, you know, has a really good brand and whatnot. And I mean, she's also a good role model. She seems like a nice person. So not necessarily a competitive player, but it's like a woman within the space, so it's similar.
And when I started, I watched Potter, I watched Julian, I watched Zaz, and from South America, Gabs is on my team, and I really liked her. I think everyone is important, actually. I think everyone that started, now it's not that hard now, but a few years ago it was quite hard, and before this it was more hard, and they are really soldiers. So I think I admire everyone.
Okay, ladies. We are here in Stockholm. We are here in Sweden. The weather is absolutely amazing, but I'm going to be asking you things about Sweden, and more specifically about famous people from Sweden. It might sound like a bit scary, but I'm going to tell you, there's just like a lot of people from Sweden that are very famous, but people just maybe like don't realize that they're Swedish. So, like, don't stress out, okay? Okay. Like, let's start with the first.
We will try. You first.
This will be the first person that we go for. Oh my God. Do you think you might
know him?
Do you
A
think
musician?
you might? Yes, this is indeed a musician.
I don't know name, but I know he's a musician.
I don't have idea. Do you know any maybe DJs? They're electronic music? Yes.
I like it, but I don't know this name.
Sing something. You don't need this. We don't need me singing on camera. Trust me. Trust me.
The name starts with something.
With an A.
Avicii?
Yes! Avicii! See?
Avicii.
Avicii.
That's it. We won.
See, like, he's Swedish. Did you know how he looks like?
Yeah, I don't remember this face.
The face.
Yeah, but it's the name, oh my God.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing.
He's a legend.
We might have like a good chance with this person.
Football
player.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
But name. Name. I'm really suck in football. Yeah. I don't know.
Which is
how
unusual
play.
for a Brazilian.
Yeah, but
I don't know how can I say the position, but he looks like who defend. I don't know if it makes sense. Defensive player, I think.
Can be. I don't know.
There is attack, there is defense, you know?
I'm not a football fan.
Not a good information to know
Yeah.
here, but
The last one on our list is this person. You don't even have like a nervous laughter anymore. You're just like, huh, okay.
Politics?
royal or something like that.
A what now?
Royal, something like that.
Yes.
I'm good with
Yeah. You can like pinpoint like where we need to go, and then you arrive there. You're like, what now? What do we do now? We got the royal part.
The first step, I'm good.
Exactly. It's like baby steps. Like we got the first part. We got that she's. But can you maybe figure out what is her like status? So she is like from the royal family.
Royal.
But who is she?
Is that queen?
No.
Princess?
Yes. This is Victoria. This is Princess Victoria. She's the Princess of Sweden. She's the next one to the throne. So she's gonna be at some point in her life she's gonna be the Queen of Sweden. But right now she's a princess. If I have to ask you like who is right now the Queen of CS, who would you pick?
Zaz?
Zaz. Because of the experience of how much presence she has.
Zaz.
You go for Zaz?
I rather play against her in 1.6, and she's a queen.
But if I would ask you like who is the princess right now?
The princess.
Who would I have to choose?
And now in CS2?
Yes, in CS2.
Princess.
Because I really like how you had this
Anna?
approach.
Anna.
Anna. Yeah, sounds good. Because you go for Zaz for the experience and the status. And Anna is the princess.
Yeah.
Kind of the fresh blood.
Yeah.
Has slowly getting more experience, but she's really good. Thank you very much, ladies. Maybe it was not that easy, but you got to learn more.
Yeah.
That's good.
Something's changed, I can see how it's all become so real. Oh, yeah. Now you've turned the lights on. Close your eyes, rest your mind. You don't have to walk
Excuse me, señor. One moment, please. Yeah, disculpa. I know my English not good looking, but are you using salt? Because there's no flavor in this place. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Ese mangú no me lo como. Le hace falta sal y huele a mojo. Hay brujería en esa vaina, me hizo daño. Pues tu mamá se come un plátano muy extraño. Ya estoy cansado de estar picando por la plaza, amor. Quiero comerme un desayuno ahí en tu casa, amor. Dos huevitos con chorizo te cocino. No soy cochino, te lo cambio por tocino. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Ay, que te extraño, como la cocina de abuela. O la empanada de tu vieja. La nena dulce como la miel de abeja. Yo me muero pa' comer si tú me dejas. Diablo, nena, que tú sí estás fuera liga. Mango bajito, lo que son tus amigas. Por eso que yo no me encaramo en almor. Gracias por el plato, pero es que le falta algo. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin...
Welcome back to the ESL Impact Finals for Season 6. We are ready for our second semifinal to get underway. We've already sent one team through to the playoffs. Imperial Valkyries, perhaps the most expected, anticipated finalist, but now we need to find their challenger. We need to find the contender to finally dethrone the champions of Impact and to claim that crown and that trophy for themselves. It's either going to be FURIA or Na'Vi Javelins, but first, they've got to get through each other.
I think so, yeah. It's definitely generally how it works to get to the...
I think that's how a bracket works.
Yeah, to find the yellow brick road or whatever. But look, FURIA have been looking red hot going into this one, you know, topping their group. Na'Vi coming through second, also being in that group with Imperial. So it's going to be an interesting affair as to how these two match up head to head.
Yeah, definitely. Also, these two teams playing versus each other, it's a bit of like maybe kind of what we saw yesterday with Fluxo and Na'Vi, like kind of same play style, so it's going to be super interesting to see.
Not quite the same players, but maybe they share a little bit of DNA. Understandable, I think. But what do we think? What's going to change here, right? Because we didn't see that much of a sample size from FURIA. We've seen this FURIA team. They've been in the finals before, but it's been a minute. It was kind of the Na'Vi Javelins that took their crown of being that contender, of being that perennial finalist. And now for FURIA, we got a chance to get back there.
Yeah, I think they're definitely very hungry for redemption. I feel like both teams have been showing really good form so far in the tournament, and for me, this is gonna be a very tight match. I'm like not even sure who's gonna bring it because it's, yeah, two teams that are so good and they like have such a distinguished play style that like it crashes, but it's also, it's just so nice to watch.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is no more 13-2s, Mac?
Hopefully no more 13-2s. Last time these teams went head-to-head was different rosters, different time. It was like a year ago now. So it's going to look like a whole different game. Of course, you've got, at that point, Na'Vi was full Polish, still old speaking Polish, and now they have to speak English. You know, that's maybe something that FURIA has going for them, is they've all got that, probably just speaking Portuguese, you know, speaking their home language, and that makes the communication a little bit more important and easy.
Yeah.
Easy indeed. I'm curious to hear from their communication, as we're going to get a little bit of a word from each of the teams.
I actually lost like I don't know how many finals we lost, and I really want to get this one.
The CTs are breaking through until Lunatins comes through for two. It's all Lunatins, baby.
I'm really happy with our performance, with my performance. We didn't know what to expect about the teams. K27, a lot of teams was struggling with them, and we were a little bit concerned. But everything goes fine against Big 2. We didn't know actually what to expect, and We played very well.
Jump peaks, oh, that was such a close one. Oh, that's perfect. Collects both of them at the same time.
It's always my dream. I play against the top players like Gusby, they're like Giuliano, Vilga. I played against almost all of them.
Hand control by 23 now. Pre-fire from Angelka, one of the remaining players as well. Oh, that could have been a collateral down to the 1v1. Cat's got all the info, but Angelka is ready. 4 kills in the round, and she's angry.
It feels good to be back on Impact, especially to playoffs again. We are very proud. We come to this without that high expectations because we are kind of new roster, even though they're still the main core here, but we are surpassing expectations every game we win, so it's great for us. I think we can make it. I don't think anyone can stop us, but ourselves. So as long as we are playing our best, we can make it. We can make anything we want. Be ready to go home too, you know, pack your things.
We're going with blood in our eyes.
If they're on their A game, they can make anything happen, but the test here is going to be pulling out your A game up against a very dangerous FURIA squad. And one of the pieces that has been making this FURIA team so very dangerous, taking a lot of the initial fights as well, it's Iza. Iza has been in there, has been making her opponents have a little bit of insanity.
Yeah, definitely, and it's even more impressive to see this, like how she's been playing even on LAN. Like she's been better than she's been at the online, which is really impressive. And for her to both be in IGL and also like entry and do everything, it's super cool.
Yeah, not only calling, it's Apex-esque, right? You know, just putting her body on the line, and then if things don't go right, she can call from the grave. But she also hasn't been tested so far here, so that's the thing that I'm looking at, of course. 2 best of 1 so far, stats getting incredibly inflated because they just trounced over all their competition, but Na'Vi Javelins is going to be a bit of a tier above, so we'll see, especially if you're running into Viku, like that's not going to be easy.
Certainly not. Certainly not. I know a guy who knows a little bit about sample size. What's the size of your sample, Newt?
My sample size is pretty big. I've got a couple seasons underneath my belt with regards to ESL Impact. So let's take a look at 2 seasons in particular so far at Season 5 and Season 6. So in Season 5, we saw FURIA fall to Fluxo Demons. So we didn't see FURIA in the Season 5 finals, but let's take a look at their opening duel stats in Season 5. So a lot of the time, the opening duels were kind of spread across the entire team, but that kind of begs the question. There were a bit too many cooks in the kitchen. So it's a lot of early round plays that the FURIA are trying to capitalize on, but they had no late round gamers at their disposal. So then we come into Season 6, they bring in Lolitens. You can see Lolitens doesn't bring out a lot in the opening duels, but that shifts a lot of the workload to Iza, and you've seen Iza has been absolute monstrous, redonkulous stats with regards to opening duels, as well as Car and Gabs, and it frees up FURIA a lot more. So now they've got Bazina, the very, very experienced Bazina, has been playing for many, many years, comes in with Lolitens to kind of close out the rounds. And Lolitens has been quoted by Car as the best player in South America. So it begs the question, you don't really see her in the front lines that much, but she is that late round performer, purely because these trade kills, allowing for FURIA to capitalize on these opening duels and get the momentum carried forward and keep the tempo running. You need to look at Lolitens' trade kills. 23% of her kills are all trade kills. These are redonkulous stats, purely because that just gives momentum straight back to FURIA. Even if they lose an opening duel, even if they get onto the bomb side and they keep losing players, Lolitens is there to save the day. So that momentum, that tempo is what FURIA strive on. So it's going to be pretty scary for Na'Vi if they're looking to capitalize on those opening duels.
Now that's a man who talks softly and carries a big sample size. Nicely done there, Newt. Thank you very much for the information. We know FURIA. They are furious. They are quick into those fights. They are going to bring the fight to you. That's a tough one.
Yeah, definitely. And I also think, like as Newt said, this thing, like getting that player that's also like a bit more supportive, it's so huge for a team. Like you can't have 5 players just like going for entries, being super aggressive. Like you have to have someone that also can support the team and be the late round player. It's super important, and I think that's why they're playing so good right now.
Well, to find out what they think's important, we got Heku with one of the players.
So, Car, it's the semifinals, but you had a day off. What were you doing yesterday?
Well, actually, I was playing CS. Tomorrow we had a day off, but today is the big day, and we didn't rest.
You didn't rest, but like right now you're gonna play against Navi. How did the preparations go?
We prepared a lot, and we were preparing in Brazil, so it's not just here that we prepare for them, and neither for Imperial.
Well, you probably remember how Navi used to play, like when they had like the fully Polish lineup, and now they have an international one. How different are they?
They changed some things, but I don't think they changed a lot. Yeah, but of course they changed some things. D7 was a great player for them, and it's going to be fun.
One last thing, do you feel like today you're going to be playing not only for yourself, but also for your country?
Yes, I am. We are playing for ourselves, we are playing for our friends, our family, and everyone who cheers for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Playing for more than just themselves, but themselves will be the only ones they have in the server, and will themselves be enough? Selves.
That was a segue. I'll pay that one. And yes, they should have enough, especially if that lady on your screen, Car, brings her A game. You have to try to out-op Viku. That's going to be a difficult process. So you can see that she's trying to lock in, trying to get ready, and she's going to have to, because this is going to be probably the roughest series that they'll have to have played at least this season.
Yeah, I'm actually super excited to see these like op versus op moment, because we have Ka, who is a really aggressive op and goes for crazy peaks and like repicks and just playing super aggro, and we have Viku's like more passive, like more safe, I would say. So it's gonna be super interesting to see how they go against each other.
It certainly will. It certainly will. We will be able to see that in just a few short moments. But my question for you two is, where are we going to see it? What are the maps going to be? What are we going to do for this Veto?
Anubis, Inferno, I think the third will be probably like a...
Nuke?
Yeah, maybe a nuke if they both want to angle that
Dust? Way. Oh, I did not expect Dust. I expected Anubis for Furia because they're crazy good on that map. But Navi banned nuke.
Yeah, Navi angling for Dust too. So maybe they did a bit of prep. Maybe they like how poor that map has been for Furia and angling that way, especially with Viku playing well. And then what do we got? Ancient is that third. Okay, so that makes sense. But yeah, two of these European teams coming through and picking Dust 2 with a bit of a surprise pick for both the series we're seeing this morning. It'll be interesting. We'll see how it works out. But of course, Dust 2 is going to be one of those aim maps, and Furia aren't lacking in the aim department.
No, certainly not. But trying to take the Veto in maybe an interesting direction. I'm curious if we got any thoughts from Angelica.
All right, Angelica, you're gonna start the series pretty soon. How's the atmosphere right now in the team?
We have very good atmosphere in team. We are confident. We are prepared for everything. So I hope we will win.
And personally, for you, how is it to play against Brazilian teams? Because yesterday you got to play against Fluxo. Now you're gonna play against Furia. Do you feel comfortable playing against their play style?
Yes, I think we are comfortable with playing. And yeah, we will show today it.
And the preparations, did you have the time for them to have proper preparations? Because they had a day off.
Yes, they had, but we have yesterday time for prepare, so yeah, our coach have everything, so yeah.
All right then, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Navi Javelins. They struggled a little bit more in the groups than maybe expected, but they seem to get better with every passing series. Seem to get more confident, stronger in their matchup, and we know what they've been doing online. Now, they're so very close to a trophy. How are they going to get there, Tilda?
I think by playing the way, like playing their own game, as they said. I think they're really good at CS. I think their playstyle could fit in very well in this matchup. I think they're good at stopping these aggressive teams, and that's something we also saw yesterday versus Fluxo Demons. So I honestly, if they play on their A game and they play their own game and not try to play Furia's game, I think they're gonna have this in the bag.
Play their own game?
Yeah.
Don't play Furia's game?
Yeah. Pretty simple.
How do they slow down Furia? How do you do it?
I mean, either you go fire with fire, you play aggro versus them, or you just slow them down. Like you get the op up on Viku, you slow her down with the op. But yeah,
Yeah,
the question is really, Mac, is it going to be enough? I think yes. I think yes.
I think yes. I don't know if they're going to get too disruptive. I think it's just going to be down to the utility game. Yesterday, their utility managed to clutch that series out, and I'm hoping that we get a little bit more.
Yeah, what do you think, Tilda? We're actually doing predictions. I kind of buried the lead there. We're doing our predictions right now. Tilda, who's winning?
I think Navi's winning. I doubted them earlier, and I had to bite my tongue. So I'm not doubting them anymore.
Not going to make that mistake. You feeling Brazilian, Mac?
I'm feeling pretty Brazilian. There's some kind of magic in the air. And I think this could be an interesting matchup. Knowing that it's Dust 2, though, it does sow some seeds of doubt with this. But I do think it's closer than everyone seems to think.
Closer indeed. This one feels like it's going to be cut with a knife. As it's time to get ready, it's time to dive into our matchup. These are two teams that have gotten so very close to tasting glory before. No strangers to the finals. But there's still something that stands between them and that trophy. They're ready to load into the server. The Panthers of FURIA ready to spread their claws and slash away and move one step closer to the hardware. But on the other side, looking to dethrone them, a newly rebuilt Na'Vi Javelins. They made some changes, they retooled, and now they're hoping that extra oomph will get them over the line. Who's it gonna be? FURIA or Na'Vi? I know who's gonna be bringing the action. It's gonna be James Bardolph and Naori Mizuki. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Mike and the desk. Yes, here we dive straight into our second semi-final of the day to find out who is going to have another opportunity to take a run at the crown, to take a run at the queens of Imperial. And it is no easy battle, but first they've got to get through this one. And I'll be honest, both of these two teams have shown some really strong, aggressive plays over the course of the weekend. South America, obviously well known for their aggression, but Na'Vi with a confidence that very few other teams can match, and now they have to go head-to-head.
I think this one is wide open. Stylistically, I think this favors both snipers, one of which will have a bigger signature than the other on this map as we go through it, starting with the pistol, of course. D7 will be gifted a P250 so she can duel at a fair range with these USPs. She's the raid boss of the squad, and what a raid boss she has been. She's been a revelation for Na'Vi in this tournament so far. And I don't think her story is done just yet. Lulaten's putting a smoke down, trying to give herself some cover, but she held on to it a little too long. And now that'll work in favor of Na'Vi as they take the site, plant the bomb, hold long. And FURIA try to figure out how to retake. There is a flash in the hands of Iza. Zina using these smokes to close the distance. Once he hiding in that car position. Who peeks first as they allow FURIA to essentially walk into a trap? Look at these headshots though from FURIA. Charging back onto the bomb site. 3-on-2 in favor of Na'Vi. Make it one. Zina alone now. Drops the car player Viku, and Jelka and D7 to find, and they just need to hide. That's a great one-tap, though. No kit for Bazina. She has to find Angelka, and it might already be too late. Running out of bullets, running out of time. The pistol goes to Na'Vi.
It was almost a solid retake attempt there, but Na'Vi able to just dodge those bullets really, really well. By that time, let that clock run down. And it was another one of those great long takes where we see a little bit of presence. They don't stagger out for too long, though. They realize that they've got some space to work with, and they take that space very, very quickly, get that bomb planted, and set themselves up to stop the retake from happening. Down to the wire, skin of their teeth, but it's Na'Vi Javelins that take the round and come into this next one with a very strong loadout.
Early tag with the scout from Viku. Sharp already. Going for the rifles over the utility. Dust 2 is a great map to do that. Plenty of space. In the earlier matchup, we spoke about Imperial's pacing on the T side. And I did say that there were some comparisons with Na'Vi. Establishing control. Look how they quietly go as well. FURIA are waiting for the sound cue so Carl can deploy that flashbang. But it'll be the T's who flash first, and they'll be on both sides as well. They will handily deal with that play. Great awareness. They've grown from tournament to tournament. We've watched them grow. We've watched them grow with success. We've watched them grow from failure. Grow with confidence. I love the responses. And Joka, she is very expressive in the server, out of the server. So when she was asked about playing in the South American playstyles, you can see the confidence. She's almost like, what do you mean? their style. Like, we're Na'Vi. That's the kind of feeling you get from that, and that's the confidence you want to see from a team such as Na'Vi, who have a good start on this game of Dust 2.
FURIA have a chance here to bite back a little bit. You see them taking quite a bit of early map control here. They've already established control down towards long, and they've got some strong presence towards B main. But mid is kind of fair game here, and that's where Na'Vi have got a lot of presence.
Very quickly establishing control of that short position. You can see Lulitens is very committed on long. No help anywhere close to her. Bazina's got one flash on that A bomb site as well. So I don't think it's going to be going Lulitens' way. She's playing that palm tree position. It's been a classic flash for many years. Palm tree not being solid in earlier versions of the game. You could flash behind it and swing. T's swinging from short, couldn't see it coming. Plenty of cover with the leaves above as well, and there'll be some grenades from Na'Vi as they make their way for a play into CT spawn, actually. Outmaneuvering FURIA here. 3 of the 5 players over towards A, so there will be trouble on this B bomb site. Na'Vi so slick with their executions, but they still need to find these kills. Is it with the awkward angles? Won't be enough for Astra, one of many big names for Na'Vi. It was clinical from Imperial in the last game, and it'll be clinical from Na'Vi here in this first buy round, setting the pace versus FURIA.
Again, we're seeing so similar to what we saw when Na'Vi were up against FlyQuest. One of the big things that I spoke about was how beautiful their utility usage is and the follow-up thereon. The fact that they're able to crack so easily into that B site is off the back of some really, really well-placed flashes that allows them to overrun the one player that's on that site. And that forces Lulitens to now have to try to, well, in the moment, it forced her to have to move, and now she realizes there's not too much more to be done in this one, so just hold on to that weapon and look towards the next round. And she's found herself in a nice spot here, because Na'Vi have gone hunting, but they're not entirely sure where on earth she is, so she'll be able to take this gun into that next round. Not a great one for FURIA to lose. They would have wanted to get a little bit more done in this one, if not actually win the entire round itself, but Na'Vi continuing to show their dominance here.
3 FURIA players still looking for their first frag in this game. They have not been allowed a warm start. Off to the races very quickly are Na'Vi. A timeout as FURIA discussed the way forward. First buy round has failed. Although we're not seeing maximum FURIA just yet. AWP's not out just yet, and that is true for Na'Vi as well. Viku, thanks to that round, and only one rifler surviving, will get more mileage out of that scout. Hanka, 6-1 so far. The can opener of the Na'Vi Javelin squad. You could really pick any name from Na'Vi to be a star in any game.
Yeah. I mean, D7 had some phenomenal multi-kills the other day, but Hanka was such a devastating lurk, constantly a thorn in their sides. Viku's AWP was just out of this world. At any given time, as you say, any one of these players could be the star of the round.
Yeah, I think Anna set a very high bar with the AWPing in the previous game, but Viku has been devastating as well. Absolutely devastating. One shot, one kill has been her MO. We'll get to FURIA, but first they need some bigger guns, or maybe they don't. A Deagle's quite a big gun. Car's got a great angle for a second one as well. It seems they have decided to get into this game. That bomb is surrounded. CTs everywhere. There's money for Na'Vi. And Joker will want to pop some heads. 47 seconds. There's time to get something done here. You can see FURIA trying to play a safe game. That's all the information they need. They do not require a 1v1. Great angles. And Jalka still trying to put some work in. From long, Gabs will grab, and there may be some more rifles to collect. FURIA are on the scoreboard.
A great little usage of Car there, allowing her to essentially be bait. And what I did want to say about Car, because this is like 2 or 3 rounds now that she's been sniping with pistols. In the very first round, we saw her get some really clean headshots with the USP. She does the same thing here with the Deagle, and you know when she has the AWP online, she's going to do it with that as well. So it's amazing to see a player that can consistently do things like that. Oh, timing.
Her crosshair was just in exactly the right place.
Yeah.
My word. Orbs out for both squads now. And this is why Dust2 is such an interesting pick. Kara is such an explosive player. This is a playground for the likes of Kara as well. She can absolutely take over this game with an AWP. So we'll find out as this game progresses if this pick is a double-edged sword. I think FURIA will be one of those teams who will be more comfortable with this kind of pacing we see from this particular T side. Smoke up at mid doors at present. Again, it's about identifying or eliminating where that swing player might be. Currently over towards B. Off angles being held by Lulitens. She'll have the sound cues towards short as well, which might pull Bazina back over. But this is standard stuff, establishing control of short. Don't need to have too much of a reaction to it. Na'Vi still waiting for a play. That sub 40-second mark, the urgency starts to rise now. But that bomb's pretty committed to the A bomb site. They're starting to swing, and those sound cues will be urgent. They'll have to get a rotation in now as Lulitens is unable to get anything done. And now Kara is on an island. This is a very difficult position for her to be in. As they close in on her on long, she's got to tap forward just a little bit. She's in so much trouble now. She's got to try and fight her way out of it. She'll drop Astra for her time, for her trouble. That bomb's made it to the bomb site though. 10 seconds on the clock. Molly goes on the wrong side. Hanker plants, 3-on-2 for Na'Vi. There's an important duel about to happen on long here. Gabs has to win versus Viku, and she will. Now it's game on. Bazina creeping. They don't know where she is, I don't believe. D7 and Hanker, last 2 standing for Na'Vi. Bomb ticking, 1 tap and Gabs is gone. Bazina last to drop, and Na'Vi are back to winning ways.
Angelica's fancy footwork there, disallowing Lulitens to get that first kill at the bottom of long, really does enable so much for them, because Lulitens, if she gets one there, sure, she definitely gets traded out, but it gives them an opportunity to try to play off of that. Because she dies so early without getting one herself, leaves Car all alone on an island, and yes, Car does get hers, but once she's down, that's both of these players completely taken off the board, and it all comes down to D7. Once again, a star. All right, Car. A little bit cheeky with that one, but that's great. Get Viku off the board, give yourselves a number advantage, punish that attempt at space taking, and Na'Vi have to re-question what their approach was going to be.
Exactly what they needed there. Bazina's in trouble here. She's lost the angle from the short boost, and there's surely no way she gets away from this. Doesn't quite work the same way as that angle on Nuke Secret does. Managed to slip by her, and that makes things awkward because we've got Angelica coming through long as well. She's still respecting that smoke as these CTs are in such an awkward spot, but they're both still standing. Warp is starting to rotate over as well. 3-on-3. With a very interesting scenario. How long does Angelica wait? Because it's a 3-on-2 in the meantime while she tries to keep an eye on a rotation. She needs to get involved soon. Watching her back as Car's watching hers as well. All looking for the lurkers as Astra has an off angle, a little burst, and she'll be forced back. No one on the bomb site then for these T's. Angelica's dropped, and they should have some cover maybe for this bomb defuse to happen. Indeed they will. That is clean from the CTs. FURIA fighting back early on.
There's the value of Lulitens that Newt was talking about a little bit earlier on as well. They play off of each other so well and so snappy with those kills, taking out, was it Hanker down bottom long, Hanker or Angelica, taking her out after shots have already been fired. So your position has already been known, but they haven't managed to take you down. So you're able to turn around, get that kill, then finding out that there's a crossfire towards short and being able to play off of that as well. Just really, really great stuff here. A beautiful retake from FURIA.
That's not an easy one to achieve.
Yeah.
That was so awkward for them, not having complete control of long. Yes, they had a smoke up, but they didn't have position to see if anybody was there or not. Having been compromised on short, caught completely by surprise. That's an expensive lesson learned with that incendiary, but one they got away with, which is good for them. They are in the fight early. This is going to be a very interesting matchup indeed. 2-4 in favor of Na'Vi Javelins. Fiki will be on the scout once again. We'll see if she's got the headshot flicks. Car with the AWP and a very good spawn towards long. However, no one is headed in her direction. Bazina hopping up short. And D7 is popped early towards B. That happened last time as well, but it was Car who got that early pick. So Na'Vi are losing players with those aggressive plays towards the B bomb site. FURIA are ready for the fight. These two teams are well balanced. This is a really good matchup for a semi-final or a final. Angelka deploying some smoke grenades towards the speed bomb site, cutting off the choke points, and Hanka's right place, right time. The trade fraggers are surely here eventually. Isa finds two though and keeps her team in the fight. Woman advantage FURIA. Long rotation though for Lulitenz. She's one of the two players with kits at present. What util do they have for a potential retake? They've got a lot of junk to throw at this bomb site. That incendiary is going to be very important. They've got HEs for the car position or elsewhere. They'll have to decide where it goes. You can see Angelka creeping through the halls as well. Lulitenz's timing might just be good. There's the incendiary. Now Lulitenz starts to make her way through, as does Bazina. The flashes are up, Lulitenz is down. The trades are here, as is Car. That bomb is ticking though. Bazina's the one that needs to get on that bomb. Can she get there in time? It's going to be a close one. Car better make a run for it just in case. There it is, FURIA.
Goodness.
Reduced the deficit to 1.
These retakes are out of this world. And the really hectic thing about it is just how stressful they are. Like, you can feel the adrenaline start to pump. You're like, come on, guys, there's like 2 seconds before you need to be on that bomb. And they are so cool, calm, and collected. Us viewers, we start to feel the stress, but they feel none of it. They know what they're capable of. They know the timings.
That multi-frag from Isa is everything. The team rotating had the tools to get the job done, but she made it that way with her hold on the B bomb site. That was a big play from her. It's so hard to retake that B bomb site, but she got more frags than you could reasonably ask for in that scenario. So props to her for that. There does appear to be a plan here for Na'Vi. Again, a team of their caliber with this amount of utility in an eco round shows clear intention. There always should be, if you can afford even this amount. If you can close the distance, if you can get those Tech 9s within striking range, then anything is possible. But again, FURIA are ready for the challenge. They are a strong team in their own right, and they are not afraid of anyone. There is so much talent on this squad. Na'Vi trying to collapse on this bomb site then. Here is the next challenge for FURIA. They've got Gabs at the back. They'll start to ring the bells of these players, and they will survive the test, no problem. All 5 survive. Fantastic when you're on the CT side especially.
Great turnaround from FURIA, and I've loved, one of the things we've spoken about is a team that's confident is going to make confident plays. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to try to take that space, and if you allow them to do it, well, they're just going to keep doing it. And what I've really enjoyed with FURIA is that when Na'Vi do that, they're very often in a position to kind of shut that down and to just say, no, you are not going to be allowed to do this. And eventually that's going to potentially cause Na'Vi to have to stall a little bit, and we're seeing it. No, we're not. They're just carrying on.
Great utility from FURIA here in response after the frag as well. I feel like there's a line in the sand, and there's few teams on one side who can survive a pistol split of a bomb site as FURIA did without losing a single player. Sometimes you will, but there's a bunch of teams, a select few, who are able to handle and control a scenario like that. Both of these teams I would put in there. But it makes such a difference. Oh, Gabs gets one. The team kill will make it 2 after all. Hanka making sure Gabs is dead. 3-on-2 now. Cars Scope will drop Astra. Hanka carrying the bomb. She has time for a clutch. There's over a minute on the clock. If she can catch one off guard, then it is really game on. She might have some sound cues as well. There's the frag she was looking for. Now, which way does she go? Heading straight over to that A-bomb site. You could pick any of these players for a clutch scenario, and you'd be in for a good time. Car and Izza, though, they will be up to the challenge. We'll see if they choose to move together. Is it the Orpa who swings first for the AK to clean up? She's got the right idea as well, Hanka, trying to disengage, but they are ready for her. Car swinging wide, Izza cleaning up as it should be, as it is for FURIA, who now take the lead on Dust 2.
I was just thinking, Hanka actually managed to clutch quite a few 1vx's yesterday. So I was waiting to see, can she do it again? Can she do it against a team the caliber of FURIA? But they play off of each other really well. Car has learned in her role as the Orpa, not only is she meant to hold angles and hit those shots, but also every now and then she can be bait. She was doing it in one of our earlier rounds. She does it there as well. A little bit of ducking and diving, jumping around, and allowing the rifle on Izza to get the cleanup kill. It's perfect, it's cohesion, it's teamwork, and it's exactly what FURIA need to secure themselves a final. Potentially, they've managed to claw their way back in. They've given themselves the lead here, and there's a possibility for that momentum to just kind of keep rolling in their favor. But for Na'Vi, a moment now of respite, just to have a conversation and discuss what FURIA are doing. Because let's face it, FURIA have started to put a stop to everything Na'Vi have attempted to do ever since they got their first proper buyout.
Izza on double figures, 10 frags for her. Such important frags as well. If she doesn't deliver on that B bomb site, it might change the face of this half. Na'Vi with the pistols now. And again, they said that Luliten's, I think they said it is the best player in the region, if not one of. But on LAN, in the finals, she'll have some work to do to beat the likes of Izza. I think Hanka's my favorite player on Na'Vi.
Fair.
However, D7 in this tournament is making a significant challenge in that regard. Oh, this is harassment. Oh, please continue this. Oh. Another ticket has been selected. There she go back for the other one. She does. Oh, that's such a big headshot for Car. Oh, you love to see it. She is an animal with that AWP. A shooting gallery for FURIA, but a bomb plant will actually be denied by a flying Pazina.
It's a great round there, and one of the things that I wasn't going to comment on it at the time, but Gab's playing a very familiar position with the AUG over on that B site. I love that. Teams obviously should be aware of it, should be reading into it, but she's still able to get hers, so that makes me really happy. Going to be looking for that in later rounds. But of course, with this having been a bit more of an economic recession type of round for Na'Vi, we weren't expecting too much to come out of it. Now, however, actual weaponry online, and they're very aware of that AUG as they send a little bit of presence towards B.
Love these angles from Car. She is so dangerous. She might be the most dangerous woman on the server. And that is not easy with these two lineups. 6-4 now for FURIA. Definitely have a plan. There's a lot of different ways those can be used. Towards the side for a bomb plant, breaking smokes to stop the T's from crossing. Number of different ideas. But again, it's great to see the detail. And with the level these two teams are playing at, there's definitely things for other squads to learn as well. Observing the confident approach from both. Na'Vi establishing presence. And this will force the utility as well. This is forcing FURIA to dump those grenades, which Na'Vi might otherwise run into. But what's the final plan? We haven't seen too much targeting, I don't think, from Na'Vi of these mid players just yet. Again, D7 having a look. They put a lurk smoke into that B bomb site, so they're threatening both areas. Now, what's the read that you make if you're FURIA? Smokes on A, smokes towards B, D7 creeping, showing some more presence. That has pulled Bazina away from mid, and as that happens, guess who's coming through mid? It's Na'Vi. A very solid split. Gabs with that Org is just waiting. Bazina and Lulitens are activating, and she comes out at the right time. It's a monstrous hold from FURIA so far, who will find a 7th round on the CT side.
I mean, that's devastating for Na'Vi. Look at them, they're so happy. And then that round goes, I think, better than they could have even asked for. And I think that a lot of that comes down to, so we see a lot of utility getting burned very early on, and so Na'Vi have a lot less to work with when they finally do go in for that execute. Mid is left pretty open, and you've got one player tucked who's able to get so much. Meanwhile, you've got a flank that's come out all the way from A main. Car does things like that, I mean...
Car is great. And so is that spray from Izza. Na'Vi trying to make the play with the flashes, but Izza's in the right place with the right angles and the right gun. A formidable opponent in FURIA. I don't think any of these picks are guaranteed for either team. $500 HP FURIA versus D7 and Astra. Stylistically, this is just so good for Car. Dust 2 is a playground for a sniper. D7 and Astra have a combined $0 in the bank. No need to reload just yet for Car. Nothing doing, nothing being given, no inches for Na'Vi. That is a very solid CT defense from FURIA, who lead by 4 at halftime. That the place to get into that final, it's gonna be a scrap between these two. Viku's going to have big shoes to fill in this second half because Carr was a cannon on wheels in that first half, and we didn't really mention Viku too much, I don't feel like, but the AWP is going to need to get working for Na'Vi on this second half when it comes. First, though, come the pistols. Na'Vi 4 rounds behind. Viku with the Julies, just can't quite connect with anything. And that B-bomb site's been taken immediately. There's no retake util here for Na'Vi. But if you can swing fast enough and land a headshot, maybe you don't need util. One in the site, that's D7, of course it is. She's got so much clutch in her. I heard you were trying to bomb plant, how about no, says D7. And Gabs is stuck top mid. She was supposed to be cutting off rotation. Instead, she's the last one to fall. D7 is an enigma.
It's such a good read from Na'Vi as well to make sure that that B side is that little bit more reinforced. It's such a popular one to try to take on a pistol round. And with limited utility, they know that they can play a little bit further back towards mid. And that's where D7 plays from. She's playing from behind the double doors here. She's getting all these kills on the cross, popping heads and not allowing that bomb to make its way in towards the site. And when it finally does make its way onto the site, she's ready to swing. Absolute demon here from her, and a much needed pistol round does she bring into Na'Vi's control.
It's a huge win for them. Straight onto the rifles, as we saw from FURIA. Very dry round for FURIA. No util, no P250s. Viku trying to race away, but getting peppered like a steak from that Glock. 5-on-4 then. FURIA have no Kevlar though, but they're finding awkward situations and they've managed to drop a second player. Astra back and forth around the pillar, but the damage will be finished now. 2 players, that's great for FURIA. I don't think they bought a single thing and they made them spend basically $12,000, so that's huge.
Yeah, there was an attempt there to just try and buy some time for the lurking player that had made it all the way up long to maybe get in behind and get a backstab, maybe take advantage of the chaos. But Na'Vi not going to be allowing that to happen, and instead they'll take out those last 2 players. But for FURIA, as you mentioned, they spent nothing in that previous round. They come in now with a full buy, everything to play with. But can they convert?
Good hold from Hanka so far. 17 kills for her. I wanted to say maybe this is where she comes to life. What does that mean, 50? Like, she's been putting in work already. It's Viku with 3, who's probably been waiting for these CT angles, but hasn't got her desired firearm just yet. FURIA establishing control of that short position. And Jelka in situ on long. FURIA waiting to start up their game. They've got 2 flashes. Hopes and dreams. That HE could be a little bit too late. Let's see. That'll do some good chunks to Carr. That's quite a handy smoke as well. Cuts the sight in half, essentially. And it will leave FURIA in a stalemate. But these AKs are quite dangerous. Carr keeping an eye on things in that short position for now. And Na'Vi haven't rotated just yet from that B position. They're still wondering as Carr starts to creep through. Be it an AWP or an AK, she is dangerous. Bezina clearing the bomb site, and Angelka's got to fall back for the retake. It's D7 and Astra with the flashbangs. FURIA finding a way to make things work for them. This is very awkward for Na'Vi now. We look to swing on this short position. Bezina looks away. The 2 Ts may just be able to hold this. How does D7 solve this puzzle? Even for her, this might be too much. In the meantime, Angelka's creeping on the site. D7 trying to entertain maybe, as it's a 1v1 on the A bomb site. If Angelka can find where that last T is, she has a kit as well. 1v2. There's no time to do this. Surely they start to come her way, but they'll delay her from defusing that bomb, and that's all that matters. 9-6 FURIA.
Great round from Bezina, just in general there. But what I loved about what that execute did, that wall of smokes, not only does it allow them to lurk all the way up short and get a lot of space in towards the bomb site, but it completely redraws the battle lines as well. You're kind of changing the shape of the space, and when you can take advantage of that, you just have so much to work with. And Carr lurking up through mid as well, getting that kill there and then able to slip away. FURIA do so much in that round. There's so many moving parts and they come together like music.
Anubis is a bit of a question mark for me as far as FURIA are concerned. I mean, as far as Na'Vi are concerned, excuse me. So, I do wonder how urgent this map is for them. Now, if they win... Oh, actually, this is a full force buy from Na'Vi. They're in even more trouble than I realized. Death by paper cuts in round 16. They have nothing to offer FURIA. It is very cold outside and FURIA are trying to show Na'Vi the door.
Weather outside is frightful indeed, and Viku just going to have to be forced to try to hold on to the scout. Try to be able to get something on the exit, but no, now they know where she is, so they're just going to circumvent her entirely, not give her the satisfaction, and they will come out the end of this round with 5 players still left standing. Reinvest will be minimal for FURIA, but for Na'Vi, as you mentioned, they'd put a lot into this. They gambled so much on the back of this round succeeding, and it slips away from them. That's going to be double digits here for FURIA. And they were kind of on the back foot at the start of this map, and things were looking like it might just be Na'Vi running away with it. But once they started to find their footing a little bit, once they started to get used to that pacing, remember, South America is the aggressive region. Fast and in your face is literally their home turf. So for Na'Vi to be bringing that to them, you got to realize that that is what, it's their bread and butter. It's what they know. It's what they live for.
Carr is just in control. It's actually Hanka who's top of the kill board, though. Still with 17. Bazino close behind with 15. Likely to achieve more, as there isn't much for Na'Vi to offer in this one. A very dire situation for them in the second half of Dust 2. I'm not sure if Viku's had a sniff of an AWP in this half. It's just been rough round after rough round, still with 3 kills. I think she started this half with 3 kills.
Yep. Just hasn't really had an opportunity to shine. Hasn't had a chance to do much.
(11-6) then. FURIA are in the driving seat of a race car.
Seems we will have done a little bit of damage there. So we'll take a look to see how much Na'Vi were able to take into the next round, because obviously that can make a big difference here for just kind of long term. But long term isn't looking so long anymore, as FURIA now hit 11. They're that much closer to closing it out. So for Na'Vi, yes, every little bit counts, but it's more than that now. Just doing a little bit isn't going to be enough. They need rounds on the board. They can't afford to lose another one. Another loss here.
Yeah, they really can't.
It puts them in a tight spot economically, and how do you come back from that?
I don't see it. If they lose one of the next 2 rounds, I don't see FURIA allowing them a way back in. But let's see, still no sniper. They just can't afford it. I don't know if Viku's had it. I don't think she's had an AWP this whole half.
She hasn't.
I mean, they've barely had a proper full buy. Credit to FURIA for that, though. Never getting started properly on this half so far. But hey, if they're victorious, maybe they'll take cars. Still the confidence to play their game. Astra top mid. Oh, Carr reads it and tags her as well. Hanka dropped in the meantime, and now suddenly it feels like the CTs are the one who are being surrounded. They are by FURIA. They're just so strong. 3-on-2, shutting down the plays from Na'Vi. The hubris to bring the fight to FURIA has been punished. But it's still winnable for Na'Vi. D7 and Angelka together. Not physically. D7 is far away. If she has to hold that site, don't count her out. Kara and Izza are quite tagged as well. They could be dropped very easily indeed, and that's the big frag they needed, which will encourage FURIA, but how far will D7 go? They've got to keep the comms tight, they've got to keep the comms active and let them know, let each other know what's happening or what isn't happening. Footstep heard, D7 has to raise the alarm now. Angelka has a flash, she can jump throw it if it can come. Maybe it's not needed though. D7's dancing, she's shimmying left and right, delivers the kills she needs to, as she often does.
When D7 is in that clutch, you cannot count them out entirely. A great position from her as well. And the fact that she's able to isolate those 1v1s is also so important. There's an attempt on the re-swing to kind of crouch your way through, spray through, and hope that it does connect. But D7 is that much better in the moment when it counts. This was an important one for Na'Vi, but I liked what they did. They took the aggression to FURIA. This is what Tilda was saying on the desk as well. You got to fight fire with fire, and that's what they did, and it worked.
Viku has an orb, finally. She has something. Long is taken. Viku in that short position has rifle support, grenades are out. That will allow Hanka to get to work. They are hungry for these frags, Na'Vi, and they are coming back. But the bomb's heading towards that bomb site. 3-on-4 for FURIA. There's a molly. If they can get it towards short, that could be so important. It smokes up though. Nothing doing with the HE. Ooh, oh boy, they were trying. I think they were trying to get that Molotov onto the bomb site, but it just bounced off the wall, just clipped the wall and went in the completely wrong direction. Either way, bomb planted. FURIA have got good positions. D7 creeping slowly as the bulk of Na'Vi come in from elsewhere. Smokes everywhere. Diffuse kits for only 2 players. Lula-10s and Izza remain, and they are quickly dispatched off. D7, of course, and Viku with those final frags, and it must feel good for Viku to get a kill with an orb.
Yeah, she's starting to get herself back into the board here and back into a position where we're going to have to sit up and take note, because she did finally get the orb in her hands, and we know how devastating that can be. It almost feels like FURIA needed to close it out before that could happen, but a bit of a stumbling block, and again, it's another round where Na'Vi take the fight to FURIA in mid. They don't allow FURIA to take that space completely uncontested, and that's what they needed to be doing from the very beginning, but is it too little too late now? FURIA back down onto a pistol, so it's a great opportunity for Na'Vi to keep clawing their way back in with the rounds.
They can stop FURIA from getting bomb plants, then these rounds should be a fair bit easier for them. Gabs and Lulu-10s remain. Bomb still in the hands of FURIA. But again, with only 2 plays left, how do they find range, close range on these Na'Vi players? Hanka moves to 19 kills. I've got to say though, the impact frags we see from D7, what an immense pickup for the squad. Might turn out to be their best player. Suddenly it feels a lot closer. And a round like this, if they can finish it with all 5 standing, will be so important. They need to build some cash in case something goes wrong in the rounds to come. And there we go. All 5 survive for Na'Vi, and the deficit reduces to 2.
The comeback is on. Na'Vi not willing to let go just yet. You kind of mentioned it as well. Anubis could be a potential question mark. They haven't had the best streak on it, the best results, so they need to give themselves a little bit of padding just in case. And with FURIA pushing them this hard on this map, on their map pick, they can't afford to take any liberties. So it's important here that they keep this close, but they make it decisive, and that is exactly what they need to start the round.
Yeah, and you can see why they got so much mileage keeping Viku off that AWP as well. Long has been taken, however. Car's got an AWP of her own. Definitely capable of bringing advantages back to FURIA. But Na'Vi will let them sit in that position. No need to challenge it. Can't plant the bomb in pit. Looking for information elsewhere will leave Angelka on her lonesome for a while. However, often as you see these long takes, it's not often too prompt an approach to that bomb site. And now Astra's in position. Na'Vi can get a little closer to Angelka. Hanka's got a flash that can go behind Angelka if needed. I think it might be needed. Not really in a position to swing though. She's playing around these smoke grenades. Smokes are up. Hanka is down. Angelka trying to survive now. Things become awkward. Viku is nearby with that AWP though, which announces itself, dropping Bazina. Lulaten's in the smoke car with the AWP. Behind that car position. Angelka now waiting for the last one. Lulaten's in the clutch. 1v3 made 2. That was so close for Viku. Going to collect the bomb and she might have a chance to clutch this one. Both CTs with kits, so reposition with the AWP for Viku. Lulaten's knows long could be compromised. Pushing forth now to try and find a fight, hopping up, but taken down by none other than D7, a common hero for Na'Vi.
Caught in a movement and unfortunately just doesn't have the time to adjust. It was so close, but Na'Vi continue their dominance. Look at that game face. I think Viku's got my favorite game face. When she is online, it is honestly terrifying. And I think, you know, for FURIA, they had such a strong, dominant lead, and now it's starting to kind of slip away from them. And I almost want to see them take a moment, have a little chat, figure out how they're going to get around this, because Na'Vi have stopped them at every point of ingress, whether it's denying them the aggression that they've become so well known for, or whether it's just kind of holding those angles and stopping them from finding any space even later on in the round. They're really, really struggling to get anything done. We need to see a change-up come through. Otherwise, this could just be Na'Vi running away with it.
Full focus from Viku. Still looking to establish her name on the server. Catching up though. 8 for 15 now. Angelka, they're lining up very nicely in that choke point, but they'll only get one from it. And now Hanka is racing to get around that corner and barely survives. She knew how urgent it was for her to stay alive. Does Gabs take the risk now? This isn't a full buy from FURIA, but they certainly have a chance. They've got position, they've got long and short. Somehow dodging the damage from that grenade. Na'Vi have extremely awkward positions for this retake. Very awkward positions. This could be where they capitulate. Gabs and Carr making things harder. Na'Vi have lost so much position. This round is surely done. Desperate time for Astra. There's just too many people there walking to their demise. And there will be upgrades for FURIA.
What a round to do it in as well, and I love the way that they did that, right? You get super explosive in long, and that can be very dangerous because Na'Vi have had pretty solid control of long for a lot of these rounds, but the fact that they get that first kill, they've got those Mach 10s, which gives them that little bit of extra space as well, so you can get really up close and personal, plus they'd sent Gabs on kind of a longer rotate up through short, so they had established crossfires, they'd established position and control, and so for Na'Vi, now they need to regain that control, but they find themselves out in the open. Sure, you're hiding behind a smoke, but the smoke only covers you from one direction, and with short compromised, there was no real place for them to hide. There's the attempt from Hanka to do the jump up bomb denial, but the shots don't connect, so the bomb gets planted, and then the race is on, and the race is lost. Map point here for FURIA on Na'Vi's map pick. They've done a little bit of the damage to the economy, but not much to make it too difficult for Na'Vi here. And with Viku still having the AWP online, it is doable.
That was worst case scenario positionally for a retake. Worst case scenario. But they've got good util for this round. Na'Vi, swing and a miss from Viku. Iza forcing the issue, smokes are up, but they'll defend for the time being and out shotgun mode for Viku. She's got sound cues, she knows one's right, but next to her, but somehow misses a shot. I think she started strafing first. She has to land these shots now. Down to the pistol, Gabs is dropped. Bazina and Car remain. This is absolute chaos. Bazina now the last one standing, but she will be denied, and Na'Vi stay in the fight for Dust 2. Nervous territory on B, but somehow they are still in this.
I'm wondering if Izza didn't know where that molly came from, or if she was expecting her teammates to be behind her, because she doesn't actually check that car position. She just keeps running forward, kind of tunneling into the player that's on site. And because of that, she's out in the open, and D7 is able to just mow through her. Maybe she thought the flash was going to be enough to give her the space to get on, but once she's taken out, the rest of FURIA are so staggered behind, they can't catch up, and the site just cracks open.
I don't know where anything came from in that round. That was chaos. And FURIA may be looking for something similar. D7, if that smoke can go up quick, then the pre-fire is attempted, but D7's just too good! 3 kills, and Astra's here to save the day. The cavalry is here, and D7, that's absolutely unstoppable. Best player on the team. That's a fact. She is unreal on that bomb site.
She's playing that anchor like an absolute demon. No one is getting past her. She is the gatekeeper. She is Gandalf at the bridge. It's just not happening. That Balrog is not making its way on to site. Now we find ourselves in our second overtime, not only of the day, but of the entire ESL Impact Season 6 Finals weekend. I wouldn't have had it any other way. Our semi-final needed to be close. It needed to be hotly contested. We go again.
"21 frags for D7. I'm running out of words to describe the caliber of player she continues to prove to be round after round. And it's not just the numbers, it's the impact of these frags as well. The weight of these frags is colossal. Viku drops Lulatens. Great patience with a blind shot there. FURIA need to dig deep now. Na'Vi have come to life. They look towards B, where D7 lies. Rather you than me. Astra, straight through the smoke there. Beautiful timing. They are neutralizing FURIA, stopping them from making their plan comfortably. D7 on the B bomb site again, buying time for the rotation. Just staying alive is such a problem. A menace on the B bomb site. She understands the mission and delivers time and time again.
And this is now becoming dire straits for FURIA, because they need to get rounds on this T side. Because in overtime, Viku's going to have an AWP in every single round, regardless of how the round goes.
Look how happy she is. She's so chill. She's a monster. So many rounds. Multi-frags, but not just that. Again, disengaging, staying alive. It's so important for that B player to just be present so her team can rotate in and play off of her. And she does all of the above so well. And then has just got a giant smile for the camera in between.
Well, she has every reason to. Absolute phenomenal player. But as I was saying, so for FURIA, this T side is going to be so important, because they need to have a few rounds so that when we swap again and Car can get the AWP in her hands, they're going to have some sort of a buffer to work with. So they need to make sure that they're actually collecting rounds. Otherwise, this OT could go on forever. And for Viku now, with so many opportunities, with AWP in her own hands, slowly getting her way back up the scoreboard, FURIA definitely going to be feeling the pressure.
No challenge on long early. See Na'Vi repositioning now. Viku heading towards the B side of mid. She wants to get involved. It must be so frustrating for FURIA. The amount of times they have targeted the B bomb site and D7 has denied them. Again, these nuisance HE grenades will start to stream over. Astra collects another one. And FURIA don't yet know where Viku is lurking. All they know is that these blasted grenades keep coming towards short. And that has to be a hard read. They must know that FURIA like to lurk in this position. So we've got 2 players on site. Hanka's got a flash, so she can go for that palm tree swing when the pressure starts to rise. You see Astra is biding her time, waiting for them to come closer. Angelka's got some util as well. Here comes the swing, but Isra and Gabs are better for it. Angelka dropped also. That leaves D7 and Viku, double OP, out of position. There's much work to be done here for the CT squad, and Car will make it even harder. Plenty of util, nothing that D7 can really do on this occasion.
Car's dynamism is such a thorn in the side for Na'Vi as well. They never really know where to expect her, and coupled with the fact that she plays such an aggressive AWP so often, I mean, for her to be the one on flank watch, it just gets a little bit crazy. It was a great take onto the site as well. Winning out those duels, it's such an important part of it. And it feels like taking long control has been, or not necessarily long control itself, but the pushes in towards that A site, it seems to be where they're getting a little bit more of the value that they would want. B has been so difficult, and now Lulitens will open things up here with yet another first blood, and FURIA have a chance to take this to 14.
These teams are so well matched. FURIA fighting back. Their turn to set the pace now as Viku looks for something but just isn't being offered anything. She's so hungry to find an engagement. But FURIA will do it on their terms. That was expensive for Rizza, down to 68 HP. Na'Vi active towards long. They're not wanting to wait. Now with Gabs lurking in that B position, there are options in both directions. Anchor drops by Lulitens, and maybe that will encourage the A play as she has patiently dismantled Na'Vi towards long. Viku now. She knows she's there. 2 versus 5. That is a very quick frag. Now, I was going to say, if FURIA continue towards short, there's a chance that there are more AWP frags here, but of course, they will race. Worst case scenario, it's a 4v1 on that B-bomb site. Car's got the angle. A nice flick onto Viku, but she's still standing. In the meantime, the bomb site will be taken, but D7 is still alive, and that might just be a problem. Pot shots through the smoke on the doors from Viku as that time is low. Doesn't get lucky, however. There's an incendiary for Viku. There's no flash, though. Behind big box goes the molly. Pre-fire from D7 will be punished. That'll make things a lot more difficult towards the end of that round. So 14-13 it will be as we switch sides.
That was a great one as well. Again, Car kind of playing that gatekeeper, that lurk defender, and she buys a lot of time. She stalls out the reinforcements from coming through. It's not enough to save her life, but it's enough to give her team the time they need to get that bomb down and get into a good position. And they pull out a lot of that early utility. But again, Lulitens, her impact cannot be overstated in this because she gets that opening kill and then she hangs around and she waits for the aggressive push out of long for that potential lurk to come through. And the fact that she gets both of those before she's eventually traded out is so instrumental. And I think that's what Carl was talking about when she said that Izza is the best player in South America, because it's not just about having the highest number on the board, but it's about the impact that you bring in those rounds. So even if it's just 1 kill, even if it's just a trade, or if it's 3 kills that enables you, that gives you a springboard, it's Lulitens that's providing that for the team.
Viku's got a great spawn for a shot, but not quite hitting the mark. And these opportunities are so urgent for both squads. A missed opportunity may lead to regret. But with the understanding of how many people it takes to take long, I mean, this is part of, I think, the HEs here from FURIA. They know they've given the info that there's probably a 3-person take towards A, so if they want to go for that fast play towards B, they can eat those HE grenades. They have been used to good effect. They are really slowing down the response Na'Vi might have to that take of long from the CTs. Really nice detail there from FURIA. Car's in an awkward position now, but she does have some cover from a teammate as Na'Vi try to adjust. There is a dance being had by both these squads, but it's Na'Vi who will have the numbers to abuse. FURIA have lost their position on the A bomb site now, which means Lunatens has to gamble away from that long position. There is no lurker there, but she doesn't know that. Delivering the first frag, D7, that's a big one to drop. Viku, though, will get revenge, and now there's no one on long for FURIA. Still rotating from the B bomb site. Astra's got a good angle, spots the silencer, but can't win the duel. Game on for FURIA. 1 round to the good already, and that could increase. Viku starts to rattle off some shots now. And that makes it 3, all with kits for FURIA. Moving through, but again, these positions are not so ideal. Viku with a third now, and Angelka with the last 2 as Na'Vi tie the score.
You cannot allow Na'Vi to get that plant because that turns them into defenders, and that is where Viku finds so much of her value, just holding down an angle, holding down a sight line, and once you step into her crosshairs, you get deleted. And that's such a good round from Na'Vi because they show that little bit of presence over towards A, meanwhile the stacks over towards B. They show a lot of presence towards mid as if they're going to push that way, and at that point they've pulled all of the rotations from FURIA, so that site is free for the taking.
That was a really sick round from both teams, I think. In how FURIA know where their weakness is, and they're punishing the attempts to exploit that with the HEs, with the smoke grenades and so on, and Na'Vi are forced to go to plan B, go to plan C. You see the depth of both teams and the spatial awareness as well, showing how strong they are. That dance shows why they're so well suited to fight each other tooth and nail. Viku's caught up with her teammates now in the fragging department. Rattled off a few in that round. Will it be a dry peak? There are 3 of them here, but Lunatens has got such a good angle. What a trade from Astra. That's the bomb spotted on the kill cam. They know FURIA know. FURIA know where the bomb is, and they can respond to that in the short term. But there is time for options, and Na'Vi are positioned for options. They can punish those rotations. They've got 2 players by those mid doors. Obviously, short needs to be secured. FURIA see no one there. Na'Vi holding position for now. For all FURIA know, they could be rotating that player. FURIA taking a gamble, trying to rotate. D7 trying to punish in vain. Gabs drops her. But where is that bomb? That's the question for FURIA. How many players can they hold on that A bomb site? Smokes are all over the shop as well. And now Angelka starts to creep, as is Gabs. Very proactive, both squads. Lots of urgency. Angelka dropped. Numbers dwindling for Na'Vi. 12 seconds to get on that bomb site, and Bazina will have the luxury of these angles. Game point for FURIA.
For the second time in this series, FURIA find themselves on map point. 1 round away from stealing their opponent's map pick, but Na'Vi have been in this situation before. They took it into overtime. They can do it again. This was a great round from FURIA as well, just constantly a thorn in Na'Vi's side. And Lunatens also playing very dynamic towards the A side. Never really in the same position over and over. That's why they don't check for her there. She's never been there. But this time she is. And yes, she does get traded, but as you mentioned, she spots that that's where the bomb is, and that allows the rotation to come through so quickly for FURIA. Na'Vi don't have the time to disengage.
High pressure for Na'Vi once again as both teams fight for control. FURIA have long. Xena won't fight too hard for that short position. Is now repositioning, leaving Lunatens in situ with yet another annoying angle. Minute 20 on the clock. I don't believe Car's rattled off a shot yet, so that will be a question mark for Na'Vi. Do they try to fish for a kill through mid? Plenty of time to do so. Short control established. How do FURIA respond? Is it with the palm tree flash? Quite a few flashes here for FURIA, which will be strong for the defense, depending on who's carrying them. Again, there's that lurk smoke. D7 will be in position to cut off rotation, but it is 3 players over towards A for FURIA. 30 seconds, and that position for Bazina could be absolutely devastating for Na'Vi. 2 frags and plenty of info. Izza lies in wait. Lulu 10's starting to make her way forward, and she's ready for these angles. Shadow advantage as well for FURIA, and surely this is the end of the line. Almost 10 seconds for Astra, and she's got less than 10 HP. She's got to frag out. She needs all of them close. But FURIA will take Dust2 away from Na'Vi. A fantastic fight from both squads. A solid comeback from Na'Vi, but ultimately, in overtime, it's FURIA who take the map.
You can never, ever underestimate the power of the South American region. They might be a smaller region, but they are by no means weaker, and they will always fight back if you give them the opportunity. They steal away their opponent's map pick, and they look to continue that streak on Anubis, a map that they currently sit with a 100% win rate on. Confidence is the name of the game.
Yeah, that's a big W for FURIA. And again, stylistically, this series definitely favors both AWPers, but especially Car. She likes to bounce around and cause havoc. But again, we saw great plays from both teams, individual performances. Like D7 was incredible on that, and still FURIA are able to take it over the line. Great matchup. Over to you, Haku.
Wait, give me a second, because right now you can actually give me an explanation. I just want to know, like, this mascot. Can you explain what is this? Who is this?
He's brave, and my friends gave me. So I think when I played, I was looking brave. So they just a joke from our friends group. I looks like him. And he's brave, that's it.
He's brave. You've been doing remarkable on this map. So whenever maybe you're getting jitters, do you give him the look and he gives you that braveness?
I think so. The first of all, I think my team are calm. We are playing calm and keep high communications, confidence. And that's it. We think we can win this match.
Win this match, then good luck on the second map.
Thank you.
Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigada. Valeu, Brasil. Tamo junto. Vamos pro segundo.
Yeah, what she said.
I agree.
Vamos! Vamos! Bora! Man, that was a banger of a map. That was a banger of a Dust too. We were kind of wondering when that pick came in that Na'Vi might have gotten a little more than they gambled with, and it turns out that that was indeed the case. FURIA, it took overtime, it took an absolute brawl, but they get it over the line, and now they're up 1-0 in this series. One more map away from the grand finals.
Yeah, and with that map being Anubis, I'm a bit worried actually for Na'Vi, because FURIA played such a confident way, and they played like they always do, super aggro, proactive, and I didn't really feel like I saw the same thing from Na'Vi, especially on CT side. I didn't feel like they were like playing their A game on Dust2.
I think that they definitely looked a little disjointed. I think they were shaken up by the aggression from FURIA. Like, they started strong. I think it was like 4-1, 4-0.
Yeah.
But then FURIA managed to fully turn around the first half. If that didn't happen, Na'Vi would have finished that in regulation. You saw as well, plenty of their players were there playing incredibly well, but unfortunately it wasn't everyone. And then FURIA as well was able just to win those clutches and won just enough clutches that it converted the whole map in the end.
Yeah, also the fact that Viku, she didn't show up until late in the game, I would say. Like, she had a really rough start, and that also affects so much in this map. Like Dust, it's so important to have you up, taking duels, winning their duels, and making space for your team. And Viku wasn't really there in the beginning of the map.
It feels like we have this sometimes for FURIA. It's a little bit of a shaky metaphor, but bear with me. They're almost like a little bit of an old car, where you don't know if the ignition is always going to take on the first turn of the key, but once it gets going, man, that thing roars to life. They always need like one round, one force buy, one pistol win, something to just spark that fire, and then once it's going, they're so tough to put out.
Yeah, it's actually fun you're saying that, because their first run they won was a force buy. It was a pistol round that they shouldn't have been winning, so it's actually funny you're saying that.
It's a consistent thing. Someone else who was very consistent here on Dust 2, Bazinia. We were standing on Bazinius as our player of the map, really lit the way, and then lit the way in the interview as well.
Yeah, super amazing player. I mean, I think FURIA in whole was super good together. I think they've played really good as a team, but Bazinia, she gave so much opportunity for her team to thrive, especially in the beginning of the game, and yeah, super impressive by her.
Yeah, positionally, always in the right spot. Some crazy spots from her as well. But able to play around the smokes really nicely. You know, that sort of Brazil-esque, FURIA-esque, and then also able to trade out of teammates too. There was moments where you'd see, like, Izza ended up having a relatively solid game, but even though Izza's conversion rate of the opening picks, which we were talking about, is usually high, wasn't that high, but she always had people behind her to trade her out. And this is one of those games, which is what we discussed at the pre-match.
When the pack is together, the pack is very strong. But there were some signs of strength from Na'Vi as well that might give us hope further into the series. There's one round in particular you wanted to highlight, Mac?
There is. It was round 3. It was early days, and it was a nice execute up short, which allowed them to get that third round on the board. So from this point, you can see that over here, if we get toolbar back, zoom in on the map, you can see that everyone's over towards short. Hello? There we are. Beautiful. So you can see everyone's over here on short, getting the short setup. You're going to have a progression smoke here, and then also a CT smoke. So that's going to be 3 big smokes making a big wall. You'll see that here as well. We're going to be on Car's view. Clear the screen back. So this is where Car is. She gets blinded, but she does spot, I think it's Hanka that drops into CT. So if we roll the clip forward, you'll see what I'm talking about. In comes the smokes, layered flashes across the top. Hanka going to try to time and just drop through the gap, but just barely gets spotted. And if we pause here, you can see that Hank has now inserted herself over in CT. Car's fully aware of this. When the player cams were up, she was commenting, she was saying, and that's why she's looking down there. But from this point, this is a nice way that you can also split B. So you've got one player down here, you've got 2 players up on short, and you can see that if we zoom in again on the map, that these players are all going to start to adjust their view back. Oop. Sorry, I'm doing too much. I need to do less. So they're going to go for the B split. Whoa, that's the wrong button. We're getting there. We're getting there. Anyway, you'll see a B split goes like this. Up there, you've also got uppers control, and then these 2 players on the B site are going to be in trouble because this smoke wall's there. You've also got Hanka in CT controlling the rotations. If we play the rest of the round from here, you'll see that these 3 over towards the A site for FURIA are a little bit confused as to what to do. They don't quite know if there is going to be that short push, but the B split, it's so rapid that there's no chance for these rotations to come through with the spawn, the smokes up over towards CT. We'll eventually go back to Hanka's POV, and she stops those rotations as well. Gets those 2 kills in the CT rotations, and that's the round. And that's the full picture.
The full picture indeed. The full picture indeed. We've seen this before from Na'Vi, right? We saw it in the previous matchups in the lower bracket where we see these wobbles on maps that we don't think should be particularly close, where they're maybe going against them, they're maybe getting into overtime. It's maybe a little tougher to close out than expected. And it feels like maybe we have finally found an opponent who's going to punish Na'Vi for leaving those openings.
Yeah, definitely. I think FURIA is a really good team that to actually find these things and adapt on the fly and like see their problems and act on it. So I definitely think that Na'Vi needs to step up if they're going to have a chance to win this.
Now, you foreshadowed it a little bit, talking about the Anubis here, Tilda. We are headed on to Anubis. This is a really strong map for FURIA. Give me some sort of hope. How's Na'Vi going to do this if we're going to get a series?
I mean, D7 needs to continue to do whatever she's doing because she's great. She's a super aggro player. She can do it all. She also like can hold side all by herself, I feel like. But I think more people in Na'Vi need to step up and be with her side, and they need to play proactive because on Dust 2 we didn't see that. We saw it in the ending, but it was a bit too late, but they need to start making moves, especially on the CT side.
Yeah.
If they don't do that on Anubis, it's gonna be over.
I think Viku in particular needs to have a better start than what we saw from her on Dust 2. You know, we saw Hanker as well. She was definitely there, like prominent in the first half on the attack, but then on the defense, just sort of didn't really get anywhere near as much done as that first half. So you're going to need all of the rifling core of Na'Vi to be there from the beginning. I'd say maybe start on that T side, try to do a bit of aggression yourself and expect FURIA's aggressive plays on the CT side, but who knows what they've chosen.
We'll find out. We will find out in just a few short moments. We're going to take a break. On the other side of it, the Panthers of FURIA are just one map away from a return to the grand finals of ESL Impact. Will they make it, or will Na'Vi deny them on Anubis? Let's find out.
I want you each to put together the best women's CS team possible, but you can't choose a player from your own team, so you can't just say my team.
That makes it easier because you kind of have to choose your own team.
You can include yourself, I'll say that much.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's free.
Yeah, that's a free pick. I will pick Saz, Anna, VN, and probably D7. That would be, I think.
Oh, and yourself.
And yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good team.
Obviously.
Obviously.
I mean, Anna's like an easy pick, but maybe I'll do a pick just to be interesting. I think we could go with Viku for op. Do Poppins. We'll do Kat. What am I missing? Vilga, because I don't feel like calling, and then I'll be the extra. I'll be my 5.
Wow, my God. I can't really think about this. I would go with Poppins too. Well, it's really, really hard. We call them like, not always as their names, because we changed to Brazil, something Brazilian.
That's all the teams here.
Everyone.
Oh, it was quick.
Well, yeah, really quick. I really like Bibia. She reminds me Olga. And maybe, I think I pick her because she reminds me of Olga, and I think we can work with this. We already worked with something similar. With Poppins, and I will bring Zaz and Juliana, I think, maybe.
Good duo. Good duo.
Very good duo. Thank you.
Let's go get lost in a dream with our head in the clouds. Let's feel the sun on our cheeks and never come down. And soon, our wishes might come true. When it feels like it's getting hard, we lead the way with our hearts. We don't stop till we hit the end. We fall down, baby. I'm certain that somebody wants my body in the morning. We'll get coffee, then we'll kiss goodbye. Now I'm ready for the headache, mix of alcohol and self-destructive impulse, cause I got too high. I ain't looking for no drama, just a break from the drama. Can you magically away someplace? I need another strong drink, and I wanna think about the feelings that I'm trying to replace. Come on, give me something tonight, cause I've been so tense and uptight. I need to step out of my brain. Hey DJ, play something, wake me up again. Come on, give me something tonight, cause I've been so tense and uptight. I need to step out of my brain. Hey DJ, play something, wake me up again. Won't you wake me up, wake me up again. Won't you wake me up, wake me up again. I'd kill to have somebody bring me back. Want somebody wake me up and take me out of the state. Need someone to distract, numb the pain in the back in my head and be my greatest escape. Ain't looking for no trouble, just to break through the bubble. Now I'm ready for my fall from grace. I need another strong drink, so I won't have to think about the feelings that I'm trying to replace. Come on, give me something tonight, cause I've been so tense and uptight. I need to step out of my brain. Hey DJ, play something, wake me up again. Come on, give me something tonight, cause I've been so tense and uptight. I need to step out of my brain. Hey DJ, play something, wake me up again. Won't you wake me? Won't you wake me? Won't you wake me up, up, up? Won't you wake me? Won't you wake me? Won't you wake me up, up, up? Won't you wake me? Won't you wake me? Won't you wake me up, up, up? Won't you wake me? Won't you wake me?
All eyes on Na'Vi then. They narrowly lost their map pick after a comeback attempt late on Dust 2. We move to Anubis, where on paper it looks like FURIA have a significant advantage. But I wouldn't count out this Na'Vi team. We know how strong they are. We know how much depth they have. We saw how well balanced these teams were against each other on Dust 2, but will the same be true of Anubis?
And looking at the history for Na'Vi on this map, one of the teams that actually lost it to was K27, which was one of our teams to go out a little bit earlier in our final here in Stockholm on Friday. For those of you that missed it, they unfortunately were the first team to drop. But that in itself does not bode terribly well, I feel, for our Na'Vi squad. They've also lost this map to Ninjas in Pajamas recently. So for FURIA coming into this, having played it 9 times this season and having a 100% win rate on it, I feel like there can only be a certain level of nerves and uncomfortability for Na'Vi.
I would imagine even with the losses Na'Vi might have had versus other teams, that they will come into this with specific straps for Na'Vi. And we know they're a well-disciplined team as well, so I would expect it will be a competitive one. We've got a slight delay for one player before we get into things. On the subject of D7 though, and how she has performed at this competition so far, I feel like there should be a D7 award that only D7 is eligible to win, because it has been incredible to watch. Absolutely awesome, but there's awesome right to left on both sides of the stage. Two wonderful teams, either one well-placed to have a good offering, a good shout in that grand final. You wouldn't be sad either way, whoever made it. love to see the style of the likes of Car and Furia though on the server. That AWP is free flowing, free thinking also. And it's great to see. So I'm excited for this Anubis. I feel like as far as Na'Vi are concerned, we're kind of in the dark going into Anubis, and I like that. They'll be full of. We will be witnessing surprises because they're no slouches, Na'Vi. They're not going to just be playing on Anubis and be unprepared. But I think that the loss on Dust 2 will be a shock to them.
So in terms of side selection, right, particularly for a map like Anubis, and knowing that you have a player like Viku who absolutely slaps on a CT side, so that you've got that kind of juxtaposition. So for you, if you're the coach, where are you choosing to start?
I don't know, because with both these teams, but Na'Vi especially, again, the pacing they have on the T side is quite dangerous for most teams. The problem is FURIA are not most teams, and as we watched, as we observed on Dust 2, they're absolutely comfortable with that slower pace, that level of team like to play. That kind of mid-round tension isn't tension for them. They're on the sofa. They've got the slippers and the smoking jacket. They're absolutely fine. So for FURIA specifically, I think it depends on your view of the particular matchup and where you think your strengths are. Is it VQ on the CT side with the AWP, or is it how solid you are, your confidence on your T sides in general? I think that you could make a shout for either one with Na'Vi. I'd probably leave it down to the players and where they feel most comfortable.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they do decide to do eventually. But talking of that all-bot battle and how good Car has been in her own right, I think that's definitely one of the win conditions here, is to find and either isolate and run over or avoid entirely Car with that AWP, because she has been such an issue for so many of these rounds. But here we go, folks. Map number 2 of our second semi-final of the day. It's going to be Anubis. This is going to be the map pick of FURIA. And having already won on Na'Vi's map pick, this could be the end for Na'Vi, one of our favorites in the tournament to potentially take away that crown, or it could be a map 3.
They absolutely have it in them to lose their pick and win their opponent's pick. They're that level of team. You do feel that one day either of these teams could be hoisting a trophy. Question is, who will have the chance this weekend? D7, of course, to open up the proceedings and get the third kill as well. Na'Vi opting for the T side then, where they are so good. A promising start for them, but the round's not finished just yet. Nice headshot from Izza. So much talent on this server. We're asking a lot of Lulitens here, though. 1v4. Nice snap there. Might be in consideration to save this Kevlar, but she seems quite committed to it. Oh, she's close. You want to just get behind that pillar. Ready to find more headshots, but on this occasion, she will be denied. D7 off to the races immediately. 3 frags in a pistol round. Does she ever stop?
Certainly makes you wonder what might have happened had Lulitens had a place to get that reload off. And I like that Car was playing that advanced position there with the dualies. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to get one, as you said, right? D7, an absolute force to be reckoned with, just runs straight in onto the site, overruns Car, and makes it more than doable for Na'Vi. So they'll snag that first pistol round. A nice solid buy to come through here. If you're going to go for the gamble, obviously makes a lot of sense. If they do hit this site, then they should be able to get 1 or 2 kills for their troubles, hopefully. And if not, then they can move as a death ball, try and bring things back under their control. But Na'Vi seem almost aware of this as the bomb is postured towards B. They've only got 2 players looking for information on A.
Time for the MAC-10s to sweep up, or MAC-10 and the Galil behind. I can't decide if I want to download D7's config or Car's config. Config and crosshair settings. That'll make me a star.
That's how that works, James.
I'm sure that will be enough.
Yeah, that and the skins. And then you're off to the races.
I'm good for skins.
Oh, okay. All right, FURIA. It's only 2 rounds, So nothing to be too concerned about just yet. Let's see what we do now with guns in our hands. Unfortunately, haven't been able to rake up any excess cash to get that AWP out early. Would have been a tough feat, but it would have been fabulous nonetheless.
So interesting on Ancient how often both teams will be throwing grenades at the same places, but we've got to keep it simple, execute from Na'Vi, but around these smokes, the CTs can find some frags also. Hanker and VQ opening up the site, but there's more work to be done, and it will be. Car dropped, Bazina still standing. They need to keep these CTs poor. This could be free for Bazina through the smoke. Trying to isolate these fights. Molotov deployed, VQ forced away from her team. Gabs and Bazina take control. VQ's got 11 HP. All of a sudden, FURIA are in control. Gabs has got all kinds of utility as well. If she's got angles to throw it, it's dangerous. Does VQ have a line for the bomb? Oh, she's so close to catching Gabs. Down to the pistol now, but Bazina is well equipped to deal with her. And FURIA come back quick in these maps.
This is such a great place to turn the momentum back around and to retake control. And I love how Bazina plays that because she has a chance to spray through the smoke and deny the bomb, but that's going to give away her position and it's not going to give her teammates time to get into their own position. So instead, she allows that to happen. She repositions and then she's able to play off of that once she has some kind of reinforcements. And on that moment, I felt like Calm maybe gets a little bit too over-eager, doesn't have any sort of a crossfire set up, and so she gets run over very quickly, but it's Bazina who kind of saves the day there in that round and ensures that FURIA are able to bring that back into their control. Great round.
Big entry from VQ, and that's the VQ you want to see. She'll need to be that aggressive, that present for Na'Vi when you've got Kara on the other side. VQ has kept off the AWP for so long on Dust 2, and if they can do the same to FURIA, that will certainly help. Still posted up. Car dropped. Things continuing well. Look how they're just so poised, they're so ready. And that's the T-side Na'Vi we're always talking about. They anticipate your responses and punish you for trying.
So much of that is like VQ's confidence as well, because she gets the shot. She doesn't have to reposition. She doesn't have to run away or go anywhere else. She's going to hold that angle. She's going to hold that line. Because eventually somebody is going to be brave enough to re-peek her. And she's just going to take that. Thank you very much. So after losing a round, Na'Vi swiftly bring things back to a realm of comfortability. Bazina can't even get herself an exit there. Na'Vi come through with 4 players left alive. They've reset any sort of loss bonus here. So again, FURIA are going to be in a bit of a tight spot in the next few rounds.
It's exactly the way Na'Vi want it to be. It's a long road ahead though. Still very early here on Anubis. But that's Na'Vi you want to see. I want to see all 3 maps here. I want to see down to the wire between these squads. I want to see individual brilliance, more of that. We saw plenty on that Dust 2. Very engaging first map. How much do these teams want it? I like the test of Na'Vi losing their map pick. You know, with the overarching story over multiple tournaments of second places for Na'Vi, not quite able to topple the dominant team. I want their path to be the hard way. I want it to be a fight. I want them to go through the ringer. Because I feel like as they continue to grow as a team and reach peak Na'Vi, I think those stripes will benefit them. Again, that classic pacing from the squad, allowing FURIA to make their plays. Warm up for VQ. But Gabs has still found a way to cause problems. D7 always a good pick to find. Not too concerned for Na'Vi just yet, but you never know. You lose one more player, Bomb not planted. Chaos can ensue. Forcing Car out of position. The can opener is here. Love to see it. If you're an RV fan.
Yeah.
I like to see Hanka playing well. I'm a Hanka fan.
Yeah, she's 9-3 at the moment. I mean, she gets a multi-frag every other round. Just continues to be devastating for FURIA. Well, FURIA could be happy with they at least managed to steal one of these rifles. A little bit of a cheeky play up through mid. They couldn't get too much more done off the back of that. And realistically, we didn't expect them to. So we look to the next round to see now what are the adaptations. Because Na'Vi has done so well. Oh no, they don't even get to save that gun. Na'Vi have been doing really well at stemming the tide, at reading into FURIA and finding those openings. They're really taking advantage of the fact that there is still that T-side lean. As much as I wondered if they'd maybe pick into the CT side just for the sake of setting Viku up, Viku has managed to find a way to be insufferable even on that T side. They've slowed down their play. The pacing is immaculate and it's forcing FURIA to get antsy, to start taking space, to start poking and prodding, and they get punished for it.
Still no AWP for Car, who post Gabby, I think, has to be my favorite player on FURIA. Na'Vi maybe looking to change the pace here, and they will catch Lulutent with a grenade in her hands, and she's going to be in trouble. But Iza is here to help. Repositioning now our FURIA may be ready to hold, although Viku continues to deliver, as does Hanka. Lulutent's in the smoke. Gab's trying to do what she can, and Car finds herself in a 1 versus 2. All she needs is a slight element of surprise. Smokes all over the place can cause variance. Found an angle, but Astra found the head first, and Na'Vi moved to a 5-1 scoreline.
And things were looking doable for FURIA at the start of that. Obviously, Lulutent takes a lot of damage early on, but she's able to reposition. She keeps herself alive, and we get a follow-up kill as the cross is coming in through the main archway. But it's instantly traded out by Viku, and then you've got so few of your CTs left on towards the site, and how do you maintain stability at that point? You're kind of limited in what you have to work with. You just get run over.
So we're looking at 7 rounds with no AWP for Car, which is a perfect scenario for Na'Vi to build and build. But FURIA are getting some kills, so Na'Vi could have more money in terms of winning around pressure and so forth, so on and so forth. But they're likely to build some here, although there is a chance they could lose this as well. There are 3 players with Kevlar. A few smokes for FURIA, so Na'Vi, if they play their slow game and a smoke comes in at the wrong place at the wrong time, that's a situation that FURIA could capitalize on.
What might be a bit of a concern is that while Na'Vi understandably have a bias for the T side, statistically, FURIA have a very strong bias for their CT side. That's where they actually get their best results. And that just has not been the case so far.
I see no smokes in the hands of these CT players now. Viku continues to deliver, which is, again, you want your AWPers landing shots because it's important for the confidence. But again, 7 rounds and no sniper rifle for Car. She'll definitely have one this round, but that's a long deficit where they haven't had their full power. But maybe now she'll show why. Post Gabby, she's my favorite player. I'm still mourning for the loss of Gabby on this squad, although it is a great squad before and after.
And this is where Car has to start getting that value, right? I mean, you put such a heavy investment into making sure that you can get that AWP out. It's taken them 7 rounds to build up the funds to do so. So if she doesn't find value here, this half is more than likely going to completely slip out of a recoverable situation.
Oh, I love that. Walk through the smoke from Astra while the boost holds cover. Just advance way quicker, and it saves you so much utility as well. And that lack of utility is a lack of a warning. And you can see the CT to the right-hand side with a grenade in her hand, which could be trouble if Astra swings or a teammate to her left does. Viku might be going in there with the AWP, and there are alarm bells for FURIA. forced to hop forward on the A bomb site. Bazina's got a lot of players coming her way, but she's done more than you could reasonably expect. 2 frags could be quite important now as Gabs tries to stop the split from happening. Does Hanka dare creep through the smoke? She might have to now that Viku's been lost. Angelka is isolated. Gabs waiting for that lurker as Angelka commits to the bomb plant. Where does Angelka look? She is in all kinds of trouble. But Gabs knows that she might be as well. She could get peeked from Angelka. There's a swing from Hanka. And now it is game on. A 2-woman peek and Angelka collects all of them. Suddenly the advantage is lost. Lulatens takes the last one in the face from Angelka. A 4K in a dire situation. And you can see what it means for the Na'Vi squad.
It's the worst possible way for that round to go for FURIA. You've got to be communicating that. One swings wide, one swings close. You cannot just line up for someone like Angelka because she's going to take advantage of that. It's such an unfortunate way for FURIA to lose that round, but lose it they do. And Na'Vi continue to show their dominance here on a map that we weren't too sure how they were going to perform. A 6-round deficit. As Na'Vi continue to climb the ranks, climb the ladder. And for FURIA, as much as this isn't a favorable side in general, it's one that they excel at. And because their T side is one that they tend to be a little bit weaker at, they need all the buffer that they can get. And at the moment, it's looking like a buffer is going to be impossible.
Such a big half for Na'Vi. As big as a Swedish kebab pizza. This is a dangerous round. These rounds are so fascinating scientifically because how little FURIA have. They have very little, but they have just enough for chaos. Running MP9s, close range 5.7s, dancing around smokes is enough for an unstructured round, which is where you can sometimes get back into things, but they are ready. You can see at the end of the last round, there's celebrations from Angelka, but the camera went to Hanka, and she is full focus. She's got 15 frags. She was racking them up, quietly racking them up in that last map, and she's doing the same here. She's focused on the task. She knows it's not done. She wants to get to that 3rd map without any mistakes.
Speaking of, it's crazy to me that Lulatens just dies there. Like, you're just allowing Na'Vi to contact up. We're not seeing that kind of usual ADD style strafing, constantly checking. She's just holding that angle. She's convinced somebody's going to be coming from mid. But I suppose even if she was looking the right way, let's face it, how much realistically could she have gotten done? So for FURIA, it's a save. It's holding on to the few little weapons that they have. And that's if they're going to be allowed to do so. In so many of these rounds, Na'Vis will go on the hunt. This round may be no different.
There's not much to hunt for here.
Yeah, that's
They're buying regardless, so all you can do is give them AKs, which you definitely don't want to do.
It's about sending a message, though.
yeah, you know what? I'm absolutely for that. I always want to send that message. I don't care what's going on. Na'Vi certainly do, though. They are playing an efficient game, an efficient, brutal, clinical game on Anubis. A great showing from them thus far. There will be an AWP for Ka, who is 2 for 8 at present. Dust2 VQ feels her pain in that first half, but has no desire to share it. A much more aggressive response from FURIA now. This will be comfortable for Na'Vi. Look at their positioning. They are taking liberties. Astra finds a double. Minute 20 on the clock, 5-on-3, and they're waiting again. That pacing from Na'Vi. Big frag from D7. That's an important trade. But again, an early advantage, not 1 but 2 kills, and then they've got the space, they've got the time to wait for you to make your play, to wait for you to try and get back into the round and punish you for doing so. D7 dances with Gabs now. As Ka finds herself in a 1-on-4. Denied immediately because Viku's gonna kill you.
This is a very, very tough position to be in, and it feels like FURIA are starting to unravel a little bit. There's certainly a lack of control. We're seeing them kind of make some really strange decisions. Maybe the communication's not quite where it needs to be, but this is a perfect example of it, right? Iza has pushed all the way out into water. There's no eyes on mid, so there's no one watching her back, and she just gets killed for free.
Yeah, I don't think FURIA have figured out the approach Na'Vi have had in that mid position where they're boosting up, going through the smoke, immediately catching FURIA off guard. And again, I said, like, Na'Vi might have surprises for us. They're probably going to have some hard counters to the way FURIA like to play. I will note they've got an early frag in this round. And unfortunately for FURIA, Gabs is alone, although she is buying time. She's holding space for the CT rotation. But D7's in that position once again to cause problems. And now we find ourselves in a 3-on-3, a chaotic one, though, with the situation for FURIA. Just couldn't get the tracking there. Advantage FURIA then. A potential unlikely round. I think Astra got some sound cues of a CT falling back. Can't find the right angle, though, which leaves Viku needing a flick. As she isolates the fight in front of her, there'll be rotation to that right-hand side. Again, a round you're not going to replicate for FURIA, but every round they can scrape here at the very end of this first half will mean something going into the second.
So much of that round comes down to Gabs, though. Like, she gets that first kill onto Hanker, which in and of itself is massive. Like, you can't overstate the impact that something like that has. Then the fact that she's able to fall away and still get this second kill onto Angelika is ridiculous. The problem comes in here again in water, where the same issue happens, and worst of all, it goes untraded. That could very easily have completely slipped away from FURIA's hands, but now we find ourselves last round of the half. Car, AWP in hand. This is where that magic really does need to come alive, because they need this last round at the very, very least to give them a chance into the next half.
Doesn't get any easier for FURIA. Half-time, I think, will be a sigh of relief for them, as they have been drowning in the waters of Anubis round after round. So enjoyable to watch this pacing on the T side for Na'Vi. What can Bazina do then? She can dance around this pillar. Maybe there's a chance. There's a semblance of a crossfire here, actually, with Iza. That turned around real quick, but Astra will catch Car on the rotation, and with 37 seconds left, what is the play for Na'Vi? Viku needs to avoid an insta-trade, even if she gets a frag here. Astra's on the way as well. They don't have time to walk, so she will just race over. That's info for FURIA. Who goes first? There's Astra, and then it's down to Viku. 13 seconds. They're all huddled together. She'll never expect them all to be in the same area, looking for the trade fraggers to pop out, and it will be 3 at half-time, and only 3 on the CT side for FURIA.
pretender.
FURIA have managed to net themselves the bare minimum number of rounds for me to not say it is a done deal, but they haven't found themselves out of the woods just yet. A pistol round here is the very minimum that they require for even the slightest possibility.
Oh, that was quite a 360. Trying to avoid the headshots as they make their way through. This pistol could be very crucial indeed, but it's going 50-50. Lula10's just about standing as D7 is dropped by Gabs. Hanka and Viku now, that's a great start for Viku. A pistol in each hand, plenty of ammo as they try to make a crossfire. Hasn't seen one around the back though, and now it's Hanka who will be the last one to fall. That was so needed for FURIA. Now they've got a chance to keep the score close. To make the score close.
Yeah. Such a big round for them. Keeps them going that little bit longer. Gives them a chance to fight back. For Na'Vi, I mean, for now, obviously still feeling comfortable. But they realize they can't allow this to snowball, right? You don't, if you're Na'Vi, you don't want a repeat of what happened on Dust 2. You don't want to allow this to go all the way into overtime and to have to really fight tooth and nail to get yourself into that final. You want to keep it clean. You want to feel confident going into a grand final. Well, FURIA, they have no choice. A close game it's going to have to be if they're going to be the ones to meet Imperial later today.
Hanka 15 for 7. I imagine FURIA will be trying to catch up with her now. They have the advantage on this T side. And we'll have to focus on how long it takes Viku to pull out the AWP. No doubt they'll be buying in the next round. And they will be shy of the money for open armor. Viku has exactly 4750. But she's going to go for the M4 and Kevlar.
I think it makes sense to play it a little bit safer just for this kind of first round. Make sure that you've got some economy to build onto. They come out on top of this round, well, you know what, then you can put a little bit of a spend into it, but
I think it depends on the kind of fights you're going to take as well. Like if you're going to walk into an angle where you might take a bullet or two, you need that Kevlar. Four-round lead then. Na'Vi have the M4s out early. Will they be able to... Is that Michael Jackson? Will they be able to hold on to it? Mixed bag for FURIA with their Mac-10 and Galil. There are some freedoms associated with that. Just like Izza will show us with that Mac-10, gets an immediate upgrade. That's good position, 4-on-4. Astra having to fall back as there is a big rotation coming through from Na'Vi. FURIA storming the B bomb site. Such a quick bomb plant as well. Now, there are some smoke grenades that could be used for these choke points. So this will be an interesting fight. We've got multiple flashbangs as well. This will be quite the challenge. We see so many fights around smokes also. They could really go either way. Bezina looking for a 2 spray down. Lunatens will be here to pick up the slack though, leaving Viku with 4 HP versus 3, and she will try to get out of there. There's nothing else for her to do. And this gap is slowly shrinking.
And Luluten's continuing to be a pivotal piece for this FURIA roster, playing that supportive role and making sure that her team has the space that they need to continue to be the demons that we know that they are. And that's such an important round for FURIA for a lot of reasons. Obviously, it gives them another score, closes that gap a little bit, gives them an opportunity to come back, but it also does some serious damage to Navi's economy, which is going to make this reinvest that much more difficult, right? We're talking about, well, they didn't buy into the AWP in the previous round, and there's a few reasons for that. Obviously, you want to kind of build up a little bit. You want to make sure that you've got Kevlar. You want to make sure that you've got something to play with. But now, the AWP conversation has been shut down for the time being.
Swing and a miss for Na'Vi. FURIA absolutely ready for those classic plays through B. And that's why you sometimes see HE's Molotovs from the T side as well. It's been so common over the brief history of Anubis in CS to make those swing plays. Of course, little to lose in a round such as this. See if Hanka gets anything from this. Jiggling, as we have learned, it doesn't really make sense to stand still in CS2. Community map making it into the map pool is fantastic. Anyway, 9-7, like lightning, FURIA come through. And maybe that big lead was necessary, although we'll see the full buy very shortly indeed for Na'Vi. For a moment, I thought it was going to be easy versus FURIA. Clearly, I was wrong.
Well, I mean, I suppose the first map should have been the tip-off, right? As much as that first half went pretty dominantly, we swap sides, we move on to the more favored side of the map in general. And I mean, bearing in mind, I think a lot of the reason why there's this CT side bias for FURIA is because in South America, they'll pick into the map, which means they have to start CT, and they have such a strong CT side that we don't get to see much of their T side. So that creates that bias. It's not to say that they don't have a good T side.
Oh, Viku with the second one, so important there. The rifle support gets eliminated, but the no-scope is fast enough. That is so key for Na'Vi. No over-rotation. Everyone's calm, well placed around the map. And Astra's actually, looks like she's getting curious towards the outside of B. I don't know, it's hard to tell from the circle. Minute 10 on the clock, and Viku continues to punish. That's the Viku we were looking for early on that first map. That's the Viku that might take Na'Vi to a third. Lulatens won't get anything done. Rifle support came anew, and Na'Vi will be the first to make it to double figures.
Waiting for that AWP to come out. And that's when Viku comes alive. She had a bit of a slow start on the previous map, but in this one, she's been on fire the whole way through the map, right? Kind of toe-to-toe with the rest of the team and consistently getting value. And now that she's managed to pick up the AWP on the CT side, it's just going to continue to be a problem. FURIA needed to keep things expensive, needed to keep that gun out of her hands. Only managing to pick up a few rounds here so far on this T side hasn't been enough. Ouch. They needed more.
That was not an easy no-scope. It was like a flick no-scope. Maximum difficulty. And again, FURIA harassing the A-bomb site, looking to overwhelm quickly. That's exactly what they will do. How many people will Na'Vi throw at this? They've got some space, but Izza looks to take that away as well. In the smoke. Hanka has no idea. She is in so much trouble. Oh. That's got to be the round. They've got to call it. They've lost all position on the bomb site now. They need to keep these guns up. They need, so Na'Vi at this point need to have as many buy rounds as possible. That was an instant call from them. They understood what needed to be done. They can't allow FURIA to break them.
This is what I was saying about finding and isolating or avoiding the AWP entirely. Because Viku's not playing towards that side. She gets flushed out and they get the site for free. So if she's not there holding a slightly more aggressive angle, holding down a sight line that makes it impossible for you to get in onto the site, you suddenly have, like, your chances of actually getting in onto the site almost double, which is fantastic for FURIA. And of course, they take full advantage of that. What's up, Stockholm? Hope you guys are enjoying our second semi-final of the ESL Impact Season 6 finals.
It is a 6th season, I agree.
It is a 6th season, bro.
Great urgency there from the T side, charging through, cleaning out the bomb site. Such a dangerous team, FURIA.
Can't count them out. I was getting a little bit nervous, right? Na'Vi win that previous round, and I'm like, oh man, this is where FURIA gets stopped in their tracks, but nope. Can never be taken for granted, can never be put down. That Panther will keep coming at you.
An ancient decider would be so good between these teams. Again, how we saw them trying to outmaneuver each other on some big rounds on Dust 2 with the aggression that Ancient requires, especially for CTs. It would be fascinating to see how they duel. But FURIA might not let them get that far. Establishing their map control in round 19. Look at all the mollies on the T side. They are well prepared for an execute. And wherever they decide to throw that could be quite problematic for the CTs. However, you can see what I can see. Na'Vi needs to drop some util here and buy time to get that rotation going. You can see Angelika's on the way. Astra's quietly made her way through. They are not shy to go for a little peek and a prod, Na'Vi. Mid is an unknown, but Angelika's got to take some risks to get into position for her squad. She makes her way over. Mollies to be deployed, if they can be, by the CTs. Indeed, D7's got the angle, but Hank is caught in the open. Will they run through? Indeed, some of them will. Isolated, D7 wins her fight, and she has help here already. Angelika's been waiting. 28 HP as Bazina pulls out a nade, but she doesn't have the angle. 29 seconds to get this bomb planted. Angelika drops. More rotations coming through, though. That is a disgusting transfer from Bazina. And leaves Astra. She's got to go through the smoke. She's got to commit when those beats go. 15 seconds to get this bomb planted. Choosing a different option. Sees the barrel of the gun, but there's more T's to deal with. That is such a big frag for Astra. Astra trying to show the gun. She's baiting the shots out if she can. She has a kit as well. 2 more T's to find, and she's got the jewel she wanted. And now it's down to Lula10s. Astra can come from multiple angles. Lula10's going deep. She's been fouled. That would have been a monstrous clutch. Rings the bell. 12 HP left. So tight are these rounds.
Bro, they give Astra so many ones. And there is a world in which she actually clutches that, because Lula10's is looking the wrong way, and I think maybe Astra gets a little bit nervous in that final moment, right? You see Lula10's kind of looking away, and a moment of patience could maybe net you that win, but if you take too long, then she's just going to turn around and shoot you. So there's like that slight panic of, how do I win this 1v1? And Lula10's full advantage taken and shuts down that attempt at a clutch. And that was a round that FURIA, I think, couldn't really afford to lose, given how the scoreline is going and how the economy is going. Like, it becomes so important. And again, it's Lula10's that steps up, that becomes that key piece in the FURIA puzzle.
Mega attempt from Astra in that round. To even get that far was great, but that spray transfer from Bazina was nasty. That's like a post-watershed spray down on that bomb site. Utterly menacing. And that bomb site is getting pounded by FURIA time and again. They are abusing the numbers. They're using the Molotovs really well as well. They're compromising where the CTs can stand and just sending the numbers in there. They'll trade out. Doesn't matter if people fall as long as the next woman is in there to drop that CT. And they're using it to great effect. There is a buy in round 20 for Na'Vi. There is an AWP for Viku. There is a rifle for Hanka. Everybody's turned up. Now we can see Gabs lurking towards that A-bomb site. And I do wonder if they are to go to the other side, if she'll offer something. With how hard FURIA have hit A, if there's even a hint of a grenade into that A-bomb site, do they over-rotate? There's a lot of junk being thrown at B now. They've got 3 players ready and willing. That's always a strong molly. But it's not quite landed where Hanka is, so will they check this again? Yes, they will. A second molly goes and she has to come out. She'll get barbecued with no frags for it. Just the assist for Angelka. 4 on 4, 40 seconds. Bomb getting planted. Izzy's got a strong post-plant shot. And D7's on the swing. D7 in the clutch could be exactly what Na'Vi need. And again, so many smokes. Car forced out, but she can see over the top at least some angles. There's a molly for Viku. She puts that in the right place, and there could be problems for FURIA. Car running distraction in the meantime. Does she know her lineups? Is
what?
Still able to get that transfer and the last one as well. They just don't respond in time, and the score is tied.
I mean, there's got to be some sort of a miscommunication in that, or maybe just as you say, right, like maybe just a reactionary issue. But for Izzy to get all 3 there, and it's crazy because obviously Car is holding the longer angle. She hears the sound of the defuse, they both do, and Car's like, I'm smoked off, I can't see anything. And she can't push through the smoke. So Izzy does it. She's like, all right, cool. I'm going to go find the information. Bait me, fish off me. Like, let's do this thing. She pushes out. She gets 3 kills for her troubles. Just an unreasonable round for FURIA to win.
Huge fight. Early advantage for Na'Vi. This would be a great way to get back into this game. War of attrition in the middle of the map. Bazina and Car. Astra and Hanka. Rifles everywhere to be collected. Bomb in the hands of Car, who has quickly made it to 10. You can see Hanka racing over as well. So many angles to check. So much time, but in that time, the CTs can be rotating everywhere. They can be going through. Oh, Hanka's managed to squeeze one more as well. Astra low, but element of surprise. Which way? Honestly, pick a card. Hope it's the right one. It might come down to who looks where. If Bazina's able to plant the bomb, that could be the worst thing for Astra. No kits. And 20 HP. The util will give her some extra steps before that bomb's planted. This is such a big round for both. This would be a huge bonus for Na'Vi. Bazina's looking exactly where she needs to as well. Checking the right-hand side, the timing! She goes back just in time to squeeze one more. Whew, that one was real close.
All things considered, I think she's looking pretty pleased with herself. There's definitely a bit of relief there, but she performs so well in that final moment. Must be said, way more expensive than it should have been for FURIA. Na'Vi come into that with 1 M4. They take an aggressive position into water, and it's just like a blow for blow, trade for trade. And FURIA lose so many weapons in that. And okay, at this point, it's not really the biggest issue. They also win the round, so they're still feeling pretty comfortable. But it's not the way that it should have gone. For Na'Vi, however, they're losing control. We came into this 9-3, and Na'Vi have only been able to pick up 1 round so far. FURIA have just steamrolled their way through this T side.
Yeah, they are abusing the T numbers really, really well, and Na'Vi have not had an answer to it. It was a noble effort in that round, and that would have been so good for them. Now the margin for error is basically nil. If they are to lose this round, what will they be left with? They cannot allow those thoughts to creep in. Bazina certainly brave in that last round. D7, that's such a big frag, we know it is, but Hanka is another monster for Na'Vi, who's able to find 2. The pendulum swings back and forth between these squads as Viku rattles off shots. Hanka's got the sound cues as she looks. Bazina denies, down to a 3-on-3. Viku's no doubt being heard. They know exactly where she is, and this is going to be a very difficult retake. Bazina's got an oppressive angle. Bomb moving in to get planted. How much can they afford to lose here? Astra going first, forcing FURIA back a little. And Molly will just kill some time. Only Angelka has a kit. If she falls in the wrong place, the wrong position, that could be curtains. They might lose everything here, Na'Vi. They might lose everything. Car running distraction. Where are the other 2? We have to face the multiple, and Angelka will be the last to drop. It's match point for FURIA, and Na'Vi may have little to fight with in this next round.
Okay, but we've seen this before. On Dust 2, we got to map point, and that's when it got taken all the way into overtime. The problem is, as you said, Na'Vi is not going to have a lot to work with here, so it's going to take something explosive, something unexpected, dare I say it, something a little cheesy. It's either going to be that, or it's going to be the most surgical round that we have ever seen, because Na'Vi just about need a miracle at this point. And I also want to point out, like, FURIA's ability to stabilize has been phenomenal. Just taking a look at the numbers now, Na'Vi have won 14 opening duels, but they only have 10 rounds. So in 4 rounds, they get an opening, and FURIA are still able to stabilize, be that off the back of a multi-frag, or be that off the back of a really smart play. They've consistently maintained some of that control. And if they keep that going here, it's one more round that stands between them and the grand final.
Triple FAMAS for Na'Vi. Angelka racing into a very aggressive position. Surely she finds some surprise here. That's quite impressive how far she's been able to get. But will she be rewarded, or do FURIA go elsewhere? It's a lot of information at the very least. It allows Na'Vi to focus on different angles. She's going to keep moving, it seems. Gambles have to be taken, and she's going to be the one to do it. Again, it's FURIA. Also, with that pacing, they know things are urgent for Na'Vi, and they're waiting out that Na'Vi utility as well. Bearing in mind, they don't really have a full buy in this round. They won't be able to slow down FURIA too much unless it's with their rifles. Car's in position now. Angelka not outstaying her welcome. And Na'Vi have to play a responsive game. They were proactive at the start, reset into normal angles, and they know what they can and can't peek. Into the fire though, Angelka is forced, and the dominoes start to fall for Na'Vi. So close to a third map, but FURIA are just too strong, it seems. Triple FAMAS remains for Na'Vi, and FURIA continue their march. Astra, last woman standing, last one to fall. The standard bearers of South America take their ticket to the final.
They have staked their claim once again, FURIA. This is such a huge statement for them, because last season they, or rather during the regular season, they looked so strong, but last season they couldn't make it to Dallas. They were denied entry by Fluxo. So for them to have come through so strong here in Season 6, and now to be going all the way to the grand final, to be taking out Na'Vi, one of the favorites that could have gone through and taken the crown away from Imperial, is so impressive.
It's a very fine run for Na'Vi. Two very strong teams, two very well-matched teams with a fantastic fight, but only one can make it to the final.
A statement victory here for FURIA. The 2-0, the comeback in the second half, and looking so very strong on the T side of that Anubis. The Panthers, their claws are sharp right now, and they are coming for that trophy, Mac.
Yeah, well, Anubis, look, people have said for a while it's T-sided, and today it looked incredibly T-sided, and FURIA just did it that little bit better. The fact that Na'Vi weren't able to get more than one CT-sided round is certainly the reason why they got eliminated here. They had a great shot over on D2, almost got it done, but had to have OT, and here on Anubis, they just didn't have it to go up against FURIA, who are looking beastly. Moving to the grand final now. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, definitely. Super impressed by FURIA, but also Na'Vi played. They put a good show. They had a really good T side, but their CT side, it wasn't enough. It wasn't. It was a bit static, honestly.
A bit static? Was it about Na'Vi not doing enough, or was it about those FURIA entries, right? Because it felt like every time they're moving into a site, even if they're losing that first duel, they're trading it out, they're winning the numbers, they're getting into those post plans.
Yeah, I think it's a part of both. Like, obviously FURIA, they played super good, they played together, they always traded each other, got the entries, but also I feel like Na'Vi didn't, like, they did one really aggro play and they ended up winning that one. That's the only round they won on CT. When they like full on rushed, they only had like some pistols too, but that's the only round they managed to win, and that was the only like aggro round. Anubis
is all about taking that space, and I know someone who took a whole lot of space on that map and in this series. It's our player of the series. It's gonna be Iza. Incredible showing again. Just those entry numbers are ridiculous. Even when she's not winning, she's getting traded out and fearless in the duels.
Yeah, also, we mentioned it before, and she's also the IGL, and having an IGL that can frag, it's so nice in a team. Like, you're full on confident, you know, even if she doesn't frag, that she most likely will all the time, you will have her helping you out in the round when she's dead, so super impressed by her.
Yeah, she's got the brain, she's got the mechanics, and they needed it to go up against the Javelins. But yeah, Na'Vi not going to be able to get that rematch they were looking for. Iza certainly going to get a shot at the top, and if we see FURIA playing like they did right now against Na'Vi, there is a very, very good chance of them to take the whole thing and finally topple the Queens of Imperial.
They were the team that were contesting them in the early seasons of Impact, right? They were in those grand finals again and again and again at events, but they just didn't have that little extra degree to get over the line. Went through a bit of a rebuild, some restructures, but now they get another shot. And we've got a shot of Heku talking to somebody.
Yeah, I have an opportunity to talk to Ka-sensei once again to poke her brain about like what exactly happened maybe on that Anubis, or maybe what exactly happened on Dust 2. But first of all, congratulations
Thank
again,
you.
A grand final, just like in season 1 and season 2. Do you feel maybe relieved?
Yes, of course. I feel really happy.
Well, as the desk already pointed out, Anubis is a very T-sided map, and it was proven today. You were really, really behind it after the first half.
Yes.
How did you manage to come back from that mentally?
Well, we just said something like, well, it was not that bad, our CT. Of course, the score was large, but we tried our best, and the match is not done. So we have the T side, which is our best side. So let's trust ourselves, let's trust our IGL, and let's go.
Talking about the T sides, we have an opportunity to do like some Faceit watch right now, and we're gonna look on your T side on Dust 2, because this is a situation where you had an inferior buy, and I want you to guide us through this round, like what exactly was maybe talked about before this round started and how it all went, because you managed to take long, you managed to plant a bomb and take the whole round. Can you then please guide us? You can click space,
okay,
and then guide us. Yes. So here you provide the flash to the team, which proves like, as a main oper,
yes,
you have a lot of things how you can help the team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we wanted to take the space back, and we didn't have a lot of smoke, so we need to take one to bait their smoke, but they didn't smoke, so we just go.
you had like a limited amount of utility, and with the smoke that you had, you managed to get yourself like a safe pass.
Yes, we were confident in the side of the map because we were winning some rounds, and we were doing really great in the side. And we think that it's easier to plant. Our goal was plant the bomb.
Wait, for example, for example, this is a situation where like you had an inferior buy, and like you are usually the upper and usually have like the big green. But here in this situation, I think you are one of the main reasons why your teammates actually managed to take long, because you were standing behind, you were providing the flashes. I think without those flashes, this round would not be won.
Yes, no, they dropped a lot of flash for me, and I'm just like, I'm flashing, flash behind, and then we took one, and then we flashed another one, more far before, and we saw that she ran back, and that was our chance.
Yeah, it was a chance, and you took the opportunity, and you won the round, and overall, like, then you managed to win the whole map, managed to win the whole series, which means there might be a chance that our desk has a few questions to you.
Okay.
Oh, we've always got questions. We've always got questions. Congratulations on that win, first of all. I want to ask about the opponent. You know who you're up against in this finals. It's Imperial. It's been a long time since you were in a finals with them, back in Season 2, but you know this opponent well. And my question is, this time around, back here, looking as strong as FURIA is looking right now, what's going to change? What's going to put you over the top against Imperial?
Well, we are playing more... We're more confident, and we're playing to have fun. It's we don't have the pressure. The pressure is with them, and that's our our thought.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but I just wanted to let you know that I told everyone in the green room that you guys only need 3 rounds on CT to be able to win.
That is a lie.
I swear to God, I swear.
She was freaking out at halftime, and I said, don't worry, 3's enough.
No, that's not true.
Fake news, fake facts out here on the desk.
I knew, because your T side is, I mean, it's also Anubis, but also your T side is very impressive. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Impressive enough that
Thank you so much.
predicted Navi. It's crazy. That's crazy.
Really
That's
trust
crazy.
Our T side from Anubis.
Car, for me, I just have one thing to ask. If you had to rate the vibes of the team at the moment and then the firepower, where would you say you're at if 100 is, the best performance you guys have been playing, and then also like 0 being the lowest?
Well, I didn't understand the start of the question.
If you had to rate the vibes of the team between 0 to 100, how's that right now?
Well, we are 100 from the start to the end. We're not letting the energy down.
And then what about the firepower? Do you guys think you're playing the best games of Counter-Strike you've ever played at the moment, or do you think that there's still a little bit of room to go higher?
Well, we are playing the best yes we can play now. So we don't think about what could we done, because we've done everything we could, and now we need to prove. And if it don't work, it's okay. It happens. Competition is that, and we're going back to Brazil. We're going to practice more and come back again and try again.
Beautiful. Thanks for the insight.
Always a great holistic view. Thank you for talking to us. Congratulations on that win. Can't wait to watch you in this grand final.
Thank you so much.
The Tao of Kai feels like living up to the sensei portion of the name. Always very centered. We're thinking about what's in front of us. We're thinking about this match. We're not worried about theoreticals of what we could be. We're worried about what we are. I love it.
Yeah, I also love the fact that she said, like, our energy isn't 100% all the time. Like, it doesn't matter if they win or lose. Of course, you're going to be, like, more happy to win, but it's super important you go into the game with the same energy as you going out from the game. Winner wins or lost.
Yeah, it's nice that she can be honest with us, unlike some people on the desk, right, Tilda?
You can ask Newt. I told it like 5 minutes.
We were all
before you
there.
said.
There's 2 of us here. We witnessed what happened.
I would have
These men are liars.
I think, well, you know,
Men
we'll
lie.
see. The facts will come out. The facts will come out. The truth will be revealed. One way or another, the truth of this season of ESL Impact is about to be revealed because we are set for our championship matchup. There is one more series between one of these teams and the trophy. It's almost time to get our grand finals underway. Will it be the Imperial Valkyries defending their crown, claiming yet another trophy, or will the Panthers finally find revenge, finally find that hardware they've been looking for so many years? We get to find out on the other side of this short break. Stick with us.
Who would you say are the people you look up to the most from like women's esports generally?
Like role models.
Yeah,
and
role models.
Esports
like,
specifically, like competitive players and stuff.
It doesn't have to be. Whoever you think is a good role model or someone that you look up to.
Yeah.
For me, it's so hard because I came from like the very beginning, like where
You were
everything
the pioneer
started.
and
Yeah,
stuff.
like there was no competitions, I mean, there was maybe SAS, but we joined as soon as I started like compete, almost. So for me, it's hard to say. If it would be someone, maybe Anna from DreamHack, yeah, Anna Nordlander. She works heavy with esports. She used to be a pro way back, like years ago. She stopped like when I started, almost. So.
Do you think it's been helpful sort of having that journey with Zaz together and like
Yeah.
going through everything
I
over
think
the
we've-
years?
Yeah, I think we've like pushed each other, you know, we've been each other's like supporter throughout everything.
I think like before my time, it was like, the thing is like, I wasn't aware of like women competing much. Like when I started, like I was a pretty big like rookie just doing matchmake. So I was like very oblivious to like, oh, women can play in tournaments. So I wasn't really like, I didn't have like a big role model at the time through like media or something like that. So I feel like media is typically like where, you know, spotlight, you find role models, stuff like that. But I would guess like pioneers before my time would be more like Potter and Miss Harvey were like very big pioneers who played very well, had a really good track record for their time.
Yeah, that's true. Like they won a lot of ESWCs.
Yeah, they were, I just know they had a really good track record. Besides that, I feel like I actually like, I don't know, like Valkyrie I think is really cool because she's almost like a businesswoman, but she's like in a male-dominated space and she's like really killing it, and it's not competitive esports, but she's still like, you know, has a really good brand and whatnot. And I mean, she's also a good role model. She seems like a nice person. So not necessarily a competitive player, but it's like a woman within the space, so it's similar.
And when I started, I watched Potter, I watched Julian, I watched Zaz, and from South America, Gabs is on my team, and I really liked her. I think everyone is important, actually. I think everyone that started, now it's not that hard now, but a few years ago it was quite hard, and before this it was more hard, and they are really soldiers. That's why I think I admire everyone.
You called me the other night. Don't you know I've got no time? That's it, I'll never ride for you and I. Don't you call me babe? Thought you had a chance dropping DMs on my page. You can stay outside, you can park it on the pavement. Waiting, I don't need a man that's cheap and basic. I'm ranking. Back up. I don't need another suitor, babe. Man up. Put you pouting on a Twitter page, yeah. And I advise you to take a deep breath, cause you gon' hold it till the colors in your cheeks left. Whoa, child, I don't mind. You can follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Not for you and I, not for you and I. What makes you think I want it when I treat you like a ghost? Take this man home, everybody else already knows I'm the only one I need, you're the one that needs to grow. I ain't playing, boy, turn around and walk it out the door. You got to go. For the love of God, for the love of God. Watch, baby, I don't mind. Just stand home, yeah. Televised, you don't need to come by. From a distance, though. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Only love I need to keep is from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her fall, no. Yeah. The only time I need to keep a smile, I'm never playing games. I'm trying every day, yeah. The only love I need to keep is from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her fall, no. I'll never let her fall, no. The only time I need to keep a smile, I'm never playing games. I'm never playing games. I'm trying every day, yeah. Boy, you so crazy. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Only love I need to keep is from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her fall, no, no.
Everybody's got a ghost floating through the walls, no matter where we go. We're all strong, but we're all scared. Haunted houses in our heads, 'cause everybody's got a ghost. Everybody's got a demon. We're all smiling, but inside we're screaming. We all laugh, but we're all sad. God only answers when he's mad. So run to the river where there ain't no stream. Pretend if the water flows. Find your voice, let it sing. A choir of singers, the broken wings. Ain't no angels, just a bunch of thieves trying to steal some love so we can sing. Oh,
hear the sun rising, rising, rising? Can't you hear the sun of the down and out singing all night long? Oh, my love. Can't you hear the sound of the people dancing as the rain comes down? Oh, my love. Can't you hear the beat of the broken chains falling at our feet? Oh, my love. Can't you hear the sun rising, rising? Find a voice, let it sing. A choir of singers, broken wings. Ain't no angels, just a bunch of thieves trying to steal some love so we can sing. Find a voice, let it sing. A choir of singers, broken wings. Ain't no angels, just a bunch of thieves trying to steal some love so we can sing. Feel it spilling over. You've gotta cry just a little. Cry before you let it go. Gotta take a moment, then move on. Leave the past behind you. You've gotta die just a little. Die before you learn to live. Let the magic find you and go on. And you might fall down a little, get back up again, fake it till you make it, and don't have to play or pretend. Get into your flow, come on, let it show. There you go. Feel the fire burning. You gotta hurt just a little. Hurt for you heal the pain. Soon the winds are turning. Let it rain. And you might fall down a little. Get back up again. Fake it till you make it. And don't have to play or pretend. Get into your flow. Come on, let it show. There you go. Do a hair flip in my new fit. Coming way up, about to get lit. Make your stank face, make your teeth great. Give me honey, give me yummy, pour it down, swish, swish. I got too many bottles, who did it? Both feet on the throttle, who did it? You about to hear a whole lot of who did it? Who did it? Who did it? Blame it on me, I'm in rare form. Spending money with this cash fraud. Spinning cookies on this rap board. Tell your daddies I'm listen, look at what my mama gave me. I'ma put it in rotation. Everybody wanna feel just like this. 99 problems, but not if you rich, bitch. I got too many bottles, who did it? Both feet on the throttle, who did it? You about to hear a whole lot of who did it? Who did it? Who did it? Blame it on me, I'm in rare form. Spending money with this cash for. Spinning cookies on this rap for. Tell your daddies I'm in rare form. I'm in rare form. I don't need a dance floor. Spending money with this cash for. Spinning cookies on this rap for. Tell your daddies I'm in rare form. I'm in rare form. Da 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 da. Everybody wanna put me in a box. Can't put me in a box. Everybody wanna tell me what I'm not. Can't tell me what I'm not. My drum go bump it bump 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 I'm untouchable, but you can't feel me. Ooh, I'm the light in my darkest mystery. I'm an enigma. I'm an enigma. I'm an enigma. I roll up with my fandom, disappear like a phantom. All my haters so sad cause they all endangered like pandas. They say I'm darker than matter, that I'm bad but I'm badder. Say I'm mad like the Hatter, serve 'em up on a platter. My drum go bump it bump bump it bump 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 it 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 bump bump. I'm untouchable, but you can't feel me. I'm the light in my darkest mystery. I'm an enigma. I'm an enigma. I've been so down, way down and out. Blue in the face, I taste the pain. Been to war with 10,000 doubts. But if you think I'll break, just wait. There's no outrunning, outrunning, outrunning my shadow. Nobody's coming, not coming to rescue me, no, no. Oh, I am my own savior. Slay my own dragons by myself. One match and watch 'em burn. I watch 'em burn. I am my own savior. Fight my imaginary fears and leave 'em in the
I just lost my halo. Not like I ever had one. Hotter than an inferno. Baby, that's my problem. I could make your life a living hell and I do it well. Now I'm looking at you, can you tell? I wanna love you savage. I'm gonna leave you ravaged and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. I wanna be a nightmare up in your dreams, night sweats, and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. More, more, more. Wanna love you savage. Wanna love you savage. Wanna love you savage. Come and pick your poison. And make sure that you pick me. For sure. I could push your buttons. I would. And you know my seductions. Feel good, so good. I could make your life a living hell and I do it well. Now I'm looking at you, can you tell? I wanna love you savage. I'm gonna leave you ravaged and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. I wanna be a nightmare up in your dreams, night sweats, and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. I wanna love you savage. I'm gonna leave you ravaged and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. I wanna be a nightmare up in your dreams, night sweats, and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. I wanna love you savage. I'm gonna leave you ravaged and you ain't gonna run.
The stage is set for our grand final here at ESL Challenger, sorry, not Challenger, wrong show, Impact, ESL Impact Stockholm. Our stage is set for our grand final. It's been a long day, a lot of Counter-Strike, but now it's time to get the vibes up, to get hype, because we are so very close to a trophy lift. But before we do, we're going to take a little bit of a look back on some of the moments that got us here, specifically some of the clutches, 3 of the greatest clutches that we have seen at this event. Our 3 clutches of the event will be queuing up in just a moment. What was your favorite highlight of this event?
That's a great question. I feel like the FlyQuest Best of 3 was really nice. They were able to kind of prove that they are able to play with time of the best, but they obviously did get eliminated here. But the playoff bracket, it's so spicy. Today has been such an amazing day for Counter-Strike, for women's Counter-Strike and all, and I feel like our final is going to go crazy.
Oh, it's going to be a banger. It's going to be a banger. There's so many highlights, so many crazy multi-frags. There was, from even the teams that like lost today, there was still so many players playing out of their damn minds. It was crazy that FURIA Na'Vi didn't end up going to 3. I thought it should have. I think it might have just been a bit of a hiccup in the Veto that ended up making it go just 2-0. But look, that's a conversation for another day, because FURIA won it. They played with what was in front of them, and now they got to play up against Imperial to try to get it across the line.
Such a spicy matchup. Such an absolutely spicy matchup here. So much history between these two teams, so much legacy to be decided, and what an opportunity for FURIA, right? To right what they, I'm sure, view as some of the wrongs of the historical matchup and correct that and take on over here in the final.
Yeah, I feel like if there is one team that can do it, it's FURIA. Obviously, you know, they are in the final, so that is the team that's going to have to do it today for it. But their play style is so similar to Imperial. I feel like they are very, very aggressive. Kaz Sensei is very aggressive with their op, just like Ana. They have a lot of parallels between both of their teams, so it's going to be quite literally a banger of a matchup.
You might say they might need to be a little clutch today, and so let's check out these clutches. I told you we had them. We got them eventually. Clutches for you. 3 greatest of the series. What do we got here, Mac?
So far, this is going to be Kaz Sensei with this AWP 1v2. Lovely little clutch where she gets the info jumping over the top, and somehow the stars and the players aligned.
Yeah, this next one's going to be Astra as an ace 1v2 clutch. This is the Tech 9. It goes crazy. Burr, burr, burr.
Burr indeed. Big ace clutch coming through there. Astra, of course, unfortunately, only making it to the semis. Couldn't make it the whole way, but at least is in the top 3 clutches. And then Youngher as well, the #1 clutch out of these 3. Big one, 4K in the post plant, 1v4 as well, and incredible angle isolation using both those smokes. It was a great play, and that's why it's here.
And we will be coming back at the end of the day with the absolute clutch of the tournament. If you have opinions about that, tweet at ESL Impact or slide into Mac's DMs. Let him know. He loves the DMs.
Yeah.
Comment on his fit, his mustache, whatever you want to do.
And those clutches.
But for now, it's time to comment on our matchup going ahead, because it's time to dive in. The grand final awaits. 2 teams remain here at ESL Impact, and only one can be the champions of Season 6. And we've got a little bit of a repeat championship opportunity, a whole lot of trophy lifts for the core of Imperial, and they're looking to add one more.
Yeah, and they've gone through lower bracket runs. They've been able to make it to the final. I mean, Big brought it pretty close to them. They did not look like themselves on Dust 2 earlier today, but they bounced back like quite literally no other team. They have nothing like it anywhere else, but I don't know. I feel like FURIA has been showing some signs of light just like that.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be very difficult for FURIA to make it. The good thing that they have going for them is they're going to be incredibly warmed up, you know, getting through that series, but also just pumping the numbers. Imperial also had a pretty long series earlier. They've had a relatively short break, so maybe they'll still feel warm. You know that they're here, you know that they're capable of, and they're not going to be feeling the pressure. So can they go for 8? For 8? That's the big question we're all asking.
I mean, both teams had their Saturdays off, so like, what did they do?
They prepped. They trained. They were in the dojo, working, getting ready for this moment. And I know someone who's been spending a whole lot of time in the dojo over the entire life of Impact, the absolute GOAT of Impact. It's Ana. Look at those horns. Look at those horns. Look at those numbers. A 151 in this event so far.
Incredible. Actually incredible, especially with the slight adjustment to the HLTV ratings as well. But yeah, what's the worst? 1.25?
1.25.
Last time. And look, that's just because everyone else around her was carrying. So sharing less of the love this time, but doing more of the heavy lifting. And you better believe Anna, especially after what we saw this morning, is going to try to pull that performance again here in the grand final.
This is the final boss of Impact, let's be real.
It just, even though her numbers do dip in the middle, just like Max says, that doesn't mean that they didn't win, because obviously they have won every single Impact. And she just keeps on getting better. 1.51 just now in Season 6 is crazy, wild, and honestly hard for an opper that isn't Anna to do. She has been shutting everyone else down.
Yeah, especially Season 5 would have been the hardest time to put up any stats because that's when Orping was kind of in that limbo, CS2 Orping, not necessarily seen as the piece of resistance. You didn't really need a crazy AWPer on the team, and it was also really hard to AWP, so that explains the lower stat.
I think one thing that makes it especially ridiculous is we've talked about this narrative all weekend long about how the level has risen across the board at Impact over the years. That first season, okay, having a massive carry performance, yeah, maybe just everyone's not ready to keep up, but they have been raising that level event to event to event to event, and Anna has just continued to stay at the absolute pinnacle. Someone who's at the pinnacle of his game, well, he's Newt, and he's over in the Newt Nook to talk to us about this matchup. What you got, Newt?
Well, I got something pretty interesting because I feel that this matchup is going to be a bit of a boxing match. It's going to go blow for blow. And most importantly, why? It's because both teams do not have what is called buyer's remorse. Because no matter what buy they find themselves in, they always find a way to come out on top, especially when it comes to in these worst bar situations. So in these kind of situations, your opponent has the better bar, so they probably have a full bar. You have a semi-eco, semi-bar, that kind of sort of thing. But it's these teams that are just absolutely relentless. They do not let the opponents rest, even when they have the lower bar. They're always gunning in, always going in for kills, frags, everything, always providing so much impact into the rounds. You can even see it here in the ADR per player. Looking at even the worst bar situations, because normally in the worst bar, you just got pistols. But look at the amount of damage. There's like little to no deviation from these teams because they're constantly providing impact, constantly providing damage. The teams just, they don't know what to do with it. They've got the better bar. They think, yeah, we got this round in the bag. No, they don't, because Imperial and FURIA just come out swinging and start punching them down and taking these rounds into their hands. So this is going to be quite interesting because both these teams have the most impressive stats with regards to this category. So I think these teams are going to go blow for blow. It's going to be quite relentless coming in for both teams this final.
No rounds off. You know what I have remorse for? I have remorse that I learned that Newt's a fraud. The bow ties are clip-ons, man. I saw the bow tie box.
I didn't know that.
It's a lie. It's all a lie. It's an illusion.
Dude, why would you do this to me?
It's crazy.
Oh my god.
Master of illusion. You know who are masters of their game? The IGLs of these two teams who've been going head-to-head with many an opponent this series and have been shining individually.
Yeah, going absolutely off in terms of the stats, always putting their bodies on the line and always just fragging up a storm towards the top of the scoreboard, leaderboard, whatever you want to call it. But also, being part of that core rifling pack makes things even more interesting. So leading by example, but also leading in game.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen in the past that it's kind of hard to be a fragging IGL. So these two ladies being able to bring it to the top of the game, bring it to the finals is going to be absolutely explosive.
Immensely difficult, especially when you have Isa on that side going for like every entry attempt.
Yeah.
Those numbers are insane when you're taking the entries. Like, mind-boggling. We've got our Veto here. Is my mind going to be boggled by this, Mac?
Probably. We're going to see Anubis get banned, which is the biggest Veto advantage that Imperial are going to have coming into this one. Their permaban is arguably FURIA's best map. Nuke, that should be one where you see FURIA have a pretty good chance, and then the rest of it is probably just going to be an Ancient, maybe a little Mirage in there. Okay, we've gone Inferno.
I like Inferno.
And maybe an Ancient to be that number 3. Inferno, it's interesting. I think FURIA should be okay on it. I don't think it's going to be as easy as Imperial like here. And D2, okay.
They banned
it all
Ancient.
Ends on D2. The Ancient ban, a bit of a surprise. We've seen some shocking D2s, and the last team that tried to get an edge on FURIA on this map didn't like what they found, did they?
Yeah. This is a scary Veto. This is a scary Veto. Even though Anubis isn't in there, we still have a decent couple of maps for FURIA, so we could be on for a 3-mapper.
We could be on for a very spicy affair, and it'd be nothing less for a grand final of Impact. That's what we have on deck, but first, let's hear from the teams.
We
feel amazing going to 8th grand final in a row, and of course I'm so happy. I'm very impressed, like everyone is stepping up like when we need. I mean, good luck to FURIA to play against us, and what can I say? I think we are better than before. People already tired seeing us winning, but we don't care. We're very confident, for sure.
I'm very happy because we were totally capable of reverting the situation. So I'm very happy. I wish we can give a good show, and that's it. I don't have nothing to say to them. I respect them, and in the server I hope I don't respect them that much.
Imperial is ready to get 8th trophy.
I think we just gotta do our game. FURIA tá pronto.
What the ancients called a clever fighter is one who not only wins, but excels in winning with ease. This quote perfectly describes our reigning champions, who already have 7 Impact trophies in their cabinet and are eager to add another one. Please welcome our first grand finalist, Imperial. Our second grand finalists are here to represent themselves, their organization, and their country. The Panthers are no strangers to Impact Grand Finals, but placing second twice made their players very hungry for international trophy. Everybody, please welcome our Grand Final challengers, FURIA! May I have a Tori? May I have a Kai Sensei here? We are now reliving something that we experienced in Dallas when Impact was just brought in. You had a different name, but it's still the same face. The same goes for you. Your team stayed the same name, but there were a few changes. Now, last time, they had no idea what to expect. Now you've been marinating and preparing so many things in your region. Do you think you'll be able to surprise them?
Yes, of course, they need to be a little scared.
They should be a little bit scared. Well, we had also a post-match interview, and Kai Sensei said that the pressure is on you because you managed to win 7 trophies, and right now you're looking for another one. Is there any pressure?
No, of course not. There is no pressure.
No pressure. All right. Any final words to your opponent?
I mean, let's prove on the server who is the best team for the 8th time.
Ooh! Kai Sensei, what about that?
Well, good luck for us and good luck for you.
Thank you, ladies. May the best team win.
A little bit of spice coming out there from Tori. A little bit of heat as we get into this grand final matchup, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Look, there are 2 teams right now on that stage, but only one of them will be happy at the end of this match. Only one of them will get to lift that trophy. Only one of them will get to cap off their journey in this season of ESL Impact with that trophy.
Yeah, and on the topic of that conversation, only one of them can be the 8 times MVP, back-to-back to billiony backs, buddy, champion. Whereas FURIA could get their first time, and that'd still be huge.
That would be huge for FURIA. That would be huge for a complete different region to be winning Impact Finals. And oh, you're pointing.
Right now, I'm pointing because right now we have Imperial on the screen. So I want to talk about Imperial in this moment.
Valid.
Look, they've got the resume, they've got the pedigree, they've got the experience, they've got the trophies. Why would Imperial win today?
Because they've got 4 of the top 5 players so far in the tournament. That wasn't what happened earlier. It was just that last series that pushed a few of them further up. But more importantly, a lot of the other players that had crazy stats from the other teams that were up towards the top statted players didn't perform today. So all of those guys have dropped down, and it is going to be Anna, Tori, Zaz, and 23, who are top 4 in the 4 of the top 5 players here so far at ESL Impact Season 6 Finals. And I think that these numbers are just going to keep going up unless FURIA have something to stop them.
Yeah, and I don't think losing is ever a thought in their mind. It's always going to be winning. When you have always won, why would you ever stop? When will it stop? And FURIA, it's going to be an uphill battle for them. Who is going to be setting the pace first? Is it going to be Imperial? Is it going to be FURIA? But I don't know. The map pool seems a little bit questionable for Imperial. I feel like there were some there that got banned when we saw an amazing map for them earlier. Like we saw them on Ancient run it down against Big, and now they're like, nope, we want to ban that against FURIA. We're not very comfortable about that against FURIA. Like, we think maybe they could do the same to us. So could feel a little bit shaky for them, but honestly, if they keep their mental up just like they had in that amazing walkout where Tori's like, no pressure. We can win. We know we got this, because they've done it before. They can do it again.
They certainly have. My question for you is, we've seen a very pacey Imperial here, right? Getting up in their opponent's faces, running them over at every opportunity. FURIA likes to play wicked fast as well. Do we think Imperial keeps it up, or do we think that they adjust, try and throttle back down and stifle FURIA?
That's a great question, honestly, because I think it really depends on which side they start on, whichever map they start on. If they start on T side, they can start the pace going really, really hard and aggressive against them. But like maybe if there are 2 rounds that FURIA is just throwing it right back in their faces, they can take a timeout, take a pause, reevaluate. All right, maybe we should be playing a little bit different, because it's a 24 round map. 24 round map, yes.
Aren't they all?
So there's always time to
Right
change your strategy in the middle of the map.
There certainly is. There certainly is. Now we've got FURIA on our screen. If FURIA is going to do it, if FURIA is finally going to knock Imperial off of this pedestal, finally going to claim a trophy for themselves, how does it happen?
Well, Nuke's a great play to start. It's especially considering they bring their Brazilian type of CS into this. If they have to start on the T side, they're not going to worry, because they kind of flourish when they are on that T side. Their aggressive CT side is going to be hard for Imperial to deal with. The only thing that can really stop them is Imperial's mechanics, right? Like, they have to sit there, they have to have great spacing, they have to also make sure that they're trading out every single pick that they have to, because FURIA is going to be coming in, and if they take this first map, that's going to put Imperial on the back foot.
Now, the question is, who do you think's going to win? We've heard the arguments, we've heard it both ways. Me personally, I just see no reason to doubt the Queens. I think it's going to be Imperial again and again and again until the end of time. What do you think, Sophie?
I'm going with FURIA. It's time. It's time. Time for a change.
The time is now?
Yes.
The time is now. Well, not for me. I think Imperial are going to go 8 times back-to-back, and I can see with the Veto, I'm more torn towards maybe going for a FURIA after what we saw in that last series, but every time I've doubted Imperial, they just bounce back so hard.
That's fair.
You can't doubt them. The champs. It's time to dive in. It's the moment we've all been waiting for, the moment we've been building to all weekend long. Imperial, the 7-time champions, step to the server once more to defend their title, to defend their belt, and show why they are the champions of ESL Impact, while the pretender, the challenger, comes to claim that crown. It may be regicide required, but FURIA, their claws are sharp and they are ready to strike. And now we've got 2 Royals ready to bring you through the action on the server. It's Brandon and Lucy. Take it away.
It has been a year since FURIA last graced the ESL Impact stage, and 2 years since they were in a grand final. Since then, they have gone through change after change, and they return looking fiercer than ever. But they're going up against the fiercest of all, Imperial, who have been completely unstoppable on LAN. Will FURIA finally topple the Titans?
Or will it be history repeating itself again and again and again and so on? Because Imperial are ruthless and they know what it takes to win. A CT side start on Nuke. Everyone for FURIA gathers outside. Only one smoke dribbled forward in towards top main. They're trying to flash their way through outside, and Anna has already been put on notice.
Yeah, has to fall off, goes to a more passive line. Looking for fights, needs to be careful. Car does take a slight shot through. Keeps going back for more to Anna, and still alive just about. He's just gotten really good spacing. Anna is done for. That's the opening kill for FURIA, and a lot of space to work with.
There's
Two
a lot
players have
going on.
rotated.
Yeah, you got two that are down here. You've also got Tori that's still in towards main. This entire time, Gabs hasn't moved in towards lobby. 23 will spot them crossing. Is that going to be the bomb commitment? It looks to be.
Trying to run it down. Zaz did catch off Gabs. 23 does fall. There's still another player, Cat, tucked in towards Dark. Just trying to be a nuisance. Worried about Ramp, but has a teammate there now. She's removed. Tori in the backline fires off a shot. The silencer doesn't reveal her immediately, but can't connect. Bazzini has taken down 3. And it's Zaz that needs the same. Doesn't have the kit. Post-time position looks strong for FURIA. Not giving her anything to work with just yet. Feels herself out in the open. They start to swing, and it's Carr that finds the final shot. FURIA take first blood.
Damn. I tell you what, that looked like it was supposed to be Imperials every day of the week, because you got 23 buying so much time in towards the vents. You got the double ramp rotations. FURIA walk onto that, sure, from double and single, but there's a player deeply nestled in the site. You've already got these rotates, but this initial kill just delays things. And from there, Imperial are completely isolated. And it's the pack mentality from the Panthers. FURIA getting that pistol. But Imperial, Newt has already said it, reiterated in the semi-finals. They're so good at these force buys, but FURIA already deep dive down vents.
What a call, just to go for the straight up vent dive immediately. You know, right, that Imperial, if they're forced, the utility is going to be lacking. They're not going to have the good weaponry to spam you out to prevent you getting down. And if they're on the eco, well, they're not going to stop you that way either. It's brave and it works.
And that's the thing, FURIA have to be fearless. They got to take these risks. They got to make sure that they play the same style of Counter-Strike that they have been building and repurposing their identity towards. You see the bright lights, you see the big stage. We've seen not only FURIA, but other South American teams. You think about Fluxo. Sometimes they give respect, sometimes too much. And whilst Imperial should be respected on the server, as Lula10 said, the gloves are off.
Absolutely. They lose a couple, but Anna just saves the scout. FURIA off to the races, a flying start. Carr actually removing Kat and well, both players at the end there was huge. Even though she goes down, it means that there's really nothing for Imperial into this next round.
A lot of history with Nuke being picked here, because obviously it is a punish pick for FURIA. But you got to remember that this Nuke pick, this was made by Nigma Galaxy at the time in ESL Impact Katowice. This was the twist that completely caught FURIA off guard.
Oh, they do it again, straight down the vent. And as I was illustrating, same result, right? You don't have anything to stop it. They don't allow these pistols to fire off any shots anywhere and cause any sort of concern. They keep it very simple. Straight to the bomb site, straight to the plant, straight to the round win. Carr came into this round with just a P250 because she wants that AWP as soon as possible.
That's quite cool, actually, because look, you think about the pistol round, they took deep outside control. Here it is back-to-back fast bursts, and then you're going to bring the AWP out, and you're going to slow things down. That might mean that Imperial go for something aggressive themselves. They might go for this lobby push. For FURIA, the world is now their oyster on Cedar Creek. And they've started off the grand final in the best way possible.
Very momentum-based team, it feels at times. FURIA, I think even that series earlier really illustrated that. Once they get the ball rolling, very hard to stop them.
I'll tell you what, I was actually so impressed with that resilience put on display there by FURIA.
Yeah.
That's always sort of been the almost like Fluxo mantra of sort of building back into games. FURIA are very hot and cold sometimes, at least based off previous experiences. They take the lead from the South American region. They follow the flow, and this time they're the ones that seemingly are in control. Ramp is the first destination, the first contest of map control in this buy round.
Is this playing outside, not crossing with those smokes, but they've had to send Tori down just to see if anyone does go secret. She's just lurking through main at the moment. Cat needs to be careful here. Anna is too far away for support, but there's Iza on that timing. And at the same time, they pounce on ramp. Decisive. The flames land. Anna lands her shot. Tori is still down here, but Anna's been removed. Iza is on the warpath on a solo mission, removing everybody. Tori could still cause concerns, but FURIA aren't taking risks. They're not charging in to immediately plant the bomb. They see that window's broken. They acknowledge a player could be lying in wait.
And they wait for Iza. So now Iza's just clearing off single door. She's also got the contact to come through double whilst Tori will swing. You have got players lying in wait. 3 versus 2. There is a smoke. There is a kit available for 23. As she makes her way down ramp, this close kit encounter could have been everything. And a no-scope sets the tempo. FURIA will get another round on the board. And what a call from Iza, by the way, because it's the delay of the timing going into ramp. Her as the in-game leader, lurking outside, getting the kill on main. That delays Anna's rotation with the AWP for just a second, and then the ramp fight is completely isolated.
Yeah, just the timing of the different elements there was brilliant. And even Anna, right, coming back to focus on, then Iza rotates through everything about it. Very nice for FURIA early on. A one-save rifle.
Yeah. It had to go that way. It couldn't have been the ramp players taking the contact first than the main player because Anna would have been ready. And even though she hits one, it's a fadeaway, and it gives over that space for FURIA to go down in towards B. That was the control they always wanted.
These are the rounds that Imperial always make interesting, as Newt illustrated.
True.
In his little nook. Absolutely love the Newt nook, and Tori has already started the interest with a good kill into Bazinia. Zaz is tucked in, hoping to catch someone on this timing. With all these smokes down here, I'm sure FURIA are suspicious of the potential.
Yeah, car backs up.
They've shown so far that they are playing very careful and not allowing any of these little timing catch-offs that Imperial love to implement. I'm a bit scared about Car clearing this. Oh, no, she's not clearing it. So Zaz will catch that timing, and she does not stop. These are the rounds. Tori steps in as well, and outside, it's the 5-7 and the M4 that have done all the work. Looking to get them on the board early.
Those are the rounds. Those were the rounds that put Bigger Keeper out of the competition. Think about how many times they got eco'd by Imperial, how many times their money broke. Luxury for FURIA is this has happened after they've given up a few rounds here in Imperial. A buffer has been built. So there is still money in the coffers, but for Imperial, they invest with limited. They come out with maximum. An AWP for Anna doesn't even need to be reinvested in. And it's just that confidence. It's an Imperial-esque round.
Really nicely done. I really am surprised, though, that they didn't anticipate someone could be there, because I felt like Carl did initially when she crossed to red and then came back.
It felt like it was calmed over, right, because she moved. And then you imagine, okay, well, the riflers are going to go. Maybe they anticipated a push through the smoke. We saw that on Ancient so much with 23, going from cave in towards B ramp, just running through all these smokes. Imperial hit on a different timing. Utility ain't great for FURIA, it's got to be said. And Cat MP9, close range, won't get the best of Car.
Yeah, just on the side of that Molotov. So an opening kill at ramp's going to cause some concern. This is where they've been finding so much success. That being targeted early. And outside, still a threat. You only saw the one player, really. But they can just go into B. They don't realize it, but B's free.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is what I was saying just a few rounds ago. You just got to go. You got to trust that your mid-round is set up to succeed. And currently it is. Rotations are not on the way from Imperial. Now they'll get clued in a little bit, but they've got to get going.
You got Iza just lurking outside in shadow. Is being cleared, but now spotted. She can just waste time. Tori has to expend utility, has to really do a lot of work here. And Zaz even falls. It takes 2 of them to deal with her.
And Anna's the only one with a kit. They've already called this off, potentially. 4v3, you don't know how low Car is. 23 walks over.
They're leaving. Yeah. Anna's running into CT spawn. Holding for exits, that's really it. Surprised that there wasn't the rotation from Anna towards ramp there after Cat falls, right? Like, because they have shown that they're very happy to commit down to lowers from that position once they find the opener. But I think it was just the lack of further info, right? Cat only sees Car, and you've still got these outside smokes in play. There's a lot of unknown.
It's also just the delay actually going in towards the B bomb site in the first place. On the def cam, they do look like they're taking the ramp space, but then they pause for 15, 20 seconds. Molly goes in towards Hell. Oh, they've just taken the ramp space. And none of the top site players rotate because they're so worried about a common play that is currently being meta, which is take ramp, come back, hit A. And we know how lethal these FURIA assaults can be on the A bomb site. But deer in headlights right now for the Valkyries. And Anna, oh! Never mind. I thought she was going to get contact. Instead, it's Izza. And there's that assault on A. But 23 providing coverage. It's a 3-on-3.
They really want to fight this to Imperial, and it's not working out. Cat tries to push through off the break of smoke on main, but Anna sees nothing. And both of them are stuck behind this smoke. They don't have the info that two are here. As FURIA put the bomb down, it's another difficult retake for Imperial. Flash 4, they start to scale. This smoke is actually giving Luliton some space. Car's incredibly low. She does let them know that she is here, but it's still a favorable fight for her. 2 players dink, doesn't matter with the AWP, and Luliton comes through for 3.
I thought that was going to be a collab. it looked likely. Instead, the Panthers pounce. I've really got to say it. We're only obviously about halfway through this first half, but Izza has called an absolute blinder. The tempo of all of these rounds, a different stage in between them as well. Just speaking about the fact that Imperial were worried about this A hit, and Izza goes, you know what, have it. Why didn't you rotate down? That's a punish.
So much praise for Izza, you know, for her calling, obviously, but I don't know about this event specifically, but the whole season she has been their best rated player as well.
Well, we've been watching her in the crowd, and she has been sharp as anything.
Yeah, she does not miss.
Accuracy is monstrous. And here she is leading from the front. Car gets the opening kill. At least 20 will trade on Izza. But that still creates a pathway. There is still room for FURIA to move down B. That's only if they want it.
Again, the rotations aren't coming. Instead, it's going to be the push into lobby. So FURIA getting space. Gabs is tucked in here. She's removed, so that's the big frag for Imperial. Gives them the advantage. Bomb needs to be planted soon. Actually hasn't scaled out control yet, so they're a little worried about a player being here. They don't need to be. Bomb to be planted. Estrada's plant, and that's going to be pretty good because this is everyone from ramp.
There's no blocks, there's no smoke. As soon as this dissipates, it's Imperial that can have that second volley of util. Bazenia just trying to play headshot, dodging all of these flames. When did Imperial make the move? It'll be now. Bazenia takes the first contact, but Car's baited in instead. And it's the fangs of FURIA that bite down on towards ramp initially, but they have too much of an appetite. And Imperial's a glutton for punishment. Retake successful, second round locks in.
Yeah, good for Imperial to convert that one. They had the advantage, good clear onto lobby, gives them that. It looked a little scary retaking from ramp. The utility was good though, blocking off the avenues. Car does find that little gap to line a couple up, but it felt very claustrophobic for FURIA fighting from those angles. You engage on one, and as you go to re-swing, there's a second player there. They're coming from every single avenue above you. They shouldn't have the bodies to deal with it.
They shouldn't have space. They delayed so long to get into the site in the first place that once they got the site, that's the only bit of map control that they had. Lack of utility to really look for anything further. Izza makes it down secret immediately this time, and Bazenia is already on top main.
Yeah, they got really good spacing. Bomb's not down. That is the only issue right now. Smoke's gonna be fading soon, but re-smoke's distributed.
This is cool. This is in towards top main. This is also in towards Hell. So you're signifying intent that you want to take deep outside space. And Anna, aware of it.
And they know that a player dropped off main, so Bazenia's position should be accounted for. Gab's got a very passive hold, anticipating this lobby push off the information. Interesting positions for FURIA now. They're down secret. Again, everyone from Imperial is topside right now.
And they've even mollied in towards heaven. So Imperial know, you know.
Yeah, I wonder if this will end up being trying to come back up the vent, given Bazinia's position. They might try and draw the rotates to ramp and then go back up, but it's tricky. There are a lot of ramp players.
I think it all depends on what Gabs can find here. If she gets an opening kill, and she then knows that Imperial have pushed lobby, then maybe there are rotates down B.
Oh, this is so hard for her. Tori's got this kill, surely. Oh, no! And now Bazinia activates.
They're planting B.
And it's all on B. It's a ruse. 23 is still rooted in the back of side. Car removes Ana. FURIA show aggression on every side of the map, but it's not done yet. Cat and 20 have a chance into this. Player in control. Iza tucks in. Cat starts to clear, but Iza finds her head. Imperial find the opening pick. But FURIA just outposition them and outmaneuver them across the map.
That's really cool. That's really cool. The fact that you've got these deep outside smokes, the fact that you've only got one player that is already known for being dropped on towards top main, taking the space. And that was even after Ana found the opening kill outside. Gabs so patient, anticipating this reaction out of Imperial. And this event, they've been doing the default, the common reactions you expect. FURIA read into it. They manipulate these rotations. Ultimate Puppet Master is Iza right now.
So cool. I can't believe Gabs gets that hard clear on Tori as well. That then split of 2 players from each direction. They isolate all of these CTs despite having the player deficit.
Think about what Imperial could be doing, and that is, you know they're taking outside control. Let's start one down secret immediately. Let's get Ana on the AWP outside fight in red. We saw Zaz have success with a 5-7 round. Maybe go and do it with a rifle. It feels like we are very static here on Imperial, which is, again, a sentence I don't expect to be saying, especially in a grand final, but it feels very samey, very repetitive.
That's what their T-side looked like against Na'Vi as well. So I'm curious to see if that's the case. We do have a bit of a change up. Tori will start towards secret very fast too, crosses outside. But of course, this is the round that FURIA don't go outside at all. Just one player lurking far back. Is this anticipating this? Most passive outside we've seen from FURIA at all.
It makes sense though, because as I'm talking about it, the players are going to be thinking about it a few rounds ahead. And you've got to remember that a pause has just been taken as well to try and rectify these issues. The thing is, Tori doesn't see anything, but where she's peeking, she can't see if there's anyone silo. You can't see if there's anyone scaling around to outside, which means that Ana can't really be proactive. Ana and Cat need to move together to try and find this opening, or at least get information on ramp.
Off those outside smokes, it causes Ana to move. Tori doesn't want to peek up and lose her head to a player. Or Iza gets smacked by that HE, and so she's been hurt across to garage. The longer she stays alive, the more of a distraction she is, and it means Ana isn't there at ramp. Utility is good to force her off the line. We're doing a great job of just avoiding Ana throughout, and now Iza, forgotten about, has managed to walk all the way through, and she's not even necessary. The backup plan isn't needed because the A plan is working so well for FURIA.
This is the best call-in I think I've seen in a very long time. FURIA are always one step ahead. Zaz, though, could have had the aim to back it up, but Car just sits her down. Tori 1v4. Every round you feel like needs to be a necessity for Imperial. But now your position is known. Different angles of elevation, the element of surprise as well for all of these FURIA players. Tori, good, hard, clear. But there it is, Lulatens. The guarantee. It takes everyone, but FURIA will find 8.
Yeah, that was almost one of those rounds from Imperial where someone just comes through with the crazy clutch. That was a 1-on-3 from Tori, a 2-on-4 to start things. That extra player, Lulatens, who has come in clutch a couple of times now when the going has got tough.
I think she's really flown under the radar this event. Whenever I've been watching FURIA, we are obviously speaking about Car, We're speaking about good performance out of Xenia, especially in that semi-final, but Lulaten's has had some really crucial multi-kills or just clutch kills to keep FURIA just in complete control of this series. Think about your usual suspects out of Imperial that have been silenced on this first half. Zaz, 3 kills. Anna, 4 kills. Tori's got more kills than both of them added together. That is not what you want if you're Imperial.
Yeah, Imperial just can't play their game where their individuals can get activated because FURIA are just calling rings around them right now. They're neutralizing them. Every fight is a 1-on-4, it feels. And now it's a fast pop into A. And guess what? No one is here. No one is here at all. The first time they go A, and it's an open bomb site. You have to go for this retake. Imperial need the rounds. Car is sweating. Somehow still alive. No scope, not connecting, so she will be run down. Tori's low. The 23 spammed out another. This is now looking good for Imperial. The burst through Lulitens and Gabs. And it's all the Lulitens, but she can't convert. Imperial will swarm. An open bomb site, but it's all by design. Imperial retake.
That's necessary. So much utility. Just from not seeing anything on the extremities, you can molly absolutely everything on that A bomb site, and the late activation of the Heaven player is enough to separate FURIA. You're still looking at this though, and you're thinking, right, we know FURIA are very good on the T side, but a minimum of 4? That doesn't feel like enough.
No. I'm curious about Car being the one that's kind of chilling in lobby there at the end. I guess she was setting up the util, so you don't want her on the entry bar thing, but you'd hope one of the riflers comes back to bail her out a bit, at least provide some support from Hut.
Especially when there's no fights on A, right?
Yeah, she's just like chilling here, staying alive. Guys, help, I've got an AWP. They're running at me with MP9s.
Faster play on this main timing. Smoke lands just as Xenia gets there, and the nade only blows open the windows and not the smoke, and that creates the opportunity now for Xenia. Tori and Cat will find her teammates, but Xenia walking through. We'll smoke one off, and look, they've got ramp again.
Go down, is that the intent? Oh, blowing the smoke. Xenia hopes that she can see something off it. You're hoping to find a kill. Last round of the half. A lot of this hinges on Xenia. If she can catch off this ramp player, oh, the timing surely is going to catch her. This player pushing through lobby. We'll find her. It is Zaz, so Car and Gabs, Tech 9s, a 2-on-4. Here will have everything they need for this final round. Gabs swings. Car can't find the second, and the final kill comes from Zaz. So Imperial will claw back a couple at the end for all they're working with.
Tell me to be anything we could dream of. Close my eyes and count up to 3. I wanna be so free, free as a bird, free as a play, free like a Superman. I wanna be Superman. Can I be Superman? Superman. I wanna be that you want me to be. Maybe have superpowers,
Your bullets didn't penetrate me. Yeah, I could do anything, anywhere all over the world. Anyone I could dream of. Spread my wings and give it a whirl. I wanna be so free, so free. Free as a bird, free as a bird, free as a play. Yeah, I wanna be so free. Free as a bird, free as a plane, free like Superman. I wanna be Superman. Can I be Superman? Superman. I wanna be free.
Imperial give themselves somewhat of a foundation to work with, but Izza in the head of Imperial and at the helm of FURIA. This pistol means everything, and for Imperial, it's fast, but Gabs is ahead of the curve to make it 3 quick kills, and immediately the A-bomb site is silenced.
Insanity. The 90-degree flick for the third. Anna will get down with the bomb, but a plant is all they can hope for. Oh, she might not even be guaranteed it. Decides to open the door and try and play around, but covered if she goes up the vent. There's no way for Anna to get out of this. And Carr might even deny the bomb. Low, spotted. One shot. Anna now realizes bomb plant is the best she can hope for, so she will secure that at the very least. Okay. I was wrong to doubt the GOAT for a moment, but there's simply too many players.
Oh my god. Never count her out. Never give up, never what, says Anna. A bomb plant, a couple of casualties there. It makes it look doable, but Gabs has the superior multi-kill in the round. Last timeout now being called for Imperial. Do or die with the force buy.
Last time Bubble gets on the microphone until, well, OT. This is insane. Anna tries her best to replicate, but not much to do at that stage. Imperial have force bought into both halves. First one didn't pan out. They need the success off this one.
Thing is, where'd you go? Do you want to go A again? Like, not really, especially after that. Have to wait and see. Outside smoke's dropped for FURIA. They could be a little bit aggressive here. 2 players start in towards ramp. Izza top part, smokes them off immediately, and is going to force them into this double play.
Okay, they're going to go towards ramp. Gabs is close by. They jump straight through the MP9, close up, runs out of ammo. And it's Carr that arrives, but not the weapon that you want. Gets the tag off onto Cat, good damage. Zaz tries to activate, misses that timing, but she might just catch out Carr, and she does. Oh, Zaz, there we go. A bit of something coming back is almost, if she finds that one. Instead, it's Bazinia. The 1v3, 2 players incredibly low, but Zaz on the timing. No, Bazinia finds her. There's a kit there. Needs to be calmed over that she can grab that. And it is. She'll pick it up. Remember, Cat, incredibly low HP. Anna, the one that might be needed to close. Bazinia has no information on either of their positions, so just creeps on forward. Clock is ticking. And the swing out, the headshot instantly can't quite adjust onto Anna. The force by this time finds success.
Tell you what, they're playing scared, Imperial, and it takes Zaz all of her experience to bail them out. Iza nearly just destroys them. And Imperial, normally whenever we watch them, especially on the stage, they're always anticipating. They're always ready for the next player. If Zaz deals with one, there might be another one coming out of main. However, this time, there wasn't any of that anticipation. They're already trying to scale up heaven. They got knives out, not prepared for Iza, and not prepared for the near Bazinia clutch. Sure, they get that one over the line. Sure, they draw the scoreline a little bit closer, but I tell you what, it's not the same Imperial we're used to seeing.
Honestly, if Kat hadn't swung out of height to get that drive-by dink onto her, it probably is her round because she's about to creep onto Anna. Massive impact from Zaz, who had a quiet first half. I suppose all of them were really tempered, weren't they? Has to be the force buy from FURIA. Not even an MP9. Oh, they're going a lot of lobby players. Is this going to be a stack with the force? This is interesting. So one's already started lowers. One on A. And this is what Imperial were doing. Basically, their entire T-Hub versus an RV. They were just hanging out in lobby, waiting to see what the CTs would do.
I mean, you can get away with doing that against a team like Na'Vi, who have got these protocols drilled in. You can do that against FURIA as well, because you know they're going to get aggressive somewhere. But again, this is a FURIA that's evolved. This is been incredibly passive in the mid round for them. Every round has a clear identity behind it. But for right now, 55 seconds, outside smoke's dropped. It doesn't matter. They've got all the info down secret.
If it's Ramp, FURIA are in a great position, but if it's just the A hit... Oh, Lulatins, good kill. Any more to be offered up with the 5-7? No, Tori will remove her. So now they can just move onto this A bomb site, and they will find it completely empty. With Iza falling, attempting to push out for FURIA, that might spell the end of this round.
Yeah, that's a shame, because Lulatens is in such a forward position that she can't escape after she gets the opening kill. Worried about being wide swung, worried about being caught on the cross, so it just has to play to her death. And if you're in two minds, do we keep this ramp set up just in case they reset, or do we just immediately group in towards Hell? Now another decision emerges. Do you want to give this a go with Car in terms of exits because she doesn't have armor? The rest of the squad should save.
Yeah, that's going to be the call here. Cars is going to run in, maybe just drop onto the bomb and tap it. But Anna not going to allow her to do this. They know it's all safe. Imperial, bring it within 3.
That's more like it. Building up slowly, our Imperial. The gears beginning to turn. The winning machine and the formula starting to progress once more. Job not yet done. Step by step is still the progress. But this one's an eco. Next one will be the full buy. If they win that, you could even argue that due to all the momentum, due to the purple patch of the form that FURIA have, this could be the way back in for Imperial.
All started with winning that force fight. Zaz gives him the moment. Again, we're going to see pretty much a run back of the same round from Imperial. Patiently wait for these pushes that FURIA, I don't think, will offer up. They have instead a lot of bodies down lower. They were expecting maybe the outside cross to come through. Which it might well do.
That'd be nice for Car, for the bank balance. Don't think that's going to happen, but one can dream.
If they cross secret,
yeah,
it's going to get interesting. There's a lot of players here. And with Gab splashing forward, even though she doesn't push off it, Imperial now are a little worried about the presence in lobby. So they are going to commit to this crawl.
time could be a limiting factor here. Like, I know you're trying to spin this into the USPs getting the kills, but if they get one, drop the bomb and run away, this could get quite complicated.
Yeah, the bomb's leading too. So if Tori goes down with this, in fact, there's not a lot of players here for the T's. The wide swing, she spots a lot. That's the bomb, and that's the clock ticking. 23 trying to recover it. And she goes down. Okay, Anna's there to bail her out. Lulatin spotting off Cat, and now you know where both of them are. You can just go to B. You could see how that could have got out of hand.
If Gabs didn't peek heaven, that could have got even worse because they were committing up the vent there. Instead, Lulaten's will grab an AK and escape. I tell you what, for a round full of USPs, 2 kills and the potential reclaim of an AK, absolutely fine by FURIA standards.
Yeah, Gabs will hold onto her armor as well. 5-7, I think they pass to Car, who will bring out the AWP as well. Just making sure that if Lulaten's, yeah, in fact, just give everything to Gabs. Just in case they come, but no, it will be this weaponry saved. Imperial bringing this one closer. Still a long journey ahead. First full gun round to come out for FURIA.
The thing is, even with these rounds, you got to remember this was an 8-4 half. It's now immediately just turned into a 2-round game. Imperial are supreme for a reason, and now they're getting respect. They're demanding authority out of FURIA. Remember the name, remember who we are. Because the organization might have changed since the last time these two teams met in the grand final, but the results normally are always going one way.
Fast into A. Straight in they go. Lulaten's holding on for one. Izza gets one too, but they are traded out. And with Tori removing Izza, Gabs mollied off. This fast play has caught FURIA off guard.
Really good call. Because again, you got to think about the condition that's been set over the last couple of rounds. Imperial are really passive in towards lobby. FURIA have never adventured in there whatsoever. You also now know that this is going to be the first full buy you're going to bring out. And with Car saving money, not firing off the AWP, but knowing that she more than likely is going to have it because that's what FURIA depend on, you can run one of these faster rounds. They're not going to have all the util. It is exactly the same sort of round and design that FURIA inflicted upon Imperial in that first half.
This T-side's looking very scary for Imperial. Weaponry save, give FURIA something into the next round. They are not making this easy.
And here comes the experience between the two coaches as well, because both teams have had new coaches join over the last couple of months. For FURIA, it has been complete success. And he has got that experience to fall back on of previous lands, albeit domestic. A history of winning for FURIA in 2024. But Imperial, they recruit Bubble, a tier 2 veteran, one that has been around the scene for years. And Imperial right now, that in terms of macro and micro, it is adjacent to what is going on in the current meta.
They do invest into this. This takes a lot of damage. Ramp is going to be the testing point. It looks like Gabs drops the smoke. While Zaz hunts outside, much like Izza was doing on the other side. She looks to be unleashed. Here comes the hit. Gabs is going to fall back, allow that space. There is another player down here as well. I think Car started lower, so you've got good defense on B.
The thing is, if you're FURIA, because you are running these rounds, you know what's coming next, potentially. And that is to hold for Zaz outside lurking. Gabs, first test, actually isn't hers, it's Car's, but baited into the headshot angle, it's Cat that delivers instead.
Unreasonable. Feels like that one should be Gabs' every day. Can't quite believe that there's no swing coming. Tori trying to bait it. It is giving time for FURIA to move their pieces around. Izza doesn't know, but she could have just swung to deny. Molly will keep her at bay.
You ever save this? You ever just walk away?
But you want to, don't you?
Feels like too good of an opportunity to pass up for this retake, though, because of Bazinia's position. But if she finds nothing, if she comes away empty-handed, and you assume the retake's dealt with, in fact, it's already been dispatched of. Cat, Tori, going blow for blow with Izza and Lulatens. FURIA scarper away with what they've got remaining. Imperial make the game level.
Incredible from an 8-4 half, and the pistol round going FURIA's way. It starts with the force fight, and from there, they are just running away with this game. That AWP not being saved is actually devastating for FURIA.
And you might be thinking, why can't she run away there? You got to remember, bomb planted on B. She's already got low HP. If she strafes out in towards red box, the bomb radius is just bonkers. Would rather fight, stand the ground. Try and have any inch of safe haven. Imperial will provide nothing. There's another way for Bubble to get on the mic, is when FURIA take tack pauses.
What do you do here for FURIA? Nothing has been working. 5 consecutive rounds for Imperial. Granted, the economy hasn't always been there, but when it has, it's still been the same result.
Look, I'll be honest, right? If you take away the HUD, this game, it feels like we're replaying the first half over and over again in terms of the rounds being made and the timings of them. So it's the same thing that we said to Imperial. Get aggressive outside, fight for that control. Push an extremity. Because by winning so many rounds in a row here, FURIA have given FURIA have given Imperial ultimately what they always wanted, and that's respect, and that's map control for free.
Yes, that's already down secret. Now they know she's here. She's just gonna tuck in. She's got 2 players that are focused over on her because of this. 3, really, if you count Car out in Garage.
You got to swing her. You have to swing her to make sure that these pieces can be dynamic. But instead, she lies in wait. She's the predator.
They can just walk into A. Okay, that's one way to bait her out, to force her forward, but now you got the info.
That should push them into A, right? And Gabs has just dropped a smoke. There should be no one there for Imperial.
But the rotations are. The Xenia comes up. Lulatens on top. And this rotation is doing it, it feels. The Xenia with the USP can't connect. Cat gets 2, but Gabs from the back line. It has to be all Cat. Another 2 to find. That one's free. She starts to run to ramp. 30 seconds, time for Cat to work with. Izza has gone down. But Cat looks to go up. On plants hers. Izza, no kit, out of position. Does she want to reveal her position? Just going to silently walk up the vent. Hat prowls back into the heart. Now Izza is loud. Has recovered the kit. Gives her something to work with. And Cat's position, there can't be too many for her. The molly behind the silos. Should at least give some indication no one is here. And a second one collected into the heart. Cat gets singed, and it's the stick. She can't stop it. Izza diffuses with the recovered utility, keeps Cat at bay.
What a fantastic round from Izza, and I thought it was all over. As soon as she made noise, as soon as she let Cat know exactly where she is, I thought it was all said and done. Because at that moment, Cat walks into hut because she's worried about main. She's worried about heaven. She's worried about that vent crawl. But the recovered utility, the communication from FURIA, and the determination from Izza will get them a much-needed CT side round. Their first gun round in theory, and it was a force with pistols.
Well, comes back to the numbers from Newt, right? What he was saying. It's the funky buys from these teams that find success.
You feel like you want to pop A here if you're Imperial because you haven't really got any smokes. You've used them for outside, but you've got a lot of mollies.
It's also been a very lightly defended bomb site. Like, straight up, there has not been many bodies here to look after it.
Both mollies missed. Both mollies missed from Imperial, and that is going to delay things. They're not going to send themselves in. They're going to go ramp instead and straight into the AUG.
Yeah, the AWP just tucking back. The AWP then slides in. Car needs to be careful. In fact, should be mollied off. Gabs will fall back. Zaz very low. The re-smoke is brutal. Does Anna look to walk through this? It's going to sit in it. Tori has managed to walk into hell, but Car is allowing this. Falls back. Oh, that timing!
What?
She's just walking back, not scoped, and Tori insta-domes her. Not accurate on the line as she crawls backwards, and now they can just split through the A site from up above. 2 players on the other side of the silos need to be ready. They're just about. Tori drops down, and Luthitans and Bazinia hold on.
When you think it's all said and done, when you feel like Imperial have got the position up high, no, it's the players that are down low that provide the coverage for FURIA. Resolute defense on this A-bomb site. It passes the test not once, but twice. And if you're Imperial, you feel like you've got everything. You've played with these rotates, you've pushed Car off the angle so much so that your riflers are one-tapping them, and it's still not enough.
A crazy kill from Tori.
We've already seen this FURIA resilience on display in the semi-finals, and now map 1, the question's been asked by Imperial, and FURIA right now are coming up with the answers.
Zazlo muted early, just has to tuck back into shadow. Nothing she can do right now. Gabs has been strong over towards ramp. She'll need to be strong again. Smoke lands, she does some damage, falls back. Molly forces both of them off, so space down lowers. There is a player down here already. Izza's in the vents and another player descends. They're worried about Zaz, but it's the side that they've lost.
This fight's everything. Right here on double. Focus on that because through the doorway comes 23, but through the control room windows should have been Imperial, but it's all Bazinia again, and maybe more. Anna puts it back nearly into even steading, but FURIA go again.
Resolution for FURIA, 3 in a row. They are almost pushing this one over. Imperial, we're in full control. 5 rounds in a row until FURIA said no off that janky buy.
Look at this replay, because right here she tucks behind the double door. Contact taken from Izza, and it sets Bazinia up.
Playing off the doors on each side. Slamming them shut. And look what they're working with into the final round. An AK, a Galil, pistols, and a MAC-10, and they charge into the A-bomb site. Is this the way they find 10?
Yes. Was it even in any doubt? Let's be honest, when Imperial, they've got these Tech 9s, they've got the MAC-10s, you look at the buy and you think, no, there's no way. However, there is always a way with this team. They play to their outs. What's the best thing they can do in this situation? It's going towards A. You previously commented it's lightly defended. Whenever Imperial go towards ramp, Gabs smokes, Car rotates over. There was always that gap, and Imperial exploit it. Money on thin ice as well in that CT camp. This game is not done yet.
Bit of pace. I can't believe Tech 9 and P250 are 2 of those kills there. Car will be allowed to hold on to the AWP. That's massive. Look at the money she has. So plenty enough for them to have the investment into this round. Not going to be easy for Imperial to force overtime. They don't mind doing things the hard way.
We've only really seen 2 sides of Imperial, actually, to be honest, on this T side. It's always been Zaz lurking outside, everyone else in towards lobby, playing a bit more passive, heading towards ramp, all these A hits. The only time we've seen Imperial cross with numbers outside down towards Secret is that USP round from FURIA, where it felt like the bomb could have been dropped, it could have been a lot more complicated. There are definite gaps here that can be exploited by FURIA. At the same time, there are different avenues of opportunity that Imperial can work into this T side.
Flashbang's so good. Didn't see a thing as they scaled in. Zaz keeps the MAC-10. They run it back.
Not quite. It's just utility used as a scare tactic. And trying to hold for these swings. Flashbangs, now they go. Bazinia tucked in the corner of the smoke, but it's between her and Izza that are doing the damage. This time the A defense will hold. and Anna is left alone.
But it's Anna. And Anna in these moments always shines on the grand final stage. She's seen one, the spray connects. The ult fires off, she knows where Car is. Bomb collected, Anna has made it into the 1v1. And so much time for her to work with. Car is staying on the A side. She's actually pushing in towards Hut.
I think she dropped silently, because I didn't hear any audio cues from Anna.
No, I don't think Anna heard a thing. The Car doesn't see a thing. So what's her play here?
You got to think as well with the mind games. Last time this happened into a 1 versus 1, Imperial went heaven to A. Car's got this in the back of her mind, and that's why she's staying towards Hut. There's a quick rotate towards Vent, but yet again, it's deja vu. But maybe with a little bit of a twist. 35 seconds, Anna's trying to clear everything. She sees nothing. But it will be this A bomb site.
Car has the read, she has the position. Will Anna anticipate Hut? Of all the places for Car to have gotten to, the drop down, it's loud, and Car has the timing to walk forward. Anna sticks the bomb, and Car prowls around the corner. FURIA continue to run dominant across this entire event, yet to drop a map, and in the grand final, they start strong.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, Nuke was supposed to be a punish pick. Coming up next, Inferno, that's Imperials to dish out punishment too. But FURIA look unbelievable. Izza, a calling masterclass. Car, cool, calm, collected in these clutches. And for Imperial, a rude awakening on what is normally regularly scheduled program in the trophy. Not quite as easy as first anticipated.
But a team that is no stranger to adversity and having to do it the hard way. They have been in this position before where they've been a map down in these crucial games, and they always find a way to bounce it back. Inferno is a scary prospect for FURIA, not one that they've had many reps on this season. So Nuke felt like a must win, but we'll see. Heku's on the sidelines.
Yes, congratulations. You took a map against Imperial, but it was not an easy task. You had a great start, but since when is Nuke a T-sided map?
I don't know too. I don't know either. We also like T-side, and I think they play well in T-side too, so I think it's like a new meta, something like that.
It's a new meta, but you managed to turn it around in the second half when they were like dominating. Was there anything that was happening in the voice? Was like someone maybe like encouraging each other?
No, we always say to calm down. Mistakes happen, so it's just fix it in the hour and it's gonna be good.
It's gonna be good, all right?
Gotta trust.
All right, then good luck in the second half.
Thank you.
FURIA have come to this final prepared to play. They know how it feels to be oh so close to a trophy and miss out, and this time they're going to make damn sure they secure it.
Yeah, this is the second time today that we've seen Imperial not look like the reigning champs. I mean, FURIA were running circles around them on T side. They were not able to get a bit of a leg in there. They had 4 rounds at least on CT, but once they went over to T side, it was just still even rough. None of the rounds really felt convincing from Imperial.
Yeah, I feel like Nuke, it was definitely FURIA favored, and as you could tell, FURIA got away to a crazy start in that first half. Second half, you know, these CT sides from both teams really need to be tightened up a little bit because there's some things going wrong. You can tell it's just grand final pressure causing a couple of mistakes. Feels like sometimes that teamwork or chemistry isn't quite popping as much as you thought it would be, or as what we're used to seeing from both these teams. So you can tell that they're really struggling under the pressure. 23 rounds needed to close this one out, and a couple of the individuals towards the top of the scoreboard need to be thanked from both sides because they were really doing some heavy lifting.
Yeah, look at Tori here, 20 kills, 4 entries. Like, she was trying her best there, especially on their T side. We saw her pop off as a little bit more, but does not, in the end, it didn't feel even from Imperial. It felt like they were a little bit lacking. They changed to more of a puggy play style that was just very more, I guess, just player-centered, not team-centered, which is not quite like them. FURIA, though, just all in all, they were very even. I feel like a lot of them we would see just a pop-up round from every person on this team.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that FURIA looked like themselves and Imperial looked uncharacteristic, right?
Yes.
We're seeing missed Molotovs, we're seeing fumbled executes on the utility, which normally this is the team that we can most reliably say the easy things are going to be easy. They're not going to make those silly mistakes. They did today on Nuke. That's got to be very concerning if you're an Imperial fan.
Yeah, a couple of silly mistakes definitely costing them some rounds here and there. It felt like, you know, there was a couple of retakes that were way more winnable than what it looked like. And yeah, there was just situations that really need to be tightened up moving deeper into the series because, look, Inferno, I've got high hopes for Imperial on Inferno, but then when we get to Dust 2, if we get to Dust 2, mate, that is when it's going to be incredibly scary.
We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. I do want to first highlight what was going so well for FURIA, and part of that was Bazinia, because holy cow, she has brought a level of play to Championship Sunday in their semifinal matchup, and now doing it again in the grand final. I think Bazinia wants a trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there were a lot of rounds that she would just kind of pop off, get a 3K, a 2K, and with a lot of entry kills as well. 2-2 with opening duels, not as great as you've seen in the past. I mean, quite literally, one of the players on Imperial was 16-4 earlier for entry, but you don't always need to get entries to get all the impact frags for your team, just always running around, taking care of Imperial, making them sweat, and that's what she did.
Oh, look, you look at the deviation of the kills between everyone on FURIA. The bottom fragger was Izza with 12 kills, the top fragger was Bazinia with 18. Like, everyone was really doing their job, playing their role, and especially towards the end, you had moments where Bazinia was teaming up with Lily Tens on the side on A. There's multi-frags coming through, big holds, and that's exactly what got them across the line. They didn't get caught off by Imperial, other than that one, you know, A-pop that started to come through, but everything else, they were ready for it.
Now we've got the Veto back up, and I want to talk through this, Mac. Why was this Veto so surprising to you?
Because Ancient has been such a good map for Imperial. Dust 2 looked shaky. They lost it earlier against Big, yet they decided to go back there against a Brazilian team that has been looking pretty bloody good on Dust 2. So this Veto is incredibly curious to me. I don't know about it.
Okay, if you look in the past, though, FURIA does have a very good track record on Ancient, but we saw earlier today, quite literally, Imperial was running it down on Pig on Ancient. I don't know why they would be like, oh, we can't do that again. Throw it away. Let's try and do a map that we almost didn't close out at all. They lost in overtime. It was Dust 2. Like, can they change that quickly in 2 hours? I don't know.
We'll have to find out. It does feel like usually the underdog move to throw a little bit of a wrench into the Veto, right? If you're this back-to-back-to-back champion, we're going to show we're the best team for the 8th time, all that stuff. Why don't you just pick into your favorite? I mean, the proof is going to be in the pudding, right? We're not there yet. We're going to go to Inferno first. But before we do so, there was one round, Mac, that you wanted to talk through here on Nuke?
Yes, one round in particular. It was one of the earlier rounds with FURIA. It was a successful A-pop that Imperial weren't ready for, and I highlighted about the awkwardness of the retakes from Imperial, so I just want to touch on a few things and pretty much highlight teamwork that could have been done better going into the next couple of maps. So if we roll the clip, you'll see FURIA. They're just going to throw, you know, a couple of mollies, a couple of flashes. A-site players for Imperial are going to be incredibly blind, like incredibly blind. Anna gets smoked off here, won't be able to get that first shot off. Izza, crazy entry. Gab's crazy entry. Everyone doing their job. So if we pause about here, this is when 23, unfortunately, won't be able to win this fight. I think she takes out Izza, but Bazinia, nice on the trade. Plenty of space to get the plant down. But what you'll notice if we just have a look at the map here, is you've got Anna, who's still smoked off over towards main annex, whatever you want to call it, from wherever you're from, and she's got some support over here. You've also got someone rotating in at Heaven. If we continue to roll the clip, I think that's ends up being Cat at Heaven. So what you'll notice here is if we pause about now, Cat's coming in from Heaven, but what I want to take a look at is the utility from all of Imperial. You've still got Anna, who's been sitting there waiting for a smoke push. She's got a flash. Whoop, sorry, wrong button. We're doing this again, guys. It's all right. Anna's still got this flash. Oh, I'm getting done. 1 second. We want to zoom in here, here. I'm not zooming. Zoom's not working with me. And it has a flash. That's what we're trying to talk about. But what you do with a flash from main, you can throw one that pops right under heaven and allow Cat to go for this fight rather than Cat just peeking dry. She got a flash and a molly. She just, for some reason, I guess it's a confidence thing with Imperial. They think that they're better than their opponents, so usually they just go dry. But the coordination could have definitely saved this round in the 3v3 for Imperial. If you roll the clip from this point, you'll see exactly what I mean. She peeks, dry, dead, and then it's a 2v3. Again, the smoke gets refreshed over towards main. And Bazinia plants safe from main. That's exactly where the two Imperial players are. Imperial try to make it work eventually, but just in the chaos, in the moment, Imperial, unfortunately flustered, end up losing this round, and that's how FURIA, again, just stacked on so many of these T-sided rounds. You can watch it play out. It's just going to be Luli Tens playing around the smoke here. But it was all about that little... The moments, the protocols, and how Imperial, unfortunately, weren't able to do it, but FURIA were able to close it out, and that's the full picture.
Well done, well illustrated there. Now it's time to look towards the future. It's time to look to Inferno. We were already talking about Dust too, but why is it that we have question marks about Inferno for the FURIA side?
Because they've only played one map of it, and that was back in September. They do not play this map. This is an Imperial map that they have played over and over again, 80% win rate in the last 3 months. So I feel like this is one that they can very comfortably win. They could, however, throw something very, very crazy from FURIA, just because FURIA's been on a tear recently. They are just kind of going at it. But I don't know. Imperial, at this point, they have to put up or they don't win. Obviously, it's 1-0. They need to bring it to 3 maps if they want to win.
That is how the series works. Well, we'll have to find out if Inferno is, in fact, a trap card or if Imperial can return to winning ways. All of that on the other side of this break as our grand final for ESL Impact continues.
All right, ladies, we're here in Stockholm, in Sweden. And this country is known for like a lot of things and also for a lot of people. And that is what we're gonna be discussing right now. So, it's not gonna be easy. That's what I'm gonna say right away. Because, can you tell me, who is this?
It's a lady.
That's a good start.
It's a lady in a flower dress.
Yes, she looks very like noble.
From some royal family.
Yes, because Sweden is one of the countries that still has monarchy. This is the princess of Sweden.
No way.
Yes, yes. She's the next one to the crown. She's gonna be like the queen, the next queen.
Okay.
But yes, this is like Princess Victoria. If I would have to like ask you, who is the queen of CS2? Who would you name?
Say Anna, probably.
Anna?
Yeah.
Anna? I mean, makes sense. You know, and not only because you know like she's your teammate, but also like for her achievements. But who is maybe like let's say maybe like the princess of CS2, like maybe the upcoming queen that can take over Anna?
Actually, I think maybe Poppins could be upcoming. She's very talented.
Sounds good. All right, we're done with the princess for now. For this person,
Okay, I can say is an actress,
Actress,
probably.
yeah?
Yes, she is an actress. What is your relationship with movies right now? Like, do you watch everything that comes out?
I'm not watching everything. Obviously, I don't have enough time. But lately, I started watching Star Wars, and it's my new passion. I buy Legos with my boyfriend, like the statues, the Funkos. I know everything about Star Wars, and I think that's like my latest passion.
Yeah.
But I don't watch everything that's coming out. Like only maybe some top 1, top 2 movies.
Big movies.
Yeah, the big ones.
What about you?
I mean, I don't really watch that many movies, only from time to time. If like something gets recommended or like either if I'm bored or something, but not really.
All right, we're going a bit.
This is a bit hard.
With I assume some scientist or something.
Yes. Oh, you're so good at like.
Because I swear to God, when I had biology, everyone literally looks almost the same, just like this. In biology class, everyone.
Yeah, like
this
the
beard,
same portrait.
this clothing, yes.
Like biology, chemistry, physics.
Yeah.
So this is noble. This is like
no way.
This is like the
yes.
it's like this whole like thing, like this whole like award thing that's happening. It happens like once a year, like in Sweden and stuff like that. Yes, it is noble. So
I've read about it.
Actually,
what is your relationship when it comes to science? Are you into science, or you're like, no, that's not my thing?
I like to read like articles about new discoveries, like in space and stuff. But I never studied it, so I'm not that close. But I like to read. If there is something like new, I like to read about it.
A new discovery that potentially might get the prize.
Yes.
We're going to the Mars.
Right. And what's your relationship with science?
I really like science. I studied biology, chemistry. Yeah, so I really like it. It's I don't know. It just kicks your brain and it's just enjoyable.
Then let's go for this person.
You got this, I believe.
I don't remember his name, but we were at his museum in Stockholm.
Yeah, he has the place where the
in
HL
space,
TV.
where the space.
Yes. Come on.
But I don't remember the name.
But
I don't remember.
Should be Avicii, no?
Yes.
It is.
I'm so bad with names. I feel
it's the beginning of the day. It's a good way, you know. It's not easy. We talked about one musician. What about this?
I know.
No, I don't know.
I was like, look, and
you know everyone. And you said it's gonna be hard.
You started like this whole thing with like, no, I don't know anyone from Sweden, and then she's like,
because you're like, it's gonna be really hard, and then you give us Avicii.
I mean, we start with this, okay? So
okay, that was hard. I had to
that was.
I think her name is Lara. She's a singer, like a pop, I think, or something that catchy.
Yes. So you can say like she's like the Swedish queen of pop.
So what is her name? It's Lara Larsson?
Zara Larsson.
Larsson, okay. Yeah.
So that is her name. We're gonna go into, I'm just gonna help a little bit. This is your field.
Esport?
This is esports, yes.
Who can it be? He has a microphone.
I can guess.
Like
it's like
interviewer,
a commentator,
yeah.
So it's more of like an expert.
Like analyst, maybe?
Or expert?
I mean, but to be honest, like a lot of
pro
players
become
like
I think we are being very...
What?
Oh, you said he's an ex-pro, right?
Ex-pro.
Yes.
I have seen his face, I just don't know the name because there is like... the other ones I haven't really followed because I joined the scene later. So I actually don't know. Keaton?
Yes.
Yes! No way!
Well, it was a pleasure. I think you did really, really good at the test, at the exam. Again, this is all about teamwork, so
you did great.
I had my support.
Hey, that's sometimes how it is, you know, like someone has like maybe like a good game, someone has like a, I don't know, like more of a supportive game, so in the end, it's all about the team.
Team play. Team play.
Yeah.
Thank you.
FURIA draw first blood on Nuke, but Imperial are picking into Inferno. FURIA have played it once all year, Lucy, and yes, it was a win, but it was in September, and it's still once all year.
Yeah, and even in past iterations of FURIA, they didn't really play Inferno a lot. I remember some of the members used to just really dislike it. So it's been one they've reluctantly had in their pool, but one they don't often have to play. Well, they will now in the grand final, right? They get to drop a map, but they have a chance now to take it in two, or we go all the distance. It really depends on what Imperial have to show.
What a storyline that would be, right? The fact that you're going on to basically your permaban, and that was exactly what Enigma Galaxy did to FURIA at ESL Impact Katowice. That was the curveball. Now FURIA have got the chance for revenge by doing exactly the same coup de grace. Like, it is crazy the storyline that could be if they are able to do it, but I do not want to get ahead of ourselves just yet, because we are still talking about the 7-time ESL Impact winners in Imperial.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Imperial, no strangers to being in this position. We did see them maybe a little bit flustered in that map, more so than we're used to. Even a few of those clutches that you normally would see go the other way, right? Yeah. Both Kat and Anna had the opportunity to win their 1vx's, couldn't quite close. So FURIA were getting the best of them in those rounds, and Imperial historically would pull off a lot of the time. Now, one thing, I mean, they will be on Inferno, right? They'll be starting on the T side. This is where they do a lot of their best work. We saw that on Nuke. Do you think that's going to be the case here as well?
Look, I'll be honest. I was taking a look at that first map, and what it called out to me was there was actually maybe too much structure there for Imperial. And I know Bubble brings a lot to this team when it comes to macro, when it comes to micro, but you take a look at that Nuke game, and it completely played differently to what Imperial are used to. It's because these players have got experience upon experience. They have attended so many LANs over all of their years. A lot of them play on feeling. And when you're restricted, when you have that inflexibility in what you're trying to achieve and what all the players are trying to do, that can create problems. And I think we have seen that not just in Nuke in this grand final, but over the entire event. I think back to that Dust 2 against Big. I think there were definite adaptations that Imperial would have made, but didn't.
Yeah, I almost feel like with this Veto that Imperial were almost forced into the Inferno pick. It's similar to the Nuke situation in the opening series versus Na'Vi, where they felt they had to go towards Nuke, because Ancient is a map that I think plays a lot more to Imperial's play style, where you can have those individuals find the gaps and take over, but Inferno's one's a lot more suffocating, but because FURIA don't play it a lot, I think they felt they had an opportunity.
Yeah, it's literally just an opportunity, a circumstance where you pick in towards Inferno. But also Ancient is always been a map featured in these best of threes when Imperial and FURIA have played against each other. And right now, FURIA look better on it individually. I think Imperial are relying quite a lot on their Ancient about Zaz and 23, bailing them out of a number of situations, because both of the Ancient that they've played at this event haven't looked comfortable. I'm just going to say it.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I'm really interested to see what this FURIA looks like on Inferno, because I imagine they're anticipating it came through, right? Like, they wouldn't have been surprised by Imperial picking into it. So, you know, given both these teams did have that day off, and FURIA probably looking at the bracket, obviously they're looking at the game that's going to be ahead of them, but they're thinking, all right, at some point I'm going to be playing Inferno here, and if it comes up, you know, against Imperial in that grand final, this is what we need to bring through. So I'm sure they're going to be very prepared. I think it's a map that, you know, their individuals should be very comfortable on. I even think about Lunatons in particular and the teams she's been on the past. Inferno's always been a mainstay. And I think actually that's the same for Bazinia as well. So I think these individuals come from Inferno heavy teams, even if FURIA isn't an organization that plays it a lot.
And it's really interesting as well, because Car is typically set up for success on this team, but the game plan against Imperial on Nuke was her to be more supportive, her to flex over and sort of cover all the gaps. Wouldn't surprise me if she's more of a rotating piece here with the sniper, and you get the riflers like Izza, like Lulatens, just active quite early on this CT side. It'd be really interesting to sort of see that dynamic that we've got on the server. It could be a Big versus NIP situation where Big go and let Vertigo be played by NIP, they fall into the trap, but they've been working on it. For all we know, FURIA could have been having this trump card in their pocket the entire time to pull out in the grand final.
Yeah, wouldn't be the first team to do that, right? So that would be a very fun thing to do against Imperial of all teams. You already kind of painted that picture with Nuke in the past against Na'Vi, so that would be a cool storyline to play out. And I think for Inferno, a lot of this for Imperial is going to hinge on that Banana fight. I think Kat has always been, I think, one of the best Banana or B-side players in the game, and I think she was playing pretty decent on map 1. Obviously, you know, didn't quite land that clutch, but she was middle of the pack when it comes to the Imperial squad there. So I'm looking at her, and obviously Anna, it felt like Nuke is the map that you expected Anna to be going literally nuclear on, but I felt like we didn't really get to see the Anna we've seen all event.
Think about the starting positions for Anna. It was limited. She started maybe 1 or 2. Needs to be more dynamic. Needs to be starting off on the other foot for Imperial because time potentially could be running out. But this is the punish pick. Can FURIA roar into life here on this grand final, or will the Valkyries soar high?
FURIA have a chance to do the impossible, and they are not going to be taking this one slowly. A push down middle immediately. Cat will spot them out, swings out wide. There's a lot of CTs here, and they're the ones winning the fights. 23 will get one back, putting it into the 3-on-3. Tories in rundown with the bomb. And now it's a role swap for the Ts and CTs, but 23 is doing her best to try and bring this back. Smoke slows her down, and in fact, another one lands. Car and Bazinia are separated.
This is so weird, but a really good disengage by Bazinia just to fall back and drop that smoke into top middle. The issue is, do you reroute or do you stay on Banana? Do you try and be here with Car? She's the one just firing off bullets, and that has allowed Bazinia to group in.
Yeah, that's absolutely the right play, because not only have you now got 2 players on this bomb, you can hold the crossfires better, but there's still that question mark of, is she still in Banana? So Imperial will be worried about a player from that position, could allow this pincer to come through, but it's not working out. 23 is doing everything, and Bazinia has 2 HP. It's 23 with 4.
That's such a shame. That really is a shame for FURIA because they did everything right in terms of getting Bazinia down it in towards that position with Car, but then they're playing separated. One player is peeking, one player is tucked. You either tuck both or you swing both. And you think about the way that FURIA were getting those kills in the first place. The fact that the bomb is even on T-ramp in the first instance is because they were setting the tempo. They were having the fights on these terms. And as soon as the script flipped, as soon as Imperial took control, they ran away with the round.
Yeah, I think Car's little angle there was a bit awkward, right? Because she couldn't see that walk down, and they basically just jumped on her as 2 because Bazinia was playing that very passive line deeper towards the spawn position. I do like the idea of Bazinia taking kind of the long contact and then Car being baited, but it was just the actual intricacies of how that was set up that didn't quite work. Force by will come through.
Yes, it will. Only 1 SMG. Only a couple of flashbangs, actually. This doesn't feel amazing for FURIA, but sometimes this is where they do their best work. It's actually a utility drop-off point over by top Banana. Bazinia has got everything and more to try and delay.
Yeah, it's a classic, right? Drop the cash over utility, over a B, just keep chain smoking. See if Imperial walk into your stack. I think they will, because they're popping out through the apartments. 23 scaling, sees one, backside. Back, there's 2 on-site gaps. Hits one with a 5-7. The drive-by from Tori, finding success. Izza will swing through the smoke, trying to overwhelm. But it's Imperial that come out on top. If Car had found that, that was the way back in. But that's the round done.
Yeah, that's a weird altercation, actually, because the first kill comes in with one player swinging, the other one becomes tucked, and then Imperial are right out in the open. And FURIA, you feel like they should have done more on that position, because it was Imperial that were isolated, it was FURIA that were having these unfair 2-on-1s, the kills just did not fall favor to them. It is that lack of weaponry, but it is still the Kevlar. And as you can see, it littered the floor, its utility, its kits, it's a lot invested into this round, but Imperial will double down. Bazinia will just be left wanting.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest kill for Tori onto the player tucked in cold. There was an opportunity if the pistol had hit the instant shot to give FURIA an advantage. The round plays out how they hoped at the start, but not the conclusion that they wanted. So at least you have the comfort of your call being correct. Small the comfort as that is, given you forced in and now have to eco.
And this is something we sort of didn't really see on the first map. We started to get it in the second half for Imperial, but it's them just building up momentum very early into this. If you're FURIA, the reason for pushing on the pistol, the reason for getting up close and personal is because you're trying your very best on a map that you feel the most uncomfortable with in your map pool. sort of be on those terms, to get ahead. MR12, pistol rounds, the conversions, they're so important. We saw how many times in that semi-final game for Imperial against Big where it was the rounds going the other way. Big were able to get these pistols, but then it was the conversions that were really letting them down and made the money consistently fluctuate. A pause for breath. A moment of concentration needed for all of FURIA. It's so important that in theory, they've done the hard work in sort of getting their map pick. It was hard fought, it was very close. It wasn't just a plain day in the office, but you can't let this occasion, you can't let the moment get to you. You're here for a reason. And you need to start proving it to yourselves now more than ever. And if it isn't Inferno, at least make it look competitive.
Yeah, that's the key thing, right? Because Dust 2 is that third map, and Imperial have looked shaky on it. So it's one that FURIA are very happy to have as the decider. But if they could do it here in 2, complete the season without dropping a map on LAN, that would be a statement for the region. Getting very ahead of ourselves as Imperial have started strong. Seeing that every single second round has been a force by the opposing team thus far in this series. Both teams, as Newt highlighted, more than willing to go into those force buy, funky buy rounds. That's what it's all about. Lifting that trophy. We see 5 new faces with their hands on it.
Or 5 very familiar ones, just with a new coach in tow. I guess now's a perfect opportunity to talk about that region in more detail, talk about the run that FURIA have been on domestically, winning so many things, always having the upper hand this year in particular against Fluxo, BGS Esports, Gamers Club Liga Feminine, like all of these tournaments consistently on LAN as well, might I add, that they've been winning in succession. They know what it takes, even a best of 5 against MIBR. So they've gone up against different opposition, different stakes, and always have come out on top. This has been the best year in a while for FURIA, who once soared at the very top of the South America region. The baton has changed hands between themselves and Fluxo over the last couple of years, but now they reclaim the top spot, and I don't think anyone is in any doubt about that. Grand finals here at ESL Impact Season 6. 1 map up as well. 1 map to potentially end a dynasty.
Yeah. Something that many have been waiting for, but Imperial prove impossible to defeat. Looks like Tori will be back in the server. Continue our grand final. But not into the most exciting of rounds, I'm afraid, because it is going to be the eco from FURIA. It's just that saved 5-7 armor, a couple of flashbangs, and maybe a chance with these pistols. In fact, it's the same setup too. It's 4 players stacking, just with a worse inventory.
Different route of initial contact from Imperial. Instead of short, they're going to go in towards long. They know the weaponry is going to be even worse than before, so they're using that long range, even if it is just on the namesake. Smokes go into arches, smokes go into library. Car very aware that this is coming.
Well, counter flashes come out, but they're empty, nothing behind them. Anna sees one behind default. And now the split comes through. She said take the first contact. And they'll be able to flash out these pistol players with only the 1 casualty. Rinse and repeat. About as expected. That little chicken had some attitude.
They're all characters.
What did that bounce off?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
No idea, but it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. 23, puts $600 in her back pocket. 3-0, first gun round. It took Imperial not long at all to actually warm up on their T side on Nuke. It took FURIA a little bit to finally arrive on the server. We do know this T side is always going to be better suited, especially for South American teams. It's just the way it works. So giving themselves a foundation, giving themselves a little bit of hope, especially with Kara on the AWP, is paramount in round 4.
And she's going to start over towards B, which has not been a place Imperial have really shown any presence toward thus far. 3 players start there for FURIA. They're expecting that change up, but it doesn't look to be coming just yet. Well timed on the flashbang, but Imperial look to strike, already scaling very fast. This looks scary for Gabs and Iza, but the flashbang good, lot of damage done. A fallback, and Car hits the wall bang through arches. They continue to scale, but there's a player in pit to deal with. They've dealt with her. Iza still in the back of sight, trying to delay, but she's the one that falls, and all the smokes prevent access.
That's an awesome little bit of movement from Tori. Just goes up and over Graveyard. Makes it so difficult to even guarantee one there for Iza. Retake looks to be on the horizon. There are kits, there are smokes, but one flashbang. That's all it would be for FURIA. And 1 point of attack, access through long. The kit can also be recovered. But the spam feels good. Cat low HP and still just takes them all down with her. Low HP doesn't matter. Cat eviscerates and Imperial continue.
That's insane from Cat. Just tucked behind, knows that she's low, plays the headshot angle. And she finds those domes. Look good for FURIA on the hold initially too, right? Iza swings out, does a lot of damage to Cat, disengages, able to find a follow-up kill, and then Car catches one off, just spamming the smoke. Yeah, this one is crazy. You feel like they've done enough. Gabs feels like she needed that kill there. That one stings, and Anna stings harder.
Was that triple collat, or was that the nades following in? Either way, it was impressive. More devastation inflicted into Imperial. Oh, onto FURIA, rather. And Zaz keeps on going. 23 will be stopped in her tracks, but for Car, it's a very difficult and long save.
And Imperial right now aren't ones to allow many liberties. First time they really go towards B. Comes off finding those kills in middle. Was just the half investment, but they're showing a lot of intent on this T side.
I was going to say, you speak about not really giving them many liberties. I've already given you a map. Like, that's all they want to allow. You're right, it's a lot more direct. It feels like we're getting a lot more map control being taken at these really early stages in the half. You think back to how Nuke was, it was passive, it was pensive, it was almost this anticipation of what to expect. Unknown territory, this one feels a lot more like home. Not just the stage, but also Inferno. And for Imperial, they know they're the ones in control. The fact that you've got Anna entering flow state, taking those peaks down top mid with the AWP.
Yeah, that's definitely a collateral. I think she tagged 2 more behind the first one.
I think it could have been a 3-person kill out.
That's crazy. Never expecting the Mind Swing AWP. This time Car's AWP starts towards A and is removed immediately. A leg shot is not enough. That one feels brutal for Car.
Is it going to be a group and go for this T side now? Or is it going to be one of those where you think better of it? It will be the commitment. Molly's flow forward. Gabs just on the edge of them. But it's Cat that gets the damage out long. And whilst Gabs holds short, she's still the only survivor currently for FURIA. A flash forward under so much pressure. Rotates need to come in. Or maybe she can just do everything. Anna will finally silence her. A 2 versus 2, but help is already on the way.
Yes, the most unlikely kill that finds success for Imperial. It's Anna charging through with the P250. Knows she has to find that. Zaz is nowhere nearby, but maybe Zaz isn't needed. Will be called upon now. Bazinia puts it into the one-on-one. Zaz sits back, patient. No tap onto that bomb. Bazinia has no idea where she is. Needs to draw her out, not planted for Zaz. So she has to come in close. Molotov drops and Zaz charges. She doesn't hear her. Zaz pounces through the flames.
Unbelievable. On both accounts, right? Because it's Zaz hitting that timing. If that was 1 second earlier, that could have gone completely the other way. Instead, Imperial will press on, and then Anna sees the trajectory of the grenade through the smoke in Moto. All right, James, quiet down.
Couple of deadly weapons in the crowd.
But Anna sees that trajectory through that Moto smoke and just takes the shot and kills a player that's jumping through. That wasn't her intended target. But all kills count the same. At the end of the day, the round tally continues to read the same. It's heartbreak for FURIA. It's currently the dream scenario after losing a map for Imperial.
This is how Nuke started, really, in the other direction. Anna knows when there's not an open play, and she'll just go for that wide swing. Fun little boost up for this M4. And it does look like FURIA have the correct read. 4 players on B. Imperial have been fairly one-dimensional with their side hits. Like, they just decide to go somewhere, and then that's just what they do. Well, Anna cleared that. I spammed through from Littleton's. And I think off that, Imperial might decide to take a look elsewhere.
Oh, this is cool. So FURIA just right-clicked the smoke, and they're just going to push through it. They're just going to take space immediately, but it's been assisted by a flashbang, and now Imperial know that that space has been taken. They want to try and fight back for it, but it's Lulutens and Izza, the wombo combo. Imperial want to keep fighting and standing their ground. They didn't have to do that, but they wanted to.
Okay, that's awkward though. Anna's just fallen down, but they've heard Car running through middle, so Car's done for, and now you can just go to A. Oh, sorry, not Car. Gabs is done for. Car is over on B. She'll find herself a nice little AWP to save. One of those rounds, it really did feel like FURIA were going to pull through something there on B. That decision for Imperial just to commit through and fight forward. Of course, it's Anna that hits the kill with the orb, even though she burns out afterwards.
I can't believe they just stood there and fought that, because you see the flashbang coming over the top. I thought it was going to be a cool play from FURIA if they just pure contacted through that smoke, have that element of surprise. Imperial will be underprepared, but the flashbang comes over, it gives up the ghost of what FURIA are trying to achieve, and Imperial will give them what they want anyway. Those fights, that could have got disastrously out of control. Instead, it doesn't. And it just keeps escalating further and further out of proportion for FURIA.
I think we're starting to get the answer to that question about the Inferno and how much FURIA were preparing for it. You do all the preparation, the anti-stratting that you want, but it's the official reps that they're lacking regardless. And that makes the biggest difference, especially in these pressure moments. In a grand final, when it's the map you need to take it in 2.
And this is what I was saying just a few rounds ago. And if it isn't going to be Inferno, at least make it look competitive. At least feel like you've got a say in this best of 3. The moment you stop believing is the moment it's all over. And this has been a dream of FURIA for a few years. Car. But at least get rid of Zaz. But 23's on the prow. It's just an A-Rap again. It is Route 1 from Imperial. Izza stands but can't deliver. It's Gabs instead in the pit. And with Car breaking open the smoke and not seeing anything, the bomb site belongs to Imperial.
Yeah, Gabs is just going to slip away, but they know that she was around because she just got that kill from up on balcony. An advantage for FURIA. A rare position to be in, but Anna in the postman has the AWP. On the best position for it. but often a spot where she can do a lot of damage.
There's so much util. There is so much utility here. There's mollies, there's smokes, they've got everything.
Everything favors FURIA right now, but they still need to find the kills, still need to hit the shots. 23 edges forward, she falls, and so does Anna. Cat in the pit. Surely she can't stop this, she can't. Look at the damage on the Lulitans. Look at the time on that defuse. That would have been devastating, but instead, it's finally that breakthrough moment for FURIA.
Oh my gosh. Cat in the position that she occupies in just so frequently on that CT side, role reversed, trying to defend off all of the defenders herself. And I tell you what, 1 or 2 bullets grazing the other side of that box. We're looking at a round win for Imperial. We're looking at a heist of immense proportions. From a 1v4, that is just about as close as it gets.
Yeah, a little scary there. But a very nice retake from FURIA. Very clean, even though it's a little scary in that final second. All the kills on the way through, the speed of it. Playing off each other, not allowing Imperial to find anything. Takes them 8 before they get on the board.
Need to get Kara involved in more, because whilst there's been very limited opening kills for FURIA, half of them have come from Kara's AWP.
Oh, 23 is hearing a bit of interest in the apartments, but Gabs will fall back. As the rest of Imperial set up over towards B. Senior and Lulitans haven't been fully tested here in a gun round. It might just be here. A boost up for Anna to go searching. Dodges that HE. This is much more of a default for Imperial. Something we've seen a massive deal from them. They have managed to make it so FURIA really don't have the read on where this is going.
Oh. So Zaz is ahead of this incendiary. Just holding for this boost up, but it comes in second and not first. Another smoke used, this time at a critical juncture. 35 seconds left. And there's no grenades to break open these smokes, so they're hoping that 23 can cause enough attention to keep the B defenders separate.
Yeah, she can keep Kara over there, that's the key thing. The jump out is brilliant, traded. And they start to think maybe we should go over towards A, but they can't go anywhere. They have to go into B, they have to commit, and these defenders are holding strong. Bazinia has been brilliant in this series, and when she's finally tested on B, she shows them why.
That's the first indecision we've seen out of Imperial all map. And it's because 23 gets the kill. They think, okay, 20 seconds left. If we just hightail it towards A, potentially there's a chance. And what's interesting here is they were so reliant on this 23 contact. I thought they were going to just take the contact, go B, keep those rotates, but no one commits. There's 2 players that go through. There isn't that third layer. There isn't that bomb. And now Imperial wants to get aggressive again. A double swing in second mid. We'll go 1 for 1. Cat gets dinked off the back of it. And Carr surely should have found purchase there. That looked like it was dead on.
Anna's running to grab the gun from Tori. She came into this one with a Glock intending to pick up a weapon off a fallen comrade, so she'll do that now. Oh, actually gave Bazinia a fright, that's for sure. Zaz is being an absolute nuisance over here.
Util lacking, which is the worrying thing here for FURIA. Because this bomb site worked so effectively in the last round because they could continuously recycle that smoke on B. This time they have nothing apart from 1 flash.
Yeah, that flash is going to be it. Car's been hurt on that rotate, but they're going to commit through. 23's lurk will come late, but it might not matter anyway. Flash didn't work out. Bazinia swung, didn't find it. The spam not connecting, and 23 doesn't quite find her kill either. Maybe if she gets found quickly here, but no. She's the one with the quick shot. Now she just keeps hunting. A wide swing around. Car will get the kill, but the round will be Imperials. And that was with a really nice aggressive play from FURIA at the start that looked like it set them up for success. This time the B-hold, with the lack of utility, can't really stop Imperial.
Yeah, praise Imperial as well, because as soon as they see one flashbang, two players swinging in second mid, okay, that's the entirety of the A defense. That means they're going to be out of position. So you group Banana, you take the space, you know they're not going to be proactive towards the half wall because they're being proactive in towards top brackets. So you take the space, you go. And that's what Imperial have been doing every single time. They've been getting into positions where they can execute. They have. They've kept it simple. They stopped that momentum early. Blanket the bomb site with flames. Use 23 again as that lurk. You keep setting that conditioning. 23 will always be there. You cannot rotate.
Yeah, she just hears Car run away, right? And just decides, all right, my turn to move. Zaz going very fast. Nice little gap that she could utilize for a moment, but the smoke spreads a bit too far. There are 3 players here defending. So head-on collision perhaps being set up between these two teams. Utility coming over to retake this position. Trying to isolate, yeah, Zaz, nowhere she could go. They try and force their way through, and Cat has done that. 2 kills back for Cat. Doesn't want to slow down. Izza trying to force her to slow down. The run through the smoke. Last bullet from Izza finds the head. Bails out FURIA on B, but 23 again continues to find this space. Gabs is holding for this, the off angle. 23 has to clear into sight, and that's what Gabs is holding for. Brilliantly played, necessary, and Tori now has to clutch.
It's what we just spoke about. It's literally what we just spoke about. You press tab, you see 23, okay, she's got to be on 8. Lying in wait was Gabs, that's your difference. Tori, trying to lead by example. First objective, trying to cross over arches, but can't get by the AWP. Imperial fall a little bit flat there, and FURIA begin to build again.
I mean, it got scary though. Cat gets that double, they start to accelerate. It's only that last bullet from the spray from Izza that connects. If that bullet doesn't hit, she is out of ammo and she is dead to rights, and the B bomb site is Imperials and the round.
It's a bit tough as well because FURIA were trying to jump up on that sandbag, and it's just a slight mismovement, and that's why Cat's able to deal with Bazinia. This is everything. There could be a 4th round here. There really could be, and Izza is making it a guarantee. Teaming up with Car is the perfect defense for top brackets. And Imperial are left floundering, trying to rush down this AWP. An AK and Act 10 have been recovered at the bare minimum, but the quantity of players is really heavily in FURIA's favor.
Yeah, Car, you see she was considering going for another swing on that, but 5-on-2 don't give Imperial any chances. They sit back, hold their lines. Double layers on every angle, save for the AWP, so positioning is great from FURIA. Just to walk in this final round. Tori gets flashed out and removed, so Cat, a 1-on-5, you don't fancy her chances. With 2 players lying in wait on site and Car not far away. Options are limited and door is closed. FURIA gain a little bit of something on their Inferno CT side.
Tell me to be anything we could dream of. Close my eyes and count up to 3. I wanna be so free, free as a bird, free as a plane.
maybe have superpowers. Your bullets didn't penetrate me. Yeah, I could do anything, anywhere, all over the world. Anyone I could dream of. Spread my wings and give it a whirl. I wanna be so free, so free. Free as a bird, free as a bird, free as a play. Yeah, I wanna be so free. Free as a bird, free as a plane. Free like Superman. I wanna be Superman. Can I be Superman? Superman. I wanna be free.
A lifeline perhaps for FURIA with 4 rounds. They take claim on the defense, but Inferno was always going to be probably the Imperial map. It's if we get Dust 2. If we need Dust 2, that's where things get spicy.
Let's see this T side though, because FURIA do a lot of their best work here, and they've done a lot of damage onto 23 early. Nice nades into the apartments. You're going to hold their 2-2 setup on either side of middle, which means Kat has a lot of responsibility on B, and she's unarmored as well. If FURIA pounce and hit this B bomb site, a bomb plant feels guaranteed.
How quick are these rotates as well as soon as Kat gets the info? That's the question. She only sees one player. Everyone for Imperial is believing that this isn't going to be the B commitment. They are playing strictly for retake, and they've given FURIA that luxury. But before the bomb can even get planted, Bazinia gets removed.
I feel like that smoke took forever to go down. I think Bazinia feels the same. Bomb will be planted. 4 players charge up Banana. Gabs has to disengage. In fact, they're going to reroute the setup based off this information. So into coffins go the majority. A little bit of a weird one. Smoke will land to block them off as well. They have the kit in play. Flames go forward, but Izza finds the first kill. Car flushed out a wide swing onto Izza. She can't handle it. Bomb is ticking, but a player holds from CT just to prevent Gabs from swinging out. The bomb's being defused. They try and deny through the smoke. It does not work out.
Unlucky, to be honest, incredibly unlucky. Because you've got Izza in such a bizarre position for Imperial in terms of Kat is holding 4 CT and one player has crossed in towards Tree. Carl has a really smart relocation. In fact, all of FURIA do. They try and go through these smokes, but everyone was holding. A nice attempt, but close isn't going to cut it here on the grand final.
No force despite the bomb plant. 2 very close moments in that round, right? It's 23 living, just about. And then it's Kat getting that single kill on the cross. It's Imperial in prime position. As Car shows some fancy footwork. Everyone's favorite little maneuver to do on the railing there, jump back and forth.
Yeah, doing trick shots, trying to get out as much util as possible. But there isn't much util at all. Imperial prioritize the weaponry. And Zaz is now showing it off. Bazinia, again, first down in these rounds. This one isn't as significant. Anna How many kills can she find with her SMG? How much money goes towards that AWP? Currently no dice, but there are so many players low for FURIA.
Try on to be, but with the low HP, Cat looks poised for success. She'd love to really farm up against these pistols. Little creep out, and a swing comes through. Cat gets 3. Zaz with the other 2. The Behold starting strong. It was just against the Ecos.
Interesting decision now for Kara is, do you go glass cannon or no? You go instant AK to get the utility. This feels like the right option, especially against the bonus. You've just seen the MP9s come into play. We now start to create some ideas of what a FURIA default could look like. But at the same time, for Imperial, they're being aggressive. They're being proactive. They're trying to make everything uncomfortable. And everything is, especially with these mollies and nades. Zaz needs to clear the right-hand side, and it goes completely overlooked. Bazzinia this time gets revenge, but can't get both. At least it's traded, but there's one more player lying in wait.
Can't be too eager on this. 23 is hearing all of this noise. Oh, she could just ruin this entire round. No, she's spammed out by Car. They're not too eager. They get the space, and they can get into B. Tori will rotate over. Bomb is a long way away. You don't anticipate Tori can do too much here. She's hoping for maybe an overextension to find a kill, put it into the 2-on-3. FURIA are content just to take the site and plant the bomb safely.
She could ninja, right? That is the reality of this situation. Is if FURIA exit out of Banana and don't clear Church, she could ninja the bomb. That is the scenario we're looking at, because she's not playing for exits, she's playing for the round win. Anna walks over as well, try to feign that she's the only one in CT. This is what this round is set up to do.
Okay, let's see then. Anna can be the one that takes the contact, and then Tori is going to slide on through. There's the contact from Anna. Oh no, Tori's just committing. Not the ninja, just wanted to take them down by force, but it is FURIA that find their first T round.
Yeah, fair. She was given the space, right? There was no one ever giving off any audio towards the front doorway of Church. So if Anna can just keep them all on site, back turn, that was maybe the opportunity. Instead it wasn't. And one thing that I've really got to praise FURIA, and we said it on Nuke, but I'll say it again here, it's just the mid-round anticipation. That they know exactly what's going on. They're not overdoing it. As soon as they get these kills, they're still aware of all of these common angles. There could be another player, and they want to make sure they clear every single one of these angles, every nook and cranny dealt with. And no, I'm not talking about nukes.
Yeah, they were thorough on Nuke. It's good to see that continue. Because Imperial are a team that will try and abuse those little positions, try and find those pockets where they can catch you off guard.
Think about just this event, when me and you have been watching, like off broadcast, about how many times we've said, how are these players not clearing these angles that are so common, that pop up so frequently? FURIA have been the one consistent entity to do so, and something that remains consistent are these opening kills. Another one found by Izza.
Yeah, she's looking ferocious. And if they just commit into B, nobody's home. Imperial, after losing Cat, have decided to just hold their stack on A. So, a freebie for FURIA in a way. One kill, all it takes to get this bomb site. And you imagine with Imperial's economy in a fragile state, they will just look to hold onto the weapons they have.
Yeah, and I doubt they hunt this either, FURIA. I mean, Gabs could maybe give it a look in, but your economy, that prioritization is so much more higher up the food chain than getting rid of Imperial's wealth right now. The important thing is the number at the top of the board. The fact that it is now starting to close the gap. The roles have been reversed. It was a really good first half for Imperial, and now FURIA are the ones that are biting back.
Slowly but surely. You said you wanted this to be at least a respectable showing from FURIA. They're on the pathway to deliver that. Still a long road to be able to come back on this map. Signs are strong so far. Both of these initial gun rounds go their way. All weapons saved from Imperial.
And that is important as well, because it just means they will continue to be competitive in every single
that's
one.
nice.
That's an awesome way to get the opening kill. It was FURIA themselves that dropped that smoke at half-wall to disrupt that molly, to then facilitate that boost.
It's interesting, they could have proper forced into this, right? But the loss bonus starts to build, and they want the chance into the next round. So they play utility light into this one. And instead are going to rely on getting proactive in the apartments. Tori on a cheeky off angle, overwhelmed, 23 spotted, and now she's under pressure. Gabs removes her. And again, FURIA have found their way into the bomb site that's more lightly defended, and they've found their pathway to success.
Again, a good call out of Izza. You know that if they've saved, that they maybe try and stack elsewhere. They stacked last round, why wouldn't they stack this round? Banana control the priority there for Imperial. And you said utility light was supposed to be kill heavy. Instead, it's just completely flat-footed. Imperial will still look to give this a chance. The bomb, a consistent theme for FURIA is that it goes down incredibly late.
Yeah, but even still, Cat's just got a USP. You've got these two M4s, but no kit either. And with the post-plant's positions, everything feels good for FURIA. But Imperial have no reason not to try and inflict the damage at the very least and maybe give it a shot, but not seeing anything initially in short. They aren't gifted that kill that escalates into something for them. So instead they disengage. They've recovered that M4 for Cat. That's also something they were looking for. Playing the long game with the economy.
Yeah, that was a nice little rendezvous for all the Imperial players, just to find their way in towards top brackets, give themselves a rifle, even finding one on the way out. It's important because survival's the priority. 3-round game. 2 Apex Predators in the server.
Zaz can drop an AWP over. It will mean her utility comes a little light, but Anna can likely drop some over for her. And I wonder if that will be the call, because Anna thus far wasn't really required on that first half too much. But is, surprisingly, bottom of the board right now for Imperial. So yeah, she will get the AWP. She'll be over towards A with it. It's a bombardment in Banana each way. 2 players wounded.
Again, another compliment for this T side, and its utility usage early has been sublime. Every single time they have planted a grenade somewhere, Imperial have been inflicted heavy damage. Well-timed smoking towards top brackets. FURIA look to dwell in the apartments instead. And there will be that rotation.
It's Tori with the low HP.
But it is Anna with the AWP.
That is true, and she's in a position that I've seen her do some pretty deadly things. I don't know if FURIA are committing to this. They throw that smoke, and it has drawn Imperial over, but they actually look like they want to retake Banana. Cat is the only one over here. Once again, Imperial have put a lot into her holds. She splashed off, falls back. Zaz starts to run. And remember, these A-side players very far away. They want to commit onto Cat. She's tucked into the corner. First kill is hers. The drive-by. Cat takes 2 and almost a 3rd. And now maybe Zaz looks to be that hero. Pauses and now pushes off the timing. Bomb not committed. Not committed, and so she does find that kill. Carl will get the kill back, but time is ticking. Gab's now the one that tries to step through. Tori, punish. Carr has found another. And it's Anna, a 1 versus 2 and a double swing. FURIA pull that one back, and it's all Carr.
And it could have been catastrophic. It really could have been. That double kill out of Cap, nearly enough, nearly the difference maker. But instead, FURIA, yet again, calm, composed, collected. They knew the timings of those smokes. They fake out the bomb. And you know, when you're playing against Imperial, you got to watch those smokes. Because if it isn't Cap, if it isn't Zaz, it's going to be one of these Imperial players pushing. But they took their time. They got the trades, and they got the round.
Oh, and Carr took every single name in that. That was brilliant from Carr. What a shocking round from FURIA.
And I'll tell you what, you highlighted Anna's performance. Well, that was a massive overperformance and reliance on the AWP of FURIA. And she does it all with the rifle.
Cat gets 2 and almost 3. She's done everything she was asked for. She's been so good this map. And Zaz, well, she shows that she's pretty damn good too. The trade is there, and Anna's AWP is also lying in wait, looking for the timing. This Apps play could be the critical moment. Gabs is lurking there. 23 has to be worried about long.
I tell you what, even if 23 is on the angle, it's just a P250. FURIA are leaving again. You feel like Gabs had that time in, and she still might. It looks like she's reinvested into this position, 50 seconds left.
Xenia goes back. Is she just looking to sell this?
Potentially, because as soon as you move these players off of short, that's the way in for Gabs.
Out through the apartments, this is the perfect play to make. Oh, and that blow is brilliant from Xenia. She's causing so much chaos, the players start to move. But not the FURIA ones. They pause, they're expecting something. Anna trains her eye back on the angle. Can they get past the AWP? Can they get past Anna? She's seeing something, a barrel, but she doesn't expect that a teammate falls. And it falls completely to her, sliding through. Can she deny the bomb? She does! Anna has walked through, and with the USP, she looks to win the whole round. She's done it. That's the way Imperial find 11.
And that's the only way Imperial could have found 11 as well. That's so smart. She sees the gun barrel peeking out of the balcony. She knows that her position is unknown. And right inside the site, she plays the time to perfection. And FURIA are nowhere near. They're already setting up in their after plants, and they haven't even planted.
Xenia kills everybody. Anna might not be finding the frags, but she finds the one with the USP that wins the entire round.
And maybe even the map.
Those are the moments. A crushing round to lose for FURIA when all the momentum was with them.
That's even when they battled back from the brink. This was a 3 versus 5. This was the little tripwire. But you got to credit not only Anna, but the communication that's on display there from Tori. Because as Xenia gets that kill, there is no further commitment as she keeps Imperial on A.
Car searches. The AWP of Anna over on B this time. Cat's setting up utility to potentially take some space, where they're waiting for some sort of moment that sends Zaz into motion, but that's not coming. Because over to A, FURIA look to strike again. Again, only 2 defenders. Tori drops the defensive smoke. Xenia is waiting for this push, and she catches them off.
But you still got to deal with the site players. You still got to deal with Tori, and they are hounding down Xenia in the meantime. Gabs goes out the apartment, but to no avail. But FURIA have somehow still found a way onto this site. It's a 2 versus 2, and the retake is on.
This time the bomb goes down. There are smokes. One goes long, but short is where the threat is. Car starts to find some space. Edge around the corner. Here's the flick shot onto Cat. And Anna is called upon once more. USP in hand. She charges around and runs down one. But it's Lulu Turns who comes through from behind. And FURIA clutch one back.
Not this time, Anna. Not this time. You can do it once, but you can't do it twice. Double the targets, double the price. FURIA, at least they are able to get that back. And it was all about that timing in towards top brackets because the intent was clear. As soon as that flashbang's thrown second middle from Car to set up these players in towards long, Imperial start to explode down B, but the flashbang is heard by Xenia. So many parallels can be drawn between the 2 teams stylistically in this game. It feels like a mirror match. But Imperial in that round are just punching shadows. And the economy is once again gone.
FURIA have been in full control of this T side. Since the guns have come out, the only round they have let slip was Anna pushing through and denying the bomb going down. In every other moment, they're the ones that have stood victorious.
And they aren't going to let a few pistols try and change that narrative now, are they? Round 21. Passive, expectant of something to come from this CT side. Imperial currently give them nothing. A 4-player lean over towards A. That's where FURIA have been going all the damn time. But here, when it matters most, when they need to avoid a stack.
Imperial have done this every single time they've been on this buy. Literally, this is the 3rd time we've seen this exact setup. It's Cat alone, given smokes. She's just dropping them one by one, so they already know that's exactly what she's doing. They're not respecting this, Cat. You need to do something special here. If your teammates want to achieve anything in this round, she walks through. Tries to play ahead. I think they're sus on it.
You have to be. You haven't seen it.
Okay. Bomb goes down now. Cat's found herself an AWP, and she's found another kill. Cat had to go massive, and she is. Not one of these rounds. Is this really the way they break through? Anna swings in. Izza and Gabs have to do everything, and Izza finds one onto Anna. Gabs, exposed, needs to be careful. All these angles, the spray connects, and now it's just 23. Somehow Izza and Gabs have been able to stand the test, and 23 can't connect the dots. FURIA looking to break through. The time isn't there for 20, and so it would be double digits for Imperial. Oh, sorry, for FURIA.
I don't blame you for thinking that, though, because I tell you what, the fact that Cat is allowed to walk through that smoke, plays her time into perfection, hits the instant quick scope on towards the pit. You feel like it'd be FURIA down in the dumps, but no, instead they extend their crossfire. They remain patient again. These cool, calm, collected heads. They've done it on land so many times this year, and they bring that experience forward. And they're now doing it not just domestically, but regionally. They want to be the world's best. And they're in touching distance of securing it. It's a 1-round game. You got to remember that Imperial need to win this to stay alive in this grand final.
From a 10-4 scoreline, no less. This might be the closest contested grand final we have ever had. The closest that Imperial have looked to faltering.
It's a team effort as well. Everyone providing massive moments here for FURIA. Zaz mollied off, still got the MP9, flashbang over the top, and this time the defense is stellar.
They try and force the issue, and it does not work out. The HEs do so much damage. How do you recover this? Oh, there we go. What's Car's approach to this round? Honestly, saving the AWP is maybe the best option.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's a 1v4. Your money's been so demolished by that previous round where Imperial basically had nothing.
23's hunting.
This is even for Anna. This is just to give Imperial the best chance to close. And they'll have 2 shots at it. 35 seconds. Car inquisitive about Banana. Surely there's no way. Surely it's just a save around the corner, yeah.
Yeah, you think so. Just wants to avoid 23, who is on that hunt. She needs to save this. If she goes down after time, we're going to dust too. Oh, I'm scared. I'm scared. Don't fire. Don't fire, Car. Do not fire this gun. No, you don't have time to plant the bomb. Oh my god, Car, you're scaring me. It's okay. She will live.
Hidden in plain sight. I asked for competition. I got a whole lot more. I got FURIA potentially taking down Imperial in 2 maps. Currently, that is not the way this chapter is set to close, but stories can always be rewritten right at the very death, especially in Counter-Strike 2 games on Inferno. Is a Tech 9 in hand, looking to charge. looking to set up her teammates, but it's the utility that will finish her off. 4 kills away from Dust 2 are Imperial. Flashbang, brilliant, but Lulatens gets the best of Zaz.
Yeah, Kat's scrambling as well. She got tagged, so slowed down. She has to drop her utility. They start to pounce. A recovered rifle as well. Flames go forward. Kat feeling the pressure. They're running at her, but she's staying alive. The smoke's giving her space to work with, and she's found another kill onto Lulatens. Kat has been unstoppable on Inferno, and she looks to stop Furia's comeback right here, right now. The swing onto Car, too many players. Imperial take map 2. We go the full distance.
We do indeed, but you got to give a lot of credit there to Furia because they don't play that map. One map played all year long, and they make Imperial scramble. They make them suffer. They make them work for this trophy. One map to decide the fate of both of these teams.
Yeah, and you think this one could have gone the other way. Anna brings that one moment that gives them a chance, a few, just to set them up. Imperial show why they are the best in the world because they are impossible to put away.
Kat does everything. You spoke about Kat on Inferno before, 24 kills to her name. And Anna, an unlikely hero to fall silent on the biggest stage of them all, but we got Dust 2 waiting in the wings. It's an Orpa's paradise with Car playing the way she is. That should be a barn burner.
Yes, Dust 2 is the Orpa's paradise, but right now, this series has been so intense. You got to play already like in 8 grand finals. Is this the sweatiest one so far?
I mean, right now we are playing against a really good opponent. We almost choked again on this second map, but we're just gonna refresh our minds and just focus on the last one.
And as an Orpa, are you looking forward to playing on Dust 2?
Obviously, yes, it's an op map, so let's see.
Let's see then. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
You have City. Yes. Go close, I'll flash you ball.
Давай.
I don't think they took ruins, guys. Flashing.
Wide.
One.
Right.
Wait, I'll smoke ruins, guys.
One is triple.
I will molar. Yes, wait for smoke pop. Okay, we'll molar triple. City one. I'm molar triple. City.
Two city, 3. 3.
3. One more
ruins. Hold it, Tori.
I have out city defuse. Her ruins. I have city. City, hold it. Nice, guys. Nice, guys. Let's go. You have city.
It was anything but comfortable here for Imperial, but some late game heroics put them over the top on their map pick and mean that we are going the distance in this grand finals of ESL Impact Stockholm. We are going all the way to Dust 2 here, Apples.
It's going to be hard for Imperial, honestly. I'm worried about their Dust 2 and how they played this Inferno. It didn't feel like Imperial. It felt like it was a map that they don't really know how to play. It was very, very hard for them. I feel like Furia brought everything that they could. I felt like we were almost going to OT or that we were going to get 2-0'd here.
I mean, without that eco everybody dies round, that could have been a very different story, Amak.
Look, it certainly could have been. You look at the leaderboard here and you've got Car doing decent work on the AWP, but over towards the Imperial side of things, Cat, bit of an outlier, 24 kills, doing a lot of the fragging, and that's something that I feel like Imperial have needed. Cat's been a pretty quiet member of the team this tournament, but showing up just when it's needed most, especially to get your team over the line, continue to put that financial pain on Furia when they were trying to come back into the game, allowed them to close this one out 13-10. But also, you're looking at the bottom of the scoreboard for Imperial. You got Anna, even though she's only got 12 kills, a lot of those were in the first half, and then even if there wasn't that many kills in the second half, you saw the one that saved saved them, stopping that bomb from going down in the 3v2 or whatever situation that was. That saved the game for them completely.
Yeah, this doesn't look like an Imperial scoreboard, like, at all. Anna at the bottom. Just like you said, I mean, there were a lot of rounds that she was able to save from them, but still, it doesn't feel very convincing.
The other big adjustment is we were asking and we were saying as well that it looked like it might have been a bit too structured over on Nuke. I think Lucy and B-Dog were saying as well, you know, that they are this team that is generally playing off of their instincts. They're just that good. They can play off the game sense, but maybe the coach swap, bringing too much structure in the team could be not quite working out. But here on Inferno, it felt like they went back to the instinctual gameplay. Those moments where they were like, oh, I've got gap, I've got this. And they would just do it, and it was working, and it made them get enough rounds to win. And that's kind of important in the grand final.
That is, at the end of the day, there are 24 rounds, we learned, and they won enough of those. Our player of the match, who put them over the top in a whole lot of those rounds, is, of course, going to be Cat. What a map for Cat. We saw so many moments. I mean, I'm thinking about that little Deagle slip into the smoke to take a round that should have been the absolute surest of sure things and just send it going helter-skeltering out of control. But there were so many moments for Cat.
No, she did amazingly, and 24 kills at the top of the leaderboard, doing just so well. Just so many fun little plays that she would just do. I felt like she was a player that wasn't really going towards strats or anything. She was playing off her own intuition, trying to play on this B site and just defend it with all of her might.
All of her might, indeed, and her might, it was Mighty Mac.
Yeah, 100%. It's it was a little bit crazy. Look over towards this B side as well. Like that play, which almost turned that round around completely. Shout out to Isla for FURIA for making sure that it got locked in. But yeah, really just keeping FURIA on their toes at every given moment. And it's great to see Kat show up and also earn herself at least a map valuable person. Let's call it that.
Map valuable person.
Yeah.
We'll take that. We'll take that.
Player
Map
of the
valuable
map.
person.
Map.
Yeah. It also does create a space, right? Because we are headed to Dust 2 now. And let's talk about Dust 2 a little bit, because we had big question marks about this in the Veto. We have big question marks about why they're taking them here. This is a firepower map. This is a FURIA team that loves to play this kind of map. And for Imperial now, we had some concerning factors. The firepower, namely Anna, the person we were tabbing as the GOAT in the pregame, a little bit missing on Inferno. Gonna need a whole lot more from Anna if they're gonna take Dust 2.
I think what we saw from them earlier was great coordination, better coordination than what we were seeing from them on Nuke, right? I think they were juggling HEs towards mid, trying to break that smoke over and over, just get Anna as many lines of sight to try and get those picks on Cat at mid, and that was working incredibly well. But the problem was, you know, it was just like an AWP paradise earlier. We'll see if that's going to be the same thing with Car popping off. Dust 2 could be a crazy prospect, and I'm hoping that Imperial, a couple of the individuals that went missing there, need to show up if they want to lock in the grand final.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult for Imperial. Just how FURIA has been playing today, I'm saying it over and over and over again, but they have the firepower to just run it down on Dust 2. And Imperial, how they have played on the last two maps, it has not been convincing at all for them. It doesn't look like Imperial. So I'm a little bit worried for them.
Now, you're particularly worried because you've got 3 reasons why something happened here?
Yeah, 3 reasons why Imperial barely survived this map. So we're going to go, number 1 is going to be Cat and Zaz, this combo on B. Obviously, we talked about it a little bit earlier, Cat slipping through the smoke, Zaz slipping through the smoke. They would be able to get maybe a double kill, a single kill, make the retake just a little bit easier, but then they would still not get that retake sometimes. On to the next one is going to be Anna's USP. There were so many times that she would be getting an op kill, another kill, and then just denying a bomb plant with the USP. Quick mechanics switching there. And then the next one is running down the clock. There were so many times that FURIA were in some good positions that they could finally get a bomb plant, but maybe there were 2 seconds left on the clock, and Imperial was just not letting them do that. So that was just some rounds that were lost. And that's 3 reasons why that they barely scraped by.
3 reasons why, indeed. And he didn't even do any singing to do so. But somebody's going to be singing because, as we all know, it ain't over until a certain lady sings. We've got Dust 2. We've got Dust 2. It all ends. This entire season of ESL Impact, the entire year of ESL Impact, we are going to crown 1 champion headed in to the end of 2024. And it all ends on Dust 2 of all maps. How are we feeling about this? What's the temperature check?
I have no idea how this is going to end. MR12, best of 1 situation now. Both teams playing out of their minds. Both teams making mistakes under the pressure.
Yeah.
It's whoever brings the best game, whoever gets ready in the 15 minutes or whatever between maps, that is the team that's going to be taking home the trophy today.
I'm very worried for Imperial, and I feel like they have a lot of worries themselves. I mean, in the pre-show, they were like, no pressure. There's pressure now. There's a lot of pressure on them. And if they make any slight mistakes, they can't scrape by this map. They have to win it convincingly.
I think we've seen it, right? We've seen it. This isn't the Imperial that's just cool, calm, and collected, dominating the opponent. This isn't the Imperial that's just running over you, singing songs, relaxing, having a good time, smiling. No, we've seen missed utility. We've seen cracks formed. We've seen a map that your opponent hasn't played except once in a year, and they take you the distance. And without a few cheeky individual plays, we might not be on this desk talking about the Dust 2 at all. We may never have gotten there. Now you've got a map that has so many elements of chaos injected into it.
Yep.
I think there has never been a riskier chance for Imperial. The ones who are usually so confident in securing that trophy now are at the mercy of Dust 2. It's all going to end in the desert of Dust 2, not the snowy lands of Stockholm, when we come back from this break.
cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go.
hungry for attention. You're so hypnotic. Take me for a ride. I'm feeling nauseous. Oh, I'm delicate, just like the pick-me flower that you're crushing. Feelings that I've got, you say they're valid. Take me to the party, buy me drinks, I guess I'm lucky. Pull me apart, like when I'm broken. I don't wanna wait for you to make me cry. Turning black and blue from where to fall. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Making jokes at my expense. You say it's funny, but the irony is you're so broke emotionally damaged. Have the nerve to tell me you can't afford to love me. Think about my body with somebody else. Hope it feels like hell. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. I do spy you broke your pinky and I promise that's karma. Turning black and blue from a will to fight. Feel like I'm dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby.
It's the first map loss for FURIA here in Stockholm, but one that was expected for Imperial to win with ease, and if it was anything but that, FURIA put up a fight, and now we go to Dust 2, the decider to see which team will be crowned our champion. Stockholm, let's get it on.
And already Zaz just taking the contact. You got this lower tunnels push as well, but it's FURIA that get the trades immediately. They want the space, they've got it.
They're taking it with style. They're just charging up, a smoke deployed. Trying to delay these T's and their tenacity, but they are not being deterred. They just root elsewhere. The re-aggress, though, unexpected. Tori pushes the smoke and catches them off guard.
That's so brazen, and yet that could be the play that wins the entire round. Bazinia fighting back, blow for blow. This entire round has been, but it's Tori that stands the tallest. And with Carl that's got space on B, it doesn't matter because the bomb's in lower.
She might have an okay timing to come back down, but once they clear upper, they'll realize the only place is coming from where she is. Tori trained on the position. A brilliant pistol round from her thus far. She spotted Car on that cross. Car knows, and now this double setup from Imperial should be set for success. Car gets one on the drive-by, but it's Cat that hits the final shot. And the Tories push through the smoke, wins that whole round.
That was the most headstrong thing I've seen out of Imperial all grand final long, and it feels so nice. It's so reminiscent of the Imperial of old. You think about how they play, you think that it's all on feeling. That play was not by the book whatsoever. That was leading by example, taking matters into your own hands.
In fact, it's the bomb that's dropped is everything too, because it was the pathway to B. They were fast in the move too, but faster was Tori. FURIA do not buy into this, and they find one on the Tori, so a little bit of revenge at least. In fact, Car's found a kill too, so... And another.
Okay, but she hasn't got the bomb.
Yeah, but, I mean, already this feels great. Imagine if she finds Az there. Good eco, to be honest.
Absolutely. Job done, 3 kills. You have just knocked the MP9s out of hands, but that's fine. It still forces rebuys. Especially when you came into that round with very little. Fun little trick. Again, we immediately saw Cat just staring at the sky on her way in through the double doors. It was like the very first time we watched Imperial play that best of one on Ancient. Looking for the utility early, looking for any little tells.
First kill quickly out long, but it's the T's that have found success. They've bursted through. Nothing happening over on B. Zaz has rotated. Smoke's a little funky. Flashbang to set up Zaz, who wants to go for this swing. She'll find success onto one. Bomb's not crossed. Maybe Cat can do something. Littleton should be covering for this possibility. Yeah, they suspect it. FURIA have been everything of thorough, and Littleton's will find Cat. Tori's position known. Again, it's the same story to Inferno. Guns come out, FURIA starts swinging.
Got to give a lot of credit there to Car and her entry path in out long, because her sole objective is to get deep control of that space. She doesn't care about all the fights that are going on. She trusts the utility will do the work, and her teammates behind her will trade. The unknown element there is her. Imperial are not ready for someone to be not only through past 23, they expect her to be fighting. They don't expect Car to be that deep in long, getting that kill, creating all of that space. And you're right, when that flashbang comes over immediately, they wait, they're patient, they leave no stone unturned in that long alley.
Yeah, they know when to bring the pace and when to slow it down. That's the key thing about these FURIA T rounds. It's been consistent across this series. A blistering start to the fight out long, but they don't over-accelerate. They anticipate the response, the reaction. They catch Zaz, they catch Cat. Make sure Imperial can't find a way back into that round. And with how damaging the prior round was, this puts FURIA in a great position.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Yeah, they're going to be suffering. It's not all sunshine and roses for this CT side. Tori will keep that M4 short around it, not the arsenal that you'd hope for, but one in which Imperial do their best work on. Spray, not great out of Lulatens, and in a blink of an eye, all of the defense is eviscerating the offense.
Yeah, they try and run it back on long, and Littleton just never saw anyone at all. Fully blinded the entire time. The T-Smoke lands so late on the corner that she has nowhere to hide from these bullets. 4 players fight long at the start for Imperial, and they don't take a scratch.
And now look at everything upgraded. And you look at Gabs just watching on the other end of the map, thinking, how does this go so disastrously wrong? The fact that it's just a single flashbang and the sheer overwhelm of forces just swarm in from Imperial. There's a long 55 seconds, a lot of conversations to be had incredibly early in this deciding game for the T side.
A really cool call to bring out for Imperial, right? Because you've only got that one rifle. You force into it with some 5.7s and MP9. And you full send long. The utility, fantastic. Flash after flash after flash. A quick upgrade of weaponry for the entire Imperial squad.
fact he said without a scratch, I mean, you mean it, right? No
Literally.
HP taken at all in that round. It's bonkers. But that is the threat that Imperial carry. And it was on Inferno that they got one of those rounds quite early on, and you think, okay. They're sort of building back in. Nuke, it never really felt like they were favorable. It's another Imperial-esque round. One in which forces immediately this 30 seconds of breathing room for FURIA. Not satisfied, and they explore for new ideas immediately.
So to work out what they're going to do now with this rifle that's on Gabs' back, I think there's a reasonable amount of money in cars, coffers, that investment here won't be the prettiest if they go into it. I feel with the loss bonus they might be enticed to. See how this played out. Flashbang is just so good. Yeah, okay, so just some light investment around that AK.
Not seen that smoke in a while. Dribble forward over to the fence post to allow scaling in towards pit quite quickly. For FURIA, no one's home. They're only interested in popping on B, but because you've got all this space if you're Imperial, you can flex Tori over to the right-hand side of mid to be that quick rotate for B, and two players stay strong.
Yeah, so Short's the big gap ramp, but because Tori can just see that no one's crossing there, they don't have to worry about it at all.
Exactly, and it's not like you can cross the mid doors without a smoke anyway. That's going to signify all the intent.
Pretty clear what FURIA have at play.
The only way this unravels is if Tori overextends, and she's right on the cusp of that doors.
Yeah, that might be the fight. It's set into motion the round. Thus far, not a lot of action. Imperial get a little curious. 23 doesn't see a lot, so this should signal that B is going to be the play. Zaz drops the sentry just to slow them down, and it has split up Izza. She's charged in. And they get sprayed down. Easy peasy.
Yeah, really good macro from Imperial. You take the space. As said, Tori can be on that right-hand side, and as soon as you don't see anything, as soon as you get that smoke in towards the mid doors, Anna can just walk over, help out, provide cover. And then as soon as you see nothing else, that's where 23 can start to go. All these timings are so methodical. Fallen Heroes watch on to the outcome of this final map, and it starts with a loud bang. Car on Anna immediately removed from the equation, but Tori isn't done with long just yet.
Slide in, has support. A lot of it, in fact, 3 players over here. FURIA find that first kill, and they're patient. Seeing if there's a response. Kat has a lot on her plate at the moment. The only one responsible with this side of the map. Like Inferno, she's given a lot of responsibility all on her own shoulders.
Mid just feels too quiet. You haven't seen anything from Imperial in a while, so FURIA just take the space. And now it relies on the deep control that the CTs have already got to batten down the hatches over at short. And you can even drop your utility and just transition into a mid to B play. But with the only map control you've really got being this catwalk, it wouldn't surprise you if they just go now.
Smokes go over, Zaz is here, but again, you've got so many players towards long, 3 players over here. Everything Imperial need to scupper FURIA. Zaz tries to go up and over, she falls, 23 lets them know her presence. And again, you've still got Tori out from long that can activate at any moment. 23 is just poking and prodding, but she's the one that falls. Car hits the shot and Tori can't get involved.
Great call out of FURIA, because look, this is the complete difference in this final map to what we've seen out of the first 2. It's been really staged, it's been so slow, it's been so deliberate. You got the map control, you're gonna go? No, we're just gonna take that extra couple of seconds. This time, you got the space, 50 seconds left, smoke's dropped, and you move immediately. You take the ground, It's the only point that's uncontested. The mollies fly over and they are all together. No fight is fair. Zaz tries to make it uncomfortable. By that point, you've got Car on the line. Everything slots into place. Next question is, can Tori hold on to this M4? The answer is no. There's still money to burn for Imperial. They can still get an AWP out on Ana, but getting that last kill was just a little bit of satisfaction for Furia.
Good to see Car finding that impact immediately. Really nice flick down onto Ana. Imperial had everything they needed for that one. Too many Panthers to deal with. Car takes a different line this time. Ana's AWP is in middle. Oh, sorry, no, it's in short. Holding down lowers. So difference, the CT setup. Free smoke long, 23 falls off, but I think Furia are going to attempt to burst through.
Yeah, so this time they've dropped smokes in towards mid doors and an alert one out B. So that keeps the B defenders interested. That also pulls the attention away. Ana still hasn't seen anything lower, but because of this lurk smoke, that's keeping the attention. 23 slides in. And what's becoming quite common now on Dust 2 is the re-aggress in towards top mid. See if you can find anything. Because if you can't, you're still in a good position to rotate over effectively. And it's only now at the minute mark that Furia is still interested in taking the long space.
Yeah, and they're no silent about it. They let them know exactly what's going on. Gabs is holding for this push, but can't control against 23. He's happy to take that kill and disengage because Ana's now on the site. Very one-dimensional from Furia. Imperial know exactly what the play is going to be, so they swarm the bomb site with players. It's an inverse of the round prior. Ana over the top, looking to snap down, and she'll take a clean one onto the head of Lilitens. 23 now starts swinging, looking for fights. The smoke gives her that room to work with. Izza trying to take matters into her own hands, but Ana with the USP. Time, a big issue. Bullets running out of them as Xenia. She's overwhelmed. Furia just had nowhere to go but straight into the arms of Imperial.
And just on the round that we're just complimenting Furia for doing, just actually taking the space and going. This time they want to take mid on a different timing. They want to go back in towards long, but they're so slow about it. And because they only put these smokes down as sort of the distraction, you got to go with them. You got to take that space in towards long whilst they're still up. By the time they faded, Imperial have got all of the control. You are now known. You know exactly where these players are going to be.
Yeah, like if they're re-smoking long doors, at most you're going to find one player contesting there, right? So you feel like you should be able to maybe do something, go 1 for 1, but now Imperial look to get a little aggressive. Zaz pokes her nose in, does a little bit of damage. Furia have been pretty much focusing on the A side thus far on this T side. Tori tucked into mid is hearing all this back and forth movement. And again, Zaz, I think she looks to push through the smokes. So they'll get the info again, and again, going long, this time analyzing weight.
You have at least got the short split, but again, look, Zaz is ahead of all of this. So the crosshair's not going to be taken off the angle. Luliten's first victim, put in a body bag. Next is Bazenia. The rifler's helping out. Zaz has got them in her sights. And Izza trying to find a little bit of space between her and Car. It is a couple of kills back. 30 seconds left. Can you even get the bomb over to B? That's the next question. It feels unlikely, especially with 23 right behind.
Yeah, Car feel like she needs to take the fight there, but Ana on the line doesn't miss those cities. Had a lot of impact into that round 2, finds that first kill out towards long. Zaz has pushed through the smoke. She goes on that initial push, gets spotted, falls back. You're not expecting the second push, but against Zaz, maybe you should be.
Yeah, you got to have some element of anticipation. The thing is, it feels like the stage lights are too bright for Furia in these moments, and it is a crucial break point for a pause to be called by their coach, because they are overlooking things. And you got to remember how this story is now starting to shift between the first map and the third map, how it's saying how diligent FURIA have been, how they're so aware of every possibility. But now Imperial in the mid-round, they're starting to sew in just all of these weird pushes, taking the map control back. And where it has been pretty one-dimensional, where it has been just one element of map control solo that FURIA have been focusing on, Imperial are just able to get all of these loopholes.
Oh, never mind.
It's fine.
Thought Tori was really going to get caught off guard there when she initially gets dinked, but it's actually fine. She's under control. The pistols don't do anything. Imperial continue to extend their lead, feeling the taste of continuing their reign.
And now we ask for variety. Now we ask for Car back on the AWP. You can go for a mid-doors peek if you'd like, but then where's the follow-up? Short has always been an area of contention that FURIA can look to exploit. Long has been off limits. Upper tunnels has always been under Imperial's domain. Short has been that relief. And they are doing a generic default, but it is a little bit quicker. This feels like this is now the new intent.
Zaz is close by this time. Anna moves over too, so if you want to go through towards Short, you need that smoke down. Yeah, Anna just peeks freely, taking pot shots towards top middle. That smoke will land. Oh, it doesn't quite clear. They are able to get up onto Short. But Imperial, they just focus their attention there. It's the only bit of space that FURIA have really shown any presence towards, so they know this is where the play's coming. This time Zaz will get caught off, getting a little too eager on the push. So an equalizing kill, a 4-on-4, and a chance for FURIA.
And a reset back towards the B bomb site. And no one is going through mid. Instead, it's going to be Lulatens on a late lurk, but Cat swings on an advanced timing and gets ahead of the play. Utility still keeping her separated from the rest of the team, so it all falls to Cat to try and anchor down as she can't get by Izza. A player still in at double doors, but Lulatens is providing all of the coverage as she comes up massive when FURIA need it most. Bomb down, HP low, 23 still in with a shot.
Yeah, definitely a chance for this. Izza barely in this round. A smoke will re-land on the doors, and the crossfire feels strong. The AWP only gets one chance to strike. 23 needs to isolate these two fights. Tucked as Izza, doesn't reveal herself, now fires off the shot. Not giving the chance to 23, finds one before Car swings, and she had to hit that.
Talk about fine margins, talk about the fact that it's the rifler that gets dealt with and the AWP has to be the one that trades. Better round out of FURIA, recognizing that that was the way in, that was the chance. As soon as Car swings by her own short smoke, takes one pop shot at everyone on long, that's info. So many players. And because you've got this lurk right here dealt with by Lulatens, you can then reset and go anywhere you want. A really important moment for FURIA. They become unflustered. And they can still walk away with 5 rounds here.
23 being tested. But the re-smoke will give her the space. Anna smokes off and anticipates it to run through, but the flashbang forces her off. Little headshot angle, Bazinia caught off throwing the utility. Not anticipating a play there because Anna had just been flashed off the angle. And this is the spot all AWPers do their best work.
And they've even got the utility to block, because again, there's been no early contention. Car will finally announce FURIA's name in the feed. But with 50 seconds left, it felt like B was going to be the obvious outlet. Instead, FURIA, they take a step back. But 23 slides into the corner, so if they go through middle, she'll be put on notice. Short is the gap. It's just whether FURIA can find it.
Looks like they have acknowledged it. 23 starts to have a little prod. She might be behind them quickly. I feel like with no presence on B, it has to be here, and the flashbang confirms 23 starts to move. Anna misses that first chance. Oh, yeah, again, 23, not known to be that close. Anna, a whiff shot, has given them the chance to get the bomb down. 23 scales forward behind the flames, finds another Lulatins. A 1v4, and they're running at it from every avenue. There's no chance for her in that one.
Oh, that's so unfortunate again, because you feel like the timing is favorable on towards short. Anna starts to turn her head and look towards long. But it's the flashbang that draws all the attention back. It's Carl not being prepared that 23's already scaled. Someone from AWP to rifle. In fact, she has nothing in her hands.
Imperial just are always pushing. They're just always making those moves.
The thing is, they're always doing it, but they're doing it together. We spoke about pack mentality from FURIA, but it is exactly the same here from Imperial. They're being so dynamic, they're being so aggressive, and FURIA just can't hang with it.
Eight CT rounds. Chance for 9. Far from the scoreline of Inferno, even if the sides were swapped.
Well, that's the thing. That's me putting a rainy cloud over this situation, because sure, FURIA did try and come back on Inferno, but T-sides have been where they've been doing their best work, and here on Dust 2, they've been completely silenced.
And now look what they're working with. Scout, one of the players that's been doing all the work, but a burst out long has found success. Anna able to get away. Given that luxury. An opening pick, FURIA, these have been few and far between. It's an upgraded piece of weaponry.
The idea for FURIA now is really hope that someone pushes right into Gabs. But this is such a common position. I don't think Zaz is going to overextend. Anna can still be posted on this line. Will miss the mark, and the scout shot goes the other way. And you feel like maybe there's something. Anna drops down low, needs the help of her teammates, and you still got Gabs lurking in top mid.
Yeah, that's the key thing, right? She can be that late activation. They're concerned about it, but she's not going yet. Hasn't needed to start moving. And now she'll strike. Anna removed. FURIA looks set for 4. Zaz feels she has to come back and deal with this, but Gabs just disengages. Zaz has to focus elsewhere. Her and Kat, the only chance to somehow set themselves up. A flashbang over, but so many players, so many angles. Too many Panthers to flush out. They give it a good shot, a couple of kills come through, but Kat brought down low, put in the ground, and FURIA find 4.
That's how we like it. That's how this goes. Come on now, baby, let me ease your soul. That's how we live life. Live it up to the top. 'Cause once we start, you know we're never gonna stop. We own it. We're winning every time. We own it. Pushing every day and night. We own it. We don't do compromise. Yeah, yeah. We touch down every time. Every time. We touch down every time. This is our time. Hit it up with the rebound. This is our turn to see. Gonna put you down. Anybody in the league gonna stand in front of me. Oh, no, no. This is our turn to see. Gonna put you down. Anybody in the league gonna stand in front of me. We own it. We're winning every time. We own it. Pushing every day and night. We own it. We don't do compromise. Yeah, yeah. We touch down every time. Every time. We own it. Every time. We're winning every time. Winning. We own it. We're winning every time. That's how we like it. That's how this goes. Come on now, baby, let me ease your soul. That's how we live life. Live it up to the top. 'Cause once we start, you know we're never gonna stop. We own it. We're winning every time. We own it.
Imperial with a point to prove, a bit between their teeth, and it was the fight of the Valkyries on that CT side, leading to a resolute defense. FURIA on the back foot once more. Let's see if they've got what it takes, or are we going to have the same champions again?
It always feels inevitable, doesn't it? Imperial loom over every team in the scene. A juggernaut that refuses to fall. Similar fight to start out the pistol round. Players spotted, but no heads found. In fact, it's the same response from FURIA. Drop the smoke. HE mostly dodged. They're gonna burst through this. Are FURIA ready? Car is on the other side. The flashbang is great. She's not cleared though, and Car finds 2 before she's run down by Cat. Keeps it even. Gabs removes 23. That's the lurk. Now she can focus her attention. Imperial sliding over, and Gabs finds another. It's on to Tori to find 2 more. To clutch this pistol round out, she's taking headshots through the door. Picks up the bomb. And they swing together in tandem, trying to remove her, and they do so. FURIA take the pistol.
Oh, and a sigh of relief for FURIA as well, because you put Tori in that position. She was the hero of the first round, nearly the hero in the first round of this second half. Great work from Car, completely overlooked because there's another player fighting in from CT. Just taking all the attention, averting the eyes was Izza. And dotting them and crossing the T's is Gabs and the rest of the squad.
What a massive round from Gabs. And for the very first time, Imperial don't invest into the second round. For the very first time, FURIA can breathe. Or can they?
Why give them a one-round game when you can have the better buy in the next? You now know there's a scout as well from Car. That draws a mid-rotate. Izza floats over towards the mid doors, and that leaves Gabs all alone again.
I'm very scared.
It's just clocks.
Only clocks and a flashbang. And it's okay. It's all looking fine. There's the double dink. A P250, in fact. Izza slides in, gets the kill. She'll recover that M4 just... Oh, no, she doesn't. That is actually pretty crushing because they did not invest much into that round in terms of the higher weaponry. For those kills that Imperial find, it might not result in a bomb plant, but still a good outcome for them.
Honestly, same game state as when FURIA fully code and got those 3 kills. It's a little bit better.
At least it's 4 with the SMG for Izza. She can actually drop the M4 over.
Oh, Car saw it. By jumping herself at the mid doors, she takes note that Tori was there, and Izza has slid in so close to these long doors. Double nades. A feature piece of success of the FURIA defense. Light up 23's body once more.
It's standard from Imperial. Clear out the tunnels, take the space into short. Counter utility comes from FURIA.
Oh, I like this.
And now bodies.
This is what Big was doing against Imperial. Just fighting and taking that space top mid.
Here comes the flash. No, Car worried about middle. They're just going to contact. That would be maybe a mistake. Instead, they're just going to sit close. Hold for the swing. A pincer onto A looks to be the play. Outside long is where the contact comes first. Lulitens tucked behind the barrel. A nice first kill. A disengage, a second as well. Lulitens is holding strong.
Oh.
Senior spotted something.
Surely. If it wasn't the actual head, it would have been the blip on the radar. Car forced back, in towards mid doors at the very least, but keep your eye on Bazinia because she's walking close. Izza, that is wild, to say the least. Fama still in short, 20 seconds left. Imperial, they got to go back straight in towards Bazinia.
Yeah, time. Where can they go? You got to go to the FAMAS, and you're straight to your doom. Cat lives, but barely. Lulitens can surely confirm this, and she will. Brilliant from the 2 of them. Lulitens gets the double out long that completely ruins Imperial's day. They try and find a different way in, but Bazinia slips into short.
That's the key thing, actually, with that, because you try and take long, it doesn't work, and then they got smoked off again over at short. It was a re-smoke deployed, and at that point, you feel like you've got to go mid to B. You're hoping that there's a couple of players out long, the space would be there, but there isn't. There isn't anything. And Izza actually desperately throwing herself through that smoke actually creates a false sense of security for Imperial. They think everyone is rotating over, everyone is flustered. But they're not. FURIA are well and truly in control.
Feels like Inferno, doesn't it?
4 rounds in a row now as well for FURIA.
Resurgence. When you thought the light was fading, you thought FURIA were going to go with a whimper. They come back with a roar. Upgraded pistols for Imperial. FURIA need to hold strong against this. They have 2 on B, anticipating the play.
Izza can just drop a smoke back off immediately. Gabs can follow through with a HE.
Nice combo. Car holds middle from deep, so they know no one's coming through there yet. The lurk smoke goes forward, so there goes that utility set. HE doesn't actually really do anything. Smokes in middle, yeah, they've found the gap through. They start to scale, trying to overwhelm, and they've found one. Gabs needs to hold strong, and she does. Is run down eventually. That's some recovered weapons. Cat has no armor. Bomb not yet down. And in fact, there's no smoke on the cross because they use so many in middle. 23 will scoop it up. All the FURIA sit outside of these doors. It's a fake and a swing through. Cat gets 1, 23 another, and it's Car from above, but Car falls. 23 comes through with 4. And it's always Imperial in the rounds that you count them out that they come through and pack a punch.
What a sickening strategy as well. They smoke off the left side of mid, the right side of mid, and they run through their own smokes. As soon as you see the smoke landing in tunnels, the nade following in behind, you know that 2 players are committed on the site. That means you've got mid space. It's the instant reaction out of Imperial, and you feel like Gabs might have done enough. But 23 has the last laugh.
They fall for the tap. They think it's going to be the stick. They want to find that single player that's standing, providing Overwatch. Familiar faces in the audience watching on to see who will lift that trophy.
What a crucial round that is. Imperial always come up with these crucial round wins because look at what it does to the money. And I feel like I'm a broken record every single Imperial best of 3. But that's how consistent they are. That's why they're the best to ever do it currently on the ESL Impact stage.
That round might haunt FURIA's nightmares forever.
Gonna haunt mine.
I certainly can agree with that. Oh, come on. What's that late spread?
Unlucky.
Oh, that's not luck. That's all skill. Car, feeling the pressure, whiffs the shot. .23 comes alive in back-to-back rounds.
And now you can start to feel it. The inevitable starts to feel a little bit more familiar.
Someone had to step up because it's not been Anna. One of the quietest series we've seen from the best player in the world. But what makes this team the best in the world is it's not just the reliance on one superstar. It's a whole damn team of them.
Nothing saved for FURIA and everything gained for Imperial because you've got that breathing room, you've got that 3-round buffer, and you've got the money smashed to bits on that CT side. They have nothing. Imperial close in for the kill.
One round changes everything. MR12. It'd be so dicey. 11 will be Imperial's score after this round. In touching distance of a familiar feeling. This is the calm before the storm. This is the moment of respite. For Imperial, look to run it home. An AK found. A small prize to take. And even that might come at a cost. A nice shot from Gabs gives them a second rifle.
It's like they've gone to the raffle and they've got one of the little prizes.
Yeah.
But Imperial got the big ticket item.
When you play the sideshow game and you spend all your money and you don't get the prize, and the guy there's like, oh, you could take this one. And it's just like a small, fluffy little bear.
That's what Imperial have reduced FURIA into as well. Claws retracted. AKs removed, piece by piece. It's like splitting hairs. And 23 again, her name enters the feed for another important kill. No AK-47s for FURIA.
This is where they need to show if they've got what it takes to lift that trophy, because Imperial have shown it time and time again. There's no test for them to pass. They're the ones setting the challenge. FURIA need to show that they deserve to lift that trophy. These are the moments that make champions.
These are the rounds that define series. Smoke, immediate. It's just a little bit of a lurk. Imperial flirting with the idea of at least committing in towards this B bomb site, but it's all to keep FURIA interested. Car retreats off of short. Long control established, but Imperial have got all of middle.
Standard default out from Imperial. Short feels the likely intent unless they find a pick in middle. Look at that long player that short was the play. They're taking a poke through to see if they can catch someone off. Anna is just dry searching with this AWP.
This is so tough as well for FURIA because you've got such limited utility. You don't feel like you can deploy it until you definitely know, until there's a certainty. And Bazinia will see it with that smoke in mid-doors, but it is all a disguise because, again, Imperial wants short.
Smoke lands, and Tori, does she force through? Decides to, and despite being blind, finds the kill. Car falls, and 23 just swings. She has not stopped charging forward. At the front of the pack for Imperial. That smoke down in towards CT draws the attention. Car tries to step up and slow them down, but Tori pounces, 23 strikes, and Imperial find grand final point.
And FURIA look like they are all at sea in that mid-round. They see one smoke, they all jump towards it. They all wanted info. They had nothing for the entirety of that round. Imperial make them doubt, Imperial make them sweat, Imperial make them lose belief. And they're the ones that are omniscient. They're the ones that are everlasting. And you take a look. When we go back in towards game at what FURIA are working with, it's drips and drabs. It's whatever they can afford to scramble together.
Car, who's been so prolific this series with the AWP, is denied it. He's had it once in this entire half. Anna fires hers off the spawn, but nothing found. Izza has gotten aggressive, but she is alone on it. Molly at her back, she's going to get flushed out for sure. Imperial are anticipating. Oh, Wizard, you're done for. No short play to support her. On an island, she sinks into the sea. And now a flash play, Anna not affected.
They're even holding for the long push. Imperial will be caught off by Car. And look, the bomb is in T-spawn. This could get a little bit freaky, but with 23 knocking off heads, it feels like we are approaching the beginning of the end again.
Anna's just running onto the site, being very loud about it, but B is where the bomb's gonna go. Anna is just telling the fake.
Why would you ever expect the bomb in spawn? Why would you ever expect the AWP to be the lurk?
How long can Anna keep their attention here? Well, it might not be about keeping attention. It might be about winning. Gabs in a 1v3, the bomb being planted on B. And Anna plays with her food. Gabs can't find it. Anna takes down 2. And Imperial are your champions, always and forever.
Is there really any doubt at this point? They keep being tested, they keep going from trial and tribulation, and they keep succeeding every single time. FURIA came, they tried their best. And you got to give a lot of respect to them. Look at the journey that FURIA have been on.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. We haven't seen FURIA on the stage in a year. It's a new look that came in looking incredible. We talk about all their results regionally. FURIA have impressed everyone today. We did not anticipate them to be the challenger on the stage, but they were the ones that I think have taken the fight to Imperial more than almost anyone else.
Absolutely. This has been the most competitive grand final for sure. And it's really good to see that it isn't just Europe, it's South America raising the bar and the level.
Imperial phone room is lined with trophies, but that has never stopped them wanting more, never stayed their desire. And there's no doubt that they're not only the best women's team in the world, but of all time.
And it was FURIA that wanted revenge. They tried to build a new empire, but it's still the Imperial age that is among us. Your ESL Impact Season 6 champions, it's Imperial!
At this point, it's not really about winning the titles. It's not really about winning the trophies. It's about building a legacy. Isn't that right, Tori?
Yes. I mean, I know we are making your job harder, but yes.
No, but like now we can try to build a new storyline. You know, if before we were like, okay, are they getting it or not? Now it's more about like, for how long? For how long can you be like so unbeatable?
I mean, now it's actually a different feeling because no one before won 8th trophy in a row. I think it was just in Team Secret era before, and I'm very proud now that we actually made the history. And also I want to say shout out to our new coach for all his hard work that he did in order to take this trophy.
Bubble, you're getting this opportunity to become a part of this legacy. Yes, they managed to leave like 7 trophies without you, but now you're joining in, like this family. How is it for you?
I mean, it feels amazing being around that amazing players. I mean, it wasn't hard for them.
That is true, that's true. Was it not hard again? It was hard, at least a little bit.
Honestly, FURIA played amazing, I have to say. Like, it was a hard match. So it was very nice to play.
I mean, there's a reason why it actually went to 3 maps, right?
Yeah, it was very competitive and we really enjoyed and put everything into these games.
Yes. If we are talking about like legacies, obviously this team like is what comes in mind, but also maybe one specific person comes into mind because, you know, twice #1. Are you looking forward to maybe potentially getting #1 again 3 years in a row?
I mean, I don't really care about this. The only thing I care is winning trophies and making my team proud. It's not about like only one player. It's a team play game, so it's not important for me.
And for you, 23, how is it to be like a part of a legacy at this point?
I still cannot believe this. I'm so proud because we worked so hard for this, and it just proving it for 8 times. 8, right? I already forgot to count how many times, but I don't know. I'm just feeling so proud.
You're feeling so proud?
Yes, of everyone, for how she's making me laugh, and I cannot speak. But yeah, basically, I'm very proud of my girls, and we fought hard today.
You definitely fought hard. It was definitely not easy. And probably in some kind of way for you, Zaz, this should be very special because you've been a part of this scene for many years. You left the scene and then you came back, and now together you're building this legacy and you're getting to lift a trophy in Sweden, in Stockholm. I know this is like a theme that we've been talking about throughout the tournament, but it is special in that way, at least for you. For them, like, yeah, it's like another trophy, but for you, it is a trophy here in Stockholm, in Sweden.
It is indeed. I think it was 2017 or something, latest time I played in Sweden. And it feels amazing. Thank you so much, guys, for cheering. We have been hearing you all the time. Thank you.
Everybody, let's hear it one more time for your champions, Imperial!
Player. No, one more.
We killed long player,
That's it.
guys.
B and outside tunnel, guys. I mean outside.
I'm
out on A.
Oh, nothing B.
I'm walking. She was mid. I'm behind her.
Can I go B?
Yes.
Go B. Она is faking A.
Давай, run. Short.
I'm not short.
I'm not smoking. Just go. Nice.
That's a long guy. Last was mid, no?
was city, yeah, towards mid. Maybe went upper, guys. Care upper.
Whatever, ignoring. I will block it after. Up left.
Care close already. Come here. Ramp.
Your channel.
Nice.
Блядь, we did it.
Three years of ESL Impact, 8 titles in that time, and the empresses of the Impact world are building a dynasty the likes of which may never be matched again. Try as the rest of the scene might to just reach their coattails, to reach up, to try and pull them down, to ascend to their levels. Again and again, we see Imperial soar above, a head and shoulders above the competition, and this time it nets them yet another trophy.
Above and beyond, over and over, and certainly asserting themselves as the greatest team of all time. So far at ESL Impact, it's going to take a long time for any team to even come knocking at that door. It truly is a dynasty, like you said.
I mean, FURIA was kind of knocking at that door. They had to do a reverse sweep there, that Inferno map. It was very, very hard for Imperial, but they brought it back in the end. That Dust 2 map was just not like what we saw earlier today. Congratulations to them. Incredible stuff. They proved why they are the champions and why they will keep going.
A compelling case, a series certainly, but that final map, that second half of the final map in particular, we saw the Imperial we know and love. The Imperial that just turns on the afterburners and leaves you in the dust.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so strong. It was so dominant. It is just incredible to think about this kind of longevity in the game of Counter-Strike, right? I mean, maybe we're losing some trophies online. Maybe we're being pushed in some cash cups, but do it on LAN. Do it on LAN. That's the only thing that matters at the end of the day. That's where champions are made in the game of Counter-Strike. When the pressure's on, when you're on that stage, when there's a crowd in your face, cheering, roaring, That's where champions are built.
That's it. Diamonds, of course, were formed under pressure, and that's kind of what we saw today. It was an interesting affair as well. Look, looking at Inferno, yes, there was more mistakes made by Imperial, but once we got to Dust 2, especially that second half, Imperial were not making any bloody mistakes. They were just hitting shots. It was Furia that couldn't find an opening. They'd lose people advantages over and over and over, and at that point, it felt like Furia just couldn't find anything. They weren't staying proactive. They weren't getting up in their face like you'd expect Furia to do. And Imperial started to just trounce on them.
Yeah, it's incredible that they have stayed at this level of skill with only one roster change in this 8 seasons that they have won. And that's Vilga, she's still here. We saw her earlier, but she's not on Imperial Valkyries, and that's the team that won. Those are the champions here that we saw today.
There's more than that, though, right? When we think about dynasties, what defines dynasties is their resilience, their ability to undergo changes. And over the course of this roster, not everything's been perfect. They were dropped by their original org. They spent time teamless, searching for a new home. They made a change at the top, at the height. They opted to remove their captain. A little mutiny in there could have been such a disaster. Many of us thought it would be. They bring in a new player. They change the leadership over, and they just keep moving. They lose their coach, gets poached to the other team to act as an analyst. They bring in a new coach, boom, instantly win a title. They just keep going. Whatever changes, whatever happens, whatever you throw at them, you just cannot keep Imperial down.
I honestly don't know what will stop them at this point. They have overcome quite literally... Retirement will stop them. Maybe there will be a
just ride off into the sunset.
Look, quit while you're ahead, huh? Maybe go for 10, then hang up the...
I mean, 10, that's a pretty even number. More even than 8.
That is a nice round number. That would only be one more year of ESL Impact if we're doing 2 a year. So, I don't know. I think we might get a couple more dozen, shall we say, before we can even really consider that one. Speaking of a couple dozen, we had a couple dozen awesome highlights in that series, but there was one in particular we want to take one more look at, wasn't there, Mac?
There certainly is, and we've got it up on Face It Watch. We can watch it from a couple of POVs, but first off, we'll just run through the round. It is going to be Anna. This is that impact round we were talking about where she managed to stop that bomb from being planted. You can see they know that she's on short. They flashed her off the line, heard the AWP shot, and this is where I think Furia might have overcomplicated it rather than just running it up or grouping up and going for the trade out on the A site. They do just take that bracket control, slow things down, and then it's going to be a very long end to the round from here because Furia decide to go back. They sell the fake on B. Once that happens, they'll end up trying to pop out halls. But because they've still got that extra player on B, even after one of them falls, you'll see no lack of rotation to come out. If we just jump forward here, you'll see that pick come through from Bazina. This whole time, Anna is holding short control, ends up grouping up with a teammate there, and they're just going to full clear over towards top mid. That's exactly when 23 falls, but they still don't know that Anna is here. She's been scoped that whole time, and this is when Gabs just doesn't have cover from Pit. A proactive maneuver from Anna to go and stop that plant from going down, and Car is just like, what the hell? You're looking at the clock, 4 seconds, there's no chance to plant, and then the last player alive just has to stay alive, and that'll be that. But look, if we just back it up a sec, for these last couple of moments, the glory of Face It Watch as well, we pause right here, is what was Gabs looking at? I want to know what Gabs was looking at. I want to know Car's reaction to the whole thing as well. So we'll get rid of Anna there for the moment. Pull it up. And this is what Gabs was doing. She was looking over towards Arch, didn't hear the footsteps in time, wasn't reactive, and the cover just wasn't there. You got to cover that plant. You got to make sure you're locking it in with minimal time remaining. And that, of course, is going to be all brought to you by Face It Watch.
Can I say an opinion? I think Anna's as good as she is with the AWP as she is with the USP.
That's a hot take, but
I think there were so many
reasonable.
clutches and so many rounds that she won from a USP kill this entire day. It was
very confident with it. Like, even if you just miss one shot and she'll just rip it out and just start running at him, which you don't see a lot of AWPers do. They'll just, try to survive, get that bullet back and try to get another shot off. And it's like, you know what, I'll just do it with the pistol instead.
Might as well.
That's why her survivor statistics are so bonkers, right? Because she does just hunt and fight and brawl and somehow just keeps coming out on top of the melee, on top of the dog pile. It's pretty wild. There were some other wild moments at this tournament, some wild clutches indeed, and we've narrowed these down to just our one clutch of the tournament. So let's give it a watch. I think we're going to refresh on the top 3 first before we reveal the winner. What happened in this one, Apples?
Yeah, this is the Ka Sensei op 1v2, lined it up perfectly, was able to jump over the smoke and refuse the bomb defusal.
Yeah, Astra as well. It's the ace clutch, right? Manages to get a little upgrade onto the AK from that Tech 9, and then things getting a little bit awkward, using that smoke to isolate the fights, and will clutch it up. Big clutch out of Astra, but unfortunately, they just didn't quite make it.
Tech9 go Burr, but we got to go back, and this is our one here, younger 1v4 on Inferno. Beautiful isolation with this just very calculated movements with that pistol is beautiful.
Yeah, really just exposing a couple of weaknesses there. But who was the best clutch?
We came together.
The best clutch.
The council came together, the jury came together, and through a very scientific process, we chose number 2, the ace clutch. Aces are fun, man. Aces are really fun. It's hard to beat an ace.
And the Tech9 is the best gun in the game.
It's the best gun in the game. That's the second hot take on the desk. Coming through from Apples. She's just getting them in right before we end. We've got one more thing we need to get in before we end, and it's another visit to the Newt Nook. Newt, I think you need to let us know who the MVP of this tournament is.
Well, the desk gave me the honor of picking the MVP, but looking at all the stats of the Imperial players, I was a bit hard-struck. So I even had to bring out the abacus. I was like crunching the numbers on the abacus, trying to find who was the best player of the tournament, the player to be the MVP. And I had to go with the one, the only, Tori, the back-to-back MVP of ESL Impact Season Finals. She just did a phenomenal job leading the squad to yet another victory, leading by example, leading by her voice, and just leading all the way through a tumultuous Season 6.
To be very clear, that's the MVP, as in the Newt Valuable Player. Thank you, Newt, for all of your help. Come join us on the desk. Come on, get out of your nook. We'll let you out now. You've done your work. You've earned your freedom. Come on over here and join us. It was an absolute highlight reel coming through from Tori, right? And the fact that she's doing this while IGLing, while taking on the mantle, while doing so much for the leadership of this team, it's nothing short of incredible.
On so many different maps as well. What was that, like 5, 6 different maps we saw from them today? Dust 2 twice, Ancient, Nuke, Mirage, bloody flexing the map pool like crazy, and Inferno, of course.
Yeah, Inferno. Don't forget about that. I feel Tori has done so much for this team, and she will continue to do a lot. I heard that she was also slightly coaching a little bit when they were in that period of questionable, where's our coach? When are we going to get Bubbles? And now that they have Bubbles, she's, you know, not coaching, but she's still leading the team, IGLing, and just being like such a great entry fragger, just doing everything.
Honorable mention as well for Anna, who went plus 54 for the KD difference over the tournament, which is kind of cracked. Tori wasn't too far behind, but the rating difference, you're going to give a couple of extra hidden points because, of course, she was the brains behind the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's the beauty of this team that you can make a compelling case for so many of them to earn that valuable player place in another tournament, in another situation, in another team. They would all be that star role, but only one can be the Newt valuable player at the end of the day. Isn't that right, Newt?
Of course.
It has to be. Well, all good things must come to an end. So it's time for us to wrap up our show here, folks. On behalf of everyone at ESL Impact, this tournament means so much to so many people around the world and to so many players, to give them an opportunity to compete, to show what they can do, to strut their stuff, to improve and grow in an environment that welcomes them. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for supporting Impact this year. Here's to a great 2025. Goodbye from all of us here in studio, all of us there in the arena, everyone here in Stockholm, every player who competed in this season. Have a great end of the year.
Together. 1,000 miles still starts with just one step, just one step. Take my hand now, I'll lead us through this. It might seem like it's never ending, but I'll prove that we can climb mountains now together, oh together. When you believe yourself, you don't fear tomorrow. Don't waste
You know I'm ready to win. Come on. Had enough of these bros. Said they wanna play ball, but they always get mad anytime we beat that. They don't tell us so though. They pretend they got gold. We should put them on blast. The man can't stand such an upset. Your window's closing. You notice you never lose so bad. You should expect it. You know I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say